Chapter 181, sweeping the whole place. Another perfect fit. Ripples appeared in the air out of thin air, and a colorless and transparent energy shot directly into Dolores' back, instantly knocking her out. The resentful spirit behind hatred seized this opportunity appropriately and repeated his old trick. He put an arm the size of a normal person on his back and quickly threw out an iron chain with an iron hook, hooking it on Doluo's silk waist and tightly wrapped several times. When Dolores woke up, she found that her whole body was flying backwards quickly, and a strong force was pulling her back through the iron chain. Dolores' 8 limbs were nailed firmly to the ground, but they could not withstand the huge force from one end of the chain, and 8 deep scratches were plowed on the ground. This made Dolores look horrified, and she immediately shouted, "Chandra, Portia, what are you still standing there for? Come and help. Otherwise, you will be the next to die." Chandra, who was transformed into Stephanie, was silent for a while. Portia, the deputy leader of the Spider Knights, had a look of determination on his face. Even though just now Her Highness Dolores wanted to abandon the Spider Knights and escape secretly. However, as the deputy leader of the Spider Knights, it is my responsibility and obligation to protect the safety of the Spider Girls. Therefore, even if it means death, he cannot retreat. Portia solemnly raised the elegant and slender knight's sword, assumed a charging posture, and was ready to step forward to help Dolores. But the next second, a sigh came from his ear. "Portia, I'm sorry." I saw 2 extremely sharp black knife points emerging from Portia's chest. One of the knife points should have pierced his heart directly, and gurgling blood flowed out instantly. Portia looked down at the familiar blade on her chest in disbelief, then tried her best to twist her neck, which was losing strength rapidly, and glanced at the familiar person, and said, "Your Highness Chandra, why are you doing this?" "Alas, Portia, you are a true warrior. What a pity." Another blow. Portia was like a snake whose spine had been twitched. She could no longer stand, and slowly fell to the ground. The only remaining Spider Knights around looked at this scene in stunned silence. They looked at each other for a while, and did not dare to move. "Chandra, it turns out the problem is you." Dolores' face was distorted, and she seemed to understand a lot of things at once. Why did the opponent choose to be promoted to an official wizard in the enemy's base camp? Gildas looked at Chandra with a suspicious look before. Now, a series of things seemed to have been reasonably explained. "Chandra, you traitor. You betrayed the Night Elves. You betrayed the Mistress. You betrayed the Goddess Rose. Your soul will be eternally cursed and spurned." Dolores went crazy with anger. The next second, Dorothy stopped wrestling with the wrathful abomination. Instead, she quickly turned around and rushed towards the wrathful abomination. Due to the inertia of the chain's initial pull, Dolores rushed straight into the wraith's abomination as fast as lightning. An extremely fierce jump slash actually defeated the resentful spirit and hatred. However, when the hatred of the wraith gave way, Dorothy immediately bypassed the hatred of the wraith and rushed straight towards Richard. It turns out that Dolores seemed to know that she couldn't run away, and her target was Richard from the beginning. Psychic shock. Boom. Dolores, who was hit by a mental shock, just staggered, quickly recovered, and continued to rush towards Richard. Huh? Richard was stunned, facing the crazy Dolores. His own mental shock had little impact on her. Yes, this person is in a daze, so there is no point in mentally stimulating him. Click. The next second, the chains on Dorothy's body straightened instantly. The iron hook, made of an unknown material, had already penetrated deeply into the chitinous SHL of Doro's spider abdomen, and light green body fluid had already seeped out from the broken SHL. At this time, she was only 3 meters away from Richard. Richard remained motionless for a long time, as if he had known this for a long time. I saw Dolores' face was determined. Her crazy eyes were staring at the black-armored man transformed by Richard, and she roared, "Let's die together." After saying that, the 8 limbs suddenly exerted force. And suddenly, the whole person was forced to advance another meter. When Richard saw it, he was instantly shocked. He secretly thought that this was not good. He was going to die with him. He didn't expect Dolores to be so resolute. It seemed that he had pushed her too hard. However, Richard did not panic. He kicked back suddenly and flew back quickly. At the same time, silently chant Soul Link. In an instant, an inexplicable wave that no one could see connected Richard and the resentful spirit. The next second, everyone was screaming. Dolores' whole body quickly expanded several times like a balloon. and she chose to self-destruct. There was a loud boom, and dust flew into the sky. The blown soil raised up dozens of meters of dust, covering the sky and the sun. The violent shock wave alone knocked down all the demon spider knights and wizard apprentices dozens of meters away like leaks. Stephanie also crossed her hands tightly, protecting them in front of her chest, and leaned forward, with her legs sinking nearly half a meter into the ground, barely able to keep from falling. This shows how powerful Dolores' self-detonation is. Yes, this is an opponent whose strength has reached the level of a formal wizard. The power of self-destruction can be imagined. Ordinary official wizards would probably die on the spot and perish together with them. Master, Stefana exclaimed as something bad flashed through her heart. When the dust and smoke dissipated, a deep crater 7 or 8 meters deep and more than 20 meters in diameter appeared on the ground, like a crater caused by a meteorite impact. But there was not a single human figure in the center of the field. Not even a single wreckage. This actually made all the little Karami around them feel inexplicably surprised. Great. These monsters. What a werewolf clone. What a high-level spider woman. What a mysterious man in black armor. It's fine now. They're all dead? At this time, the high-end combat power was wiped out. Now is our day to shine. Several wizard apprentices looked at each other, seemingly ready to make a move. Especially the two extreme-level apprentices, one male and one female, from the Gulas Academy. They looked at the few remaining demon spider knights around them, as if they were estimating the chances of winning if they took action now. Stefan, let's work together to clear out all the spider knights. If we complete the task that Wizard Guildarts has not completed, I wonder how the 3 major colleges will reward us. The handsome male apprentice from Guru's Academy said excitedly. Take a closer look. After Guildart's death, Stefan seemed to have figured everything out and became much more sober. He casually pointed at the huge abomination not far away and said, I know one thing. If the necromancer is really dead, do you think his summons will still exist? Stefan said calmly. Several people looked in the direction that Stefan pointed, and suddenly realized, yes, if the necromancer died, the undead summons should have returned to the world of the undead long ago. This is common sense. But why does this abomination go against common sense? The owner is dead and still stranded here. Wrong. This means the female apprentice of Guru's Academy. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly said in horror, Stefan, you mean to say that the other party will be fine under such a violent explosion? It's not that it's okay. But he's definitely not dead. Stefan shook his head and said, it is impossible for everything to be alright. If it were alright, then the other party would be more terrifying than a second-level wizard. It's just that I don't know the severity of the other party's injuries. Stefana knew immediately that her master Richard was definitely not dead. But she didn't know how seriously her master was injured. So she immediately stepped forward to check. From the ruins of a pair of wooden houses, a white arm suddenly stretched out and waved towards Stefana. Ahem. I'm fine. Wow. As Richard stood up, Stefana was surprised to find that although the master was originally wearing a handsome and ferocious black bone armor, it was now completely shattered, and the skull mask had been blown away without a trace. But Richard was fine. The wounds on his body were all minor. The most serious one seemed to be a scratch on his forehead, which was bleeding. But it didn't look like a big deal. The injury was much less serious than Stephanie had expected, which was surprising. Logically speaking, even with the protection of first-level defensive witchcraft, if faced with the self-detonation of such a powerful opponent, his body should have been seriously injured. How could he have only suffered such minor injuries? This is exactly the effect of Richard's third talent, the witchcraft soul chain. His undead summons, Wraith Abomination, have just shared half of his damage. Without this innate witchcraft, Richard was seriously injured just now despite being dead. But after sharing half of the damage, it was at most a little more serious than a minor injury. Not in the way. And a group of wizard apprentices also saw Richard's true face at this moment. Seeing Richard's extremely young face, who was only 15 or 16 years old, many wizard apprentices looked as if they had seen a ghost. Stefan was even more surprised and blurted out, Richard, others may not recognize this face. But as a member of Team Guildarts, how could Stefan not recognize it? He had already seen this young man's face before entering the secret realm. Stefan looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief, with countless questions screaming in his heart. Isn't it said that Richard is just a little Karami of the Ignis school? Didn't he say that he killed a disciple of Wizard Gildas by luck? Isn't he a minor character who shouldn't even be able to defeat Donato? Don't you mean he's just a wizard apprentice? In the end, Even Wizard Gildas himself died in the hands of this horse rider. Moreover, Stefan also saw that the second stage of the Dark Werewolf transformation performed by Wizard Gildas actually released the original soul of the Dark Werewolf chief's body, and his strength fully reached the level of a formal wizard. It even exceeds the general combat power of official wizards. But even so, he died in the hands of Richard. By the way, there is also the high-level Spider Girl, whose combined strength is no less than that of a formal wizard. However, he also died in the hands of Richard. Self-destruct finally forced the senior Spider-Woman to self-destruct. She was fine. Who would believe this if you tell me about it? This world is so crazy. No, it's Mrs. Richard. After thinking for a while, Stefan reluctantly discovered that his poor language expression skills could not describe Richard in the end. Master, do you want it? Stefana smiled charmingly at Richard and made a slit-throat gesture towards the remaining dozen wizard apprentices and Spider Knights standing aside. In an instant, many wizard apprentices looked horrified. They immediately took medicine, cast spells, and fled in all directions. The Spider Knight also hurriedly got into the dense forest. No one dared to stay for even a second. This made Richard rub his nose. Was he so cruel? He has been marked by the tracking mark after Gilda's death, regardless of whether the wizard apprentices see his face or not. If nothing happens, the 3 major colleges will soon get his information. Therefore, there is not much meaning in killing these apprentices. It is nothing more than collecting a few more vengeful spirits. I saw Richard sending out 2 transparent mental shocks one after another. The former was slightly slower, and the latter was slightly faster. In an instant, they suddenly collided in the sky above everyone. Boom! An astonishing spiritual storm swept across the entire place. This level of mental storm may be nothing to a formal wizard, at most a frown. But to a group of wizard apprentices and Spider Knights, it is no less than holding a big bell and ringing heavily in their ears. Hit! As a result, all the little Karami fell to the ground in a mess, and no one could escape. Stefana stepped forward step by step. Each of the wizard apprentices was given the Oblivion spell. As for the Spider Knights, that of course allowed Richard to harvest another wave of vengeful spirits. However, thinking of this, Richard quickly came to the room of the big wooden house, picked up the black bottle with 2 ears, and found that Gildart's soul and Dorothy's soul were already there. But the transformation of the evil spirit would take more time. It is still in the process of transformation. This made Richard look happy. Gildas's split soul was at most 1/3 of an official wizard-level soul. However, after careful inspection, it seemed that because of Gildas's strength, this split soul was also, it has reached about half the soul strength of ordinary wizards. However, the strength of Dolores's soul is actually that of a formal wizard-level soul. Huh? This is... Richard saw a werewolf-like soul in the black bottle. After careful inspection, Richard was finally sure that this was the original soul of the Dark Werewolf Chief. Suddenly, Richard was overjoyed. I see. It seems that one of the necessary conditions for the second stage transformation is this original soul. So Gildart has sealed the soul of the Dark Werewolf Chief in his clone. This is great. I've gotten a good deal. Now these are his trophies. It seems that I can harvest at least 2 more evil spirits this time. As for whether I can get a 3rd one, it depends on my luck. At this time, Stefana walked over, holding a strange black mirror and a black box in each hand. Huh? Richard instantly remembered that when Dorothy blew herself up, something seemed to have been blown away from her body and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 182: A Great Harvest. I didn't expect that these 2 things were so strong and could be basically undamaged under such a violent explosion. It must be something extremely valuable. Richard took it and played with the dark mirror first. I don't know what kind of material this black mirror is made of. It feels neither gold nor wood to the touch, which immediately makes Richard very curious. After careful observation, Richard could basically guess that this item was most likely a witchcraft weapon. However, the Night Elves' production of witchcraft was very different from that of human wizards on the surface. They did not set up any witchcraft array on it. Therefore, Richard could not figure out the use of this mirror at once, let alone its specific effect. It's a pity that Dolores just self-destructed, destroying both body and soul. Otherwise, let the crystal take action, and you can immediately know the function and use of this thing. Throwing it to Stefana, Richard took the black box again. As soon as I got the box, I felt it was quite heavy. It seemed to be several times heavier than metal, and there were strange light green patterns around it. Obviously, this was some kind of witch formation. although Richard had already done some research and accumulation on the witchcraft formation. The witchcraft formation was too complicated, and he could only see the effects of some combinations of witchcraft runes. But this is enough for Richard to guess the main function of this complicated witchcraft array. In layman's terms, it is to ensure the vitality of the items placed in it. However, what gives Richard a bit of a headache is that this complex witch formation also integrates a sub-witch formation with a protective and secret key nature. Therefore, if you don't know the corresponding spell, even if it is cracked through external brute force, the box will probably be damaged. Items inside? Fortunately, Dolo's powerful self-destruction just now has destroyed part of the protective witch formation. So as long as she spends more effort, she should be able to open the box soon. It's just that this requires a little increase in attack strength. Otherwise, if it exceeds a certain threshold and the box is excessively damaged, it may affect the integrity of the items inside. Therefore, it is not suitable for brute force cracking immediately. After all, Richard could now clearly sense that the rejection of him by the entire Norman secret realm was getting stronger and stronger. In about 20 minutes, he would be forcibly teleported out. I also need to arrange trivial matters immediately. Richard's original plan was to notify Melo himself. But now it seems that he was still a little unthoughtful. Although most of the members of the Demon Spider Knights were eliminated by him, there were still some scattered ones. If Melo and Ophelia are unlucky and encounter this, it will be terrible. Richard glanced at Stefana and originally thought that it would be okay if he was teleported out. He could let Stefana go alone and escort the two women out of the secret realm. But now this plan is not okay either, because Stephanie currently has as many as 4 or 5 tracking marks on her body. Once she and the two women are teleported back to the base, Stephanie will instantly become the target of everyone's criticism. Just as Richard lowered his head to think, suddenly, there seemed to be a noise in the dense forest. I saw 2 spider knights running quickly from the dense forest to the camp. When the 2 of them escaped from the dense forest, the scene they saw immediately made them feel like they were struck by lightning. I saw human wizard apprentices and spider knights lying on the ground at the gate of the camp. This was a misunderstanding between the 2 of them. The spider knights were indeed dead, but many of the wizard apprentices were still alive. It's just that the wizard apprentices who were affected by Richard's forgetfulness are still in a coma. So they are lying on the ground, looking like they are dead. The 2 of them even saw the body of their deputy captain Portia. There were only 2 people standing in the entire venue. A man and a woman. The man was a stranger who looked only 15 or 16 years old. They all knew the graceful woman. It was Her Highness Shadra, who suddenly appeared yesterday. This combination is quite strange. Richard and Stefana, of course, also noticed the 2 demon spider knights, who suddenly appeared at this time. One of them was carrying a figure familiar to both of them. Andrea, on his shoulders. This, Your Highness Shadra. This is. Richard smiled slightly. He really came up with whatever he thought of. Just now, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of a good idea. Now, for ordinary spider knights, Richard really had no interest in killing them. So he raised his eyes slightly, and motioned for Stefana to deal with these 2 little shrimps. When Stefana saw it, she immediately smiled charmingly, walked over, and comforted, "It's okay. Don't panic. All enemies have been eliminated." After the 2 of them were shocked, they pointed at Richard tremblingly and said, "Then who is this human being?" At this time, Stefana had already walked around behind the 2 of them and said, "This human being you are talking about? He is my master?" As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 of them felt a sharp pain in their chests, and saw an extremely sharp black long knife protruding from their chests, piercing their hearts exactly. Why? All the strength in his body also dissipated with the loss of blood. The next second, the 2 of them collapsed on the ground like mud. Stefana bent down, turned Andrea's body over, put her hand on her neck, and said, "Master, it's okay. Andrea just fainted. He is really unlucky. I even let him go, but he was caught again." "Ha," Stephanie said with a smile. "No, Andrea is really lucky. He only survived when he met us," Richard said with a smile. "Powerful and wise master. You are absolutely right." Listening to what Richard said was so interesting. Stefana burst out laughing, and suddenly the branches of the flower trembled and the waves surged. Since time is limited and Richard still has something he wants to ask Andrea to do. In less than a minute, Andrea was woken up by Stefana. Andrea has been dreaming while sleeping. "Where are you? I remember that in the dense forest, I met 2 spider knights, but they were quickly defeated and knocked unconscious. Is this here now?" In an instant, Andrea woke up and opened her eyes to take a look. What caught his eye was a charming face that was both happy and angry. Andrea, you're finally awake. You? Andrea was deeply impressed by the charming face in front of her. About half an hour ago. It was this face that informed him to run. Moreover, she also told him that she was Stepana. I'm really Stepana. Why don't you recognize me? Stefana looked at Andrea's stunned look and couldn't help but smile. Although Stefana's appearance has changed dramatically, a person's temperament can still be vaguely distinguished if one looks carefully. Andrea carefully compared the charming woman in front of her with the charming girl in her original memory, and found that the temperaments of the two were indeed very similar in some aspects. If you don't believe it, look who that is. Stefana stretched out her white finger and pointed at Richard's position. Andrea immediately turned around to look, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and blurted out, Richard. But in the next second, Andrea's face changed from happy to shocked. Richard, your strength. Have you reached the 3rd level of Wizard Apprentice? Andrea's own strength, needless to say compared to Richard, is slightly inferior to Ophelia. Therefore, in his perception, Richard's spiritual power was as profound and majestic as the vast ocean. In fact, Andrea consented because Richard has just been promoted and his mental power is slowly growing all the time. Just like a sword, just out of its sheath, with a cold light. Another reason is that in order to avoid damage to the covering cloak during the battle, Richard had already put away the covering cloak early, when he came out to fight Gildas and others. Now seeing Andrea's look of disbelief, Richard put on his cloak again. Richard, I didn't expect to see you again. You have been promoted to a 3rd level Wizard Apprentice. And judging from the strength of your mental power, I'm afraid you have reached a relatively high level among 3rd level Wizard Apprentices. The speed of your promotion is unbelievable. Because Richard quickly put on the covering cloak, the majestic aura just stayed for a short moment. Secondly, Andrea did not think about Richard as an official wizard at all. After all, becoming a 3rd level Wizard Apprentice in 1 year is already shocking enough. What's more, it only takes 1 year to become an official wizard. Andrea would never dare to think so in her wildest dreams. Long time no see. Andrea. Richard smiled slightly. By the way, this is Stefana. Andrea asked as if she had thought of something. Compared to Richard's ordinary promotion speed, the story that happened to Stefana seemed to attract Andrea's attention more. About Stepana? This? Richard paused and started to speak. But he didn't know where to start. There were still some coincidences in Stefana's incident. Andrea, let me talk about this, Stephanie said with a faint smile. Yes. Let Stefana tell you. She knows best. Richard immediately looked happy and nodded. It would be best to leave this kind of time-consuming and laborious matter to Stephanie, the person involved. As expected, Stefana was good at speaking. She put aside the secret matters and told the whole story clearly in less than 5 minutes, making Andrea nod her head, since time was limited and now was not the time for small talk. Richard interjected. Andrea, I may need to trouble you with one more thing. I need you to pick up Mello and Ophelia right away. By then, the 3 of you will leave the secret realm together, and you will be much safer along the way. Great. Is Ophelia there too? When the trading point was attacked by night elves before, I wanted to find her. By the way, Richard, are you and Stefana going to do something? Why? Andrea was quite surprised that Richard and Stefana could not pick up the 2 women. Richard nodded and said, Yes, there is indeed something important to do. Okay. Leave this matter to me. I'll go right now. Andrea seemed to be in a very excited mood after hearing Ophelia's news, and wanted to see her as soon as possible. Richard thought for a moment, then took out a talisman carved with 4 overlapping human figures from his arms, and handed it to Andrea. Well, keep this phantom amulet. If you encounter the Spider Knight again, you should be able to protect yourself. Andrea took it carelessly, but after taking a closer look, I couldn't help but feel a storm in my heart, and shouted, Richard, is this an extremely precious and top-level witchcraft prop? Richard nodded. This top-level witchcraft prop is no longer very practical for him. For a formal wizard, it is easy to distinguish the difference between the phantom produced by the phantom amulet and the real one. However, at the 3rd level Wizard Apprentice level, this thing is still quite useful. Andrea's face became serious, and she assured him, Don't worry, Richard. With this top-notch witchcraft item of yours, there shouldn't be any problems along the way. By the way, after receiving the 2 of us, what about us? You should go directly back to the school's headquarters. I have other things to do, and may need to leave the school for a while. A few minutes later, Andrea drank a bottle of healing potion given by Richard, recovered a little from her injuries, and then quickly went to the location of the two women. Richard softly recited a short spell, and drew a strange rune with his right hand. In an instant, the rune transformed into a vivid bone bird, soaring into the sky and flying towards the west of the secret realm at high speed. The speed is far faster than that of a third-level wizard apprentice. It seems that after he was promoted to an official wizard, the power of zero-level witchcraft has been strengthened several times. In the message carried by the bone bird, Richard also added an additional request, asking Ophelia to take care of the little girl Tina in Silverpine Town, hoping that Ophelia could take the time to train her. There are 10 minutes left. Richard has already felt that the power of exclusion from the Norman secret realm is getting stronger and stronger. Normally, Richard should find a place now to consolidate his newly promoted state, because the process of being promoted to an official wizard does not happen overnight. For example, Richard can clearly feel that every cell in his body is still shouting. I called up the inspiration panel, attribute bar, and saw that, sure enough, all attributes had exceeded 10 points, especially the spirit. It broke through the 30-point barrier. But what matters in the end is that his attributes are still improving rapidly. Almost every few minutes, it will increase by 0.1. For example, his physique was 10 points when he was first promoted. But Richard now discovered that after only more than 20 minutes, his strength attribute had already reached 10.4. And this isn't the end yet. Still improving. In addition, Richard felt that after he was promoted to an official wizard, his whole thinking seemed to be much faster and sharper. He could think through many problems in just a few seconds and finalize them. For example, he quickly thought clearly that it would not be a good thing if he was forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. Chapter 183 Teleportation. Because the forced teleportation in Norman's secret realm is a random teleportation, Richard considered that the tracking mark on his body after killing Gildarts's clone was not like the tracking mark of an ordinary wizard apprentice. This mark was extremely strong and could not be covered by a concealing cloak. Therefore, if Richard chooses to be forcibly teleported out of the Norman secret realm, there is a small chance that he will be teleported near the control area of the 3 major colleges. And there is a high probability that he will be teleported to the control area of the Night Elves, because a large part of the Underdark is currently under the control of the Night Elves. If he is teleported to the Dark Knight control area, even if he has been promoted to an official wizard, he will be in considerable danger. Therefore, it is not a good choice to directly choose to be forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. However, if Richard chooses to leave through the secret realm gate, he will encounter another thorny problem, which is the reaction of Gildas and the 3 major colleges. Regarding this point, after careful consideration, Richard concluded that the 3 major colleges may not have time to react, due to the restrictions on information transmission in the secret realm. Even if Gildas's clone is killed, Gildarts himself outside the secret realm will only suffer severe backlash, and will not know who killed him. The werewolf clone. The murderer can only be tracked by tracking the marks. From this logic, it means that as long as you are fast enough and the time is short enough, you can make a time difference. If he had used the teleportation array to go out before Gildas reported it, the 3 major colleges would not have known that he had killed Gildas's werewolf clone. Of course, as time goes by, you will be exposed, even if he leaves no trace. There is a high probability that he will be found if the 3 major academies arrange for wizards who are proficient in prophecy to search for him. Although he has been promoted to a first-level wizard, he is only at the initial level. Therefore, a senior first-level wizard who is proficient in the prophecy system will definitely be able to find himself. Secondly, in addition to first-level wizards, the 3 major academies can always find several second-level wizards who are proficient in the prophecy department. It has only been more than 20 minutes since Gildas's clone was killed. So as long as he and Stephana move fast enough, they should be able to leave the secret realm calmly through the teleportation array. It's not that Richard hasn't considered returning directly and joining the Ignis school to seek asylum. First, it's because his promotion speed is so fast. It's so fast that it's unbelievable and can't even be explained. Secondly, he killed the commander of the so-called rescue team this time, which had a huge impact. Richard could not guarantee whether the Ignis school would protect him, because judging from the rankings of the 3 major colleges, the Ignis school is at the bottom, and naturally has the least say in the joint meeting. Therefore, in order to avoid being dragged into slices or imprisoned, Richard thought for a long time and decided to retreat to the Blind Fishman tribe camp first. I had just been promoted and needed to find a safe place to consolidate. And considering that if Gildarts, who has an official identity, continues to look for him, it would obviously be safer for him to stay in the Underdark. But he also killed Dorothy. And the Night Elf Mistress was even more powerful. If he was determined to find him, it would be difficult to hide his whereabouts under the endless mysterious witchcraft. Although the Blind Murloc tribe is located in a remote area, it is on the edge of the Night Elf's power, and has weak control. Richard has also taken this into consideration, and does not think that he will be safe just by hiding in the Blind Murloc tribe. However, as long as he has a place to stay in a short period of time, it will be enough. If not, he will quickly retreat from the Grey Fern Wilderness to the Grey Dwarf-controlled area. It only took Richard a few seconds to sort out the various complicated thoughts mentioned above, and choose the best solution. This should also be an advantage, after being promoted to an official wizard. Due to limited time, Richard quickly woke up the wizard apprentices, who were lying on the ground after being hit by the forgetfulness spell. He was wearing a covering cloak, covering himself and Stefana. Hiss, my head hurts. The first person to wake up was the male apprentice from Guru's academy. His strength was at the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice, so naturally he woke up the fastest. Then the others slowly began to wake up. I saw Stefan frowning and waking up with a painful look on his face. After all, the sequelae of this amnesia technique are a bit serious. If you are unlucky, it will damage the hippocampus in the inner temporal lobe of the brain. When Stefan opened his eyes, he was a little confused at this time. He remembered that he followed Wizard Gildarts and a group of wizard apprentices to the vicinity of the Night Elves' base camp. Then, there seemed to be a big battle? Huh? Why can't I remember the specific scene of the battle? Stefan, whose eyes were unfocused, looked left and right, and looked around. He saw ravines and corpses strewn around the camp. There were corpses of wizard apprentices, but more of them were corpses of spider knights. But the most special thing was the circle of corpses of the demon spider knights in the center of the camp. They were lying neatly, and seemed to have no scars on their faces. Weird. So weird. By the way, where is Wizard Gildarts? Stefan searched carefully, and found that there was no trace of Wizard Gildas at all. He couldn't help but guess that the Night Elves had been defeated. Then Wizard Gildas saw that we were all unconscious, so he returned to the stronghold for treatment. Is the injury gone? Although it's not that reasonable, it seems to be the only explanation. Moreover, one thing is certain. Whether it is judging from the casualties on the scene, or the fact that people like ourselves can still survive, our side will definitely be the final winner. Otherwise, they would have been captured by the demon spider knight long ago. Soon, everyone woke up. We won. Right? We must have won. How else could we have survived? What an idiot for asking such a question. A certain second-level wizard apprentice's eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted, "Doesn't that mean we can go out?" Haha. It's great. We can finally go out. Hey! That's right. Let's get out quickly. Not far behind the supply point is the secret realm gate. Let's leave quickly. Stefan and a man and a woman from Guru's academy looked at each other. Originally, Stefan wanted to stay for a while and see what was going on. However, the situation here is a bit strange, and the Wizard Gildarts is nowhere to be found. The three of us should return to the base to report on the situation first. Moreover, the three of them did not accomplish anything. As members of the rescue team, they also worked hard to rescue a group of surviving apprentices. Thinking of this, Stefan communicated with the two people from Guru's academy. They had the same idea, and they were worried about the long nights and dreams, so they felt that they should set off immediately. So, Stefan said to everyone, "Okay, let's leave the secret realm first." After saying that, the others seemed to be worried that something unexpected might happen if they stayed any longer. So they immediately stood up and stopped resting. A group of 8 or 9 people walked directly through the camp, and quickly headed to the location of the secret realm gate. Richard used a concealing cloak to hide himself and Stefana, mixed in with the team of wizard apprentices, and headed towards the gate of the secret realm. When Richard came to the gate, there was only more than 2 minutes left, and the repelling power of the secret realm was getting stronger and stronger. However, Richard was instantly attracted by the shape of the gate. The gate to the secret realm is 10 meters high and has a hollow square structure. The material seems to be made of a pure black unknown stone. The surface is engraved with complex and exquisite patterns. These patterns are obviously not for decoration, but some kind of strange, ancient witchcraft symbol. Standing in front of the gate, a natural sense of simplicity and heaviness greets you. This ancient door, which has been standing for who knows how long, has the magical power to break through space and carry out teleportation. Richard immediately thought of the teleportation array through which he was teleported. At that time, I heard many third-level wizard apprentices chatting in the stronghold. This teleportation array is a two-way teleportation array. As long as the energy is continuously supplied, it can successfully receive people or teleport people into the Norman secret realm. But this gate in the secret realm is, to a certain extent, a one-way portal. In other words, if the teleportation array in the stronghold loses its energy supply, then the one-way teleportation function of this gate will be disabled, and it will become just an ordinary stone gate. In this regard, Richard couldn't help but sincerely admire the magnificent witchcraft and ingenious designs of the ancient wizards. This was a completely different civilization from his previous life, but it had all kinds of magic. Stefan took a step forward and recited a long spell in the Hutt language. After a few seconds, a huge amount of energy began to gather in the center of the door. The originally empty scene in the center of the door suddenly became like water, with ripples rippling. The wizard apprentices all had extremely happy faces. Obviously, this one-way portal can be used normally, and there is no problem. As a result, the wizard apprentices stepped into the portal one after another, as if they were squeezed into a mirror, and disappeared in the next second. Relying on the special effects of the concealing cloak, Richard and Stefana followed closely behind. At this time, the stronghold is located in the central square, on a wide platform half a meter high. I saw the ancient and huge six-pointed star witchcraft array suddenly began to shine with a soft light that flickered on and off. The two third-level wizard apprentices, who were responsible for the registration of the teleportation array, were lying on the chair's board and chatting. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Due to the restrictions of the rules of the Norman secret realm, it is impossible for the night elves to foolishly teleport from the secret realm to the stronghold to seek death. Therefore, the only possibility for the teleportation array to be activated is that a wizard apprentice returns from the secret realm. Thinking of the rescue team that had set out to carry out the rescue before, the two looked at each other, but their expressions were different. The rescue must have been successful. The apprentice, who, judging from the mark on his chest, was obviously the Ring of North, said overjoyed. Could it be said that the rescue team succeeded in rescuing so quickly? The apprentice from the Guru's Academy asked a little hesitantly. After all, the teleportation array may have been activated by the apprentice survivors in the secret territory of Norman, and they were lucky enough to save themselves. The werewolf clone of Wizard Gildarts is really awesome. The apprentice from the North Ring couldn't help but admire. Hey! You are familiar with the Wizard Gildarts, who led the team this time? The third-level apprentice of Guru's Academy said in surprise. You know, ordinary wizard apprentices in the stronghold can find out that the one who led the rescue team into the Norman secret realm this time is the Wizard Gildus from the Ring of North. But they will not know such details. For example, the other party just mentioned a werewolf clone or something. However, he realized in the next second that his companion seemed to have a good relationship with the extremely powerful Stefan, another North Ring apprentice who entered the secret realm for rescue. He must have better information channels than himself and others. Quite a few. And there was no doubt that he was there immediately. Only a single figure was seen, and with a flash of white light, he suddenly appeared on the ancient six-pointed star teleportation array. As the strong light dissipated, the two people could clearly see that there were 9 people teleported here. However, the apprentice from Guru's Academy looked quite puzzled, and thought to himself, it seemed that a total of 11 rays of light had flashed just now. Why were there only 9 of them? Stefan! The apprentice of North Ring shouted excitedly. In an instant, his thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of his companions, because he also saw an acquaintance from Guru's Academy. A dazzling white light flashed, and when he saw his surroundings clearly again, Richard found that he and Stefana had returned to the stronghold again. But he clearly felt that the tracking mark on his body was stained by killing Gildart's clone. At this moment, since he left the Norman secret realm, it seemed that the mark was no longer suppressed by the rules. After a slight tremor, it was instantly triggered. Richard frowned. Obviously, if the caster of this tracking mark was paying attention to this matter at the moment, he must have discovered his traces by now. Without hesitation, Richard hugged Stefana and quickly ran towards a dark, dense forest to the north. Under the cover of the concealing cloak, the wizard apprentices, who had just been teleported, were unaware of it. Half an hour ago, in the dark area, in a certain room of the stronghold, Gildus instantly felt dizzy, and a heartbreaking pain hit his soul. Even as a formal wizard, he couldn't resist this kind of pain. and he immediately let out a scream. The whole person fainted all of a sudden and fell to the ground. The two attendants who heard the noise outside the door quickly knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Wizard Gildarts? Are you okay? Wizard Gildarts? What happened? There was no response after knocking on the door several times. The two apprentices at the door looked at each other and immediately felt that the situation was a bit serious. So they opened the wooden door of the room on their own initiative. I saw the always majestic Wizard Gildas, now pale and sweating profusely, lying motionless on the floor. The two men were so frightened by the scene that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly helped the Wizard Gildarts to the bed and quickly sent someone to report to their superiors. After a while, I saw a middle-aged wizard with a majestic face and a breath as deep as the sea, walking from the end of the corridor with several official wizards. Dear Wizard Graf. Several wizard apprentices at the door of Gildas' room immediately bowed and saluted respectfully. Graf nodded with a serious expression. When he heard the apprentices' report just now, his first thought was that the rescue mission was very likely to fail. Chapter 184 Preparing to Chase. Gildarts' situation was most likely caused by his werewolf clone being killed by the night elves in the secret realm. Who can tell me the situation? A female wizard on the side said. Respected Grand Wizard Graf. Fellow wizards. We suddenly heard a shrill scream coming from Wizard Gildarts' room, and then heard the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. We immediately felt that something might have happened. Good thing. After repeatedly knocking on the door, but getting no response, we immediately decided to open the door and go in. What we saw was Wizard Gildarts falling to the ground, unconscious. We will report this situation immediately. By the way, Wizard Gildas fell into a coma about 20 minutes ago. The wizard apprentice thought for a while, and said with certainty. Great Wizard Graf nodded, and said to the official wizards around him, let's go in, and take a look at Gildarts' physical condition first. After entering the room, Grand Wizard Graf touched Gildas gently, and said, the soul power has dropped significantly, although it can barely maintain the level of a formal wizard. If you want to recover, even with a precious soul repair potion if you cooperate, I'm afraid it will take more than 10 years to recover. It seems that the secret rescue plan we set up earlier is not going well. This made all the formal wizards look solemn and silent. At this time, an official wizard from Guru's Academy suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Dear Grand Wizard Graf, something very strange happened. I sense my deflection magnet. Both pairs are here, right inside our stronghold. What? How is this possible? Wizard Linda on the side exclaimed. Yeah. Didn't you give the deflection magnet to the rescue team? How could it appear at the base? Could it be? Another official wizard blurted out. But he glanced at Gildarts, who was still unconscious, obviously a little puzzled, since all the clones of the leading wizard Gildas have been killed. Is it possible that a wizard apprentice will emerge to turn the tide in the Norman secret realm and defeat the night elves? This is a bit incredible. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor outside the door. Judging from the sound, it was the footsteps of a wizard apprentice, and it was a bit hurried. Wizard Gildarts. Stefan. The wizard apprentice was stunned when he saw the situation in the room. He could no longer say what he had just said in half, like a drake that has been strangled by the neck. His face is still red from suppressing it, and he looks quite ridiculous. Hello, Great Wizard Jurgraf, and Wizard Linda. When the wizard apprentice saw that there were so many big figures in Wizard Gildas' room, even Grand Wizard Graf, the top person in charge of the stronghold, he was immediately in a panic. You must know that if the wizard apprentices do not follow the formal wizard etiquette, they will be unlucky. They may be punished at any time by the formal wizard who has a bad temper or is in a bad mood at the time. No need to salute. Just keep talking. Grand Wizard Graf waved his hand, indicating to the wizard apprentice not to pay attention to these red tapes and continue talking. The wizard apprentice was obviously stunned for a moment, but he immediately reacted. His face flushed with excitement, and he continued to talk, obviously wanting to leave a good impression on the stronghold senior officials. It's like this. The 9 wizard apprentices just teleported over from the secret realm teleportation array. They should be the first batch of wizard apprentices teleported back from the Norman secret realm in the past few days. One of them is Stefan, and the wizard Gildas' clone is a member of the same rescue team. I originally wanted to tell Wizard Gildas about this situation, but I didn't expect it. The wizard apprentice glanced at Wizard Gildas, who was lying motionless on the bed, and stopped talking. You said that 9 wizard apprentices have returned? Said a formal wizard with an expression of disbelief on his face. Just now. Everyone was still discussing that the secret rescue mission should have been killed with the Guildarts clone. So it was basically a failure. But what is the situation now? Are the 9 wizard apprentices this time all members of the rescue team sent a few days ago? Wizard Linda on the side asked a question that was of great concern to several people. Well, that's not true. Except for 3 members of the rescue team. The remaining 6 are wizard apprentices, who were originally trapped in the Norman secret realm. After thinking about it, the wizard apprentice said with certainty, "Call these wizard apprentices over immediately. Let's go to the conference room, and let's inquire about the situation in person." Grand Wizard Graf immediately agreed. Also, arrange for Wizard Nymphadora to come over and treat Gildas. Before walking out of the room, Graf warned the people next to him. As soon as Stefan and 9 other wizard apprentices walked out of the teleportation array, someone came over and took them to the conference room of the base. When they saw more than a dozen official wizards sitting in a row waiting for them, especially the one in the center, Graf, the second-level wizard who they usually couldn't touch, their hearts twitched violently, and they pumped out instantly. Lots of blood. The 9 people, who had no idea what was going on, almost all looked confused at this time. However, instinct reminded them, and several people quickly bent down and stumbled and said, "Dear Grand Wizard Graf, and all the adults, sit down and don't be restrained," Graf said kindly. Seeing that the surviving wizard apprentices could return to the stronghold alive made Graf feel much better, because this at least showed that the situation in the secret territory of Norman was not as bad as he thought. "Come on. If you have any questions, just ask them first." Graf turned to look at the official wizards of the 3 major colleges on both sides and said, "Maybe it's because of the ladies' first principle." As a female, Wizard Linda was the first to speak. "Apprentices, let me ask you a question first. What's the situation inside the Norman secret realm now?" Wizard Linda just took a glance and knew that her direct descendant was not among these people. So at this time, she was either still trapped in the Norman secret realm, or her direct descendant has excellent wizard qualifications, and he is considered one of the future wizard seeds of the family that she values more. People always have hope for the unknown future, and wizards are no exception. So, after asking this question, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But after hearing this question, the reactions of the wizard apprentices shocked Linda and other official wizards. I saw 9 wizard apprentices looking at each other and their companions in confusion, and the entire conference room suddenly became quiet. For such a simple question, no wizard apprentice took the initiative to answer it. Stefan pursed his lips twice and said, "Ms. Linda, we should have the upper hand in the Norman secret area right now." "Right? What does it mean?" "Yes, it means. And if it doesn't, it doesn't." Apparently, Linda was very dissatisfied with Stefan's answer, and she frowned. This made Stefan a little nervous. He didn't know why the beautiful wizard in front of him was angry. So he stammered, "Didn't the clone of Wizard Gildas come back? He should have arrived at the stronghold before us and informed you of the specific situation." "Right?" The words just fell. Stefan felt the pressure on his body increase sharply, and then he realized that all the wizards, including the Grand Wizard Graf, had their eyes fixed on him. This made him turn pale instantly. My mind started to race, wondering if I had said something wrong. Gildas's clone did not return to the stronghold, and it is basically certain that his clone was killed in the secret realm. A North Ring wizard who knew Stefan helped him out. So, I would like to know what is going on when you say that we should have the upper hand. What? How is this possible? Stefan couldn't help but blurt out with an expression of disbelief. This made Graf frown slightly. This matter seemed to have become interesting. It seemed that the third-level wizard apprentice in front of him did not seem to be lying. "Stefan, don't be nervous. Just tell us everything you saw and heard in detail," the wizard who was also the Ring of North said softly at this moment. The comfort from his fellow wizards made Stefan less nervous. He immediately began to recount what happened after he entered the camp. "I can't remember the camp battle, but from the scene, the number of casualties on the Night Elves far exceeded ours. A large circle of Spider Knights died in the center of the camp." Stefan also focused on describing the dense circle of Spider Knight corpses, showing that he was not just guessing. At this time, other wizard apprentices also responded. "Sir, it's true. I was the first to wake up, and the scene that greeted me was just as Stefan said." "Indeed? Yes, I saw the scene too." At this time, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and Gildas appeared at the door with a pale face, saying, "Great Wizard Graf, the tracking mark of my clone has been triggered. Not far from here, What? This made everyone present immediately stunned. And the entire conference room was silent. If it was just the speculation of the great wizard Graf before, now it is made clear by the person involved himself. But? Isn't it said that it was Gildart's clone who was killed by the Night Elves? If it was killed by the Night Elves, then how could the opponent suddenly appear in their control area? According to my perception, that person is heading north and moving away from us quickly. Great Wizard Graf, I request that the second combat team accompany me in the pursuit, Gildart said, gritting his teeth. Obviously, the heavy loss caused by the clone's death was beyond his expectation. It was worse than the worst-case scenario he had expected. As for why he wanted the second combat team to accompany him, it was because the three wizards of the second combat team were all from the Ring of Noth and were old acquaintances of Gildart's. The team leader Ondino Neville is even more his good friend, and his combat power is even greater than his. Unlike him, Ondino is particularly good at abhorring transformation, and he has a very powerful transformation abomination bile spitter in his hands, while retaining the strong physical attack power of an ordinary abomination. Ondino also made some modifications to its internal body, mixing several highly poisonous substances into bile, and putting it into the abomination's gallbladder. This gives this abomination a very strong long-range attack capability. Since bile is highly toxic, once it is spit out, enemies with weak defenses will be corroded instantly. Even enemies with strong defenses. The toxins will quickly seep into the opponent's body, causing a poisoning effect. Gildarts once witnessed the opponent's hateful bile spitter spraying overwhelming bile in a battle, instantly corroding the 7 or 8 high-level Murloc warriors who besieged it into a puddle of pus. The combat effectiveness is quite strong. The most important thing is that the opponent also has a giant vampire bat, which is a rare flying mount, although the giant vampire bat's combat power was very average. With this mount, it was obvious that the pursuit by them would be much faster, and there would be absolutely no chance for the opponent to escape. Graf nodded and said, "Then let the second combat team accompany you." Ahem. Thank you, Grand Wizard Graf. Gildas was overjoyed. Gildarts, your body. Don't worry, Grand Wizard Graf. I must see with my own eyes who killed my clone. Gildas's white knuckles clenched showed the anger in his heart. At this time, Richard had arrived in the dense forest to the north and occupied a mountain brown bear's nest in the dense forest a few miles away. Richard also deployed some early warning formations in advance, such as the ivy formation, which is mixed with vines in the dense forest. But as long as a high-energy creature passes by, it will cause a shock, making Richard the first sensing the other person for a moment. These formations have no attack power, but purely warning functions. These are gifts from Ophelia. They are all simple formations belonging to the natural system. Because of its simplicity, and the fact that this place is in a dense forest, the natural warning formation is very difficult to detect, even for an official wizard. If he does not conduct a very careful search, it will be easily triggered, thus achieving a warning effect. The formation can be considered the simplest type of witchcraft formation. It generally only has 1 or 2 simple functions, so the formation structure is extremely simple. Many second and third level wizard apprentices will come into contact with and learn some entry-level formations in the lair of a mountain brown bear. After Stefana briefly cleaned up, Richard quickly took out a teleportation array drawing that had been rubbed out earlier, as well as a bottle of ethereal ink, dipped his fingers in it, poured his spiritual power into it, and painted it on the ground. Start drawing the 6-pointed star witch formation. The internal patterns of the entire witch formation are almost exactly the same as the teleportation array patterns in the blind fishman tribe. Stefana watched attentively as Richard drew the teleportation array. She also knew a thing or two about teleportation arrays, but it was almost impossible for her to draw the entire one. However, she could also draw some formations that were not complicated. Pattern. Chapter 185 Ondino's Pursuit. Seeing that Richard had already laid out the main patterns of the entire teleportation array, Stefana couldn't help but eagerly said, "Master, can I try the remaining 2 sub-array patterns?" Richard thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Okay, try it. Don't force it. If Stefana can draw the sub-array patterns of the teleportation array, then just in time, she can free up her hands to transplant the evil spirits and resentful spirits in the amphora into the body of the resentful spirit abomination, thereby further enhancing the combat effectiveness of the resentful spirit abomination. The combat effectiveness of the hatred of resentful spirits is different from that of ordinary hatred, in addition to the increase in height and size that will directly increase the combat effectiveness. The number of resentful spirits inside the body, and the space deep in the abdomen that Richard had previously transformed is also critical. Especially this time. Richard can transplant at least 2 evil spirits into the body of the evil spirit abomination. This will greatly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the evil spirit abomination. Stefana dipped her finger in the void spirit ink and began to draw a small subarray pattern in the upper right corner of the teleportation array. Richard looked at it for a while and nodded slightly. Before, I had known that Stefana was actually quite talented in witchcraft formations. Although she was far inferior to him. She was no worse than a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, who had studied witchcraft formations for 5 or 6 years. From the current point of view, although the witch formation drawn by Stefana cannot be completed in one go, she is still relatively skilled. And there is obviously no problem in drawing the sub-formation patterns. As a result, Richard turned his attention to the amphora. Inside the black bottle, 2 white spirits, one big and one small, were wandering around and roaring, while a group of faint, almost transparent ghosts were trembling on the side. This immediately made Richard look happy. It seems that even Gildas's split soul, although the total soul amount is far less than that of a normal 1st-level wizard, has been successfully transformed into a vicious spirit at this moment. Not to mention the souls of Dolores and the Dark Werewolf Chief, who were transformed into 2 powerful evil spirits. Even Richard felt that it would be quite difficult for him to encounter such a powerful evil spirit in the wild. Evil spirits are relatively easy to deal with if you know how to use targeted witchcraft or witch formations to restrain them. But if you are not proficient in targeted witchcraft, it will be very difficult. Now Richard had 2 large and 1 small evil spirits in his hands, as well as a group of vengeful spirits. He thought that even if he was besieged by several official wizards, he would be able to deal with it in a short time, no matter what happens. If a group of resentful spirits or even evil spirits are allowed to self-destruct, they should be very sure of their escape. I saw Richard began to recite a short spell, and a huge inverse pentagram, which formation suddenly appeared under his feet. With a flash of dazzling green light, a huge abomination with a height of more than 3.5 meters was summoned, holding a giant iron axe in one hand and a hammer ball in the other. The summoned resentful spirit looked around with squinted eyes. Seeing that he could not find any enemy, he fixed his gaze on Richard in the next second and opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of rotten yellow teeth. He gave a flattering smile. Richard couldn't help but smile when he saw it. It seemed that with his promotion, the intelligence level of the corresponding undead summons had increased to a certain extent. Handing the amphora to Abomination and letting him hold it in his hand, Richard began to recite a spell to move all the evil spirits and resentful spirits in the amphora to the abdomen of Abomination that had been transformed. And the abdomen of Abomination was deep. There is a small space engraved with complex witchcraft formations. It seemed that he knew that his master was doing this to improve his combat effectiveness. So the resentful spirit did not resist at all. I saw that, under the leadership of 2 evil spirits, one big and one small, a group of resentful spirits rushed out of the black bottles, like a tide, and rushed towards the small space in the belly of the resentful spirit's hatred. Within a few seconds, the entire transfer process is completed. Seeing this, Richard couldn't help but turn up the corners of his mouth in an elegant arc. Now, even if he encounters a senior 1st-level wizard enemy, Richard is confident that he can fight against him. It would be best if Gildarts didn't come. But if he dares to come, After Richard completed this step, he ordered the resentful spirits to block the entrance of the cave as a warning. The 3.5-meter-tall abomination stood at the entrance of the cave. It could be said that the cave entrance was completely crowded. If Richard hadn't chosen a mountain brown bear cave, the resentful spirit abomination would have been stuck at the entrance of the cave. But this is okay. It can be said that the evil spirit hates such a block. Except for tiny insects like mosquitoes, it is difficult for even a mouse to escape. Stronghold. A flat open space. A huge bat with a black body, a ferocious appearance, and sharp blood-sucking fangs is currently prostrate on the ground. There are 2 saddle-like hardwood seat cushions on its back. The seat cushions are wrapped in soft black fur. The bat's upper and lower jaw is also wearing a bit. This means that the ferocious beast in front of him has been tamed long ago and has become a rare flying mount. At this moment, the giant vampire bat was enjoying the caress of its owner, Andino Neville. Its huge wing membrane was retracted at this time, so its wingspan could not be seen clearly. The face looks very much like a mouse's head, with squinted eyes and a rather anthropomorphic expression, which seems to be expressing to the owner that your touch makes me feel comfortable. Just now, Gildas found Andino and talked about tracking. Andino, let's go now. Gildas, my back can't bear the weight of 4 people. How about you and I go first? Andino obviously didn't think that the murderer Gildas mentioned needed to be dispatched. Squad. First of all, it's because Gildas's own strength is just below him. What's more, the opponent only killed one of Gildart's clones in the Norman secret realm. It is very likely that the opponent only has the limit of the apprentice's strength, and then attacked Gildart's clone unexpectedly. As for the possibility that the other party was a high-level member of the Night Elves and used some secret method to sneak into the Norman secret realm and kill Gildas, it is possible. But it does not explain why the other party did not exit through the gate of the Night Elves' secret realm. Therefore, after listening to what Gildas said, Andino came to the conclusion that Gildas himself was accidentally attacked and killed by an apprentice from the 3 major colleges. This, Gildas thought for a while, and felt that Andino's suggestion was not unacceptable. Because Andino, as the captain of the team, is the strongest one and has reached the upper level of a first-level wizard. If he can't defeat the opponent, so even if 2 more players are added, the possibility of defeating the opponent is not high. Of course, the main reason is time. Since waking up, Gildarts can feel that the tracking mark has been moving at high speed. If he does not ride a giant vampire bat to chase, Gildarts is worried that by the time the 4 of them catch up, the other party may have reached a place in the Underdark. Remote locations. The longer the night, the more dreams you have. After all, in the Underdark, various monsters and Night Elf reconnaissance teams emerge endlessly. The farther away from the stronghold, the weaker the control of the 3 major colleges. So, Gildas nodded immediately and said, "That's fine. Andino, I'll just follow your suggestion. Don't worry. As long as you avenge me this time, not only will all the other parties' trophies belong to you, but at the same time, I will also give you the bottle of corrupted blood." Ha ha ha. Gildas, you said this yourself? I didn't take advantage of others' danger, Andino said with a grin. It can be seen that Andino is very interested in the conditions given by Gildas. The trophies had little appeal to Andino. After all, in his mind, the opponent was just a clone of Gildas who killed Gildas with a sneak attack. However, corrupted blood is a rare and good thing, which can further enhance one's bile-spitting abilities. Gildas, let's go then. I saw Gildas and Andino jumping on the back of the crawling giant vampire bat with a slight jump each, and sat on the cushions, with Andino in front and Gildas behind. Andino gently waved the reins, and the giant vampire bat spread out its exaggerated flesh membrane. Its wingspan was at least 7 or 8 meters. Just a few flaps of it created a huge whirlwind, driving the giant vampire bat into the sky. Although the flying speed of the giant vampire bat is not very fast, it is certainly several times faster than an ordinary land-based mount. What's more, it also has a great advantage. It is silent. Unlike ordinary birds of prey that flap their wings and make a relatively loud sound of airflow fluctuations, giant vampire bats only need to flap their wings slightly to gliding during subsequent flights, thus approaching the target silently. This is one reason why Gildas agrees with Andino, and the 2 pursue him in a giant vampire bat. Hidden and unexpected. Suddenly, a warning sign suddenly occurred in Richard's heart in the cave. During his apprenticeship as a wizard, Richard had encountered this situation several times. Not to mention that now that he had been promoted to an official wizard, he immediately realized that there should be a pursuer coming. Stephana, how much more time do you need? Master, it will take about 2 minutes to complete the last formation pattern, Stephana said, wiping the beads of sweat on her forehead. When she was watching Richard do this job just now, she thought it was relatively easy. But doing it by herself found it to be particularly labor-intensive. Although it was not difficult for her, she still needed to be careful and concentrate all her energy. Well, hurry up. After the formation pattern is drawn, you can teleport away immediately, and I will come back later, Richard said while handing Stephana a high-level magic stone and several intermediate magic stones. These intermediate and high-level magic stones were the trophies obtained when killing Gildas's werewolf clone in the Norman secret realm. It's a pity. If Dolores hadn't self-destructed, it is estimated that the number of intermediate and high-level magic stones in her body would not be less than Gildas's. Master, are there enemies chasing you? After hearing what Richard said, Stephana immediately reacted and said with a tight expression. Obviously, Stephana also knew that the guy who dared to chase this time, whether it was the Night Elves or the 3 major academies, must be a master of official wizard strength. If he stayed on his own, it would not be of much use. Well, don't worry. It won't be a big problem if I hold you for 2 minutes. Richard smiled slightly, which made Stefana feel more at ease. After Richard finished speaking, he tied together 20 fire dancing stars mixed with 20 packets of silver moon dust, added a trigger device, and buried it in the ground a few meters away from the teleportation array. Be careful. Don't step here, Richard warned. At that time, Richard, who has returned again, will step on his foot. 2 seconds later, the bundle of alchemy bombs will explode violently, causing the teleportation array to be completely destroyed and the cave to collapse, eliminating all traces. Even if you dig it out again, the other party will not get any useful information. At this time, the hateful warning sound of the wicked spirit came from the cave entrance, and Richard knew that the enemy had arrived, although he still didn't know how the enemy avoided the natural triggering formation he had set up. It was obvious that the enemy coming this time would not be easy to deal with. Richard cautiously cast the magic armor technique on himself first. Then, Richard, dressed in a ferocious black bone armor knight costume and a skull mask, appeared and slowly walked out of the cave. There was only a huge bat crawling on the ground, and standing next to it were 2 men in black robes who looked like official wizards. The face of one of them was exactly the same as the dark werewolf he killed in the secret territory of Norman. In an instant, Richard understood what was going on, such as how the other party avoided his green vine warning formation, and how the other party accurately located him. When Gildas saw the man in black armor for the first time, he was obviously taken aback. It was obvious that the man was a first-level wizard like himself, but his aura seemed a bit unstable, as if he was injured or something. However, it was only the entry-level level, which immediately put his mind at ease. You're the one who killed my werewolf clone? Who are you? The hatred contained in Gildas's words made Richard feel frightened. This resentment was so great that it was not life or death. But it can't be solved. Faced with this kind of conflict that was impossible to reconcile, Richard was not one to hesitate. Judging from the aura on Gildas's body was obviously unstable, rising and falling. It was most likely because after the werewolf clone was killed by him, his soul suffered heavy damage at the same time. In this case, Richard silently made up his mind that if he had a chance later, he would give Gildas a good chance. It's best to make it more injured and unable to track you. The other person's aura was obviously stronger than Gildart's. His aura made Richard feel palpitations. Not only was his aura much stronger, but it also contained a smell of blood and fire. It seemed that he was a senior first-level wizard with rich combat experience. If it weren't for the fact that the teleportation array was still a little short, Richard would have turned around and left, and would never have considered confronting the opponent head-on. I hope there will be no mistakes when Stefana draws the last formation pattern. But, fortunately, he had transplanted 2 large and 1 small evil spirits into the body of the evil spirit, so it still had some strength to fight. What he has to do now is to delay as much time as possible. Andino looked at Richard in surprise. He thought he was just an apprentice who secretly attacked and killed Gildas's werewolf clone, but he didn't expect that he was actually an official wizard. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen the opponent's appearance. This kind of defensive witchcraft seemed very unfamiliar. However, judging from the breath, it seems to be a bit unstable. Could it be that the serious injury is not healed? The opponent's summoned creature is also an abomination, but judging from its size, it seems to be a newly promoted abomination. This made Andino think he had figured out the other party's details a little bit. As soon as Richard heard Gildas' question, he knew that he had not been completely exposed. Apparently after the opponent's werewolf clone was killed by him, his soul was also imprisoned and transformed into a vicious spirit. Perhaps for this reason, Gildart's original body, until now, does not know who killed his clone. Richard lowered his voice, changed his voice, and imitated the deep voice of a middle-aged man and said, I am from the continent of Erdit. Since he wanted to delay time, of course Richard chose not to take action if he could. It is obviously better to chat with the other party and make up your origin for a while than to go shopping. Gildas, what are you talking about? If you capture him and ask him, you'll know everything. Andino didn't know if he sensed something was wrong. After a while, Andino interrupted Richard's eloquent story. At the same time, with a wave of the short staff in his hand, a huge inverse pentagram witch formation appeared in front of him. After a dazzling green light flashed, a creature that was far taller and stronger than Richard's wraith abomination appeared. Much hatred appeared in the center of the witch formation. I saw that he was at least 4 meters tall, with a fatter belly, but his face was darker, and his whole body exuded a stench. This stench was several times more fishy than a basket of rotten eggs. And it was the same as the resentment on Richard's body. That corpse stench was completely different. Suddenly, two lumps of fat, one big and one small, collided violently. In an instant, Wraith Abomination, who was at a disadvantage in height and size, was pressed down and beaten by the bile-spitting one. Judging from your size, your abomination has just reached the level of a first-level wizard. There is no way you can be a match for me. A bile-spitting person. If you know what's going on, surrender quickly and tell your origins honestly. I can spare your life. Andino, who was confident of winning, said with a smile on his face. Suddenly, there was a faint wave of spatial energy in the cave. Andino's face changed immediately and he shouted, Gildas, the other party is stalling for time. Hurry up. At this time, Gildas obviously felt the subtle energy fluctuations. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled by the black-armored man opposite him. What he had just said about being from the Urdic continent was probably just a lie. His pale face instantly flushed with excitement, and he roared, You dare to fool me? Go to H.L. Shadow arrow. Shadow arrow. One to the left and one to the right. Two huge arrows composed of black dark element energy shot straight at Richard. Richard immediately launched two mental shocks. Two invisible waves, causing ripples in the air, and immediately collided with the rapidly flying shadow arrows. Boom! Boom! Two shadow arrows were detonated directly in the air. And in an instant, dark elemental energy overflowed. Mental shock? This shocked Andino and Gildas. The two quickly looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. You must know that the two mental shocks just now were instantaneous. If it was not the solidification of the defensive witchcraft, then it was most likely the opponent's innate witchcraft. But as far as the two of them know, among the three major academies, there is no advanced meditation method that can generate this kind of first-level spiritual witchcraft when promoted. But judging from the opponent's aura and summons, the opponent is obviously a shadow type, or even a necromancer with a high probability. Could it be said that the opponent is really a wizard from the continent of Uldet? In this case, it would not be that simple for the other party to sneak into the Norman secret realm and kill his werewolf clone. While the two were stunned, Richard immediately stopped fighting and flew back towards the cave. No. The other party wants to escape. Hurry up and chase. Capture the opponent first. Then move on. Quickly. At this time, the Wraith Abomination, who was at a disadvantage, suddenly roared, and the huge iron axe collided heavily with the giant blade in the bile spitter's hand. After retreating a few meters away, a vertical crack instantly opened in the middle of the belly, and only two evil spirits, a large one and a small one, rushed towards Gildas, while a group of evil spirits rushed towards Andino. That's right. There are two evil spirits, one big and one small. Richard also kept one, and didn't plan to use it up all at once. Evil spirit. Gildas's complexion changed drastically. His soul was severely damaged at present, and what he feared most was the attacks from spiritual creatures, like evil spirit. Bone shield. Boom. Boom. Unexpectedly, the two evil spirits did not fight with him at all, but directly blew themselves up. This. Gildas cursed angrily in his heart. You can't beat me like this. Obviously, if two evil spirits at the official wizard level exploded in succession, even Gildas in his prime state would be severely injured, let alone the current situation. Immediately, this made Gildarts, who was already seriously injured, even more injured. When Andino defeated a group of wraiths, he saw that Gildas had fallen to the side, completely unconscious. This immediately made him furious. After all, the fact that he accompanied Gildas on the hunt this time was considered a task assigned to him by the great wizard Graf. Unexpectedly, not only did he not catch the person, but Gildart's life or death was also unknown. Now, it would be difficult for him to explain even after he returned. You're dead. Andino roared angrily. The other party had offended him. Richard dodged and stepped on the delayed fuse that had been prepared in advance. In the next second, he held the three-headed snake statue and came to the top of the teleportation array. At this time, Andino arrived at the entrance of the cave and watched helplessly as Richard's figure disappeared without a trace with a flash of white light. Andino rushed forward angrily and took a look. Hey, it's just a long-distance teleportation witchcraft formation, not a cross-continent teleportation witchcraft formation. Let's do some research now. Maybe the teleportation formation on the other side is still. Just as he was lost in thought. Boom! A loud noise erupted in the cave. Because the cave was a relatively closed environment, and the alchemical bomb placed by Richard was very heavy. Even the experienced first-level wizard Andino was seriously injured due to being caught off guard. When Andino finally crawled out from the collapsed rubble, his appearance was no longer respectable. His face was ashen. His black wizard robe was mostly destroyed, and his right leg was broken. He looked extremely miserable. Obviously, this was a failed pursuit. Not only did they end up in disgrace, but they also got nothing. What a shameless fight. Andino wanted to die. Chapter 186: The Secret of the Black Mirror. 2 minutes ago, in the teleportation hall of the blind Murloc tribe, a dazzling blue light flashed by, and a beautiful woman with a graceful figure suddenly appeared on the teleportation array. At this time, a fishman wearing a gray robe holding a fish-bone staff immediately opened the door of the teleportation hall and hurried in. Acadian, Great Master, the fishman said respectfully. However, when Fingard saw that the figure in front of him was not his master Richard, but a strange and beautiful human woman, his compliments suddenly stopped. The two of them stared at each other, stunned where they were. However, Fingard had already reached out and secretly pinched a spiral-shaped object, which seemed to be a communication device. Seeing the other party's vigilant look, Stefana reacted first and said, "Acadian, are you Fingard?" "I am Stefana, the follower of Master Richard. The master will be here soon." This made Finn8 feel relieved. He originally thought that the other party was an invader, and was about to issue a warning and summon the senior fisherman warriors over. Now it seems like it was a false alarm. It's not surprising that the other party knows the master's name, and the enemy may also know it. But if he knows his own name, there is only one possibility. That is, the master takes the initiative to tell the other party. Before the two of them could chat for a while, the teleportation array flashed with dazzling blue light again, and a man in black robe appeared on the teleportation array. "Master." Stephanie and Fingard bowed quickly in greeting. Richard nodded slightly and said to Fingard, "Fingard, close the teleportation array immediately." "As you command." "Master." After Fingard recited a short spell, the flashing blue light of the teleportation array began to dim. A few seconds later, Fingard immediately removed all the intermediate and high-level magic stones around the teleportation array, and the entire teleportation array, the surge of energy suddenly disappeared without a trace. At this time, Richard felt relieved and took a deep breath. After all, he didn't know whether the bomb would be successfully triggered after he was teleported here. Even if it was successfully triggered, he didn't know what special defense measures the other party had. It would be fine if he was not seriously injured and teleported from the teleportation array. The safest way is to immediately close the teleportation array of the blind fishman tribe. However, after thinking for a while, Richard still didn't seem particularly reassured. He stood there blankly and carefully recalled various events and some details since the Norman's secret land. Fingard was in an extremely shocked state at this time. He had just secretly looked at his master and found that he could tell the master's strength level at a glance before. But when the master returned this time, the surging aura on his body was far better than before. Even better than his original teacher. Could it be that the master has been promoted to an official wizard? But this speed is too fast. There was confusion in Fingard's raised, blistered eyes. No wonder Fingard is so surprised. You must know that the humanoid race of fishmen mainly relies on bloodline breakthrough. In terms of average speed, it is much slower than humans. For example, it took Fingard 7 or 8 years to break through to the 3rd level wizard apprentice. And he was already considered a fishman with a high bloodline. And he believed that his promotion speed was comparable to that of a highly qualified wizard apprentice among humans. But compared to Richard, this gap cannot be measured by millimeters. Richard frowned, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "Fingard, go get an isolation box immediately." "As you command." "Master." The isolation box is made of lead as the main material, and also adds an isolation-witch formation. It is the thing with the strongest isolation ability that Richard currently has on hand. He deliberately made several when he stayed here in the Fishman tribe last time. I didn't expect it would be useful now. When Fingard brought the isolation box, Richard asked Stefana to put the black mirror in the box. Although Richard did not feel any energy release from the black mirror, it is better to be cautious and first effectively block the energy fluctuations and various marks. By the way, Fingard, arrange a room for Stefana, just next to my room. Also, I'm going to take a rest first. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me," Richard warned. After returning to his room, the first thing Richard had to do was to try to eliminate the tracking mark from his Gildart's werewolf clone. Because the tracking mark of Gildas is so effective that even the low-level magic weapon of the concealing cloak cannot cover it up. If it cannot be eliminated quickly, there may be a series of unfavorable factors in the future. Although Gildas has been self-destructed by 2 evil spirits, his life and death are unknown. But given the other party's vengeful character, if he is not dead, he will find ways to find me sooner or later. But if he is dead, his family will probably come looking for me. The most effective way for the other party to track themselves is this tracking mark. Therefore, no matter which angle you look at it, you must find a way to eliminate this mark as soon as possible. Since he has not learned this first-level witchcraft that specifically eliminates marks, Richard can only rely on his newly promoted tyrannical mental power to try to slowly erase this mark. After trying for a while, Richard felt relieved. According to the current progress, it seemed that he would be able to eliminate this mark in just 3 days. From this point of view, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the area he is currently in is extremely deep into the dark territory. If Gildart's family wants to send people to seek revenge on him, they will have to cross the quite distant Night Elf-controlled area. Obviously, the other party can't come here arrogantly. Otherwise, the Night Elves will teach them how to behave. Richard carefully recalled the relevant circumstances of his 2 battles, and found that apart from his natural witchcraft, he had 0 level 1 witchcraft. Especially when the enemy knows that Richard's only offensive first-level witchcraft is mental shock. He will be targeted. Under certain conditions, you will suffer a lot in battle. For example, a puppet, even the most ordinary stone puppet, has its power source from high-level magic stones, and the attack program is a formation fixed in its body. Richard's mental shock has almost no effect, because the opponent has no specific brain and mind C. Of course, if Richard's mental impact were dozens of times stronger, it would be possible to directly detonate the energy transmission array. But this would have to wait until after the year of the monkey and the horse. It is not that Richard has not considered returning to the school. If he only shows his strength at the 3rd-level wizard apprentice level, there is no chance. But in this case, he will not be able to communicate with his official wizard on an equal footing and obtain the 1st-level wizard at the official wizard level. Art models, pharmaceutical formulas, and other items. But if he were to join the school by revealing his strength as a formal wizard, it would be too shocking. In just over a year, going from level 1 to level 3 as a wizard apprentice was scary enough. Breaking school records, let alone becoming a formal wizard. Moreover, as far as he knew, there were 3 second-level great wizards in the school. Once his strength was exposed, was it possible that he would be imprisoned before he could join, thus forcing him to learn the secret of his rapid promotion? Richard shook his head. He didn't want to test human nature on this matter. No, this might not be considered a test of human nature. After all, he didn't know any of the 3 second-level great wizards. If Teacher Celis was a second-level great wizard, it could barely be called a test of human nature. Let's see if Mentor Celis, who has always taken good care of him, will covet his secrets. Putting it into perspective, if Richard himself was a second-level great wizard, and if he knew that one of his subordinates could be promoted quickly, he might be tempted and want to find out more. Because even though the secret may not be of much help to the second-level great wizard himself, it may be of great help to his family's heirs or disciples. Therefore, Richard decided not to consider returning to the academy in the short term. Or even if he wanted to go back, he must have the ability to protect himself. It is a child's idea to hope that the other person will be kind and let him go. In the Stronghold Hall, Andino has received timely treatment. Although he has taken precious growth medicine, it will take some time for the bones of his right leg to grow. It is estimated that it will take another month before he can fully recover. At this time, he was reporting the previous encounter to the Grand Wizard Graf. Respected Grand Wizard Graf, the situation at the battle scene is exactly what I just said. Graf nodded, frowning. Gildarts is now double injured. Even if he is saved, there is a high probability that he will fall to the level of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, which will probably be difficult for the other party to accept. Even he couldn't think of any good way to recover. You said that the other party is probably from another continent? A continent called Erdit? Graf thought hard and couldn't remember such a continent. If he knew that this was just made up by Richard, I don't know how he would feel. Yes, my lord. I understand. You need to take a good rest first. I will arrange for others to take over the task of the combat team. As for what you said, the other party may be from another continent. I will submit this matter to the joint meeting. Graf said solemnly. There are too few clues at present. and Graf cannot determine the identity of the other party. Perhaps only by asking Loida of Guru's Academy, a master who is proficient in the prophecy system, can he know the origin of the other party. However, if Loida, a second-level wizard of the same level as him, takes action, it is beyond his control. It depends on the opinions of the deans at the joint meeting. Thank you for your concern, sir. A few days later, within the blind Murloc tribe, Richard's rapidly growing physical qualities, especially his mental strength, began to enter a period of calm. Just now, he had successfully erased Gilda's tracking mark, which made Richard let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, in his spiritual sea, a round crown crystal was suspended in the center, surrounded by a faint, imperceptible light silver mist. If you magnify the crown dozens of times, you can see that there are 3 complex talent witchcraft models inlaid around the crown. The runes of each model are extremely delicate, small and complicated. Richard called up the inspiration panel and took a look. Name, Richard Clavel. Attributes, Strength 10.9. Agility 11.2. Constitution 11.1. Spirit 35.9. Atomization 13%. All attributes have been greatly improved, especially mental power, which has reached 35.9. There are also 2 words atomization marked on the side, which represent Richard's first-level wizard level. According to the common classification of wizards on the continent of Bias, those whose mental power atomization degree is less than 30% are considered to be beginner wizards, generally called the initial stage of the first level. Richard is currently in this stage. Atomization is when the spiritual power in the spiritual sea begins to materialize and turns into a physical mist-like existence. It is a stage that every first-level wizard will go through. This is also true from the actual situation. Apart from the crystal core, the surrounding spiritual power in Richard's spiritual sea is extremely thin and in the form of mist. This is why it is called the atomization stage. However, as soon as Richard became a formal wizard, his atomization level could reach 13%, which was already very rare, and it should be due to his previous strong accumulation. Ordinary wizards, such as first-level wizards, who have just been promoted by relying on limit-breaking water, generally have atomization levels below 3%. If you want to improve to Richard's current level of 13%, it will take several years of hard work. If this is coupled with a gap in talent and magic, the gap in actual combat power between the 2 sides will soon become wider and wider. Richard assessed that Gildarts's werewolf clone and Dolores should be at the initial or middle level of level 1. As for the guy who accompanied Gildarts before, Richard estimated that the atomization level of his mental power must have exceeded 60%, reaching a high-level level. However, since he did not stay in the school for a long time, apart from some paid knowledge, Richard still had almost no knowledge at the formal wizard level. At least in the Ignis school, this kind of formal wizard level knowledge requires a high amount of points and magic stones to be redeemed from the school. And to be honest, these contents that can be directly redeemed are not very precious. For those that really involve the core, such as first-level witchcraft models and spells, there is a high probability that you need to make some outstanding contributions, or find other senior formal wizards to exchange them. Because after reaching the official wizard level, you can do many things in the long lifespan of 200 to 300 years. Many wizards will choose to explore ruins or specialize in certain witchcraft. Over the decades, they will always accumulate some unique witchcraft. This part of the content is not limited by the school oath and can be used for free trade. Unlike advanced meditation methods, if you obtain it from a school, there will be absolutely strict contractual restrictions, and you cannot trade with anyone in any form. Therefore, in terms of means of fighting the enemy, the means Richard currently possesses are too simple. In the past few days, he has been thinking about solutions. Just now, he had thought of a solution that suited him. It's just a bit expensive. That is, the alchemy combination bomb. This was what he came up with after using the alchemy bomb so many times and inspired by it. For example, the effect of 10 tubes of fire dancing stars plus 10 portions of sticky kerosene plus 10 bags of silver moon dust exploding together almost reaches the power of the first-level fire witchcraft explosion. Although the cost of using it just once is nearly 400 magic stones. In the short term, this is the only way that Richard can think of. Therefore, Richard has told Fingart to pack 10 copies of the 3 types of alchemy bombs according to this ratio in case of emergency. In the past few days, Richard has also been studying the Black Mirror in the isolation of the witchcraft formation. But he still can't figure out its purpose. It can even be said that such an item that is most likely to be a witchcraft weapon. In Li Cha's eyes, if you look at it in your hand, it's no different than a stone. This made Richard feel a little depressed. It feels like being in a treasure trove, but not knowing how to open it. Stephanie was watching her master from the side. She had been studying the mirror for several days, but seemed to be making no progress, which made her quite curious. You must know that your master rarely shows such helpless expressions. Moreover, Stefana had a feeling that she was inexplicably familiar with this mirror. Finally, she couldn't help but said, "Master, can I have a look at this mirror?" Richard nodded and handed the black mirror to Stefana. While he was still immersed in thinking, suddenly, a huge wave of energy gathered around him, which immediately frightened Richard. Turning around suddenly, he realized that the black mirror in Stefana's hand was emitting a dazzling black light. "You? Master? I don't know what happened. I just felt that this mirror was very familiar. And then I couldn't help but chant a spell. That's it." Stefana opened her big beautiful eyes and said in a panic, Master, I seem to understand a little bit about the function of this mirror. It seems to pull the enemy's soul into a nightmare. The enemy can only return to his body after breaking free of the nightmare." Stefana's words immediately made Richard overjoyed. It seemed that this black mirror was a witchcraft weapon, and he had an idea of how to use it. "Can you use it then?" Stefana immediately shook her head and said, "Not yet. I can only activate it. But to use it formally, you need a strong mental power to use this witchcraft. My current strength is not enough." Richard nodded after hearing this. He knew Stephanie's situation best. Her physical strength was at the level of a formal wizard, but her mental strength was much worse, only at the level of an apprentice. At the same time, according to Richard's guess, there should be some kind of hidden bloodline formation on this witchcraft. The holder will be identified for bloodline before it is officially used. At present, it seems that the holder only has Spider-Woman bloodline, can be used normally. Moreover, even if one has the blood of Spider-Woman, his strength level will probably have to reach the level of a formal wizard. With so many restrictions, it seems that this witchcraft weapon must be extraordinary. It is probably not just a low-level witchcraft weapon, but a rare mid-level witchcraft weapon. Not good. Richard immediately reacted with a question. "Hurry up and put the black mirror in the isolation box. Let's evacuate as soon as possible." "Ah, Master." Stefana just fell in love with the blind fishman tribe. Although the fish smell was a bit strong, the scenery by the dark water lake was really good. "Fingard, maybe you have to follow. Otherwise, something unexpected may happen to you. This magical weapon is obviously not that simple. After being triggered by Stephanie just now, I think it will most likely attract the attention of the mistress." Richard still remembered the memory scene he saw in the mind of the demon Spider Knight. It is very likely that Dolores' black mirror was a gift from the mistress, and did not really belong to Dolores. Richard has also heard about the strength of the mistress, which can be said to be unfathomable. For the sake of safety, he and Stephana must retreat immediately. I originally thought that I could hide in the blind fishman tribe for a while, but now it seems that I still have to go to the Grey Dwarf controlled area. Only there can you ensure your safety. Half a day later. Found it. According to the guidance of the mistress, the traitor Shadra should be here, said a female voice. Be careful. Shadra may have improved her strength, and even Dolores died in her hands. It seems to be in the blind fishman camp. A few minutes later, the three senior spider women looked at the luxurious stilt house of the blind fishman prophet that had long since been deserted. They couldn't help but look at each other and said, "Hey, have you run away already? Looks like he ran away. Damn it. Judging from the traces, it seems that we have been walking for less than 2 hours. Which direction do you think Shadra, the traitor, will run? This is the camp of the blind Murloc tribe. Just ask them, and you'll find out." After killing several senior fishmen one after another, the three senior spider women asked about the key figure, Fingard. But this blind prophet of the fishman tribe was now missing. Damn it! I will kill all these lowly fishmen. They are collaborating with the enemy. Calm down your anger, Felicity. This is the territory of the three-headed snake Kumara. If you irritate it, it will be difficult for the mistress to deal with it. After all, Kumara and the mistress have reached an agreement. Sister, what should we do next? We already know a lot of information, don't we? In addition to the traitor Shadra, the other party also has a human wizard who is good at necromancy. He also served as the behind-the-scenes controller of the Fishman tribe for a while. He is really an interesting person. Is it interesting? Being the controller of these smelly fish? What kind of bad fun is this? It's really disgusting. Another beautiful spider woman said disdainfully. Just listen to Felicity saying softly. Do you think it's possible that these three guys went to the Grey Dwarf controlled area? This immediately stunned the two of them. After thinking for a while, the spider girl named Grace in the middle said, "Not necessarily. If they hide deep in the Grey Fern wilderness, we will be beyond our reach. So what should we do now, Sister Grace? Do we have no choice but to wait for the nightmare mirror to be triggered next time? Damn it. The ancient black dragon origin blood that the mistress urgently needs should also be on the other party. What if the time drags on for too long and the other party uses it? No. We still have a way. Don't forget. Although the traitor Shadra and the human wizard left no trace, it seems that if the fishman prophet named Fingard is also with them, then it may be an opportunity for us. Because he has been living here for a long time. If we search carefully, we can always find some of his hair or something." A senior spider girl named Grace said confidently. "Yes. In that case, we can track him. Several witchcraft can do this, including tracking and spiritual nose." "That's right. Sister Grace. You are so smart." Chapter 187 Spiritual Nose Technique. Hey! It's indeed the direction to the Grey Dwarf controlled area. Now we're in trouble. Hurry. You should be able to make it in time. A few seconds later, 3 high-level spider women riding on large black-fanged wolf spiders, followed closely by a team of magic spider knights, rushed towards the western path with great momentum. Grey Fern Town is a small town controlled by Grey Dwarves, and it is also the town closest to the Blind Fishman tribe. Fingard has been there more than 10 times, which is one of the reasons why Richard brought Fingard with him. Of course, the most important thing is that Richard is basically certain that if Fingard stays, he will most likely die at the hands of the ruthless night elves. Therefore, after Richard told Fingard the situation, he let him make his own choice. Obviously, for Fingard, there are only 2 options. Either to stay and continue to be a blind fishman prophet, but very likely to face the risk of death, or to give up his identity as a blind fishman prophet and go to the Grey Dwarf controlled area with Richard. Start from scratch. This choice is not difficult. After all, survival is the first priority. But to be honest, Fingard still had some doubts about Richard being so cautious. In fact, even Stephanie had some doubts in her heart and felt that the master seemed to be making a big deal out of nothing. Along the way, Richard obviously understood the expressions of the 2 people. He smiled faintly in his heart, but did not say anything. Instead, he held the black box with light green patterns in his hand and tried to crack it. This black box had already destroyed part of the protective and key formations due to Doloz's powerful self-destruction. Therefore, after a few days, after Richard intermittently used the lowest intensity mental shot to conduct multiple attacks, he should be able to open the box immediately. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was a click, like a sound from nature. It rang in Richard's ears. "Master, it's successful," Stefana said with joy on the side, and she was also curious about what was inside. Richard immediately stopped and slowly opened the box. Suddenly, a vast, long and vast breath burst out from the box in an instant. Richard and Stefana were fine, but Fingard on the side instantly felt a natural suppression from his blood. He was trembling all over and almost fell to his knees on the ground. The 3 of them looked closely and saw a dark red crystal in the shape of a teardrop, flickering in the center of the box, like a living thing. Hiss. "Master, this must be the crystallization of the essence and blood of high-level creatures. This breath is too terrifying." Fingard touched the fine beads of sweat on his head and said, "Just a drop of blood suppressed him so much," which shows how noble and powerful the opponent's bloodline is. Stefana also obviously felt the pressure, but she was much better than Fingard. She said with the same solemn expression, "Master, who can make the bloodline of a high-level spider girl feel suppressed must be a higher-level creature. But in the dark area, there are only a handful of such top-level creatures. And judging from the breath, it seems that I feel the breath of the dragon." Richard nodded. "A drop of blood essence can have such power. It can be believed that this creature itself is so terrifying. It is probably even more terrifying than the 2nd-level wizard. Are you sure it's a giant dragon? Not some kind of sub-dragon or mixed-blood dragon descendant?" Richard asked after thinking for a while. "It's definitely not the blood essence of a dragon or something like that. If it were just a dragon, there would definitely not be such a strong sense of oppression. And I seem to smell the smell of sulfur and fire. I guess this should be the blood essence of a fire dragon or even a black dragon," Stefana said after thinking for a while. After listening to what Stefana said, Richard nodded, although he couldn't figure out where Dolores got this drop of blood. But obviously, Such things are very important to the night elves. So it was not easy to say before. Now Richard is basically sure that the night elves will definitely follow their tracks and follow them. Moreover, this speed should be very fast. Richard thought for a moment and said, Fingard, where is the other isolation box I asked you to bring? Master. Here. Taking the box of isolation. Richard did not grab it with his hands, but dexterously used the zero-level witchcraft shadow grip, shrinking the big hand made of dark elements into a normal-sized palm, and held a hand that exuded a surging aura. The dragon's blood was put into the box of isolation. As the isolation box closed, the breath disappeared instantly. This made Fingard stand up straight and breathed a sigh of relief. The blood suppression just now felt too uncomfortable, although the two of them were curious about why Richard wanted to change a box to contain the dragon's blood. As the owner, Richard did not explain, and the two of them could not take the initiative to ask. Keep on going, Richard said in a deep voice. But now Stefana and Fingard already somewhat trust Richard's judgment, because in addition to a magical weapon, unexpectedly, a drop of dragon blood also fell into the hands of the owner. In this case, the night elves will definitely not give up. The preciousness of the dragon's blood is self-evident. The three of them galloped westward along the path several people wide in the Grey Fern wilderness. Even the weakest one, Fingard, has the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. So his speed is extremely fast, not much slower than that of an ordinary horse. At this time, Richard, who was moving forward rapidly, was focused on thinking about a question. Although the night elves have not yet been seen at all, there is an old saying in the past life that people who do not worry about the future will have to worry about the near future. So, Richard was thinking, if he was on the side of the night elves, and after arriving at the blind Murloc camp, he found that the target had left, what means would he use to continue tracking? The most likely method would be to locate directly through the black mirror or dragon's blood. However, Richard was confident in the isolation box he made. Not only was the material of the box mixed with a large amount of lead, which had a strong isolation ability, but he also engraved several shielding witch formations on the surface and inside of the box. Therefore, the possibility of the other party directly locating the black mirror and the dragon's blood is very small. So from his point of view, the other party has only two more likely ways. One is to track the breath of the Spider-Woman bloodline on Stefana, and the second is to track the breath of Fingard. As for the possibility of using prophecy witchcraft for tracking, generally speaking, prophecy witchcraft can only determine the general direction. For specific searches, it is more practical to use witchcraft such as spiritual nose magic. After thinking about this, Richard basically had a plan in mind. After the three of them continued walking westward for about an hour, they saw a trade convoy in front of them that was also heading to Grey Fern Town. Richard had sharp eyesight and could see from afar that the trade convoy, which was like a winding snake, was guarded on both sides by green lobster men holding various weapons. They had long antennae and hard LS and looked quite fierce. Carrying the heavy cargo were three huge lizards, more than 10 meters long. Judging from the breadth of these lizards, although their size is similar to the iron-jawed lizards and basilisks that Richard had killed before, but the appearance is quite different, especially the single horn on the forehead, which makes the shape of this lizard somewhat similar to the hybrid monster of rhinoceros and Komodo dragon that Richard saw in his previous life. It seems to be a trading convoy of the green SHL lobster tribe. Fingard, who was on the side, took a closer look and identified the origin of the other party. Richard nodded. The green SHL lobster man knew that starting from the blind fishman tribe's camp and walking westward along the dark water lake for dozens of miles, there was the green SHL lobster man's camp. In terms of strength, the green SH lead lobster people are slightly stronger than the blind Murloc tribe, but they are also on par with each other. That one should be a one-horned lizard, right? Stefana said curiously as she looked at the lizard carrying a mountain of cargo. She remembered that she had seen a few of them in the blind fishman tribe. Yes, it is indeed a one-horned lizard. This kind of lizard has a strong load-bearing capacity and thick scales. It has thick skin and flesh, and it is omnivorous, so it is easy to raise. Richard smiled and said, I just have an idea that I can verify. According to the speed of the night elves, it is estimated that they can track it here within a few hours. Fingard, take one of your fish scales and give it to me. As you command, Master. Then Gate immediately pulled out a piece of fish scale from his body. Although the scales on many parts of his body had degenerated, and the scales on some parts had become abnormally fine and dense, There were still a small number of large scales on his chest. He took out a piece of shiny light green fish scales the size of a baby's hand from his chest and handed it to Richard. Then, Richard asked Stefana to pull a strand of hair from her head. Under the surprised gazes of the two people, Richard put on the low-level witchcraft shielding cloak and immediately enveloped Stefana and Fingard. In an instant, the three of them disappeared without even a trace of breath leaking out. As a low-level magical weapon, the concealing cloak has only one effect, which is hiding. Not only can it hide the figure and aura of the user and all teammates within 5 meters, but it can also cover up a large part of the energy fluctuations caused by witchcraft. It can be said to be an excellent item for sneak attacks and ambushes. I saw Richard leading the two of them to quickly follow the trading convoy of the green SHL Lobster Man, and under the watchful eyes of the two, they stuffed Fingard's fish scales into the cargo of the first one-horned lizard, and placed Stefana's hair in the cargo of the second one-horned lizard. Finally, Richard stuffed the black box with light green patterns on the surface, which was originally used to store the dragon's blood, into the third one-horned lizard. Stefana and Fingard looked at each other in confusion. Next, Richard led 2 more people, covered by their cloaks, in the grass beside them, and marched parallel to the convoy. Although the use of the low-level magical weapon concealing cloak requires continuous input of mental power, a third-level wizard apprentice can use it continuously for 2 to 3 hours. For Richard, who has been promoted to a formal wizard, even if he uses it continuously for half a day, it will not be too much of a burden. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement behind the path. This made Stefana and Fingard couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed that this time the owner made a miscalculation. The night elves did not pursue them, or they did not track them so quickly. The master is too suspicious. However, what the two did not expect was that about an hour later, there was a sudden burst of dust behind the trail, and at the same time, there was a slight vibration on the ground. A few seconds later, 3 spider women riding large black-toothed wolf spiders appeared in front of them. At the same time, there was a team of elite spider knights behind them. 3 spider women. Fingard couldn't help shouting in his heart. Stefana also looked at Richard with watery eyes, admiring Richard's judgment in her heart. The 3 of them immediately stayed where they were, observing the development of the situation under the cover of low-level witchcraft cloaks. The green SH-led lobster trading team at the front of the trail apparently also discovered the team rushing towards them from behind. It was such a narrow path, and the speed at which the other party rushed over was so fast that there was no way to avoid it. All fools know that the other party must have bad intentions when they come. Lobster language, prepare to fight, shouted an elder lobster man with a white goatee. Within a few seconds, more than 20 green SH-led lobster people guarded the 3-headed unicorn lizards, forming an elliptical defensive formation. However, when the enemy approached, the expression of the elder lobster man changed drastically. She blurted out, "Advanced Spider Girl." When 3 beautiful spider ladies riding large black-fanged wolf spiders arrived in front of the lobster people's team, the pressure from the senior spider ladies scared the lobster people so much that their faces changed drastically, and many of them even fell directly to the ground. Apparently, the 3 spider women looked down upon the panic of the lobster man's trading convoy, but after a closer look, they showed rather puzzled expressions. The dozen or so spider knights behind them surrounded the more than 20 green SH-led lobster men. This action made the elder lobster man turn pale and thought to himself, "This is an attempt to eliminate us." The elder lobster man immediately took 2 steps forward, bent down deeply, and said respectfully, "Your Highness the Spider Girl, I don't know what you have to do, which requires humble servants to do." The respectful attitude of the other party obviously made the expressions of the 3 spider women soften. Immediately, the 3 of them jumped off the large black-toothed wolf spider and stepped forward. I saw the senior spider woman named Grace saying, "Are you a tribe of green SH-L lobster people? According to the order of the mistress, we are hunting fugitives and need to search your convoy." Fugitive? The elder lobsterman was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately reacted and said repeatedly, "Of course. Your noble highness the Spider Girl. Please search as you like. We definitely do not hide any fugitives." Another spider woman, Velatai, looked at the elder lobster man with sharp eyes and said, "Humph. I think you must know better than me the consequences of hiding a fugitive. And whether or not you hide a fugitive is up to you." "Yes. Yes," the elder of the lobster man said solemnly. Velatai made a quick gesture, and after a short spell, she moved her nose slightly, sniffed, pointed at the hill-like cargo on the back of the second one-horned lizard and said, "Unload it." Immediately, the lobsterman elder turned around and shouted, "Unload all the goods, and let your highnesses search." But at this time, the spider girl Yarina, who had been silent at the side, said, "Chandra has such a proud character. It is impossible to hide in the smelly cargo of the lobsterman. In the grass 70 to 80 meters away, under the sheltering cloak, the second one-horned lizard. It seems that the other party is chasing Fingard all the way." Richard thought to himself, "Yes, Fingard has lived in the tribe for so many years. It is very easy to find certain tissues in his body, and it is very convenient to track. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party has the ability to track Stephanie's Spider-Woman bloodline." Stefana and Fingard obviously understood Richard's previous intention at this time. Looking at each other, they both saw horror in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that, just as their master Richard said, the night elves would soon send people to catch up. Moreover, I didn't expect that the other party would be so generous. And 3 high-level spider women came at once. If they were caught up without any defense before, apart from the master, both of them are probably going to die here. Fortunately, the owner had the foresight. The two of them could not help but feel a surge of heartfelt praise and admiration for their master Richard, who was silently meditating on the side. Especially Fingard. His legs were weak at this time. It turned out that the 3 spider women were following his trail. If you choose to stay and continue to be a prophet in the tribe, you will most likely die miserably. At this moment, Fingard was full of admiration for his master Richard. Originally, he only admired his master's strength and rapid progress, or his mastery of potions and his ability to prepare various extremely difficult potions. But this time, he truly admired Richard's ability to predict the enemy's profit. Because in this world, there are definitely many powerful people, but there are really too few who can accurately predict the enemy's thoughts at such a young age like the master. As a group of spider knights searched carefully, they found nothing. Not to mention people. Not even a shadow. Velatai went into battle in person, her nostrils flaring slightly like a hunting dog. This made the green led lobster warriors nearby also look quite surprised. They didn't know why the noble spider woman would do such a thing. Like a dog. No. It's an indecent action. Finally, Velatai found a fish scale the size of a baby's fist from between the 2 pieces of cargo. After repeated confirmations, Velatai was sure that this was the source of the smell. "Damn it. It's just a fish scale," Felicity said. Her face turned blue with anger. "Sister Grace, we have all been fooled by each other." This made Grace, who had the highest status among the 3 senior spider women, blush with shame and anger. After all, it was she who suggested tracking down the fishman prophet named Fingard. Before, she was quite confident that the other party had missed one thing, which was the loophole of the fishman prophet named Fingard. But now it seems that this is not a loophole. It is a deliberate misleading left by the other party. The 3 of them chased after him happily. Now it seems that the other party has already expected this. Grace barely suppressed the urge to vomit blood, and her brain was working rapidly. For the black dragon blood and the nightmare mirror, the 3 of them had to find each other and complete the mistress's mission. Otherwise, wait for the 3 of you. Grace shuddered as if she thought of some horrific scene. "Sister Grace, what should we do now? By the way, this group of lowly slaves actually dared to secretly trade with the Grey Dwarfs. Sister Grace, let me kill them all?" The spider girl named Feladai stretched out her pink tongue, licked her beautiful red lips and said, obviously, Felicity wanted to take her anger out on the lobster man. "Feladai, forget it. This kind of thing is very common in the border areas. And the green SHL lobster people also contributed a lot when they accompanied us into the surface," Grace said slowly. "Humph. Count them lucky." At this time, Richard was pondering one thing. Originally, he was less than 50% sure that the Night Elves might send someone over. After all, the 3 major undead wizard academies are currently putting a lot of pressure on the Night Elves. The fact that the other side sent out 3 high-level spider women at this time is quite intriguing. It seems that the mirror, or the drop of dragon blood, has an unusual meaning to the Night Elves. It seems that my plan can be changed. Chapter 188. Entering Greyfern Town. The spider girls continued to chase for a distance, encountering several trading convoys on the way, but found nothing. Even though Feladai used her spiritual nose technique many times, she still couldn't smell anything about Fingard. It seemed that this person had completely disappeared from the previous green SHL lobsterman convoy. This made Felicity crazy and said, "Sister Grace, Is there really nothing we can do now? Didn't the mistress give you any tracking witchcraft or the like so that you can find the other party directly? Grace also had a gloomy face. Although she ordered the pursuit all the way to the west, she was actually not 100% sure that the other party was heading towards Greyfern Town. And as the team leader, she obviously has the greatest pressure on her shoulders. Hearing Felicity's question, Grace shook her head and said, "Normally speaking, with a tracking compass given by the mistress, it should be easy to locate the precise location of the nightmare mirror. But the other party doesn't know what method they used to almost completely isolate the aura of the nightmare mirror. Now the tracking compass has no movement at all." Grace took out a small, palm-sized round compass from her arms. There were large and small scales all around the compass, and a short piece of hair about 10 centimeters long was placed in the middle. As Grace input her mental energy, her hair became increasingly dark and shiny, and as if with some magical power, it began to rotate 360 degrees non-stop, as if trying to point out the direction. But after spinning for a while, the hair slowly slowed down. Nothing. Just when the two were at a loss what to do, Uranai, who had been silent next to her, thought for a while and said, "It seems that the other party must have cast some kind of witchcraft that can isolate the smell. Or it may be some kind of isolation witchcraft. By the way, Grace, you have Mistress's hair here. As long as you take off a little bit, you can use the bloodline tracing technique. You can track all the spider women under the mistress. You might as well let me try the bloodline tracing technique." After a slight hesitation, Grace agreed. The reason for her hesitation was that using the blood tracing technique would consume the mistress's hair. 1 minute later, the three of them looked at the mistress' hair that had grown to 9 centimeters in length, all with solemn expressions. The blood tracing technique also yielded nothing. The view returned to the wilderness near the green S.H.L. Lobsterman trading convoy. Richard's master and servant waited quietly for all the spider girls to leave. At this time, Stefana and Fingate dared to speak, and Fingate praised softly, "Master, you are so wise. If it weren't for your foresight, your humble servant Fingate might have met with misfortune." "What Fingart said is absolutely correct. Master, you are so smart," Stefana said coquettishly, as she looked at Richard with charming eyes. "Stop. Stop it. That's enough for you too. Stop flattering us. We have more important things to do." After saying that, Richard led the two of them, and under the cover of the sheltering cloak, they retrieved Stefana's hair and light green pattern from the pile of goods at the first and third horned lizards box. Although the two of them still couldn't understand the meaning of Richard's operation, they didn't have any doubts in their hearts this time. After all, the arrival of 3 high-level spider women just now has fully proved that Richard's judgment is completely correct. We can't take it lightly now. It's far from Greyfern Town. Even if we move at full speed, it will still take 2 or 3 days. Richard originally planned to come to Greyfern Town. Under the cover of their cloaks, Richard and the others continued to rush towards Greyfern Town, overtaking many trade convoys heading to Greyfern Town along the way, and also encountered several teams returning from trading in Greyfern Town. "Fingart, another scale." "Yes, Master." "Stefana, put a drop of blood on this hair." Following Richard's instructions, both of them handed their scales and hair to Richard. Richard placed the scales, the blood-stained hair, and the light green patterned box in the 3 convoys heading east and returning. Half a day later, looking at the drop of bright red blood, the 3 Grace girls were trembling with rage. This was once again fooled by the opponent. This is simply worse than killing 3 women. If they encountered a strong enemy that crushed them in strength, they would find it easier to accept. But this time, they were crushed in terms of intelligence. This was really unacceptable to them. Half a day ago, Felidai's spiritual nose technique and Irene's spider-woman bloodline tracing technique both pointed to this location. So, they spent half a day rushing all the way back, and got this result. This made Grace, who was usually able to control her emotions, almost explode. And once again watching the spider girls speed away, Richard finally felt relieved. Not far ahead was Greyfern Town. Presumably the spider girls were not so bold as to chase the grey dwarves into the town. In less than half a day, after the master and servant climbed a hillside, a small town located on the plains came into view. I saw that there were rammed earth walls several meters high around the town, surrounding the entire town. Since Richard and the others were on a hillside, looking down from above, they could clearly see the rows of houses in the town, revealing several main roads. The roads were bustling with people coming and going. The architectural style of the houses here is quite simple. solid and practical. They are all made of hard rock, which is in sharp contrast to the elegance, complexity, and beauty of the night elves. This is also the first time that Richard has experienced Grey Dwarf-style architecture. After entering the town, Richard discovered that the people he saw in the distance were actually not humans in the ordinary sense. There were not only Grey Dwarves and ordinary humans, but also many strange-looking races. Thingart, this kind of fish people, is also relatively common, as well as lobster people, lizard people, etc. Almost all the races unique to the Underdark can be seen in the town, which opened their eyes to Richard and Stefana. From this point, it can be seen that the overall atmosphere in the Grey Dwarf-controlled area is relatively open. At least on the surface. The Grey Dwarves are open to different races. This also makes Greyfern Town, which is only the size of a small town, relatively prosperous in trade, with a variety of goods for sale. In contrast, the Night Elves have strict level barriers. Murlocs like Fingard, even though they have the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice, are just a vassal race in terms of status, far inferior to the Spider Knights of the same strength, and even inferior to the status of ordinary Shadow Stalkers. This immediately made Richard feel a certain liking for the Grey Dwarves. Such a free environment was very suitable for him to settle down in a short period of time. At least the pressure of integration would be much lighter, since Greyfern Town is an area controlled by the Grey Dwarves. Richard specifically focused on the appearance and characteristics of the Grey Dwarves. For example, the Grey Dwarf guards in chainmail were only as tall as Richard's chest, but they were all strong and sturdy, and most of them were armed with heavy weapons. Moreover, I listened to Fingard's introduction along the way. Grey Dwarves were once a branch of surface dwarves thousands of years ago. Later, after a series of major events, the Grey Dwarf race came into being. Their racial characteristics are great strength. The strength of adult Grey Dwarves is several times that of ordinary humans. They also have strong resistance to dark elements. This is the same as most species living in the Underdark. At the same time, they are second only to Night Elves. Element affinity. Therefore, the probability of wizards appearing among the Grey Dwarves is also very high. Compared with the dwarves on the surface, the Grey Dwarves are equally proficient in forging, but each has its own characteristics. The Grey Dwarves are proficient in rune forging. This made Richard raise his eyebrows and said with interest, "Fingard, are you talking about rune forging?" "Yes, master. Pick what you know and talk about it." Although Richard had seen the introduction of the Grey Dwarves in the Ignis school before, the specific content was only briefly mentioned, such as rune forging, which was only mentioned briefly. After listening to Fingard's explanation, Richard basically understood this rune forging technique. During the forging process, some witchcraft runes with specific functions are inscribed on it. Obviously, the more advanced the skill, the more witchcraft runes can be engraved. If there are more, the weapons or armors will obviously be more powerful and more diverse. To put it simply, the Grey Dwarf's rune forging technique combines forging and inscribing witchcraft runes. And after at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years of evolution, it has become a special skill. After a while, Fingard took the curious Richard to a blacksmith shop in Greyfern Town. I saw that work was being done in full swing inside the shop, and the sound of ding, clang, clang was endless. A small Grey Dwarf dressed as a blacksmith's apprentice was controlling the blower, while several shirtless and powerful Grey Dwarf masters were working. Beside the fire, weapons, armor and some daily iron tools are being forged. The entire blacksmith shop is divided into two parts. One half is used for forging, but a smaller half is used to engrave runes. A white-bearded Grey Dwarf is carefully inscribing on the blade of a knight's long sword, with burning runes. Although in Richard's eyes, it is not difficult to draw this burning rune. It is drawn on a flat surface, such as the ground. But to engrave it on a knight's sword and continue to have effects like the other party did, he is currently unable to do so, because the sword will wear out and need to be sharpened with a whetstone. If the surface of the knight's sword is painted with ethereal ink, obviously, as the pattern is destroyed, the burning rune cannot be used. But Grey Dwarfs can do this by using the special skill of rune forging. This is just an ordinary Grey Dwarf town blacksmith shop with such strength. Li Ju felt that if he could thoroughly study the mysteries of it, it might be of great benefit to the production of alchemical bombs and low-level magical weapons. Stefana also looked at the busy group of grey blacksmiths in front of her with curiosity. After a while, she noticed that there were many weapons engraved with runes hanging high around the walls of the blacksmith shop. This almost blinded Stefana. You know, if this were on the surface, These would be low-level and intermediate-level witchcraft props. She finally understood why the Grey Dwarves, who seemed weak, could fight with the Night Elves for thousands of years without deciding the outcome. In Richard's view, the widespread popularity of this kind of rune-forging technology has given the Grey Dwarves, whose number of wizards is obviously inferior to that of the Night Elves, a different way of utilizing elemental energy, allowing them to compete with the Night Elves, who are more powerful overall. Contend. Over thousands of years, this kind of rune has been widely used and practical, which interests Richard very much. This reminded Richard of a sentence from his previous life, which was to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. The same is true for the path of a wizard. It is very important to broaden one's horizons by seeing different races and civilizations, thereby continuously improving one's knowledge. After thinking for a while, Richard turned to ask Fingart, "By the way, what is the currency used by the Grey Dwarves?" "Master, there is a currency unique to the Grey Dwarves here. But please don't worry. Magic stones are universal here." Richard nodded. It seemed that the place here was more accepting of extraordinary powers, such as wizards, than on the surface. Magic stones could be used for trading in daily life. This situation may be caused by the harsh living environment in the Underdark. In comparison, ordinary humans on the surface are more like living in a garden well protected by wizards. He casually bought a knight's sword with burning runes engraved on it. He observed the runes on it with interest. Why it was said to be runes and not a witch formation. That's because the witch array is generally composed of multiple runes. And at the same time, the array pattern is drawn as an energy supply channel, which generally requires external energy supply, such as high-level magic stones or the core of extraordinary creatures, etc. Because runes have a single function, they are generally triggered directly by the holder's mental power and do not involve issues such as energy supply. "Master, after listening for a long time, I still don't understand. What is the difference between this rune forging technique and the production of our witchcraft props?" "It sounds like the process of making witchcraft props. We also need to smelt metal. But instead of using the forging method like the Grey Dwarves, we human wizards use more alchemical methods to smelt metal." Richard glanced approvingly at Stefana, who asked the question, and explained, "Yes, from a general perspective, they are similar. But the biggest difference lies in the inscription of the witch formation." I saw Richard taking out the Ice Guardian from his waist, handing this masterpiece from the Northern Elf craftsman to Stefana, and then handed the newly purchased knight's sword engraved with burning runes to her. "Got her. Look carefully for yourself to see the difference." Stefana first took a close look at the Ice Guardian, which was made entirely of cold iron mixed with a hint of gold. It was said to be the standard weapon of the Elf Queen's personal guard. As a top-level witchcraft prop, there is a witchcraft circle on the front and back of the hilt, which respectively add the Ice-type 0-level witchcraft deep winter chill and gradual freezing to the sword. There is a small light blue frost stone in the center of the magic circle to supply energy. At the same time, the magic circle is also slowly absorbing the free water element particles around it. When Richard was just a wizard apprentice before, his mental acuity was not enough to detect this. But now, he can clearly feel that the two witch formations at the hilt of the Ice Guardian sword have been absorbing water element particles and convert it into ice element particles. "Hey, I found the difference. The location of the magic circle is different," Stephanie said excitedly. "That's right. We mostly design the witch formation on the hilt of the sword, but the rune forging technique of the Grey Dwarves engraves the runes on the sword. This is a special skill." "What else?" "Although the triggering methods are the same, the Grey Dwarf's knight's sword focuses more on the holder's own mental strength level, while the Ice Guardian can exert the power of top-level witchcraft items as long as it can be triggered." Stefana frowned, he said with a frown. Richard nodded. This was just an appearance. Although Stefana said so much, she actually didn't get to the point. Yes, so there is a very big difference between the two. This is why Richard is very interested. For those who have an inspiration panel, as long as there is a clear path for improvement in rune forging, it is only a matter of time before they become a master-level rune forger. After the master and servant walked out of the blacksmith shop, Fingart, find a hotel. Let's rest for a day. Wait until tomorrow and go shopping again. Richard turned to Fingart and said to him, "Yes, my master. There is a delicious spore hotel here. It should be regarded as the best hotel in Greyfern town." Fingart replied respectfully. "The specialty food of this store is stewed spore of dark scale salmon. It is extremely delicious. I recommend the owner to try it." Fingart is quite familiar with Greyfern town. Therefore, After listening to Fingart's introduction, Richard immediately nodded and said, "Okay. Let's go to this one." Having eaten and slept in the open all the way, although the physical fitness of the three of them was far beyond ordinary people, they still needed to take a break at the right time. After a while, the three of them arrived at a 2-story plaster house with the words "Delicious Spore Inn" in Grey Dwarf language hanging on the wall. As soon as they entered the inn, Richard and others smelled a special fragrance, which was quite tempting. The empty hall was almost full of guests, with only a few tables still empty. Fingard spoke familiar Grey Dwarf language and ordered food at the front desk. After a while, a large plate of tuberous rhizomes of some kind of plant, which exuded a strong burnt aroma and looked similar to roasted sweet potatoes, was served. "Just listen to Fingard's introduction, Master. This is one of the staple foods of Grey Dwarfs, called purple leaf potato. A crop that only needs a trace of light source to grow well." Richard nodded. "Purple leaf sweet potato. The name sounds very similar to sweet potato." He picked up a fist-sized purple leaf sweet potato tuber, and the moment he broke it open, the caramelized aroma filled the air. He took a bite, and the taste was similar to that of sweet potato. It was rich in starch, and could be considered a staple food that was filling and filling. Before I had eaten 2 bites of purple leaf potatoes, I saw an iron basin the size of a wash basin, brought up by a Grey Dwarf ant. A half-meter-long dark-scaled salmon was clearly visible in it, and there were densely sprinkled cherries the size of cherries on top of spore particles. Spores are the seeds of ferns. The spores in front of you look extremely green and delicious. Richard drank it in one gulp. His eyes lit up, and he felt that the taste buds on the tip of his tongue were surrounded by a deliciousness that he had never tasted before. This deliciousness seemed to be mixed with the pure aroma of spores and the deliciousness of fish meat, and produced a certain kind of deliciousness. A strange chemical reaction. After the main course, everyone started eating immediately. Maybe because they hadn't eaten proper meals for a few days. The three of them devoured the food like whirlwind. The last thing served was mushroom soup, with various round mushrooms, rod mushrooms, scallop mushrooms, and other mushrooms floating on it. It also tasted extremely delicious. As early as the first time he came to the underground, Richard discovered that green plants in the dark area were extremely rare, and most of them were plants that did not require a light source, or only needed a trace amount of light to meet their growth needs. Many plants underground have evolved various forms of energy conversion processes. Richard has seen more than one geothermal hot spring with various unknown tall plants growing densely. This is a typical example of treating geothermal energy as light. Being able to use it means that you have found the energy source for your own growth. Although the food underground and on the surface are very different, each has its own unique taste. Durgar, it's so refreshing. I haven't had this dish for a long time. Richard didn't care at first, but the other party's call immediately attracted his attention because he felt a subtle fluctuation of mental power, which was subtle but very condensed. At the dining table nearby, I saw an old Grey Dwarf with rosacea also ordered a pot of stewed spores of dark-scale salmon and was slurping up his food. With him, there were 2 twin Grey Dwarf girls who looked exactly the same. They were young and well-behaved. They should be considered pretty among the Grey Dwarfs. They were feeding the old Grey Dwarf man one spoon at a time. After a brief glance, Richard felt surprised in his heart. Unexpectedly, this old man with an unattractive appearance was actually a formal wizard. Although the other party tried his best to cover it up, Richard could still detect the slight leak from the other party, which was at the level of a formal wizard and was extremely condensed. Fluctuations in mental power. You know, I just wandered around Grey Fern Town for a while, and I only met one wizard-level master, and according to Fingard, that was a Grey Dwarf commander stationed in the town. Pretending to turn his head casually, as if nothing had happened, Richard could sense that the identity of the other party was not simple. However, although Richard withdrew his gaze, the old man with rosacea on the side quietly stared at Stefana. Since entering Grey Fern Town, although Stefana has been wearing a hood and half-mask, her curvy figure and exposed red lips have attracted many people's interest. However, after most people sense the aura of the 3rd-level wizard apprentice from the Murloc Fingard, no one dared to harass him. Every move of the rosacea-nosed Grey Dwarf old man had long been in the eyes of Richard. After thinking about Stefana's special status, especially since this was a Grey Dwarf-controlled area, Richard was not willing to make extraneous matters and said, "How about it? If we're full, let's go back to the room and rest." Seeing that Richard and the others seemed to be leaving, the rosacea-nosed Grey Dwarf seemed unable to hold back any longer. He immediately stood up and said to Richard and the others, "Durgar, wait. These friends. However, Richard obviously pretended not to hear and continued to move forward, while Stefana and Thingard were stunned for a moment when they saw their master like this, and ignored each other. Acadian, this strange wizard. Please wait a moment. Richard was stunned, stopped, turned around and carefully observed the strange grey dwarf wizard in front of him. Obviously, this old grey dwarf wizard with a dark red rosacea seemed to have seen his own strength, and it would be inappropriate for him to continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Chapter 189 Dysol from Tudge City. Rosacea looked at Richard and said, "Sure enough. I guessed right. Someone who has followers with the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice is probably a formal wizard, although he is a bit younger. Young strong man. My name is Dysol Odingda. I am a wizard from the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood in Tudge City. These two should be your followers. If it is convenient, let's sit down and chat." Tudge City? The Grey Dwarf Brotherhood? These two words made Richard swallow back the words of rejection that were about to come out of his mouth. Tudge City. A major frontier city of the Grey Dwarves. Greyfern Town is also under the jurisdiction of Tudge City, and its prosperity is certainly several notches higher than that of Greyfern Town. As for the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, although Richard had never heard of it, judging from the other party's tone, it was probably a wizard organization. Since he had this opportunity, he might as well listen to what the other party wanted to say. Even if it didn't work, he could pass the other party. Learned about the situation of some wizard organizations in nearby areas. The above thought came to his mind almost instantly. So Richard nodded and agreed. He turned back and sat at the table of the man with rosacea. The twin sisters were very considerate and vacated their seats, and the two of them squeezed to both sides of the man with rosacea. The two young girls were in arms, smiling with joy. Stefana was a little disgusted with this old man who kept peeking at her, and said in Richard's ear in the dialect of the Heron Kingdom, "Master, the other party is obviously an old pervert. Why don't you refuse the other party's invitation?" "Uh-huh. Then you are mistaken. The other party is a genuine and official wizard, and he should be stronger than me." "What?" This really shocked Stefana. She didn't expect that the ugly old man in front of her was actually an official wizard. "Acadian young strong man. Are you and your beautiful follower talking about me?" the old man said with a smile. Although wizards are generally very knowledgeable, the other party is a Grey Dwarf wizard. Apparently, he cannot understand the dialect of the Heron Kingdom, a human kingdom on the surface. "Acadian, my followers praise you for your extraordinary magnanimity. By the way, Mr. Dysol, my name is Richard. Richard Knight." Richard also said with a smile. Seeing Richard lying with his eyes open, and even involving his own family, Stephanie couldn't help but roll her eyes at her master. Stefana's flirtatious look made Rosacea quite excited. She rubbed her hands and hesitated and said, "Well, your follower should be a night elf woman, right? Isn't it convenient to transfer it to me?" These words immediately stunned Richard. At first, they were worried about whether Stefana's identity as Dark Knight would be exposed in the Grey Dwarf-controlled area, and whether there would be any serious consequences. But judging from the other party's expression, it seemed that it wouldn't be a big deal. Otherwise, the other party would not have this look and expression, and would ask him to transfer it. The key point is that after all this time it turns out that the other person is attracted to Stephanie, and does not really want to make friends with him. This really makes Richard feel a little bit amused. Stefana looked at Rosacea with a rather unkind expression, and she was already yelling in her heart, "You have such a dignified appearance, even if you are an official wizard." Richard's face straightened and he said, "Sir Dysol, when we first met, you asked another wizard for his followers. Is this your way of hospitality?" No, Sir Richard. I'm not asking for anything. I'm exchanging something. I can pay you a price that will absolutely satisfy you. I have it here." Richard waved his hand and said, needless to say, "Stefana is my close friend." Richard emphasized the word friend. This sentence instantly made Stefana's heart warm when she heard it, and the look she looked at Richard was even more tender. Okay then. After some chatting, Richard finally understood the reason. It turned out that although the Grey Dwarves were in a hostile state with the Night Elves, Night Elf women had become a hot commodity in the Grey Dwarf area due to their beautiful appearance and tall stature. Not to mention ordinary Grey Dwarf nobles. Even Grey Dwarf wizards are competing to have one or more beautiful Night Elf women. As for Stefana, Rosacea has seen a Night Elf woman with top-notch figure, temperament, etc. So she covets her and plans to replace her with her so that she can look good in front of her friends. However, because the request for transfer was rejected, Dis-Sol was obviously not very interested in chatting. And after a while, the two parties dispersed from each other. Although they didn't chat for long, Richard generally knew a few things. First, there was no formal wizard organization in Greyfern Town. If he wanted to join a formal wizard organization, he had to at least go to Tudge City. Secondly, Stefana's identity as a night elf woman is very popular in the Grey Dwarf area. So she has to be careful, as there are probably many people who will covet her. Richard's master and servant came to the front desk. After a while, Thingard said with a sad face, "Master, I'm really sorry. There are only 2 rooms left here." Stefana smiled softly and said immediately, "It doesn't matter. The master and I can share a room. And you can share a room by yourself." Richard touched his nose and made no objection. For him, meditation is rest. When he got to the 2nd floor, Richard saw the figure of Lord Dis-Sol and the twin Grey Dwarf girls. He saw the 3 of them turning into a room at the end of the corridor. After a while, Richard discovered that his room was only 1 room away from Lord Dis-Sol, which was quite close. After Richard entered the room, he took off the covering cloak he was wearing, but still carefully arranged a covering witch formation. At the same time, he cast an early warning formation at the door of the room. "Master, do you want me to help you wash up?" Stefana took off her robe, revealing a concave and convex seductive figure, and said with a coquettish smile. Stephanie liked her master more and more. Not only was he powerful, but he was also promoted very quickly. In addition, he was meticulous and always had plans in mind. Finally, he was very protective of his own people. And Richard's original image of a submissive little country aristocrat from a remote village had long since disappeared without a trace in Stefana's heart. Richard felt overwhelmed by Stephanie's willingness to offer herself to him. It's not that Richard has no thoughts about Stefana at all, but that Richard feels that the 3 of them have just escaped from danger and are not yet ready to enjoy themselves. Secondly, Richard always feels a little strange about Stephana. After all, the Spider-Woman's body comes from Shadra, which really makes Richard a little insensitive. Shadra's style impressed Richard deeply, and was a bit difficult to accept. If there is a chance in the future, Stefana should be given another body. Thinking of this, Richard shook his head slightly and said, "Thank you. No need. Stephana, I will meditate for a while first, and you can sleep on the bed." "Master." This disappointed Stefana, but after a while, she was attracted by the vision of Richard practicing meditation. I saw Richard himself taking a mat and meditating cross-legged in the middle of the room. More than 2 days without rest, of course, is nothing to Richard, who has been promoted to an official wizard. Even if he continues without rest for 3 days and 3 nights, Richard will not feel particularly tired. The main thing is that he needs to set aside a fixed time every day to practice meditation. Although once or twice, no obvious improvement can be seen. And even after reaching the formal wizard level, there may not be any obvious changes for 10 days and a half. But this is a process that accumulates over time. Richard was surrounded by dense dark element particles visible to the naked eye. The dark element particles first transformed into skeleton warriors, then into resentful spirits, and finally into hatred. Stefana, who was watching Richard practicing the meditation method, looked at her master in shock as she looked at the substantial spiritual pressure emanating from her master. At the same time, the changing mental power mobilized the dark elements around her like a resonance. Got up. It was the first time for Stefana to see such a magical sight of meditation practice. For Richard, Rodrigo's current variant meditation method is enough for Richard to practice and improve his mental power at the first level wizard level. However, Richard could clearly feel the huge difference in improvement between the formal wizard level and the wizard apprentice period. After a few days, although Richard arranged a fixed time period every day to practice Rodrigo's mutation meditation method, the progress bar showing the 13% atomization level of mental power did not move at all. If this were the time when he was a wizard apprentice, after a few days of hard training, he would have improved by 1% or even 2%. No wonder the strength of those formal wizards is improved in tenure units. Just like Tutor Celis, he has been at the formal wizard level for at least several decades and is still far away from the second level wizard. Although he had an inspiration panel, and when he was promoted to a formal wizard, his control over the mutation meditation method was also simultaneously raised to the limit. This starting point had already surpassed the vast majority of newly promoted first-level wizards and reached the level of a veteran formal wizard. But according to Richard's estimation, even if he practices meditation every day, it would be great if he could improve his skills by 1% in a month. Based on this rough estimate, It would take at least 87 months, or more than 8 years, for me to reach the peak of a first-level wizard. But there is a common-sense problem here. That is, the meditation method is less efficient in improving mental power later on. Therefore, it is very likely that even after 8 years of hard training, without other external assistance, Richard estimates that the degree of atomization of mental power can be increased to 80%, which is very good. Since mental power cannot be improved quickly, we have to think of other means and methods. This is also the reason why Richard is very interested in some new skills. There was a saying in his previous life that if you don't have enough strength and equipment, you can't make up for it. If he can make a breakthrough in the direction of rune forging, he can improve the witchcraft props or even witchcraft weapons in the next step, thereby further enhancing his combat effectiveness. In the same way, there are other aspects, such as various novel witchcraft, rare alchemy formulas, special potions, witch formations with certain special effects, etc. You can learn them all with the help of the inspiration panel. Stones from other mountains can attack jade, maybe from other fields. He can find a way to quickly improve his mental power. Even if it doesn't work, it can also strengthen his actual combat ability. After all, he will be in the level 1 wizard stage for quite some time. The gap between the top first level wizards and the new wizards, who were forcibly promoted using limit-breaking potions, was even wider than the gap between the third level wizard apprentices and the first level wizard apprentices. This shows the huge span of strength levels among first level wizards. Basically, the novice wizards, who used the limit-breaking potion to forcibly advance, were at the bottom of the first level wizards. They didn't even have the innate witchcraft, so it would be difficult for them to kill an apprentice at the limit. Secondly, there are official wizards, who are promoted through limit-breaking potion and level 1 witchcraft model, because they have at least one innate witchcraft. Their combat effectiveness has improved a lot. At this level, first-level witchcraft models with different potentials can be subdivided into several types. For example, those with defensive talent witchcraft are generally one level higher than those with attack talent witchcraft, such as medium-sized models. The patriarch of the wizard family generally falls into this category. Further up are the first-level wizards, who have mastered advanced meditation methods and are promoted naturally. These are also the elite wizards from various academies, such as Richard's Mentor series and Guildarts of the Ring of Noth, all of whom belong to this level. After finishing his meditation, Richard took out the nightmare mirror. This was the first time he took out this mirror since Stefana triggered it last time. After accidentally triggering it last time, Richard finally discovered some of the secrets of this mirror. Looking at it now, it was quite fruitful. There are actually lines on the surface of the nightmare mirror, but they will only be triggered and revealed when held by the Spider-Woman's blood. Richard's plan was to destroy the bloodline detection witch array, so that he could naturally use this powerful nightmare mirror. At this moment, he let Stefana hold the mirror while he carefully studied the witch formation patterns. 2 hours ago, in a dense forest dozens of miles away from Greyfern Town, a team of spider knights were resting around a blazing bonfire. "Hey! The tracking compass has moved," Grace said in surprise. "I saw the hair from the mistress in the middle of the compass." After rotating a few times, it pointed to the west. That direction seemed to be the direction of Greyfern Town. "I found it too," Veladai said with excitement as she used the spirit nose technique again by the campfire. "My blood tracing technique has also discovered it." Uranai's eyes lit up, and she also said. The three of them looked at each other and pointed at Greyfern Town in the distance. "It seems that our judgment was correct. The opponent's goal from the beginning was to go to the Grey Dwarf-controlled area. This has never changed. This time it's probably because they entered Greyfern Town, and they probably thought we couldn't do anything to them. Now we finally caught them." Grace analyzed seriously. Grace's clenched fist showed her inner unrest. "It's been almost 3 days. I was teased many times back and forth. Now I finally found it. It's not easy. Sister Grace, shall we kill her now?" Veladai had already begun to wipe her slender sword. "Of course not. After all, this is the territory of the Grey Dwarves. Let's sneak into Greyfern Town first and determine their exact location. If it is confirmed that it is Shadra and the other three, we will take action immediately after night." Grace thought for a moment and quickly formulated an action plan. "This time, I want them to know the consequences of offending me," Felicity said through gritted teeth. Grace stretched out her hand and drew a strange symbol in the air. With a flash of white light, the symbol disappeared instantly. "Sister Grace, was that the communication mark just now?" Felicity asked curiously. "Obviously. Among the 3 spider women, Felicity is the youngest and the weakest. Compared to the human wizards on the surface, she is about the first level of a first-level wizard, while Grace has reached the upper level of a first-level wizard degree. Therefore, Grace is aware of some of the secret arrangements of the night elves in the Grey Dwarf area, but Felati has not yet come into contact with them. Yes, after all, it is the territory of the Grey Dwarfs. It is better for us to make more preparations, Grace explained. After a while, a figure in black robes appeared not far away. He was wearing a hood, and his face could not be seen clearly. Stop! Who are you? Several demon spider knights immediately stood up vigilantly. Let him come over. Grace's voice came from far away. After the man in black robes slowly approached, he took off the hood on his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged Grey Dwarf with a full beard. Grey Dwarfs, the lady exclaimed, and the spider knights immediately became nervous again. But the next second, the Grey Dwarf's face slowly began to change. Water-like ripples appeared on his face, and after a while, it turned into the face of a handsome male night elf. Huh? It's actually mimicry? Are you a spy of the Hand of Darkness? Irene said in surprise. Your Highness, your wisdom is really amazing. The spy bowed slightly to Irina and praised. As old enemies for thousands of years, the night elves have long begun to infiltrate the Grey Dwarfs. The Hand of Shadow is a secret espionage organization that focuses on collecting information in the Grey Dwarf area and carrying out destruction at specific times. Good evening, Your Highnesses. The spy bowed slightly to the three spider women, and after saluting, he immediately locked his eyes on Grace. Because among the three Highnesses, Grace had the strongest aura. Powerful. It should be the communication mark cast by His Highness. I don't know if I need my service. In 1 hour, we will launch an attack on a location in Grey Fern Town. We need you to temporarily attract the attention of the Grey Dwarf garrison, Grace said calmly. It seems that this is not the first time she has dealt with the Hand of the Night. Your Highness, can you tell me approximately how long it will take? After thinking about it, the spy did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked cautiously about the specific time. Half an hour. No. If everything goes well, it should be done within 10 minutes. Grace said with confidence. Shadra's strength is about the same as that of Irene. And coupled with a fishman prophet and a necromancer apprentice who are as powerful as the Spider Knight, his side is almost overwhelming in strength. Even if there is any unexpected situation, I still have a few backups in hand, which are enough to deal with it. That's totally fine. Your Highness. It's settled then. In an hour, I will send people to create chaos in Grey Fern Town. Your Highness Grace. Is there anything else I need to help you with? The spy said respectfully. Grace thought for a moment and said, No more. Then I'll take my leave first. With a okay salute, the other party put on his hood again, and the whole person slowly disappeared into the shadows. Sister Grace, is this the secret agent of the Hand of Darkness? It doesn't look very powerful. It's not much different from the Spider Knight, Felicity said. Grace and her group of more than 10 people were obviously not stupid enough to enter through the tightly guarded main entrance of Grey Fern Town. Instead, they directly climbed over the almost undefended wall for them and entered the town. This way, Felati activated the art of nose piercing and flapped her nostrils gently, quickly pointing the direction. Inside the town, due to the large flow of people, more than 10 people were wearing black cloaks. As long as they did not encounter a large group of guards, there would be no big problem. Arrive. After more than 10 people stood still, Grace looked at the hotel in front of her with a delicious spore sign and said angrily, Now, I finally found you. Would you like to confirm again? After all? Irina said cautiously. Irina was embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence. After all, the three of them were almost treated like pig beasts this time. If the attack failed again later, they would face the encirclement and suppression of the Grey Dwarf forces. If it succeeds, of course it doesn't matter. Just take the things and retreat immediately. Felicity, you are good at investigating. Go and confirm. Once confirmed, come back immediately, Grace warned. Okay. Wait for me. I'll go investigate right now. As soon as Felati finished speaking, she disappeared from the place in the next second, only to see an undetectable shadow appear on the ground, quickly moving towards movement within the hotel. This is the Night Elf's talent witchcraft shadow escape. The whole person turns into a shadow, but cannot launch a surprise attack. If an attack is launched, the shadow state will be released immediately, but it can generally be used to detect the enemy's situation. It is a very practical talent witchcraft. She sneaked in silently through the crack of the hotel door. Since the hotel only had 2 floors, after avoiding several hotel waiters, she stopped at the door of a room on the 2nd floor according to the guidance of the spiritual nose technique. Through the gap, Veladai looked at the huge fish head sleeping soundly, and an expression of relief appeared on her face. I finally caught you. This should be the fishman prophet named Fingard. Eat everything inside and outside. But it's not the time to take the other person's life yet. The key point is to find Shadra, the traitor who stole the nightmare mirror and the black dragon's blood. Putting aside Grace's advice, Veladai began to look for Shadra. Obviously, since the fishman is in this room, Shadra is most likely in the next room. At this time, Richard, who was carefully observing the nightmare mirror in the next room, keenly noticed that a dark elemental energy in the corridor lingered at the door of Fingard's room for a while, and then went straight in. This made Richard quickly give up playing with the mirror, and looked at the door with a thoughtful expression. More than 10 seconds later, this dark elemental energy quickly came out of Fingard's room again. This time, it stopped at the door of Richard's room, seeming to be observing inside. Chapter 190, The Correct Use of Source Blood. Behind a crack in the door, Veladai's eyes widened and she looked at Shadra, the spider girl who should have been extremely arrogant. At this moment, she seemed to be in love, looking at a human wizard apprentice with tender eyes and calling him master. This human wizard apprentice looks very young, as if he is just a teenager. He is wiping a long sword in his hand that has an obvious elf-style appearance. Is this still the Shadra who treats men as slaves? Is she under a spell? Shouldn't it be the spider woman who seduces men? This scene had a huge impact on Felicity, and she was stunned for a moment. Good opportunity. Richard had already noticed the other party. Although he was wiping his sword and chatting with Stephanie, his mind was already focused on the breath at the door. The moment the opponent reveals his flaw, psychic shock, shadow dance, high-frequency vibration, mentally or not, Richard unleashed 2 witchcraft and 1 sword skill one after another. In an instant, the wooden door of the room burst into pieces. In Felicity's horrified eyes, Richard's ice guardian was already close at hand. But after she was hit by Richard's mental shock, her brain was in extreme pain at the moment. Not even a single witchcraft can be released. Even in that split second, she couldn't summon her wolf spider mount. In the blink of an eye, Richard's ice guardian sword had lightly scratched her neck. Veladai's face was ashen, and she felt her life passing quickly. She really wanted to warn Grace that she still had a lot of things to do. But it's too late. Veladai fell limply to the ground, like a snake whose spine had been twitched. Richard lifted the other person's hood and took a look. Sure enough, it was one of the 3 spider women. When he sensed the other person's breath at the door just now, it seemed a little familiar. Quickly dragging the other party's body into the room, Richard quickly sent a message to Stephanie. Enemy attack. Not good. Grace immediately noticed something was wrong, because a powerful aura instantly erupted on the 2nd floor of the Delicious Spore Hotel. The aura was powerful and strange. Obviously not from Felicity. Felicity. Action. The Spider Knights behind Grace, led by the senior spider girl Irene, rushed towards the inn like black lightning. Grace recited a spell rapidly, and thick black fog began to appear around the entire hotel. In just a few seconds, the entire hotel was completely covered. If there is a master who is proficient in shadow witchcraft, he will know that this is the first level witchcraft dark sky. The night elves with dark vision will take the absolute initiative in this environment. Who is that? He heard a roar of shock and anger coming from the 2nd floor. As soon as Richard heard the voice, he knew it was the old man with rosacea from Dis Sol. Obviously, the previous fight had alarmed Dysol. When the opponent came out, he happened to meet Irina and a group of spider knights who rushed to the 2nd floor. In an instant, they fought. Boom! The corridor wall shattered. Bah! Dis Sol spit out a mouthful of mud, jumped into the air with a chicken coop hairstyle, and yelled, "Who is it? How dare you sneak attack the Grey Dwarf brothers?" During the chaos, he was besieged by many spider knights and Irina, and it was obvious that Dis Sol suffered a hidden loss. Hey, it's the Grey Dwarf wizard Dis Sol who is on the wanted list. A senior first-level wizard from the Grey Dwarf MI3. Why is this guy here too? Grace's eyes lit up, and she immediately recognized the Grey Dwarf in front of her. The identity of the dwarf wizard. It seems that Dysol is not an unknown person. Being on the wanted list of the night shows that he has caused big trouble for the night elves in the past. This is just the right time to catch them all in one go. Night elf Yarina, leave this to me. You go find Shadra. Grace shouted. The next second, Grace quickly took out an ancient scroll from her arms without hesitation and tore it apart with all her strength. In an instant, a surge of dark elemental energy surged up and transformed into the shadow of a giant spider with a diameter of at least 10 meters. The markings and fur on its body seemed to be clearly visible. Wrath of the demonic spider. As soon as he saw the huge spider shadow, Dysol immediately understood what kind of witchcraft the other party was casting. And he took a breath of cold air. The Wrath of the demonic spider is the most powerful item among first-level witchcraft. And it is also the kind of witchcraft that can cause large-scale damage. You have to know that this is in the center of Greyfern Town. If this witchcraft attack is allowed to proceed, it will cause a large number of casualties among the Grey Dwarf civilians. Obviously, after the opponent used this very representative witchcraft, Dysol immediately guessed that the opponent must be from the Night Elves. Moreover, the opponent's aura and graceful figure during the fight also made him understand that his opponent this time was undoubtedly the Spider Woman. Spider Women. They are really a bunch of lunatics. Dysol gritted his teeth and hurriedly cast witchcraft, intending to withstand the attack. Originally, if he was alone, it would be fine and he could just dodge. But now there were the twin maids behind him. And they were the top products he had found with great difficulty. I saw the dark element energy surging in Dysol's right hand, and the fire element energy surging in his left hand. He was actually performing a rare hybrid witchcraft, which was quite difficult. This was Dysol's best trump card. Dark Fire Shock Wave. Dysol shouted loudly. After the dark element and the fire element were mixed, it was like a DNA double helix structure, directly blasting the giant spider shadow that was gathering momentum on the opposite side. The next second, two powerful witchcraft collided head-on, and in an instant, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! The violent airflow is like a super hurricane passing through. In comparison, Dysol was still powerless. Although the dark fire shock wave offset most of the lethality of the demon spider's wrath, he was still at a disadvantage. Most of the violent shock waves generated by the explosion were biased towards his side, destroying the entire two-story building of the inn into pieces. At this time, the guests staying in the hotel were in bad luck. A Grey Dwarf lady who was taking a bath was luckier and was not injured. However, she was staring in the bathtub with her eyes wide open in horror, looking at the ceiling that suddenly disappeared. And some passengers were directly crushed into meat patties by the collapsed wall. Others were seriously injured by bricks and stones. Even the rows of houses within a few dozen meters around the hotel were now damaged a lot. Fortunately, Grey Dwarf houses pursue simple use and use simple and sturdy materials, so the casualties caused were not large. Dysol's face was heavy, and the wizard's robe on his body had turned into several strips of cloth. Seeing how reluctant he was to resist, it seemed that the twins he had finally found were probably gone. Slowly turning his head and glancing at the inn, Dysol's face lit up with joy. Hey! He's still alive! Richard had cast a dark element shield on each of the two trembling Grey Dwarf twin girls, protecting them behind him, which immediately made Dysol overjoyed. Of course Richard would do something like this that could win the favor of an official wizard by doing it easily. Moreover, this time the other party suffered an unreasonable disaster. Obviously, the group of night elves outside the hotel were originally looking for trouble for him. But unexpectedly, Dysol, a pervert, attacked them with his head. And it seems that Dysol's identity and strength are not simple. He seems to be sure that the night elves are coming for him this time. What a coincidence! Richard was happy, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, Grey Dwarves and night elves were born to be mortal enemies, and he was not a deceiver. Damn it! Are you night elves going to start another war? Dysol roared. Although I don't know where I went wrong. The other party has tracked me here, but the other party killed civilians without any scruples, which made him furious. But what was unexpected was that Grace ignored Dysol and said nothing. Instead, she launched a more fierce attack. The Grey Dwarf garrison camp in Greyfern Town. Hey! Such a strong energy fluctuation. This is a fight between official wizards. Who is so brave? Don't you know that fighting is not allowed in Greyfern Town? A bearded Grey Dwarf wearing plate armor walked out of the room angrily and looked at the center of Greyfern Town where strong elemental fluctuations occurred. As a result, he happened to see the scene where Grace was tearing the scroll, and saw a huge spider shadow floating above the Spore Hotel. The next second, the bearded Grey Dwarf seemed to understand something. His expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help blurting out, "Night Elf! Guards! You are all dead! Gather everyone immediately! Now!" the bearded commander said angrily. Obviously, he had seen such an obvious spider phantom several times, and it represented the night elves. No, to be precise, it was a high-level spider woman fighting with someone. The huge energy fluctuation means that no matter who wins or loses, there will be a large number of civilian casualties in the center of the town. As the garrison commander of Greyfern Town, he must suppress or eliminate the opponent as soon as possible. Otherwise, his position as commander will be over. Yes, Commander Hansel. Several heavily armed Grey Dwarf soldiers immediately ran around. Just a few sharp whistles were heard, and the sound of rapid footsteps could be heard endlessly. After a while, dozens of Grey Dwarf soldiers wearing chain mail and holding one-handed heavy hammers and steel shields gathered in place and lined up neatly in 2 rows. Let's go! The commander named Hansel was currently riding on a huge argali, waving the extremely heavy war hammer in his hand, and shouted loudly. But not long after the Grey Dwarf soldiers left the camp gate, they encountered an ambush. Suddenly, a wave of crossbow arrows were shot out from both sides, mixed with a few alchemical bombs, instantly turning the originally neat Grey Dwarf team into a mess. Raise your shields. Fight back, Hansel shouted. At the same time, he clamped his legs and rode the argali towards the dark place on the side. Soon he found a man in black robes. Immediately, the two of them started fighting fiercely. The heavy hammer in Hansel's hand was obviously a witchcraft, and he would release thunderous strikes from time to time, beating the man in black robe quite embarrassingly. If the man in black robe hadn't moved very fast and was proficient in the witchcraft of shadow teleportation, I'm afraid that Hansel has taken care of him long ago. Although Hansel had the upper hand, he was held back tightly and was unable to rush to the delicious spore in time for support. At this time, if you look down from above Greyfern Town, you can see that the battle in Greyfern Town is now unfolding at 2 points. Since the sudden appearance of Dicer attracted the attention of the spider women, it can be said that most of the pressure was taken away from them. Therefore, Richard came up with a plan after a little thought. Since there is someone in front, he naturally doesn't need to use all his firepower. His own vengeful hatred and the wrath of the demon spider just cast by the spider woman are both too representative. If you choose to summon the resentful spirit to abhor, your true identity will be revealed by Dysol at once, and the other party will immediately understand that the spider women are after you, not him, so that they can be used as a shield in vain. After all, the fact that the undead wizards among the surface humans and the 5 major matriarchal families of the night elves were fighting fiercely was also widely known among the Grey Dwarves. At this moment, more than 10 spider knights were wreaking havoc in the hotel. There were no masters among the guests staying in the hotel. There were only a few Grey Dwarves at the level of wizard apprentices. In addition, many Grey Dwarfs gathered around to patrol and guard, but they were all easily killed by the spider knights. Screams came one after another, but the 3 masters and servants of Richard still firmly guarded their 1/3 of an acre of land. Apart from protecting the twin Grey Dwarf girls, they did not join the battle. Hurry. Hurry up and finish the battle within 10 minutes. Leave the traitor Shadra to me, and you deal with the human wizard apprentice and the Murloc, Irene said hastily, and quickly assigned the tasks. Looking at the dozen spider knights surrounding him, Richard did not choose to summon the resentful spirit to hate. Instead, he quickly took out the alchemy combination bomb and immediately threw it around. This is the combination bomb that Richard told Fingard last time to make 3 kinds of alchemy bombs according to specific proportions. He had packed a total of 10 bombs in case of emergencies. They had not been used along the way before. Unexpectedly, now it just came in handy. 10 tubes of fire dancing stars plus 10 portions of sticky kerosene plus 10 bags of silver moon dust, combined together, have an explosive power that fully reaches the power of first-level fire witchcraft. The explosion technique. Boom! Boom! Richard threw alchemical combination bombs one after another, instantly blowing up the spider knights and causing heavy casualties. Seeing Richard using the alchemical combination to increase the bullet in the battle, this move made Dysol's eyes light up. There is such a thing. What the wizard named Levi took out was obviously some kind of alchemy product. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Almost as powerful as a first-level fire witchcraft. Moreover, judging from the fact that the other party didn't seem to feel any pain at all, he must be either extremely wealthy, or he could make this kind of alchemical product by himself. Because Dysol is not only proficient in dark witchcraft, but also fire witchcraft. So he knows how difficult it is to achieve this through alchemy alone. Due to the tacit understanding between Richard's master and his servant, Uri alone could not attack it. On the other side, Grace's battle was also very unsatisfactory. Diesel was quite old. In addition, he had been performing tasks in the Grey Dwarf MI3 for a long time. He had countless battles with Night Elves, and he had rich experience in fighting the enemy. After several rounds of confrontation with each other's killer moves, Grace was completely helpless against the opponent, and the situation was even slowly heading towards collapse. This makes Grace extremely helpless. Irina. Withdraw? What to do with Felatai? Irina was also extremely unwilling. She finally found Shadra. But the whole battle looked like this. It was completely different from what she planned. Night Elf, retreat immediately. Reinforcements from the Grey Fern Town garrison are coming soon, Grace shouted. The battle in the hotel was a bit anticlimactic, and the remaining 2 spider women quickly retreated despite their extreme reluctance. At this time, the Grey Dwarf garrison led by Hansel rushed slowly and finally arrived at the delicious Spore Inn. Hansel, you came really early? Looking at the old man with rosacea in front of him, who was wearing rags and whose hair was fried like a chicken coop, Hansel was stunned for several seconds before linking him with the senior wizard Dis-Sol in his memory. Your Excellency Dis-Sol. You? However, Hansel seemed to understand immediately. If it weren't for Mr. Dis-Sol in front of him, Grey Fern Town's losses would be even more serious. Sir Dis-Sol, we were ambushed just now. Dis-Sol looked Hansel up and down. Seeing the marks on his body, his attitude became much better. He said, it seems that he has a thorough plan and arranged a place for me. Oh, and I have a few friends here with me. Okay, Lord Dis-Sol. After a while, Hansel found another hotel for Diesel and Richard to rest. But when Diesel saw Fingard carrying Feladi's body, his eyes lit up. I can't walk anymore. Stephanie felt a chill when she saw the greedy old man with the rosacea. She cursed in her heart. What a pervert. He's still thinking about me even after I'm dead. Richard was also displeased and said, Your Excellency Dis-Sol, should we show due respect to the deceased? Dis-Sol still looked at Feladi's body intently, while nodding and replied, Of course. By the way, Sir Levi, can you sell this body to me? As soon as Dis-Sol finished speaking, Richard's face darkened, and he secretly said, This old man is really perverted. Even the dead will be spared. However, he seemed to notice that something was wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Dis-Sol looked at Richard and the others, and saw that the 3 masters and servants of Richard all had perverted looks in their eyes, and the contempt they showed was even more obvious. This immediately made Dis-Sol react, and he laughed awkwardly and said, You misunderstood. I am doing this for my 2 maids. Maid? What does this have to do with the twin maids? Richard and the 3 of them had question marks on their foreheads. However, judging from the other party's tone, it is most likely not what they think. Seeing that Richard and the others still looked puzzled, it was Dis-Sol's turn to be confused and said immediately, Hey! Don't you know? After extracting the essence of Spider-Woman's bloodline, it can have many uses. The Spider-Woman's bloodline essence, that is, the source blood, will gradually change a person's bloodline through the bloodline implantation, thereby achieving a rapid increase in strength and a change in appearance. For example, the 2 maids around me, as long as they accept the implantation of Spider-Woman's blood, their appearance and body shape will change towards that of Spider-Woman, becoming more graceful and graceful. Then it will be good news for men. Dis-Sol gave Richard a look that all men understand. After listening to Dis-Sol's explanation, Richard and the other 2 felt relieved. Stefana was speechless for a while at this lecherous old man, but Richard keenly caught a few key words that the other party said. Source blood and bloodline implantation. There seemed to be a drop of dragon's blood in the black box in his hand. Could it be that? Not everyone is as lucky as you to have a night elf woman following you. By the way, Mr. Levi, do you have any secret skills to control night elf women? I can buy it with a lot of money. Dis-Sol, after glancing at Stefana enviously, said softly. Richard did not answer Dis-Sol's question, but asked, Your Excellency Dis-Sol, you just said that source blood has many effects. What about other effects? Oh, right, Dis-Sol said, patting his head, as if to thank Richard for saving the twin maids. Dis-Sol spoke in extra detail. We, at the formal wizard level, generally do not implant the bloodline of the Spider-Woman, who is similar in strength to us. If it is the bloodline of the mistress, some formal wizards will consider it. However, for us formal wizards, we usually use the method of burning blood essence to stimulate and promote the rapid improvement of our mental power. Dis-Sol took out a fiery red spar about the thickness of a thumb from his arms and said, The flame spar. through it, can blend and burn the blood essence to promote the rapid growth of our mental power. Fire crystal? Hey, haven't you heard of Mr. Levi? Dis Sol looked at Richard and slyly stopped talking. In an instant, Richard understood what the other party meant. I'm really not sure about this, but based on the principle of equal exchange, I can. Richard leaned next to Dis Sol and whispered for a while. Dis Sol raised his eyebrows, and in the next second, he smiled broadly and said, Your Excellency Levi, it's a deal. After the two exchanged the recording crystals, both Richard and Dis Sol were quite satisfied with the transaction, and even looked at each other with pleasant eyes. Your Excellency Levi, you are indeed a master of alchemy. By the way, do you plan to settle in Grey Fern Town for a while? Richard shook his head and said, I plan to travel around. The next stop should be Tug City. Dis Sol had a good impression of the wizard Levi who saved the twin maids, and he seemed to be an alchemy master. This trip was just passing through Grey Fern Town. If that was the case, Your Excellency Levi, are you going to Tug City too? Me too. How about coming with us? Dis Sol said, patting his strong chest. I am very familiar with Tug City. Your Excellency Levi, I think you will definitely like the city. The twin maids also said at this time, Yes. Your Excellency Levi, Tug City is very prosperous. You can stay in Lord Dissel's mansion for a while, and let us express our gratitude. Richard thought for a while, nodded and said, Your Excellency Dis Sol. Then I will be disrespectful. Chapter 191 New Body. Grace's chestnut hair was stuck together by sweat, and there seemed to be a lot of dust on her hair, probably because of the dust and dirt stirred up when she cast powerful witchcraft and fought against the old grey dwarf Disos. It has been more than 20 years since she was chosen by the matron. From an ordinary night elf woman to being endowed with the blood of the Spider Woman and promoted to a high position in the Price family. This is the first time in all these years that I have encountered such a frustrating task. Not to mention that during the previous tracking period, the target of tracking misled him in various ways, and he could even be said to have played a trick on him. Take the battle in the end just now. For example, now thinking back, it seems that the other party had set a trap in advance, and I just rushed into it. If Richard heard this, he would definitely cry out. This time it was really a coincidence. He also didn't expect that there would be a wanted criminal like Dis Sol in the hotel. A wanted criminal from the Night Elves. So by chance, the two sides had a fierce fight. However, Grace still raised her head reluctantly, and showed a sincere smile to the frustrated subordinates around her, as if she wanted to show that as the commander of the pursuit team, she had not been defeated by difficulties and setbacks. Uranai's situation at the moment was not much better. The wizard's robe that was originally used to cover her appearance was torn to pieces, revealing a pair of tight dark leather armor. There were even many scratches on the leather armor at the moment, faintly oozing with blood, and the 3 sparse spider knights following her were all injured. And it seemed that their injuries were not serious. Grace couldn't help but feel sad when she thought that out of the 12 energetic elite spider knights before they came, there were now only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens left. Of course, the biggest blow to Grace was the unexpected death of Felicity. If the death of all the spider knights in this battle could ensure the survival of Felicity, Grace would be willing to do it. It's a pity that Felicity has just grown up and been promoted to a high-level spider woman, equivalent to a formal human wizard. Unexpectedly, something happened to her on her first mission. You must know that Felicity is an extremely talented spider woman. In the second year after being given the spider woman bloodline by the mistress, she can be promoted to a high-level spider woman. This is at least one of the top 10 in the history of the Price family, and she is deeply loved by the mistress. This time I took the initiative to asking to participate. I also promised my mistress that I would ensure Felicity's safety, but I didn't expect that I would die in this inconspicuous task. Goddess Rose is on top. Mistress is on top. It was really Felicity who volunteered to go to detect it, and she really didn't take the initiative to arrange it. No one could have imagined that such an accident would happen. Until now, he didn't even know how Felicity died in battle. Was it Shadra or Desire's killer? Felicity died so quickly that she had no time to rescue her. Grace couldn't help but shudder when she thought about the failure of the mission and the death of Felicity. After the two events were superimposed, she might face the horrific punishment from her mistress. No! I can't just go back like a lost dog. The result of waiting for yourself like that will be... Irene, Grace, what should we do now? I'm going to go look for Nicole. What? Is that the guy who abandoned the faith of Goddess Rose and turned to the devil? Are you crazy? Grace. Irene's face was horrified and incomprehensible. It seemed that the word nickel represented a certain person. Extremely terrible person. I will never go with you. Irina turned around and planned to leave. Irene, are you going back like this? Do you know what punishment you will face if you go back now? From behind Irene, Grace's voice sounded like a mother animal's low roar. No. Just halfway through her words, Irina suddenly woke up. Yes. Not only did he fail in his mission this time, but more importantly, Felody, who was loved by his mistress, was also killed in battle. In this case, Irina stopped, obviously hesitating. After returning to his room, Richard called out the crystal. When the face of her like crystal crawled on Felody's face, a picture was transmitted to Richard's mind like a slideshow. After a moment, Richard showed a thoughtful expression and said, Stefana, I think you can consider changing to another body. Stefana was surprised for a while, pointed at Felody's body and said, Master, is there something strange about this body? Richard nodded, yes. This spider-woman, named Felody, is an extremely talented spider-woman. She has much higher potential than your current body of Shadra. This immediately made Stefana's eyes light up. The pursuit of improving her own strength has always been Stefana's lifelong pursuit. And it is also a concept that has been instilled in the Knight family since she was a child. The pursuit of strength was once Stefana's obsession, although she had died once before. And after being reincarnated as a spirit body and resurrected again, she still had a strong desire and interest in becoming stronger. Now that there is such an opportunity, she has no objection at all, and naturally supports it 100%, saying, Master, of course I am willing. Stefana is willing to obey any arrangement you make. Richard nodded. Since Stefana herself had no objections, she could start implementing the matter now. Looking at the size of the room, Richard found that the room arranged for him by the bearded dwarf leader was quite luxurious and spacious, and the floor of the living room was more than enough for drawing a magic circle. Therefore, Richard immediately decided to perform a body-changing ceremony on Stephanie, which was actually an enhanced version of the soul reincarnation ceremony. For Richard, who had already advanced the spirit reincarnation ritual to the limit, it was naturally not difficult. The outer outline of the shaman formation for the spirit reincarnation ceremony is a circle with a diameter of about 3 meters, and 2 square structures are drawn inside. When Richard finished drawing, he asked Fingart to move Felicity's body to one of the 2 squares of the magic circle. At the same time, he let Stephanie lie in the center of the other square. After everything was ready, Richard was ready to start the formal spiritual body reincarnation ceremony. Richard already knew the entire process of the reincarnation ceremony. This time it just adds some difficulty. First, Stefana's spirit body needs to be separated from Shadra's current body without damage, and then her spirit body needs to be reincarnated into Felody's body. In Richard's opinion, perhaps the most difficult part of the whole process was the extraordinary pain Stefana had to endure during the stripping. However, he will speed up this process as much as possible to reduce Stefana's pain. According to Richard's instructions, Fingart placed 8 intermediate magic stones at the intersections of the outer ring of the witch formation and the vertices of the 2 squares. This is an important energy supply for the witch formation. After a while, a low spell sounded in Richard's throat, and his spiritual power began to be injected into the witch formation on the ground at a special frequency through the witchcraft model of the spiritual body reincarnation ceremony in his mind. Suddenly, the witch formation glowed with green light. Suddenly, Richard's eyes were only dark, and the whites of his eyes had disappeared. When he turned his head to look at the location of Stefana's body, Stefana only felt that Richard's eyes looking directly at her were like black holes. Immediately, Stephanie felt an invisible and powerful force pulling her entire spirit out of the body of the spider-woman Shadra. And with severe pain, she quickly flew into the air above the witch formation. After only a few seconds, Stefana felt her spirit body return to her mother's body again, as if she was soaked in a hot spring, and the pain was immediately gone. It turned out that her spirit had been stuffed back into Richard's new body, Felicity's. At this time, the green light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. After a few seconds, the light of the entire magic formation began to gradually dim, and the 8 magic stones that were originally full of energy automatically shattered at this moment, and all the energy was gone. After a while, Felody's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes, with a hint of confusion in her charming eyes. How do you feel? I can't explain the feeling, but it seems that this body accepts me more than the previous one. Stephanie thought for a moment, and used the word acceptance. After listening, Richard nodded. The whole process should not cause much damage to Stefana's spirit body. After all, the interval between peeling off and reincarnating is only a few seconds. This is not something ordinary wizards can do. When Stefana stood up slowly and took 2 steps, she was surprised to find that this body seemed to have a natural fit with hers. Stefana still remembered that when she was reincarnated in Shadra's body, it was difficult to even stand up after she succeeded. She staggered and even needed Richard's help when walking. After a long time, she slowly got better. But this time, as soon as the reincarnation ceremony was over, I was able to stand and walk calmly. In addition, she could feel that this body had a sense of vitality, as if there was some magical power contained in the blood, which was promoting the growth of the entire body. Thingard on the side was already stunned at this moment. As his first servant, and the one who surrendered a ray of soul to Thingard, Richard was quite relieved about him. After all, he could control the other person's life and death with just a thought. Therefore, Richard did not let him go out during the secret spiritual body reincarnation ceremony just now, but let him observe and gain more knowledge. Thingard's performance over the past 6 months has made him very satisfied. Therefore, letting the other party see the secret will make the other party feel that the master does not regard him as an outsider. It can be regarded as an extremely effective means of controlling one's subordinates. At this moment, Thingard's mind was filled with admiration for his master, Richard. At the same time, a trace of longing arose in my heart. If one day I can find the corpse of the ancient dark fishman, can I ask the owner to perform this magical witchcraft on me? No. The master will definitely be willing, because he is his master's #1 servant and represents his master's face. The more Fingate thought about it, the more confident he became. The master must also want his servant to be as strong as possible. Master, your knowledge is so profound and your skills in drawing the witch formation are so superb. Thingard expresses the highest respect. Thingard bowed and praised with a smile on his face. Master, if one day, your humble servant can find the body of the ancient dark fishman. Master, can I also? Richard immediately understood what Thingard meant, nodded, and said with a smile, do a good job. The body of the ancient dark fishman should not be difficult to find. Thank you, Master. Thingard almost cried with excitement. He heard that the master agreed to his request. Now, even if his master asks him to fight the night mistress, he will move forward without hesitation. Stefana walked smoother and smoother, and she became more and more satisfied with this body. And there was one thing that made her particularly satisfied. That is, this body seems to have never been used. This is extremely holy among high-end spider women. Half an hour ago. Next room. Dissol, who was sitting on the mahogany chair, was unusually not playing with the twin girls at this moment. Instead, he was holding a recording crystal, digging his consciousness into it, and carefully examining the alchemy combination bomb that Richard exchanged with him. Top secret recipe. While studying, Dysol marveled at Richard's brilliant ideas. What a brilliant idea. Just using these common raw materials, you can create an alchemical bomb that is as powerful as first-level witchcraft. It's a pity that the total raw material prices are a bit expensive, and the technical requirements are too high. Otherwise, if they can be manufactured in batches, it will be enough to change the outcome of a small battle. However, after a while, Dissol felt the huge gathering and surge of dark elemental energy coming from the room next to him. Hey! This is some kind of witch formation. There is such a strong energy fluctuation? Could it be that the young wizard Levi is also very proficient in witch formations? After Dissol carefully sensed the energy fluctuations in the room next to him, he couldn't help but admire the young wizard named Levi even more. You should know that although many senior wizards are proficient in various skills, the age of such wizards is generally over 100 years old, or even 150 years old. As for young wizards in their 30s and 40s, simply practicing meditation and learning witchcraft has generally used up all their free time and energy. How can they have any spare time to learn or even improve potions, witchcraft formations, etc.? The attainment of craftsmanship. Wizard Levi is such a talent. Dissol couldn't help but sigh. If he recruits such talents into his organization, he should receive valuable rewards. At this moment, the idea of recruiting the other party in Dissol's heart was like a seed sown in spring, which sprouted out of control when encountering the spring rain, suppressing the urge to knock on the other party's door right away. Dissol decided to postpone the recruitment matter until tomorrow. After all, too many things have happened tonight, and it is not appropriate to disturb others now. The twin girls stared with wide eyes at their master mumbling to himself, and asked curiously, Master Daisol, is that human wizard really so talented? Yes. Is he more powerful than you? My lord. Daisol shook his head and said, you are not wizards. So of course you don't understand. He is so young. But he has developed such a wonderful formula for alchemical combination bombs. If you give him some alchemical formulas from our Grey Dwarves, I don't know what wonderful ideas he will come up with. You must know that young people have the most active minds. Moreover, judging from the energy fluctuations just now, the opponent is also proficient in witch formations. This talent is really amazing. I am 148 years old this year, but I was promoted to an official wizard when I was 49 years old. When I was 55 years old, I began to systematically learn puppetry, a branch of alchemy. At the age of 121, I finally became a Grey Dwarf puppetry master. It took me 66 years to go from a puppet apprentice to a puppet master. But even so, my teacher praised me and said that I was a rare genius among the Grey Dwarves in a century. I said this. Do you understand? The twin girls opened their big bright eyes, covered their mouths in surprise and said, then isn't this wizard Levi a genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years? Desault was immediately dumbfounded and said with a smile, this is not that exaggerated, but it can be regarded as a genius that is rare to see in 500 years. Turning his attention back to Richard's room. After completing the reincarnation of Stefana's new body, Richard immediately began to study the record crystal he had just obtained, which contained some information given by Dicer about the absorption and purification of source blood and flame crystals. In the previous transaction with this soul, Richard exchanged the secret recipe for the alchemical combination bomb he developed for this material, which can be regarded as each getting what he needs. Richard discovered that if he wanted to use the essence of blood such as source blood to stimulate the improvement of his own mental power, he would need to use different levels of fire crystals and different levels of source blood extraction witch formations. What he exchanged for this transaction was the extraction and purification of the first level bloodline essence, which corresponds to the source blood of a bloodline creature equivalent to the first level wizard level. Due to the source blood extraction, the requirements for the corpse are extremely high. Basically, if it takes more than an hour, the quality of the source blood will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Richard plans to extract the essence of the Spider-Woman bloodline in Shadra's body now, which is the Spider-Woman source blood. Fortunately, Richard already had a lot of experience in drawing witchcraft formations, so he learned how to draw witchcraft formations with source blood very quickly. At the same time, Richard invested all the thousands of energy points he earned from casually killing monsters during the past few days in the Grey Fern Wilderness into the improvement of the Origin Blood Draining Witch Array. In the dream space, Richard quickly upgraded it to Origin Blood Draining Witch Array, 9% proficiency, which is enough for current use. So, Richard quickly drew the witch formation in the room again, and asked Stepina to place Shadra's body in the center of the witch formation. After everything was ready, Richard began to recite the activation spell for the blood-draining witchcraft array. To a certain extent, the effect of this witch formation is very similar to that of the witch formations collected by Schweppe. It seems that they can be said to be of the same origin to some extent. This may mean that a long time ago, these two witch formations were both it was from the hands of an ancient wizard. On the other hand, this also allowed Richard to quickly absorb the source blood of the witchcraft formation and reach a mastery level. Otherwise, if you start from scratch, relying on the few thousand energy points you easily obtain, you will most likely not be able to reach the mastery level. As the originally plump body gradually shriveled up, strands of blood were extracted from Shadra's body and gathered above the witch formation, forming a blood mass the size of a head. After a while, all the blood in the body was drained. Looking at Shadra's body again, it was completely unrecognizable. It was impossible to tell the charming face of the other party. It looked like a dried corpse that had been exposed to the sun in the desert for thousands of years. It was impossible to tell the face, gender, or even race. But this is only halfway through the process. Next, this large mass of blood must be concentrated and refined into the most fundamental source blood in a Spider-Woman's body. This process takes a little time, and requires relatively high persistence and concentration of the caster's mental power. I saw a blood mass the size of my head, starting to beat like a heart. With each tremor, the color of the blood cells will become brighter and thicker, and at the same time, some impurities mixed in them will be discharged, turning into black smoke and dissipating in the air. Gradually, the blood cells gradually condense and become smaller and smaller, and the color changes from light red to deep red. Eventually, it condenses into a fingernail-sized, droplet-shaped, bright red crystal. the process of absorbing and purifying the blood essence of the entire Spider-Woman body. That is, the Spider-Woman's source blood is now complete. Staring at the Spider-Woman origin blood in his hand, and feeling the surging blood energy in it, Richard couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Currently, he has 3 options for how to deal with the Spider-Woman's blood. One is to sell it to the Grey Dwarf Wizard Dysol. Judging from how eager the other party was when he saw the Spider-Woman's body in his hand, he must give it to him. A satisfactory price for yourself. The other is to keep it until you arrive in Tuj City. Then buy the flame crystal, and use it as a consumable to stimulate and enhance your mental power. The last method is to use it on Stefana. You must know that this drop of Spider-Woman's origin blood is nothing less than a super tonic for a Spider-Woman of the same bloodline. This will put Stefana, who has just changed her body, into a period of strength blowout. The original owner of this new body, Flitty, seems to be a Spider-Woman with outstanding talent. If this drop of source blood is infused. In the next room, Dysol and the twin Grey Dwarf girls were shocked again when they felt the surge of energy coming from the side. Origin blood draining which array. Dysol couldn't help but lost his voice. You can't go wrong with this fluctuation. Dysol clearly remembered that this wizard named Levi did not know how to absorb and purify source blood. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged relevant knowledge with him for the secret recipe of the alchemical combination bomb that he had developed with great effort. But what did you feel just now? What came from the next room was obviously the movement of the blood draining witch formation. Oh my God! God the Titan Father! Dysol was shocked. The twin girls next to them were obviously aware of this problem. Their beautiful eyes widened in shock, and their small mouths could fit a wine glass. Dysol immediately stood up, paced back and forth in the room, and murmured to himself, "No. We can't wait until tomorrow. What the other party draws must be the source blood of the Spider-Woman. In case this Levi wizard directly uses, what should I do if I lose the Spider-Woman's blood? No. He shouldn't have the flame crystal. No. No. What if he does?" Dysol found that his heart was confused. Wait a minute. Is it possible that he used the source blood for other purposes? Dysol scratched his messy hair, feeling a headache. It seemed that if he wanted to impress the wizard Levi and get the Spider-Woman's blood, he would have to bleed heavily. After a while, when Richard closed his eyes and meditated, he slowly regained his mental strength. There was a knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. And at the same time, there was the familiar loud voice of Dysol. "Sir Levi. Sorry to bother you so late." At this time, Thingard had returned to his room to rest, leaving only Richard and Stefana in the room. Stefana, who was lying on the bed enjoying the wonderful time alone with her master, couldn't help but muttered, "This perverted old man is here in the middle of the night." Richard opened his eyes and motioned for Stefana to put on a half-mask to cover her face before slowly opening the door. Chapter 192 Jade Fire Church. Sure enough, outside the door was an old man named Dysol, followed by twin Grey Dwarf girls. Dysol looked at Richard, squeezed out a smile, and said rather embarrassedly, "Your Excellency Levi, I'm sorry to bother you late at night, but I just sensed the breath of Spider-Woman's blood. So, Mr. Dysol, please come in and talk." Richard smiled slightly, moved aside, and let Dysol enter the room. The fish is hooked. Dysol was more anxious than he thought. Richard thought that the other party would always be able to bear his temper and wait until tomorrow to discuss the matter with him. Unexpectedly, it came much faster than expected. It seemed that the value of Spider-Woman's blood should be higher than he expected. No. To be precise, one thing that is certain is that the blood of the Spider-Woman has a very high value in Dysol's heart. Dysol arrived so quickly that Richard himself didn't even think about which plan to follow to deal with the Spider-Woman's blood from Plan 1 to Plan 3. However, I can listen to the other party's sincerity first, and then make plans. Richard invited Dysol to sit down on the mahogany chair in the reception room, while the twins took Stefana's job as maid and poured 2 cups of absinthe tea for the 2 adults. Dysol frowned slightly, as if he was still considering how many things he should throw out first to make the other party interested in exchange for the Spider-Woman's blood. Richard was not in a hurry at all. He sipped the wormwood tea leisurely. This tea was said to be one of the specialties of the Grey Dwarfs. It was bitter at first but sweet later, with a long aftertaste. Richard tasted it, and felt that it was quite similar to the green tea in his previous life. Dysol rubbed his hands and said carefully, "Sir Levi, for a master of alchemical bombs like you, you will definitely not be short of magic stones. So, can you tell me your original plan for using the Spider-Woman blood? In this case, Maybe I can provide you with the items you need in a more targeted way. Richard smiled. Dysol was indeed cunning. He wanted to find out his background. Of course, the ultimate goal is nothing more than to pay the least possible price in exchange for Spider-Woman's blood. But how could he possibly make it easy for him to do so? From the isolation box on the side, Richard took out this drop-shaped bright red crystal that contained the blood of the Spider-Woman, and played with it casually in his hand. When Dysol saw Richard taking out the crystal, his eyes followed the red color and kept wandering. Your Excellency Dysol, regarding this Spider-Woman's blood, to be honest, my original plan was to buy the required flame crystals after arriving in Tuj City, and then use them to enhance my mental power. Before Richard could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Dysol, who looked anxious. I saw Dysol's face filled with anger and said eagerly, Sorry, Your Excellency Levi. Please forgive me. If you really do this, it will be a waste of resources. You must know that the source blood of such a pure blood creature is several times more expensive than a hybrid creature, if it is only used to enhance spiritual power. The difference between the blood of pure-blooded and mixed-blooded creatures in this regard is not that big. Of course, I am talking about the scope of first-order creatures. Richard raised his eyebrows. It turns out there is such a difference. It seems that it is consistent with his own judgment. The Spider-Woman's blood in his hand should be worth a lot of money. At least it can be regarded as the blood of a pure-blooded creature, as Dysol said, rather than some miscellaneous blood. Dysol carefully took out a brown wooden box with strange patterns from his arms. After opening it, he could clearly see that there was a spherical crystal the size of a fist inside, emitting red and green light. This is a piece of blood from a swamp giant that has reached the first level of strength. The swamp giant has a mixed bloodline of giants and swamp cavemen, so it is not as valuable as Sir Levi's Spider-Woman blood. But it is better in quantity. If used as a method of burning blood essence to promote the growth of spiritual power, the effects of the two are almost the same. After listening to Dysol's explanation, Richard looked at the fist-sized swamp giant's blood and fell into thought. Richard knew that the strength of ordinary swamp giants as adults was only at the quasi-wizard level, and there were not many swamp giants who could reach the first level of strength. Therefore, to a certain extent, the crystallization of the swamp giant's blood was indeed precious. But compared to the source blood of the Spider-Woman, it is obviously inferior, because according to Dysol, the Spider-Woman is a pure-blooded creature. Moreover, from another perspective, the difference in grade between the two can also be seen. One is the size of a fist, and the other is only the size of a fingernail. But the effect is almost the same. From this point, it is obvious that the degree of refinement of the swamp giant's blood is far inferior to that of the Spider-Woman's blood. So the quality difference can only be offset by the large quantity. However, Dysol only offered one piece of swamp giant's blood in exchange, which was obviously not enough. Sure enough, the frowning Dysol took out another ancient parchment from his arms. He seemed to be very reluctant to part with it, but he still made up his mind and handed it to Richard and said, Sir Levi, this is an obsidian combat puppet with a rare puppet technique blueprint that I obtained from a secret realm. Because its entire body is made of obsidian, it is extremely resistant to all types of witchcraft. From now on, Richard tapped the armrest of the mahogany chair with his fingers, interrupted Dysol's introduction, and said, Your Excellency Dysol, you know that I am a lover of alchemy. At the same time, I am also familiar with the witch formation. I have some preferences, but I don't know anything about puppetry. I think that such a rare blueprint is more suitable in the hands of a master of puppetry so that it can play its role better. Are you right? Dysol took the obsidian combat puppet drawing handed back by Richard without even looking at it, with an expression of relief and some anxiety on his face. Then, Sir Richard, can I make up the remaining difference with magic stones? Richard did not immediately give Dysol the letter, but fell into thinking again. At present, for me, the best choice for Spider-Woman source blood is to use it to improve my mental power. So from this point of view, if the same purpose can be achieved, there is no big problem in exchanging it for Dysol. As for the previous consideration of using Spider-Woman's blood on Stefana's new body to increase her blood concentration again, Richard felt that he was not in a hurry. After all, the most important thing is to be strong. With the nightmare mirror, a witchcraft weapon, and the blood of the dragon in hand, the night elves will not give up so quickly in a short period of time. In this case, he should have a chance to obtain the blood of the Spider-Woman again. However, Dysol just wants to exchange the source blood of a swamp giant for the source blood of the Spider-Woman, which is definitely not enough. because the magic stone is of little use to him at present. If that's the case, then, Sir Dis-Sol, I need a flame crystal, as well as relevant knowledge about higher-level source blood. If you can do it, this Spider-Woman's source blood will be yours. Oh, Father Titan, Sir Levi, if we add a flame crystal, it will exceed the value of the Spider-Woman's blood. As a result, you also need higher-level source blood knowledge, which is really unacceptable. Dis-Sol stood up. His face turned red. It seemed that he was indignant at Richard's behavior of opening his mouth. Richard picked up the teacup, took a sip of the absinthe tea, and said calmly, Sir Dis-Sol, you asked me to offer the price. You should know that this is not a forced transaction. Right? You can totally give up this deal. Richard's words made Dis-Sol's face turn blue and white, as if he had swallowed a fly. Your Excellency Levi, your words are like sharp blades that break my heart. But if you can agree to one condition, this deal is not a bad idea. Oh, Mr. Dis-Sol, although I can't guarantee that I will definitely agree. You might as well say it. Richard raised his eyebrows and said, That's right. I hope Sir Levi can join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Dis-Sol said seriously, First of all, if you don't join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, I really have no way to trade you the source blood knowledge of the 3rd level and above due to my oath. I can only give you the source blood knowledge of the highest level too. Secondly, you can rest assured that an alchemist master of the bombology branch like you will be respected enough within the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. There won't be any too dangerous tasks. The only thing you need to do is to provide the organization with a certain number of alchemy bombs on a regular basis. Of course, the organization will definitely give you corresponding remuneration and matching treatment. Moreover, one thing you can rest assured about is that the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood is the leading wizard organization in Tug City. To some extent, it can be said to represent the official Grey Dwarfs. So in terms of treatment, it is definitely the best among all wizard organizations. Dis-Sol said this last sentence quietly into Richard's ear. This request immediately made Richard dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Dis-Sol was circling around and pretending to be angry. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Obviously, the other party valued his identity as an alchemist master. Richard could understand this point. For the Grey Dwarves who had been fighting with the Night Elves for many years, an alchemist master who was capable of developing alchemical combination bombs was of extraordinary significance. Richard thought for a moment before agreeing. He originally had the idea to choose and join a wizard organization after arriving in Tug City, so that he would have a relatively normal channel to obtain first-level wizard-level knowledge. But if the wizard organization is stronger, it will inevitably have higher requirements for its members and a strict organization. This means that gaining the trust of the wizard organization cannot be achieved in a day or two. You must slowly accumulate trust through daily tasks in order to gain organizational points or contribution points in exchange for the knowledge you need. This efficiency is too slow, although I don't know what wizard organizations there are in Tug City. But as Dis-Sol said in the last sentence, an organization that can be named after the 3 words Grey Dwarf must have the tacit approval of the Grey Dwarf officials. You can enjoy the shade with your back against a big tree, especially in the unfamiliar environment of the Underdark. It is obviously a good thing to have a powerful organization to protect him. And the other party happens to be a mortal enemy of the Night Elves. At least, he does not have to worry about backstabbing from behind. Furthermore, with the introduction of the old man Dis-Sol, under normal circumstances, I should be able to integrate in quickly, and quickly accumulate points or contribution points through my identity as an alchemist master. It can be said that when drowsiness comes, Dis-Sol brings a pillow. However, Richard still pretended to be extremely reluctant, nodded, and said, Okay, since the knowledge of source blood above level 3 must be joined to your organization. After I thought about Tug City, I would choose join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Hearing Richard reluctantly agree, a sly look flashed in Dis-Sol's eyes, which seemed to be the pride of succeeding in his plan. If he knew, even if he didn't invite him, Richard would visit him after arriving in Tug City, looking for an opportunity to ask for his help and introduction, and thus join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. I wonder what Dis-Sol would think. Great, Lord Levi. We will soon be members of the same organization. The Grey Dwarf Brotherhood welcomes you to join, Dis-Sol said with a beaming smile. By the way, I think we should have a drink to celebrate Mr. Levi's joining. Dis-Sol turned to look at the twins and Stefana. The twins immediately understood Dis-Sol's eyes, and immediately ran to the next room, and carried a large box of spirits labeled Bordeaux. Come, Sir Levi. This is the 99-year-old Tug liquor that I have treasured for a long time. 99-year-old to the liquor. From which year did the 99 years begin? Could it have been stored for 99 years? Sir Levi. We'll each take half. Looking at the box of 12 bottles. Half for each person. Richard couldn't help but frown. What a celebration. You old man. Aren't you just trying to find an excuse to drink me down? Half an hour later. Dissol, who was so confused by Stefana, was staggering towards the next room, being supported by the twins. It's really delicious and delicious. After Dysol left, Richard did not rest. Instead, he took the flame crystal he had just exchanged and looked at it. I saw a cluster of small flames jumping inside the thumb-sized hexagonal flame crystal. According to the knowledge given by Dicer, he has met all the conditions to burn the essence of blood to stimulate the growth of mental power. That being the case, why not start improving now? After all, improving one's strength is something that should be done sooner rather than later. Immediately, Richard used his mental power to control the flame crystal and the blood of the swamp giant to float in the air. With the infusion of mental power, the flame crystal shattered instantly, releasing an extremely pure flame energy. And under the guidance of Richard's mental power, he jumped around the swamp giant's source blood like a fire elf who had just released his shackles. As the source blood continued to be burned, within a few seconds, a mini version of the swamp giant appeared in midair, roaring at Richard, as if wanting Richard to stop the burning process. But at this point, how is this possible? Richard immediately began to increase the input of mental power, and the flame suddenly burned more intensely. The swamp giant's shadow became smaller and smaller, and the screams continued, but became weaker and weaker. In the end, the swamp giant phantom no longer had the strength to even whisper. Floating in front of Richard's eyes, like a piece of refined humanoid mental power gel. Suddenly, a desire emerged from the depths of Richard's soul, as if to say, eat it. As long as you eat it, it will be very beneficial to the body. Immediately, Richard no longer hesitated, opened his mouth slightly, and the refined swamp giant shadow was directly swallowed into his body. The next second, Richard felt as if his soul was soaking in a hot spring. When Richard woke up again, he found that the light outside the window had become much brighter. Obviously, this meant that it was daytime in the dark area. Stefana is still asleep in bed. Richard called up the inspiration panel and took a look. Name, Richard Clavel. Attributes, Strength 10.9. Agility 11.2. Constitution 11.1. Spirit 46.7, Atomization 27%. His mental power has increased by more than 10 points. And Richard can clearly feel that other attributes of his body are also slowly increasing. The level of atomization has soared to 27%, an increase of 14 percentage points, which is still 3% short of reaching the middle level of a first-level wizard. This made Richard extremely happy. You know, even if you practice the variation of meditation method that has reached the extreme level every day, it still takes at least more than a year to reach the current level. But with the help of the blood essence, it only took one night to complete the journey that originally took a year. Moreover, if it were an ordinary new wizard with a lower level of meditation control, it would probably take at least 2 or 3 years to reach Richard's current level of improvement. However, the next second, Richard realized that if the effect of this source blood was so magical, wouldn't it mean that any powerful wizard family could use it frequently on their talented heirs to quickly improve it? No, this matter shouldn't be that simple. Richard held his breath and focused his consciousness into his body, carefully checking his physical condition. After a while, his expression changed slightly. At the same time, he immediately took out the recording crystal that Dissol traded to him last night. After a while, he discovered the problem. It turns out that, after using the method of burning bloodline essence to stimulate the growth of mental power, the bloodline essence will remain in the body for a long time. During the residual period, no blood essence can be used again. Otherwise it will cause damage to one's own soul. The more powerful the blood essence, the longer its residual period after use. Generally, the residual period of a first-level blood essence ranges from half a year to 2 years, and varies greatly with the physique of each wizard. The residual period of the second-level source blood reaches 3 to 5 years, but the effect will be better. The third-level source blood is even more terrifying. Moreover, Richard also discovered that the rank of the original source of blood was not determined based on the organism itself. Rather, it depends on the level of the bloodline. For example, the spider girl's source blood can be refined into the mistress's source blood through a secondary refining witch formation. The mistress's source blood is the second-level source blood, but its size may only be about the size of a grain of rice. Although it is second-level source blood, It is only the size of a grain of rice. So in terms of effect, it is almost equivalent to the Spider-Woman source blood the size of a fingernail. From this perspective, the larger the creature, the higher its total blood volume. If it contains high-level blood, it is easier to purify it twice or even 3 times. The information given by Dis-Sol also gave an example of the extinction of the dragon-veined kobolds. Nowadays, black dragons and red dragons have disappeared in the Underdark region for nearly 1,000 years. Hundreds of years ago, it became almost impossible for wizards to find the source blood of high-level dragons. But there was a talented wizard who invented a high-level source blood purification magic array, which could purify the blood twice or even 3 times, thereby obtaining a very small amount of ancient and powerful ancestral source blood contained in certain organisms. After he slaughtered an entire tribe of dragon-veined kobolds and collected the blood of thousands of kobolds, he used a high-level source blood purification formation to finally purify a drop of black dragon source blood the size of a fingernail. After this method was leaked, all the dragon-veined kobolds were slaughtered in just over 10 years. In the next few hundred years, there were almost no more dragon-veined kobold tribes with more than 10 people in the entire Underdark. After 2 days of trekking, Grace brought Irene to a hilly area. Since it was a secret operation, she did not bring the remaining 3 spider knights. The spreading hills ahead are undulating and densely planted. In addition to the common ferns in the dark area, there are also dense vines and rare tall trees. It seems that there is some kind of strange energy supply in this area, which makes these plants grow particularly strong. Hard-eating grass. Devil's ivy. There are too many poisonous weeds here. There are simply too many to be normal, Irene exclaimed as she walked, and it was obvious that she recognized the many poisonous plants around her. Grace nodded and said, "Yes, this is the habit of the Jade Fire Church. They like to plant poisonous weeds around their residences." Night Elf TSK. Isn't this my dear Grace? What a rare visitor. I heard the voice of a night elf male thinking to the side. However, when Irina turned her head to look at the dense forest where the sound came from, she had a look of shock. I saw a tall monster walking out of the dense forest. The plants on both sides seemed to be conscious and automatically separated a path to let the other person walk out slowly. The other party is a monster. Yes, that's the only way Irene can describe it. Because apart from the face that can be identified as the handsome appearance of a night elf male, you would not associate any other part of this monster's body with a well-proportioned and handsome night elf. Nickel, the once handsome night elf man, had now expanded by at least 2 times and was over 2 meters 4 in height. He had a pair of black horns like a cow on his head, and his hands had transformed into a pair of extremely sharp claws. As for his ram-like lower body, the final soles of his feet have turned into thick hooves. Irene could even see the short tail swinging behind his butt. Nicole, why are you so alienated? Grace also looked at Nicole in shock. Compared with the Nicole she saw 3 years ago, the alienation was even more serious at this time. And the basic external characteristics of the night elf bloodline were almost invisible. Is this the result of believing in the ancient demon Xavius? This is absolutely terrible. If it were her, she would rather not have powerful power than become such an ugly monster. Chapter 193. Arriving at Tudge City. It seemed that because of seeing Grace, the face of the monster named Nicole softened a lot. Haha. For strong power, some costs are inevitable, aren't they? Grace, you know, I have already had this experience once. Nicole's deep voice came. Urinai on the side found it hard to believe that she actually saw warmth in the eyes of this ugly monster. The look the other party looked at Grace was so soft, just like the loving look the husband looked at his wife, who was cooking when he came home. Irene seemed to remember that before she became a senior Spider-Woman, Grace was slightly older than her. It was said that she had a loving partner at that time, but later they were forced to separate because of the opposition of the mistress. I came here this time to ask for your help. Grace lowered her head, as if she was embarrassed to say this. Oh, it seems that my little Grace has encountered some difficulties? Nicole asked with a smile on her face. Nicole, I hope you can help us retrieve the Nightmare Mirror. Hey, has the Price family fallen to this level now? This important family bloodline magic weapon has fallen into the hands of the enemy, Nicole said disdainfully. It seems that this disgusting woman Benita Price is becoming more and more useless. I heard that you are fighting against the human wizards on the surface. It seems that the Price family will be destroyed soon, swept into the dustbin of history. Nicole seemed to have some objections to Benita, the matron of the Price family, and her words became increasingly unpleasant and her expression became excited. Shut up. I won't allow you to insult the mistress. Irene yelled with a red face. She was originally very dissatisfied with Nicole, a guy who betrayed the family and the Night Elves. But she didn't expect him to be so bold as to directly insult the matron of the Price family in front of the two spider women. Snapped. Suddenly, a dark green vine flashed by, and Irene was knocked 7 or 8 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. After rolling around in a circle, Irina had a blood-red stripe mark on her slender waist. Only then did she realize that she had been whipped severely by the strange vines controlled by Nicole. Stop! Nicole! Grace took a step forward and stood between Nicole and Irene. Okay. For your sake, I'll spare her, Nicole said with disdain as she glanced at Irene lying on the ground. His current strength has been greatly improved after the last sacrifice to the Jade Fire King Xadius. His status is also in the Jade Fire Church. From an ordinary believer to a deacon, directly promoted to the level of a priest. And his strength has already surpassed most of the high-level spider women. Basically, Nicole is confident that the entire Price family, as long as Benita's cousin doesn't take action, he is not afraid of anyone. Damn it! Uranai angrily grabbed the dirt on the ground, and the veins in her white palms bulged from the tight grip, showing her extreme anger. How have I ever suffered such humiliation since becoming a high-level spider woman? Go to H.L. Irina's slender arms instantly turned into extremely sharp dark blade arms. She kicked hard with the soles of her feet, and the soil flew around, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. The next second, Irina appeared directly in front of Nicole. Her body like a cheetah tensed and leaped high, and her two blade arms were crossed and slashed down hard. She wanted to let the other party know that the dignity of the senior spider woman should not be insulted. Ding! Sparks fly. Irene's full-strength jump attack was firmly caught by Nicole's sharp right claw. Under Irene's horrified gaze, in an instant, Nicole raised her leg and kicked hard. No. She raised her hoof and kicked Irene's soft abdomen hard. In an instant, Irina seemed to be knocked away by a giant beast, and she felt a sudden tearing pain in her intestines. Uranai returned to the ground where she was originally lying at a faster speed than when she came, and even slid for several meters, as Irina fell to the ground again. This time, she tried several times but couldn't get up. Uranai was inexplicably horrified. The kick from the opponent just now made her abdomen feel extremely painful. Nicole was simply a monster. The power hidden in his body was too great. She had used all her strength to jump and slash, but he was easily blocked with one hand. Finally, with the help of Grace, he slowly got up. If it weren't for Grace's sake, Spider-Girl, your body would have been placed on the altar of the Jade Fire Church and sacrificed to the respected Lord Xadius, the Jade Fire King, Nicole said in a low voice. The voice sounded. This time, Uranai didn't dare to say anything anymore and stood aside with her head lowered. She didn't know what she was thinking, but judging from her trembling body, it was obvious that her heart was not so peaceful. Tell me, Grace, how do you want me to help you? Well, the nightmare mirror should now be on the body of a traitor Shadra. But she is now mixed up with Dysol of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, and there are 2 miscellaneous fish guards around her, Grace slowly told with. In her eyes, the senior Grey Dwarf wizard Dysol was a much greater threat. In the last battle, it was because of Dysol's sudden appearance that she was blocked by Dysol, causing her mission to fail. Secondly, there is the traitor Shadra. Although he did not see it, Felidai's death must be related to this traitor. As for the human and the fishman, they are just 2 miscellaneous fish. Not worth mentioning. Dysol? That drunkard wizard of the Grey Dwarf. I've heard of him. He seems to be pretty good. Nicole seemed to be recalling Dysol's strength, and there was a silence. Grace looked at Nicole's calm expression, and knew that he didn't seem to care about Dysol's strength. It seemed that, as she expected, Nicole's strength had greatly improved. He actually didn't even look down on a senior first-level wizard like Dysol. By the way, Grace, did you just say that Shadra betrayed? Nicole seemed to know Shadra as well and asked curiously. Grace nodded and said solemnly, yes. I don't know the specific reason, but it is true that Shadra betrayed the mistress, killed Dorothy and stole the nightmare mirror. Grace did not mention the blood of the Black Dragon. You must know that even the Jade Fire Church where Nicole belongs is extremely interested in the blood of such a powerful creature as the Black Dragon. If any member can obtain the blood of the Black Dragon and sacrifice it to Xadius, the King of Jade Fire, he will definitely receive great benefits. Strength improvement or treasure rewards, etc. are all possible. Therefore, she was also worried about whether Nicole would help her find it, after knowing the existence of the Black Dragon's source blood. But for bloodline magic weapons, like the Nightmare Mirror, the demon Xavius is much less interested. It's so interesting. I found that I kind of like Chandra. What a betrayal. Nicole laughed heartily. You? But don't worry. I can help you kill Dysol. But Chandra is still left to you to deal with. After all, this is an internal matter of your Price family. Nicole glanced at Grace teasingly. This made Grace feel uncomfortable. Nicole had always been her most loyal fan. But as he rebelled against the Price family and joined the Jade Fire Church, although his strength improved rapidly, his body became more and more alienated. Now it seems that even his mind has changed a lot. Nicole, who used to obey her, has gradually drifted away. Grace had a hunch that this might be the last time she would ask Nicole for help. It seemed that before long, the loyal guardian knight would only exist in her memory. Okay. Grace was helpless. But it would be fine if Nicole was willing to take action against Dysol. If he and Irina work together to take down Chandra and her 2 servants, it won't be a big problem. Then when can you leave? Where are they now? Nicole asked. It should be in Grey Fern Town. No, not necessarily. It may be on the way from Grey Fern Town to Tudge City, Grace explained. Tudge City? Nicole murmured, as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Grace's heart began to rise again. She was worried that Nicole would change her mind. If the other party changes his mind, he really can't think of any way to complete the task assigned by his mistress. Recently, my mistress's temper has become more and more irritable. I'm afraid if I go back like this... No, there's no problem. I just thought of something very interesting. If the other party has really entered Tudge City, maybe we can change the plan slightly. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Nicole's mouth. Grace was stunned for a moment, and felt a bad feeling in her heart. It's almost noon, and I get up just now when I'm craving for food and drink. Dysol, who had a chicken coop on his head and dark bags under his eyes, couldn't help but see a ghostly expression when he saw the energetic Richard, and said, Your Excellency Liliwei, your breath. The opponent's aura has obviously increased significantly, and the faint blood aura of the swamp giant lingering on his body cannot be deceived. The opponent is now in the residual period of bloodline essence. What this means is self-evident. Dysol had no idea that when he was drunk, Levi, the young wizard in front of him, would burn the swamp giant blood he had just obtained to stimulate the growth of his own mental power. This kind of execution is simply terrifying. No wonder his strength has reached this level at such a young age. At the same time, he is also a rare alchemist of the bomb branch. He is truly the king of time management. He originally thought that the other party would at least wait until he got to Tudge City, washed away his fatigue and adjusted his body to the best condition, before he would consider burning source blood to increase his mental power. Unexpectedly, Your Excellency Levi, your diligence really puts me to shame. Dysol couldn't help but admire it from the bottom of his heart. The twin gray dwarf girls standing beside them also fluttered their bright eyes, looked at the young Richard in front of them, and then looked at their master, their surprise evident in their expressions. In comparison, his master is too lazy. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Dysol. By the way, should we set off for Tudge City? Richard smiled slightly, and put the topic aside. Oh, yes, that's what I was about to say. In order to resist another attack by the Night Elves, Hansel, the garrison commander of Grey Fern Town, arranged for a group of Grey Dwarf Argali Knights to escort us to Tudge City. They should be here soon. After they arrive, we will set off for Tudge City. Do you think this arrangement is okay, Lord Levi? Dysol explained with a smug look. Ordinary wizards obviously would not receive this kind of treatment. This was because Dysol was older than Hansel. When Hansel was young, Dysol had helped him many times. In human terms, this is connections. Of course it's no problem, Lord Dysol. Thank Commander Hansel for me. Richard smiled. Obviously, he also realized this. It seems that Dysol still has a lot of face. The local garrison commander actually sent people to protect him, although the formal significance was greater than the actual significance. After all, neither he nor Dysol, as masters at the official wizard level, needed an Argali whose strength was only equivalent to the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. Night protection. However, there is a team of Grey Dwarf Argali riders guarding on the side. Even if they are attacked by Night Elves, they can resist a little. It is always better than nothing. After a few people packed their bags and went downstairs, they happened to meet the Argali Knights arriving at the door of the hotel. I saw 12 Grey Dwarves in thick plate armor, riding on strong and sturdy argali. With high spirits, there were 6 more argali at the rear of the team, which seemed to be specially prepared for them. Your Excellency Levi, this must be your first time riding a bighorn sheep. They have a docile character. Unless they encounter a battle or are in estrus, they will attack the enemy with their huge curved horns. Disol patted one. Argali sheep. Tau. Richard nodded. I saw that the size of the bighorn sheep is not much larger than that of the goats on the ground. But it is very strong. Especially the muscles of the legs are intertwined and appear to be extremely powerful. It is characterized by a pair of significant curved large horns. The horns are twisted downwards in a spiral shape, with ring edges on the outside. The overall length of the horns reaches more than 1 meter. According to Disol, these bighorn sheep that serve as mounts are all male rams. They will not shy away from fighting ferocious beasts. They are also one of the main mounts of great wars. Seeing everyone jumping on the bighorn argali, Richard also jumped on, and found that the riding comfort was indeed good. The hair on the back of the bighorn sheep is soft, and it runs very smoothly. Even if it faces bumpy and undulating roads, it still walks on flat ground. This reminded him of his previous winter wolf mount, which was also so good to ride. After 3 days of trekking, Richard and his party were getting closer and closer to Tuj City. At this time, the road network became more and more dense, with small paths constantly merging into the main road. And the main road they were traveling on began to become wider and wider. From the original width of 4 people walking side by side, now at least 8 people can walk side by side. Many travelers and caravans encountered along the way would take the initiative to avoid and salute when they saw Richard and others being escorted by a group of Grey Dwarf knights. Richard was observing the caravan of the Grey Dwarves and found that large cargoes were still carried by giant beasts such as the unicorn lizard, which had strong load-bearing capacity. It seemed that the Grey Dwarves were not as he had imagined, similar to the What steam engine in his previous life, and had not entered a certain energy-driven era. In other words, the energy used by puppet masters like Disol to drive puppets is probably due to the requirements of skills or some other restrictions, and has not been promoted on a large scale. Hey! Is that a lighthouse or a street light ahead? Richard said softly. Quite unexpectedly. Far ahead, I saw several lights shining like beacons, illuminating the road ahead. Dicer, standing by, said with a smug look on his face. This is a lighthouse, Lord Levi. It is the result of the exquisite craftsmanship of the Grey Dwarves combined with the special ore, the flame stone. Even the night elves are not capable of setting it up in the Underdark. And around the big cities of our Grey Dwarves, there are these kind of flaming stone lighthouses scattered around, pointing the way forward for travelers coming and going. Richard nodded. Disol started to introduce it non-stop on the side. The general idea was that this kind of flame stone itself has the power of fire. After the Grey Dwarves mined it, they used a special method to slowly release the power of fire contained in it. A fist-sized flame stone can be used above the lighthouse for months. Within the range visible to Richard's naked eyes, he saw no less than 10 lighthouses. And this was the number of lighthouses in one direction of Tug City. If one considers that there are so many cities of the Grey Dwarves, the number of lighthouses would be innumerable. And it would cost a lot of money in a year. Hey! Then why doesn't Grey Fern Town have this kind of lighthouse? Richard asked curiously. Mr. Levi. You will know it when you get to the lighthouse. As Richard walked further and further, when he almost reached a lighthouse, he realized that the lighthouse was taller than he thought. In addition to guiding travelers and distant pedestrians, the area it could illuminate was also very large. In the area covered by the soft flame stone light, it seemed that barley was planted on the surface of the ground. A breeze blew by, and the golden ears of wheat rustled. This made Richard stunned for a moment. And at the same time, he realized that he seemed to have tasted the malt in the Tugger liquor he drank yesterday. At that time, he was still wondering where the Grey Dwarves got the malt. And it turned out that the answer was here. Continuing to move forward, when the group arrived at the bottom of the huge flame stone lighthouse, Richard discovered that there were continuous light blue giant-winged moths attacking the flame stone, seemingly trying to extinguish each other. The bodies of these light blue moths are only the size of fists, but their wings are quite huge, about the size of a cattail fan with a diameter of half a meter. Among a large group of fist-sized blue moths, there will be a few extraordinarily huge and gorgeous ones. Although the Grey Dwarves have set up a protective metal net around the flame stone, these light blue giant-winged moths are still fearless of life and death and continue to move forward. Richard had excellent eyesight and could clearly see that after a blue moth died from the light and heat radiation emitted by the flame stone. Its body was hung on the metal net. But the moth's body fluids also began to gradually corrode the metal. The net made a sizzling sound. Therefore, in order to ensure long-term lighting of the flame stone, it is necessary to ensure that not too many moths fly on the metal net within a period of time. Otherwise, not only will the metal net be damaged, but the flame stone inside will also be quickly corroded by the blue moths. At the same time, the occasionally large and gorgeous moths that appear occasionally are particularly destructive to the metal mesh. Therefore, there is a group of gray dwarf apprentices whose strength level is around the level of 3rd level wizard apprentices. They are using 0-level witchcraft alternately under the lighthouse to eliminate too many blue moths. Most of the time, though, they only target those gorgeous moths that are extraordinarily large. Seeing this scene, Richard naturally wanted to understand why there were no such lighthouses around Greyfern Town. It was obviously not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Only large cities with large populations will have enough wizard schools and be able to train enough wizard apprentices to complete this task. Soon after, a majestic giant city appeared in front of Richard. "Sir Levi, we're here." Seeing the surprise in Richard's eyes, Dicer felt a sense of pride as a grey dwarf. "I saw that the entire Tudge city seemed to be made of a kind of black stone, like a prostrate black beast lying on the vast plain." Continuing forward, I saw 2 huge black grey dwarf statues standing at the gate that were tens of meters high. More than 10 meters high. It seemed that each statue weighed at least dozens of tons. TSK. Richard couldn't help but think in a wicked way. Hearing that short people usually imagine themselves to be tall and powerful. The statue at the door seems to be a good proof. As if noticing that Richard's eyes were attracted by the 2 huge statues, Dysol leaned closer and said, "Sir Levi, I didn't expect you to figure it out right away. Yes, these 2 statues are actually giant war golems. They can be activated by a level 2 great wizard, who activates the spell and inputs the secret key. They have amazing combat power. Although it cannot reach the level of fighting the dragon in the legend, there is still no big problem in dealing with dragons or dragonborn creatures." After listening to this, Richard was shocked. You can see that God is riding a horse. He didn't expect that he would know this secret just by looking at it twice, which made Richard feel a little bit dumbfounded. However, Richard still nodded without changing his expression and said, "I deeply admire the Grey Dwarf's ingenious puppetry skills. If there is an opportunity, I hope to learn the relevant knowledge of puppetry from Mr. Dissol in the future. Your Excellency Levi, this is my honor, and I very much hope to have the opportunity to ask you some questions about alchemy bombs." Dissol smiled broadly, looking at the flow of people at the door. The teens and pedestrians coming out do not need to be inspected, but the inspection of the teens entering Tudge City is still quite strict. This immediately made Richard frown. While Richard was still wondering whether some of the items in his luggage were too sensitive, Dissol, who was beside him, had already observed his words and said, "Sir Levi, please rest assured that we are not entering through the ordinary passage. As official wizards, especially members of our Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, we can use the VIP passage and enjoy exemption from inspection." Chapter 194 Secret. This immediately made Richard feel happy. It seemed that he was leaning against a big tree, so he could enjoy the shade. This was good for an organization with an official background. There was a long line of Grey Dwarf civilians, businessmen, and even many mercenaries whose strength had reached the level of formal knights. They all watched with envy as Richard and his party, escorted by Grey Dwarf Argali knights, entered the VIP room beside them. Look! Here comes another wizard." A lizard man carrying a short bow spoke to another companion next to him with a long forked tongue. The envy in his eyes was beyond words. TSK. There is a team of Argali knights guarding you. I'm afraid they are not ordinary wizards. Generally, only the Grey Dwarves who are Marquis or above, or the kind of famous senior wizards can get this kind of treatment." The companion next to him introduced it, and the envy in his eyes was obviously no less than that of the lizard man who was speaking next to him. "Hey, tell me, when will I be able to be so majestic? Let a team of Argali knights escort me, and then walk through the VIP aisle, without having to queue up in a smelly queue." Obviously, the young lizard man is already looking forward to the day when he can have privileged access like Richard and the others. At this time, a lizard man elder standing next to him, leaning on a grey wooden staff, shook his head and said angrily, "Stop daydreaming. Practice your bow and arrow skills. Find opportunities to hunt more low-level monsters, and your life will be better than many people's." The lizard man elder looked at the children of his family who had no wizard talent at all, but day by day They fantasized about being able to succeed. Young people really don't know how high the sky is, and how high it is. But when I was young, it wasn't like this. You always have to have dreams. Otherwise they are no different from a wild boar leg hung on a beam to dry. When Richard and others came to the VIP passage on the side of the city gate, there were only a few people in line. And judging from their clothes, they were either rich or noble. Either nobles wearing complicated patterns, or wizards holding staffs. Compared to the long queue at the main entrance, the difference is huge. However, there was not a single team like Richard's, which had 12 Argali knights guarding it. At this time, the 12 Argali knights, who had escorted Richard from Grey Fern Town to Tudge City, collectively tightened their reins and stopped. One of the Grey Dwarf Argali knights stepped forward. He should be the captain of this team, bowed slightly and said, "Dear Lord Dissol, now that we have arrived safely in Tudge City, our escort mission is over. Here, I would like to say goodbye to you all, and we will soon return to Grey Fern Town." "Thank you," Dissol said with a kind face, then turned to the twin Grey Dwarf girls and nodded. The twin Grey Dwarf girls were talking as they stepped forward and handed a large package to the Argali Knight captain. It looked like it was quite heavy. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. This is a small thank you from Mr. Dissol." This team leader looked rather hesitant. You must know that even their leader Hansel's identity and status are half as good as that of Lord Dissol in front of him. "If you accept the gift from Mr. Dissol yourself." The elder sister of the twin girls chuckled and said, "This is not a valuable item. It is just barley liquor brewed by my sister and I. Please accept it." This made the Argali Knights look happy. And the captain immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Dicer. Thank you." Ladies, no Grey Dwarf would refuse a good drink delivered to his door. The captain of the Argali Knights immediately accepted the package and opened it. Sure enough, it was a sheepskin wine bag that had been packed long ago, exuding a faint aroma of ale. When Richard saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. It seemed that the Grey Dwarves were fond of fine wine, and what was recorded in the books was absolutely correct. However, he didn't expect that the Grey Dwarf twin sisters were actually winemakers. No wonder Dysol was so precious. After all, given the population base of the Grey Dwarves, a pair of ordinary twins would not be so rare for a senior wizard. It turns out that he is also a winemaker, which is indeed relatively rare. In addition, Dissol is not only good at wine, but also lustful. So naturally he is very precious. After greeting Dissol, Richard and others again and saluting, this team of Argali Knights couldn't wait to take out their sheepskin wine bags and drink. While drinking the wine, they galloped away from Tudge City on their sheep, heading towards Grey Fern Town. At this time, a Grey Dwarf who looked like an officer walked out of the VIP passage first, followed by a Grey Dwarf dressed as a secretary and several Grey Dwarf guards, who stepped forward and said, "Dear distinguished guest, welcome to Tudge City." After saying that, he bowed slightly and saluted to Richard and others. Obviously the other party also saw the scene just now, and knew that Richard and his party had extraordinary origins. According to the regulations, official wizards are free to enter the city, but the distinguished guests cannot have more than 2 servants accompanying them. If there are more than 2 people, they need to pay the entrance fee. However, before the other party finished speaking, Dysol threw a black diamond-shaped token to the other party and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Isn't this boy Simon here? I am Dysol." Apparently, the Grey Dwarf officer had heard of Dysol's name, and he quickly said, "Master Simon is out on patrol, and is not here right now." It turns out to be Master Dysol of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. I heard Master Simon often mention your heroic deeds. I saw that the other party became more respectful, and took a crystal ball from the hand of the clerk behind. When the token and the crystal ball came into contact, Dissol's appearance and identity appeared in the crystal ball. "Sir Dissol, I need to trouble you to report the verification password you used last time you stayed in Tudge City. The verification password is, let me think about it. It should be, I want to brew the best wine." Dysol frowned and tried to recall, and said after a while. This made the twin Grey Dwarf girls next to them cover their mouths and chuckle. They seemed not to be very talented in brewing. They had collected many rare brewing recipes. As a result, the taste of each brew was very different from the taste described in the recipe. "The password is correct. Welcome home, Sir Dissol." The Grey Dwarf officer smiled, and handed the sign back to Dissol. Richard looked at it, and nodded slightly. There should be some kind of verification mechanism between the crystal ball and the token. The crystal ball can verify the authenticity of the token, and then read the information of the token. At the same time, the token holder also needs to tell the password he left before leaving Tuj City last time for secondary verification. In this case, even if someone obtains the token by stealing, it will not be able to pass the secondary verification. In the eyes of the Grey Dwarves, this should be regarded as a very remarkable method. However, Richard, who had experience in his previous life, immediately discovered the loopholes. If the token owner is killed by an enemy wizard and his soul searched, then the secondary verification will naturally be broken. If the enemy wizard is proficient in witchcraft such as mimicry, he can still enter Tuj City with arrogance. Of course, there are still only a few people with such ability. In comparison, the pupil and fingerprint verification in the previous life is more advanced. By the way, this sir is, the Grey Dwarf officer has the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice. So he can easily tell that apart from Dysol, Richard's aura is the most powerful in the team. This is also a master of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Your Excellency Levi is guaranteed by me, so there is no need to check. These two are followers of Your Excellency Levi. Dysol interjected. Okay, Master Dysol. If you guarantee it, it will be fine. After entering the city, the prosperity is naturally much higher than that of Greyfern Town. But the living standards of ordinary residents do not seem to be much different from those of Greyfern Town. The appearance of the houses is still similar to small squares, made of hard stone. And it seems that the area of the houses is even smaller than the houses in Greyfern Town. Is it because the housing prices in Tuj City are relatively expensive? In Tuj City, the three masters and servants of Richard followed Dysol and continued riding toward the center of the city for about half an hour. Slowly, the flow of people began to become sparse. The pedestrians were dressed more and more richly. The surrounding environment became better and better, and there were more and more flowers and green plants. It seems that this should be in the wealthy area of Tuj City. The houses of the surrounding residents have begun to become more diverse. No longer boring square shapes. 2 or even 3-story buildings began to appear, and almost all of them were large villas with aesthetically designed gardens and lawns. You can imagine how luxurious this is in the center of Tuj City, where land is at a premium. Walking into the gate of Dysol's villa, Richard's eyes lit up. He saw many flowers planted in the yard and fountains were designed. The entire villa occupies a large area, with the yard alone covering about 400 to 500 square meters. But the next second, he was shocked. More than a dozen beautiful Grey Dwarfs of different styles had been waiting on the side. When they saw Dysol appear, they said in unison, "Welcome home, Master Dysol." The age range of these more than 10 Grey Dwarf beauties seems to be very wide, including mature Grey Dwarf women and Grey Dwarf lowly girls. This old pervert is really... Are you too busy to come here? Richard found that he still underestimated Dysol's combat power. However, when they saw these dozen Grey Dwarf beauties, the twin sisters' faces darkened, and they seemed quite unhappy. Aunt Ecosila. At this time, the twin Grey Dwarf girls stepped forward and saluted one of them, an extremely mature and charming young Grey Dwarf woman. What? Aunt? Richard was stunned. Hack. I still underestimated the fighting power of this perverted old man Dysol. Richard yelled in his heart. This old man is too explosive. I originally thought that the 2 twin Grey Dwarf girls along the way were all that Dysol had. Result? But it's just the tip of the iceberg among the concubines that Dysol has. In his previous life, the old man Dysol was absolutely explosive. Seeing the strange looks that Richard's master and servant looked at him, Dysol blushed in a rare blush. Ahem. Lord Levi, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Dysol coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Although Richard was very envious or, no, disagreed with Diesel's style. He was quite happy with Diesel along the way. And when you first arrive in Tuj City, you still need to have a good relationship with Dysol. Obviously, not only can you not mock the opponent at this time, but you also have to give the opponent a way to step down. So, Richard looked at Dysol with sincere eyes, and said against his will, Your Excellency Dysol, you like young girls, who are not familiar with the world because you pity their loneliness and weakness. This is benevolence. And you like mature women. Don't give up because of your age. This is loyalty. You are a Grey Dwarf wizard with noble character. What? This immediately stunned everyone, especially the concubines of Dysol, who looked at Richard with piercing eyes. Unexpectedly, Dysol was so lustful. And his friend, the young wizard Mr. Levi, could actually explain it like this? Are all human wizards like this? Are they good at rhetoric? Stepina on the side couldn't help covering her face and lowering her head in shame. She was too embarrassed to look at the expressions of the people around her when they looked at her master. The master had only spent a few days with the old pervert, Dysol, and was already led astray by him. My master's speaking style seems a bit like Fingard. Immediately, Stephanie looked up and glared at Fingard beside her. And Fingard felt a sudden chill on the back of his neck and shivered. Richard himself didn't quite believe what he said, but it moved Dysol so much. At this moment, Dysol felt like he had found a confidant. He pulled Richard and said, "Your Excellency Levi, you really understand me very well. God, Titan Father, I wish you could have been born 100 years earlier. By the way, Sir Levi, let me show you my residence." That night, there was singing and dancing in the banquet hall of Dissel's villa. Although the average height of Dissel's concubines was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, they were as convex as they should be, and had a certain exotic style. However, Richard still couldn't appreciate these gray dwarf beauties, who were less than 1.5 meters tall. Dysol, on the other hand, was drinking happily. After a few glasses of liquor, he started to touch everyone and had a lot of fun. After Stephanie glanced at Dysol with disdain, she looked at Richard next to her. She couldn't help but think about how the gap between them was so big even though they were both official wizards. "Sir Levi, this is Tudge City's very famous gray iron beer. It was originally brewed by workers who dug gray iron ore. Later, after several improvements, it became Tudge City's famous beer." Richard was quite surprised. He didn't expect that there was beer in this world. At least, in his impression, there seemed to be no such alcoholic beverage as beer in the human kingdom on the surface, but more common alcoholic drinks brewed from barley. If you want a higher alcohol content, distill it. If you want a lower alcohol content, blend it. "Hey, there are no bubbles in the beer," Richard said to himself after taking a sip. Dysol, who was already drunk, obviously didn't hear Richard's words clearly. Richard thought for a while. Regarding wine, it might be better to ask the twin gray dwarf girls about wine. After all, as winemakers, they must have a certain understanding of the types of wine. If the gray dwarf's wines were all without bubbles, maybe they could start a side job. After all, there are so many drunken gray dwarfs. These are the target group. So, Richard waved to the twins. "Hello, Mr. Li Wei." Two gray dwarf girls came to Richard's side very obediently. After some investigation, he found out that in the territory of the gray dwarfs, there was no beer with a lot of bubbles as Richard knew, but only so-called beer similar to the rice wine in his previous life. This made Richard very happy. But the next second, he thought of a question. He didn't know if there were hops in this world. Just as Richard was lost in thought, Dysol, who was very drunk, staggered to Richard's side, with an expression that all men understand, and said with his tongue tied, "Your Excellency Li Wei, do you like these two girls? Then I will give them to you." This immediately embarrassed the twin girls, and left Richard speechless for a while. It was really love food and drink. Although Richard had little interest in the singing and dancing of gray dwarf beauties, he was full of praise for the table full of gray dwarf specialties. It is made from barley sh. Lead, mixed with chopped argali offal, and added with various spices. This is a high-end gray dwarf staple food called magus, which generally only very wealthy gray dwarves can afford to enjoy on a daily basis. A plate of sliced smoked wild boar. It is said to be smoked with cherry wood, so each piece of wild boar has a faint aroma of fruit wood. The small dipping sauce next to it is honey strawberry jam. Take a piece of wild boar and dip it in your mouth. Inside, the aroma is rich, slightly sweet but not greasy, which makes you appetizing. There was also a plate of blood sausage stuffed with bear meat, which also made Richard marvel. It is said to be made by chopping up the spine of a spotted black bear, mixing it with coagulated bear blood and stuffing it into sausage casings, then adding a large amount of spices to enhance the flavor and remove the fishy smell. Thingard ate 8.5-meter-long pieces of bear meat and blood sausage in a row. This was the first time that Richard discovered that his #1 servant could actually eat so well. After the meal, a bunch of desserts and something like vegetable salad were served. But at this time, Richard's master and servant could no longer eat any more. Looking at Dysol, who had already fallen into the warmth and softness of jade, Richard couldn't help but shook his head. The dinner ended hastily. When Richard returned to his room, he did not rest immediately. Instead, he sat down on the chair behind the desk and began to close his eyes and think. Just now, through some insinuations, I learned about the general situation of the wizard organization in Tudge City from Dysol and several of Dysol's concubines. Not all of Dicer's concubines are ordinary Grey Dwarf women. But there are several women at the level of third-level wizard apprentices. Due to some of Richard's problems. It is no secret in Tuj City. Not to mention Your Excellency Li Wei is the master's distinguished guest. The concubines were completely unprepared for Richard. Almost like pouring beans through a bamboo tube. And they clearly introduced the wizard organization in Tuj City. This made Richard feel happy. Originally, he had planned to find an excuse to arrange for Fingart and Stepaina to go out to investigate early the next morning. Now it seems that we can just send Fingart out tomorrow to verify. First of all, Dicer was not bragging. The Grey Dwarf Brotherhood was indeed the leading large wizard organization in the city of Tug. But it's not the only large-scale wizard organization. By the way, one thing to note here is that Tuj City's identification of a large wizard organization requires 3 second-level wizards to be in charge before it can be classified as a large wizard organization. There are 4 large wizarding organizations in the entire Tuj City. There are actually 17 or 8 medium-sized wizarding organizations. And there are even more small ones. This surprised Richard. There are so many wizard organizations in Tuj City? This is so unreasonable. Assuming that Tuj City has such a strong strength. He believes that not only the Night Elves will not be the opponent of the Grey Dwarves, but also all the human kingdoms on the surface combined will not be the opponent of the Grey Dwarves. There must be some secrets that he doesn't know about. Chapter 195 Trouble. Early the next morning, Richard sent Fingart to inquire about the situation of the wizard organization in Tuj City. Naturally, there is not much confidentiality level for this kind of news that is known to all wizard apprentices. After a while, Fingart came back to report to Richard before Dysol woke up. Basically, it was exactly the same as what several of Dysol's favorite concubines said, which made Richard feel confident that joining the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood could indeed be his first choice. After all, with a senior first-level wizard like Dysol as a guide, he will definitely be at home in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, and it will be easier for him to obtain the resources and permissions he needs. And if you choose another large-scale wizard organization and no one introduces it, the first step of the qualification review will be very troublesome. You are not a human from the Underdark, but from the surface. Once the other party gets to the bottom of it, you will definitely get involved. Secondly, without anyone to introduce or guarantee you, you can only climb up step by step. And the speed of obtaining resources will definitely not be as fast and convenient as in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. After making up his mind, Richard no longer considered the issue. Nor did he rush Dysol. Instead, he took a blank parchment and slowly started writing something. Stefana took a curious look and found that the owner was drawing some utensils, and noted a series of words such as barley, fermentation, hops or substitutes, and so on. It seems to be a blueprint for brewing some kind of wine? It was almost noon before Dysol woke up. But once he regained consciousness, he soon became sober. It can be said that after drinking and before drinking, there were 2 Dysols. The former is the drunkard Dysor, and the latter is the senior wizard Dysor. After waking up, Dysol quickly took Richard to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood station in Tuj City. Along the way, Richard wanted to ask Dysol about his question last night, about why there were so many wizard organizations in Tuj City. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate to bring up this topic now. If everything goes well, it will be more legitimate for me to raise this question after I officially become a member of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood in the afternoon. After a while, the two came to a tall building covering a large area. It was a 3-story square building. Although it was only 3 stories high, it looked particularly tall and solid. It was indeed tall. Richard looked at the nearly 10-meter-high gate and the nearly 15-meter-high ceilings of each floor and was speechless. How could a Grey Dwarf, who was less than 1 meter and 40, like tall things so much? What a strange hobby. At the gate, there were many wizards and wizard apprentices coming and going. Seeing so many people coming in and out, Richard couldn't help showing a surprised expression. You know, he had just made a rough estimate and encountered more than 10 members of the official wizard level coming in and out. And even more wizard apprentices. If so many wizards join every day, the strength of this Grey Dwarf Brotherhood will be too terrifying. Apparently, Dysol noticed Richard's face and introduced with a smile. Uh-huh. Sir Levi. Are you surprised? Because today is the last day of the month. It is the monthly assessment day. All members who have made enough contributions, or whose skills have been greatly improved, and who want to improve their treatment within the organization, will come here today for verification or assessment, so that determine the level of treatment again. Also, the wizards or wizard apprentices who want to join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood within a month will also be assessed today. So there are so many people. Richard understood it after hearing it for a while. It turns out that not all wizards coming in and out are applying to join the Brotherhood. But many of them are internal members, who come here today to upgrade their treatment level. As they walked, Dissol continued to introduce enthusiastically. If the newly joined official wizards are strong enough and pass the assessment, they may skip the gray iron level at the beginning and directly enjoy the treatment of bronze level. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he didn't know what the gray iron and bronze treatment was about. Your Excellency Levi, are you curious about what this gray iron and bronze level treatment is about? Dissol smiled mysteriously. His Excellency Richard will naturally know after a while. Besides, Sir Richard doesn't need to understand these low-level treatment. After the two entered the hall, a beautiful gray dwarf maid came to greet them. Richard took a quick look at her and sensed the aura of a third-level wizard apprentice. Sir Dissol, you finally returned to Tuj City. You picked it up last time. Dissol waved his hand and said, let's talk about this later. Let me think about it. The person in charge of the alchemist assessment now should be Alhin. That's right. It's him. By the way, little Celia, Alhin, are you at the station? Yes, Lord Dissol. Lord Alhin is in charge of arranging the assessment today. A group of alchemists, who have recently applied to join the organization, will be assessed today. In addition, several members of this batch, who want to improve their treatment level, also need to be assessed and tested. Mr. Alhin is currently in the assessment hall. Do you want me to take you there? Dissol waved his hand and said, no. Little Celia. She is getting more and more beautiful. Say hello to your mother for me. The little maid's face blushed slightly, and she seemed to know that there was some scandal between her mother and Lord Dissol in the organization. Richard thought he was going to the second floor, but to Richard's surprise, Dissol and Richard actually spiraled down the stairs. The assessment hall is actually underground, which is an unexpected design. After the two of them walked down 2 floors in a row, they passed through a corridor and suddenly became enlightened. In an empty hall, dozens of wizards and wizard apprentices of various races gathered together in 2s and 3s to chat, seemingly waiting for something. On one side of the venue is an empty hall, and on the other side are various rooms. Various utensils can be faintly seen inside, which seem to be alchemy rooms. Richard made a general observation and found that among the group of people participating in the alchemy examination, there were about 7 or 8 people who had reached the official wizard level. Most of the rest were at the 3rd level wizard apprentice level, and they were generally older. The oldest among them should be an old man from a certain fishman tribe in front of him. The fish whiskers around his mouth are all white, and he is holding a huge fish bone magic circle. He is trembling when he walks. There is a strong young fishman beside him, supporting. This is too old. The fishman old man could easily be over 100 years old, but his strength seemed to be only the limit of a 3rd level wizard apprentice. Not even as good as Richard himself. Every 1 or several months, the Brotherhood will organize applicants to take unified assessments. There are different categories such as combat, alchemy, inscription, and witchcraft. These are alchemists who intend to join the Brotherhood through the alchemy assessment. As if seeing the curiosity in Richard's eyes, Dissol continued to introduce. Basically, applicants need to have at least an intermediate professional title as a stepping stone, such as an intermediate alchemist, an intermediate inscriptionist, or an intermediate rune blacksmith, etc., in order to meet the registration conditions. Otherwise, they will not pass the qualification review after registration. Richard nodded to express his understanding. This requirement was not low. He remembered that in the large blacksmith shop in Greyfern Town, the most skilled master only had the title of junior rune blacksmith. If you have an intermediate professional title, you can basically support opening a weapon shop or equipment shop in a city, and the income will be far higher than that of an ordinary blacksmith shop. However, Your Excellency Levi, you don't need to worry about these cumbersome regulations at all. Your master-level alchemy strength is beyond doubt, and Alhin is an old friend of mine. Don't worry. We will complete the corresponding procedure soon. Then, we can have another drink. As soon as Dissol mentioned drinking, he immediately became excited. Although the square on the underground floor was empty, some wizards and wizard apprentices who came for the assessment seemed to have heard Dissol's words. They couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Richard and Dissol, and frown with disgust. Richard reacted immediately and touched his nose. Unexpectedly, he was thought to be someone who used the back door. However, Diesel is really a bad teammate. Or he is just used to being lazy. He didn't even set up soundproofing when talking to the two of them. Continuing to walk forward, Dissol shouted, Alhin, I'm here to see you. Dysol. It's rare for you to come and see me. An old dwarf with a long goatee saw Dysol, stood up from a large chair, and said with a smile on his face. Judging from the aura, it seems that the opponent's strength is still higher than Dysol. The two hugged each other tightly. It seems that they have a good relationship. Human wizards on the surface are completely unaccustomed to this way of greeting with physical contact. But Grey Dwarf wizards still cannot help but embrace this habit. This time Dysol seemed to have realized that there were many people around waiting for the assessment, and he immediately used a sound isolation technique to cover himself. Alhan and Richard. Alhan, I came to you this time to recommend a talent to you. This caused a gleam to flash in the eyes of the old man with the goatee. Oh, is this you? Sir? The old man with the goatee looked at Richard and nodded. As a human being, it is really outstanding to be able to become an official wizard at such a young age. If you join the organization, you can get bronze level treatment at the beginning. But I'm not in charge of the combat assessment. Sir, you have to go find Graham for the combat. He's upstairs. The old man, with a goatee named Alhan, stroked his beard and said, although the three of them had been covered by soundproofing, the people around them who were waiting for the assessment were all looking at Richard with different eyes, including envy and jealousy. Wizards are all human beings. And Dysol's loud voice just now has exposed his purpose. No. No! Alhan, you made a mistake this time. Mr. Levi deserves at least mithril level treatment, Dysol said proudly. At this time, Richard touched his nose and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He finally understood Dysol's purpose in coming to see the Alhan wizard. In addition to asking for treatment for him, it seemed that it was more to show off? Showing off his discerning eye. He found an alchemist master like himself. Alhan frowned and said, why? Dysol. Although there are very few geniuses under the age of 30 who are promoted to official wizards, there are still some. If they are equally outstanding in combat awareness, the organization will give them bronze treatment. No. No. Not only is he a fighting genius, Mr. Levi is also a master of alchemy. Master alchemist? The old man with the goatee looked at Richard suspiciously again, and said with a look of displeasure, Dysol, don't be ridiculous. Your Excellency Levi seems to be less than 30 years old. How could he be a master of alchemy? Correction. Your Excellency Levi is 20 years old this year, Dysol said proudly. This made Alhan look unhappy instantly. He whispered, then you think that a 20-year-old human wizard is rare enough. And yet, he is also a master alchemist. Dysol, how much tugger liquor did you drink in the morning to get so drunk? You? At this time, Dysol also discovered that the person he wanted to introduce, Mr. Levi, seemed to be a bit too genius. And even his good friend Alhan didn't believe it. Dysol glanced at Richard, fearing to make him unhappy, and immediately walked to Alhan and whispered, Your Excellency Levi is a traveling wizard, a true master of alchemy, majoring in the explosion branch. He gave me a formula for an alchemical combination bomb he developed himself. The power of the bomb has reached the level of first-level fire witchcraft. What? Alhan looked surprised and had an expression of disbelief. What Dysol said made sense, and he didn't seem to be drunk. Could it be that this young lordly way in front of me is really a master of alchemy? But in more than 100 years, I have never seen such a young alchemist master in the organization. You know, even improving the alchemical formula is not something that an ordinary alchemist can do. After all, it involves hundreds or thousands of adjustments to the ratio to find a nearly perfect combination, thereby improving an existing alchemical formula. It is so difficult to improve an alchemical formula. As you can imagine, if you want to develop a new alchemical formula, the work required will be even more complicated. Generally speaking, it requires a large team. That is, several alchemy masters leading dozens of middle and senior alchemists, spending a lot of time and energy, and trying various different raw materials before success can be achieved. The key points are maybe, not certainly. In other words, after spending a lot of time and energy, the gain may be zero. Therefore, many masters of alchemy only get inspiration from their imagination and develop such a brand new alchemy formula by chance. It may only happen once in a lifetime, but it is worthy of a lifetime of glory for an alchemist master. And the Lord Levi in front of me doesn't look like he has been studying alchemy for hundreds of years, or even decades. Therefore, the most likely possibility is that the other party's recipe was obtained from some unknown secret realm. Alhan, who thought he had figured it out, couldn't help but persuade his old friend Dysol. Dysol, it is impossible to judge whether a person is an alchemist master just from a new alchemy formula. Do you know the origin of this formula? For example, is it possible that it comes from a secret realm? Or, seeing that his friend's words were getting more and more outrageous, if he were to continue talking, he would probably say that Lord Li Wei's alchemy formula was stolen. Des Sol interrupted suddenly angrily. Alhan, you idiot. Of course I know this. So I watched with my own eyes. Lord Li Wei, using his superb alchemy making skills to make 10 combination bombs in a very short period of time. What? Alhan looked shocked. This couldn't help but make Alhan deny his opinion again. After all, if it was true as Des Sol said, even if Levi's alchemy skills were not masters, his proficiency in making this alchemy bomb was still very close to masters. If it's true as you said, Lord Levi is certainly worthy of Mithra-level treatment. Alhan decided to believe the words of his old friend Des Sol. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be faked. Even though Lord Levi is a little short of a true alchemy master, the fact that the other party is extremely proficient in making an alchemy combination bomb that is comparable to first-level fire witchcraft is of great significance to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. If you give the other party Mithra-level treatment, the top management of the organization will definitely agree. As soon as Des Sol's sound shielding spell was over, Alhan immediately sat back in his chair and quickly wrote the following words on a parchment scroll. Levi, special recruit of the alchemy department. Alchemy master. Mithra-level treatment. Soon, Alhan handed the parchment to Des Sol and said, Des Sol, that's all. You can just take Mr. Levi to the first floor to handle it. Although the entire exchange between Alhan and Des Sol was conducted under the screen of sound, and nothing was mentioned, it was obvious that this scene had fallen into the eyes of all the alchemists present. Alhan just finished speaking. I saw a strong fishman wizard apprentice walking out beside the trembling fishman old man, and said in a loud voice, Your Excellency Alhan, as far as I know the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, all assessments are consistent. We adhere to the principle of fairness and justice. But this time we openly went through the back door. Is it too much? We, the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe prophet, are already 110 years old and are proficient in Murloc alchemy. This time we apply to join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. We must take the assessment in accordance with the regulations. Why can some people use the back door? Sir, do you dare to read out the contents of the parchment in your hand for everyone to hear? The merman wizard apprentice spoke the last sentence particularly loudly, and almost everyone in the alchemy examination hall could hear it clearly. At this time, both the applicants who planned to join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood and the members who wanted to improve their treatment were all looking gloating at this moment. I let you go through the back door, and you met a troublemaker. This immediately made Des Sol look livid, and a wizard apprentice actually dared to jump out and question him. Obviously, this fishman apprentice must have received the support of the fishman prophet behind him. I can make the content public, but if you offend a wizard, you have to pay a price. Des Sol's face was so gloomy at this moment that water could drip from his face. The contents of the parchment are not confidential. Anyone who is a member of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood can learn this most basic information. Your Excellency Levi, I'm very sorry for exposing you to the flame stone. Des Sol bowed slightly at this moment and solemnly apologized to Richard. He also didn't expect that something that seemed very simple to him would turn out to be full of twists and turns. Richard was okay. He nodded and said, Your Excellency Des Sol, please take matters into your own hands. Don't let the reputation of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood be damaged just because of me. As soon as these words came out, Des Sol's complexion improved a lot, and Lord Levi was still very considerate of him. Even Alhan's face softened and he nodded. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li Wei was young, very well organized, and would consider issues from an organizational perspective. Although the person who jumped out this time was just a weak wizard apprentice from the Fishman tribe, if he was not handled properly, it would bring great disastrous consequences to himself, the alchemy department of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, and the reputation of the entire Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Positive effect. If things get out of hand, I will definitely be punished by the superiors. Levi Knight, Master of Alchemy, followed Des Sol as he read out the registration content on the parchment one by one. Everyone around was in an uproar. How is it possible? How can he be a Master of Alchemy at such a young age? A lizard wizard with a forked tongue said with disbelief. This is a bit exaggerated. Lord Dicer is too reckless. A Grey Dwarf apprentice, who seemed to know Dicer, shook his head and watched the scene. Did I hear it correctly? Did you hear it? This young human boy is actually a Master of Alchemy? The fishman wizard apprentice seemed to have finally heard what he wanted to hear. With an excited look on his face, said, The old fishman prophet standing aside also had a smile of success on his face. However, I am not questioning the evaluation of the two wizards, but I hope that this young alchemist master can compete with our Tokar Lake Murloc prophet. If our prophet wins, does it mean that our prophet is also an alchemist master and enjoys the same Mithra level treatment of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood? Unexpectedly, the fishman apprentice changed the topic and made a sharp impression. The other party was not stupid and did not accuse Dysol and Alhan, two senior first-level wizards with strong auras, of cheating. But he pointed the finger at the young Richard. Dysol and Alhan also looked stunned and looked at each other. Only then did they understand the purpose of the fishman prophet of Lake Tokal instructing his men to jump out. This was because they were very confident in their own strength and wanted to step on Levi. Superior. The other party's words obviously made Richard stunned on the spot. But Richard did not agree immediately. It's not that he doesn't dare to accept the other party's challenge. It's mainly because he doesn't know the specific content of the challenge. And the energy points on his inspiration panel have been exhausted since the last time he upgraded the bloodline absorption witchcraft array. And he hasn't had time to accumulate them in the future. If the other party competes with him to make or even improve an unfamiliar alchemy formula, he has no confidence that he will win. If it was simply making a potion based on a familiar formula, Richard would obviously not have any problem. Because as long as it was an alchemy formula that Richard mastered, even if it was an extremely rare one, such as some Murloc-specific potion formulas from the Fingard Blind Murloc tribe, Richard would have reached the ultimate level. Needless to say, the Master of Alchemy, even the Master of Alchemy, may not necessarily be Richard's opponent. However, in the eyes of everyone around him, this obviously young and somewhat excessive alchemy master Levi His Excellency did not agree for a long time. Apparently because of a guilty conscience caused by his lack of strength. Now, the fishman apprentice was even more proud. It seems that this master alchemist has no confidence to have a fair competition with our Tokar Lake fishman prophet. So, please be fair, Lord Aelhallen. This immediately made Dysol frown again. What is this, Mr. Levi? Chapter 196 Thick Scale Potion. Compare to what? Or how to compare? Richard's response seemed a bit belated. Obviously, if he didn't agree, it would make Aelhan very difficult and Dysol would also be embarrassed. What's more important is that his entry into the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood is likely to be disrupted. Even if after a period of time, when things have calmed down for a while, I can successfully join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. But by then my reputation will probably be in terrible tatters. This is something Richard will never tolerate. Moreover, since the other party wants to step on you to get to the top, you must be prepared to fail and bleed heavily. Richard, who has experienced a series of conspiracies and battles, big and small, is no longer the clerk he was when he first crossed over. The scene in front of him is no longer just a small scene for him. Hey, I actually agreed. The fishman wizard apprentice was a little surprised that the overly young Levi in front of him actually dared to agree. The next second, he immediately became happy and continued. Naturally. It's like making potions. According to the fixed alchemy potion formula, the finished potion is made. There are so many intermediate and advanced alchemists on site, so everyone's eyes are naturally sharp, and they can tell who has more advanced skills. I understand. You mean to use the quality of the finished medicine as the criterion? Richard nodded. Just when he was about to express his agreement, a hoarse and somewhat old voice sounded from behind the crowd. Hey! Why is the alchemy examination hall so busy today? Everyone looked back and saw an old lizard man walking in with a red staff as tall as a person. The top of the staff was inlaid with a fist-sized flame gem. This is bad? It's Nazarudin. He will definitely take advantage of the situation. Aelhan's face changed and he muttered. Obviously, he was very familiar with the visitor. And he was not a good person. Hey, this is what you mentioned before. That deputy minister of your alchemy department, Nazarudin, has been coveting the position of minister of the alchemy department? Dysol seemed to have remembered something. His good friend Alhan is also the deputy minister of the alchemy department of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. And the minister is concurrently served by a vice president who has reached the second-level Grand Wizard. This is also the routine operation of the powerful department within the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. He also heard his old friend complain more than once that Nazarudin and he had different views on many things. Although the words were very reserved. People of this age and status are all human beings. Obviously, the other party's goal is to have the right to speak. Since the vice president, who is also the minister, is usually busy with other affairs, he does not pay close attention to the work of the alchemy department. He relies more on Alum and Nisarudin to maintain the management of the daily affairs of the alchemy department. This time, the other party suddenly jumped out, apparently thinking that this was an opportunity to use this matter to weaken Alhan's prestige. It is conceivable that if this matter is not handled properly, it will inevitably affect his old friend Alhan. This made Daisol's expression serious. This matter seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Oh! Someone tell me what happened. Richard just took a glance, and saw the cunning flash in the eyes of the old lizard man. In an instant, he understood that the other party must know what happened here. He was pretending not to know what was going on here. Maybe he had another purpose. And I have no relatives in Tuj City, or the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. So there is a high probability that this guy is not coming for me. To be precise, he is probably coming for Dysol or Alhan. At this time, Dysol sent a message and quietly described the story of Nisarudin and Alhan to Richard briefly. Richard nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Sure enough, wherever there are people there are fights. Grey dwarves are humans too, so naturally they are no exception. After such a delay, Nisarudin seemed to have learned the details of the incident from the onlookers' alchemists. With a look of sudden realization, he looked at Richard up and down and said, "Hello, young human wizard. I didn't expect you to be a master of alchemy. It's really rare. However, it is understandable that everyone has some doubts about you being able to become a master alchemist at such a young age. Isn't it?" Looking at the kind-hearted look on the other side, it would have been obvious if Richard hadn't already learned about the bad relationship between the other side and Alhan from Dysol. It is estimated that I will be deceived by the other party's appearance, making me mistakenly think that the other party is a respectable elder. This time, I question myself for the sake of fairness and justice. In the end, maybe I will admire the other party. Be impartial and impartial. What a cunning old fox. Yes. So I plan to accept the challenge from the prophet of the Toko Lake Fishman tribe, Richard said calmly. Richard's unequivocal words made Nisarudin's eyes flash with joy. And he said, "Ha. He is indeed a young man, full of confidence. So let me be the judge of you too." Richard instantly sensed the other party's intention and thought to himself, "So you are waiting for me here. If you are appointed as the referee, you can still find fault even if you win. Right? If I lose, not to mention, the other party can directly use this matter to attack Alhan's reputation. Although it may not necessarily allow Alhan to be transferred, it will definitely make the other party gain greater ground in the alchemy department. The right to speak." Obviously, it was impossible for Richard to let the other party succeed. "Oh, excuse me. Are you the master alchemist?" Richard said with a smile. "Not bad," Nisarudin said proudly. "May I ask how old you were when you were promoted to master alchemist?" Richard continued to ask. 98 years old. Although Nisarudin did not understand Richard's intention, he quickly answered Richard's question. This age is considered young among alchemy masters. Right? An alchemist turned and asked his companion next to him. Of course. Don't you look at Lord Nisarudin's race? A lizardman can become an alchemy master at the age of 98. Lord Nisarudin seems to be the first. A group of mid to high-level alchemists around him whispered. Nisarudin was quite proud of the fact that he was promoted to a master alchemist at the age of 98. Especially as a lizardman. Being able to become a master alchemist at the age of 98 was already a top genius that could only be seen once in 1,000 years in the history of the green-skinned lizardman tribe. Then I would like to ask your excellency. I was already a master of alchemy at the age of 25. But you only became a master of alchemy at the age of 98. And you are only an alchemist master at the moment. Are you qualified to be my judge? Richard asked bluntly. And Richard deliberately lied about his age, adding 10 years to it. After all, 15 was too scary. But being 25 is scary. Okay. Richard's reveal of his age caused an uproar among the people around him. 25 years old. Master of alchemy. Is this a monster? I can guarantee that the other party is definitely not an alchemy master. It's hard to say. The other party seems very confident. It doesn't seem fake. You? Nisarudin no longer looked like the amiable old man he had just been. Now he stared at Richard angrily and said, "Sharp-tongued human being. You should learn how to respect an elder." Richard smiled slightly and said, "We humans have a saying that the master is the teacher. Which means that the one who has the highest skill is the teacher." This made Nisarudin speechless for a while. Although Nisarudin has never heard what Richard said from his human friends, there is no problem with this truth. In the field of alchemy, whoever has the most superb skills is the most powerful. If the most skilled person is willing to guide others, who wouldn't be grateful and respect him like a teacher? The exchange of words between Richard and Nisarudin made Alum and Dysol happy. Their originally serious faces also showed smiles at this moment. Especially Alhan. He admired the lordly way in front of him even more. With just a few words, he could actually make the old fox Nisarudin cringe. It made him feel quite relieved. At this time, because Richard rejected Nisarudin's suggestion to act as a judge, the scene suddenly became a little awkward. And the Fishman Wizard Apprentice seemed to be urged by the Fishman Prophet, and stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Levi, let's put aside the matter of the magistrate for now. Let's talk about the content of the competition first. Just now, Mr. Alhan and Mr. Dicer both decided that Mr. Levi is a master of alchemy, and an alchemist worthy of the mithril treatment given by the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. However, we, the Murlocs of Lake Tokar, are located in a remote place. Lord Prophet is only a senior alchemist, and the medicines he specializes in are mainly fishman medicine formulas. So, if we have a competition, you will naturally need to increase the difficulty a little bit on your side." When Richard heard this, he thought, "Good guy. He is waiting here to jump into the trap. However, you can first listen to the other party's intentions. If it is very unfavorable to you, it is still too late to put forward other opinions." "Oh, how do you increase the difficulty?" Richard said with a half smile. "So, this time, the competition will focus on the Murloc alchemy formula to make the thick scale potion. How about that? Our Lord Prophet is only a senior alchemist. If the potion that Mr. Levi finally produces is of higher quality than our Lord Prophet, he is undoubtedly a master of alchemy." Naturally, the cunning in the other party's eyes could not be hidden from Richard. However, the content of the competition proposed by the other party almost made Richard laugh out loud. Thick scale potion? When he heard the name of the formula, Richard couldn't believe it. You must know that this thick scale potion is also included in the Blind Clan potion making manual. The handbook records a total of 11 potion recipes, 7 of which are only effective for fishmen. At that time, in order to increase the enthusiasm of the Murlocs to help search for monsters, I had already raised them to the extreme level. So I was absolutely sure of winning. It was right to think about it. The other party would never have imagined that he was actually better at fishman alchemy than them. This is unfair. As a human alchemist, Mr. Levi may not have had any contact with your fishman's potions before. If you have to choose, you must also choose the Grey Dwarf's potion formula." Dysol immediately jumped out and shouted loudly, "Road! But Mr. Levi is a master of alchemy. A master of alchemy can quickly produce some elementary and intermediate potion formulas after just a few attempts. So this has never been an obstacle to the master of alchemy." The Fishman Wizard Apprentice said on the side, he said, turning around to seek opinions from everyone around him. "Indeed, if you are a genuine alchemist master, you do have this ability." An alchemist said, "That's right." The words of the Murloc Wizard Apprentice were quickly echoed by the surrounding alchemists, who were waiting for the test. There may be a small number of alchemists who are really just discussing the matter at hand, but many alchemists are more uncomfortable with it. Richard understands that this is due to hatred of the rich. After all, whether they want to join the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood or want to improve their treatment, they need to take assessments again and again. And I took the special recruitment channel, which can be said to be a step to the sky. Moreover, I directly received mithril level treatment, which for most alchemists, it is likely that they will not be able to achieve it in their lifetime. It's normal for them to be jealous. But, in order to maximize interests, Richard naturally could not agree easily. "Okay, but I have a question. If I lose, I will naturally take part in the assessment with everyone. But what if I win? The majesty of the alchemist master cannot be offended. You fishmen of Lake Tokar will pay for my offense. Are you prepared for the price?" The Fishman Wizard Apprentice was speechless. It had never considered that its Fishman Prophet would lose. That's right. In this world, especially in the Underdark, no one can easily offend a strong person without paying any price. Of course, the strong must not be offended. If Mr. Leeway wins, our Lake Tokar Fishman tribe is willing to give you 10 high-level magic stones as compensation. At this time, the trembling Fishman Prophet stood on the side with a sonorous voice. "Come out," he said. The strong Murloc Apprentice looked at his own Murloc Prophet with surprise. "Is the bed so big?" The surrounding alchemists couldn't help but whisper again. "Why, the bed is so big? You must know that this is not an intermediate magic stone, but a high-level magic stone. And its purchasing power is extraordinary." Richard felt happy and said to himself, "This is what I've been waiting for." "Okay, Richard nodded and agreed to the conditions of the Fishman Prophet of Lake Tokar. However, I still have a question regarding the referee of the competition. Just like the duel between official wizards, it cannot be decided by a wizard apprentice, Richard said calmly, while looking at Nana with disdain. Sarudin. This Fishman Prophet found that he was really unable to refute this. Sir Levi, you can rest assured about this. Ailhan and I will go and invite the chief alchemist of our alchemy department, the Grand Alchemist Marshall McLean. Ailhan. Is that okay? Nazarudin said. In his eyes, this was just a poor excuse for Richard not wanting to compete. Regarding Nazarudin's words, Alhan nodded after thinking for a while. Alhan believed that his longtime friend Dysol would not cheat him, and Richard's calm face also gave him a lot of confidence. Hiss! The people around gasped. This is the Grand Master of Alchemy. There are only a handful of them in the entire Grey Dwarf Empire. It seems that in Tudge City, apart from Mr. Marshall McLean, he is the only alchemist master with a transcendent status. It is natural for him to be the judge. Everyone was convinced. After a while, an old grey dwarf with white hair and beard was invited into the hall, accompanied by Nisarudin and Alhan. Your Excellency Levi, it seems that I would like to trouble you to show off your superb alchemy skills, Alhan said with a smile. Richard instantly understood that Alhan should be worried about whether he could win at this time. Your Excellency Alhan, please rest assured, Richard said. Thick scale potion is an intermediate potion, but the links are relatively delicate and complex. The effect after taking it is to quickly secrete a thick mucus in the gaps between the fish scales on the surface of the fish's body, which is very elastic like chitin and has very good effects. Defense. But it is an intermediate potion that is only effective for fishmen. Therefore, many alchemists of other races would not consider learning it at all, let alone mastering it. The old Fishman Prophet did not believe that the young Master Levi in front of him could also skillfully make this kind of potion that was only effective for fishmen. Secondly, the old Fishman Prophet is quite confident that he is a senior pharmacist and has decades of experience in making thick-scale potions. Even if the other party is really a potion master, he may not lose. In this case, I will naturally become famous, and I may be able to propose it, and also enjoy the Mithril-level treatment of the Brotherhood. At this time, everyone who had obtained the thick-scale potion formula began to discuss. Hiss! This is extremely difficult. Isn't it an intermediate potion? Why is it so difficult? The middle and high-level alchemists, who had received the formula, couldn't help but take a breath as they looked at the steps and precautions. At this time, Dysol and Ailhan looked at the thick-scale potion formula in their hands with shock inside. Now they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to, because Richard and the Fishman Prophet have already stood on the alchemy experimental platform. At this moment, the competition has begun. I saw the Fishman Prophet extremely skillfully starting to grind the raw material iron spine flour. Richard followed the same steps. But what is shocking is that Richard's speed at this time is even faster and more skillful than that of the Murloc Prophet. What? How could it be so fast? The Fishman Apprentice's eyes, which were originally bulging, almost jumped out of their sockets. He couldn't help but look at Richard's gestures that were so fast that he could see the afterimage. Blurt out. How is this possible? There is absolutely no way that this Levi has just come into contact with this potion. The other party has definitely come into contact with, and even practiced this potion in advance. The Fishman Prophet looked at Li Chaffee with an unbelievable expression on his face, while making thick sheets. Scale potion? Because the precipitation and mixing reaction time of pharmaceutical raw materials have fixed time limits. These cannot reduce the time consumption due to the increase in movement proficiency. But Richard chose not only the best order, but also streamlined some places. You should know that the adjustments to the order of several steps were the best steps that the Fishman Prophet discovered after decades of trial and error. But Richard used it easily. Nisarudin on the side also looked at Richard with a serious face and thought to himself, is this an accident? Or does this young man really have the strength of an alchemist master? If it is an accident, the Tokal Lake Fishman Prophet is really unlucky this time. He chose a formula that the other party has already mastered. It seems that I have to find a way to help the other party. Otherwise. Chapter 197 Continuously Increasing Chips. At this time, Marshall McLean, the master of alchemy with white hair and beard, was also staring at Richard, who was quickly making potions with piercing eyes. He looked at Richard as if he had discovered a treasure. Alhan, Nisarudin, where did you find such a good alchemy seedling? No, it's no longer a seedling. This level is completely enough to stand alone. As far as this thick scale potion is concerned, Even I can't achieve the efficiency of Levi. Marshall's words were heard in the ears of Alam and Nisarudin, and they came to two completely different conclusions. Alhan's heart felt as sweet as honey at this moment. With Grandmaster Marshall's words, he would definitely not be affected by the special recruitment. Instead, he might be praised by the head of the alchemy department. But Nisarudin was carefully trying to figure out the second half of Grandmaster Marshall's words. Even I can't achieve Levi's efficiency. This sentence has a profound meaning. Even a master of alchemy can't do it. But Levi can actually do it. Could it be that Levi is more powerful than Grandmaster Marshall? Obviously not. The most likely scenario is that this alchemist named Levi has spent quite a long time researching the fixed scale potion. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain his superb proficiency. So it seems that my previous judgment was correct. The Fishman Prophet of Lake Tokar really had bad luck. I actually chose a formula that my opponent has been researching for a long time. Nisarudin couldn't help but shake his head, expressing regret. However, that doesn't mean there's no chance of a comeback. I still have to help out. Nisarudin turned his head slightly and moved his lips slightly, as if he was using sound transmission witchcraft to quietly contact several alchemists in the venue. These alchemists have long been official members of the alchemy department of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. They came this time to take the promotion assessment. If they pass, their treatment will naturally be improved. After they receive the message from Nisarudin, the deputy minister of the alchemy department, they all nodded slightly to show that they understood. The deputy minister of the alchemy department has a high position, so they naturally have to maintain a good relationship. And it's just a few words, so it's not something difficult. After a while, Richard completed the production of the fixed scale potion. And at this time, the production progress of the Fishman Prophet was just over halfway. A few minutes later, the Murloc Prophet with a livid face also finished making the fixed scale potion. After both bottles of potion were handed over to the Master of Alchemy, Marshall McLean, the Master's voice soon sounded, saying, "The potions of both sides are equally effective. But in terms of production speed, Mr. Li Wei is far superior. In this competition, the young Mr. Li Wei won." As soon as Grandmaster Marshall finished speaking, the alchemists around him couldn't help but started talking about it. "It's really amazing. You are so strong at such a young age. Alas, I am nearly 20 years older than Levi, and I am only an intermediate alchemist. The gap is too big. However, this thick scale potion is only an intermediate potion. Even if it is completed quickly, can it be considered that Levi is a master of alchemy?" An alchemist who had just received a message from Nisarudin jumped out and questioned. "What you said seems to make sense." The alchemist who was sighing seemed a lot happier. After a while, the direction of the entire discussion changed slightly. From the beginning, the admiration for Richard's alchemy skills gradually changed to the conclusion that the fixed scale potion is only an intermediate potion. And no matter how fast it is made, it means nothing. After Grandmaster Marshall read out the ruling, Dissol and Alhan came to Richard together. Alhan said with a smile on his face, "Your Excellency Levi, your strength is beyond imagination." "That's right. Don't you see who introduced Lord Levi here? If it weren't for me, the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood would have missed a master alchemist," Dysol said proudly. Seeing Dysol's proud look, people who don't know may think that Dysol just won the alchemy potion competition. Nisarudin looked at the Fishman Prophet from a distance, with his lips slightly opened, while the Fishman Prophet kept nodding slightly, and his complexion looked much better. At this moment, an alchemist suddenly started to challenge him, saying, "Sir Ailhan, Sir Levi undoubtedly won the competition just now. But as we all know, the fixed scale potion is only an intermediate level potion. Even if it is made faster, it doesn't mean that Sir Levi is a master alchemist. Right?" Another alchemist also followed up and said, "Yes. Grandmaster Marshall is also here. Please let Grandmaster Marshall judge. Does being able to make a fixed scale potion mean that the other person is a master of alchemy?" This Grandmaster Marshall hesitated for a while. Indeed, the fixed scale potion is only an intermediate potion. No matter how perfect and fast it is made, it does not mean that the maker has master level alchemical strength. Although, from a personal point of view, Grandmaster Marshall fully believes that the young Lord Levi in front of him has the strength of a master alchemist. Just as Grandmaster Marshall was hesitating, the Fishman Prophet interjected, "Your Excellency Levi, these are 10 high-level magic stones. Your accomplishments in the fixed scale potion are amazing." The strong Fishman apprentice on the side took out a small black bag and handed it to Richard respectfully. Richard took it and opened it. He saw that they were indeed 10 high-level magic stones. He nodded and put them away. although there is no doubt that Mr. Li Wei won the competition just now. The thick scale potion, as everyone said, is only an intermediate potion. I think Lord Li Wei might as well show his strength again. Although the master level potion formula is very precious. This time the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe is willing to donate its treasures. One of the only 2 master level alchemy formulas. The golden horn frog eggs are given to Lord Li Wei. As long as you can successfully make it, everyone's doubts will naturally disappear. In order to ensure that everyone can supervise it, I will make the recipe of the golden horn frog eggs public to everyone. The Fishman Prophet looked around and said slowly. The middle and high-level alchemists around me all turned red with excitement when they heard that the Fishman Prophet was willing to make a master-level formula public. You know, this is a master-level alchemy formula. Even if you just take a look, it is likely to be a great inspiration to intermediate and advanced alchemists. Generally speaking, elementary and intermediate alchemy formulas are commercially available. Basically, many formulas are well known, unless they are those that have been personally improved by the alchemist. But when it comes to advanced alchemy formulas, the rarity increases all of a sudden, and you often need to pay a high price to buy them. Moreover, some transactions are accompanied by the signing of a contract, and generally they cannot be sold twice. Not to mention the master-level alchemy formulas. Each formula is worth a lot of money. Once it appears on the market, it will often be purchased by big forces. It is difficult for ordinary mid-level and high-level alchemists to have access to it. At this time, Nisarudin couldn't help but admire the courage of the Fishman Prophet, and immediately struck the iron road while it was hot. Your Excellency Li Wei, it is true. After all, the thick scale potion is only an intermediate potion, and cannot fully demonstrate your outstanding strength. If you want to convince everyone that you have master-level alchemy power, I am afraid you still have to make a real potion. No. 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 Lord Levi has won the competition just now, and his strength has been proven. Dissol quickly interrupted Nisarudin. He was worried that Richard, being young and energetic, would agree easily and fall into Nisarudin's trap. Richard glanced at Dissol, an old grey dwarf. Although he had various problems, such as lust and alcoholism, he was still quite good to his friends. Perhaps it was for this reason that Alhin, the deputy minister of the alchemy department of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, became good friends with him. Your Excellency Levi has fully proven his strength. I think there is no need to conduct subsequent competitions, Alhin also said. For Ailhan, Lord Levi had already won, and the pressure on him was completely gone. Instead, he changed from using favoritism and backdoor tactics to having a keen eye for talent, and found such a young and promising alchemist master for the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. But what the two of them didn't know was that when Richard heard the Fishman Prophet talking about the golden horn frog eggs, he had already calmed down. What he has to do now is to maximize profits as much as possible. But if you want to catch a big fish, you need to have enough patience. So Richard continued to keep his face calm and silent. As if I won't agree. What can you do to me? The question that Richard was thinking about at this time was actually the top secret formula in the Blind Murloc's handbook. Why did the Toko Lake Murloc Prophet know it? Could it be that there is some secret connection between the 2 Fishman tribes that are far apart? It seems that you can ask Fingard about this matter after you return. Looking at Levi, who was still silent, it seemed that the old Fishman Prophet also knew that he could not trap the wolf if he could not bear the child. At this point, if there was nothing that could impress Richard, the other party could simply refuse to agree. At least if it were him, he would not easily agree. After all, the doubts from the people around him would not make him lose a piece of meat. If Mr. Li Wei can win again, the fishmen of Lake Tokar are willing to become the vassals of Mr. Li Wei. The Fishman Prophet gritted his teeth and made a decision. The words of the Fishman Prophet immediately shocked the people around him. This is too big a deal. This is putting the entire tribe on hold. Big deal. But how could they know the wisdom of the old Murloc? The Murloc Prophet thought very clearly that if the other party could really make the master-level recipe of golden horn frog eggs at his age, even if he bet the entire tribe on such a person, he was still afraid that the other party would not accept it. The thighs of strong men are not always given the opportunity to hug. But I'm sorry if this Levi can't be made. His Excellency Nisarudin's suggestion is still very tempting. After hearing what the other party said, Richard couldn't help but raise his brows and thought to himself that the strength of the Toko Lake Murloc tribe was obviously stronger than the original Blind Murloc tribe, to which Fingard belonged. This can be seen from the strength of the fellow Fishman Prophet. The old Fishman is a formal wizard. Although he is only the first level of a first-level wizard, he is still very good. while Fingard is only a third-level wizard apprentice. If the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe becomes his vassal, not only the mid to high-level magic stones in the tribe, but also the elderly Murloc prophet will become his helpers. From this point of view, it seems that I can reluctantly take action again. Nazarudin, who was standing aside, looked at Richard, who was still silent, and while he admired the old fishman's courage, he also figured it out in his mind. If we don't throw out some heavyweight bait now, it will obviously not impress Levi, who has already won once. So, he immediately followed up. If Mr. Li Wei can show his strength again after winning, I am willing to give this flame essence to Mr. Li Wei as a first meeting gift and as a token of appreciation for the cloudy eyes of me before. Apologize. I saw Nisarudin taking out the fist-sized flame gem inlaid on the top of his staff. After taking it off, it seemed that some kind of covering which formation was missing, and the flame gem showed its true appearance. I saw that the flame gem was approximately round, radiant, and contained majestic fire element energy, both in terms of appearance and energy surge. It was much better than the thumb-sized one that Richard had exchanged for Dis Soul. The flame crystal is much larger. If it weren't for some kind of forbidden witchcraft that seemed to have been cast on the surface of the flame gem, it would be as hot as molten iron. Even a wizard's physique would be completely unable to touch it directly. Even if you are just close to it, you can feel the heat waves coming from it. Hiss. It's so big. Is this the essence of fire that can only be generated in the body of a giant fire element? An alchemist asked the person next to him. I don't know. This flame essence is the first time I've seen it. The person next to him shook his head. Although he was also an alchemist, and was much more familiar with alchemical materials than ordinary wizards. Ordinary alchemists naturally had no chance to see such precious alchemical materials. It is indeed the essence of fire. I have seen it at an auction before. This essence of fire is even slightly larger than the one I saw last time. A senior alchemist nearby said with a serious face. TSK. I'm so envious. Now let's see if this young Lord Li Wei dares to take on the second challenge. Fire essence. Isn't this what is needed to stimulate the second level source blood? And what do they mean when they say that the giant fire element is generated in the body? Could it be said that this flame essence comes from elemental creatures? The content discussed by the alchemists around him made Richard's pupil shrink, as if he was slowly coming into contact with some secrets. If the master-level formula just proposed by the Murloc prophet was not golden horn frog eggs, but some other unfamiliar formula, I might still hesitate to accept the second competition. But now it seems that it is simply a mistake for me not to accept it. What a waste of natural resources. If you don't accept this great gift, you will be punished by God. Besides, the old fox is indeed an old fox. What he said was so good that no one can feel any hatred at all. Try me to participate with the essence of fire. If I lose, the essence of natural flame will still return to his staff. At the same time, he can also attack me. It's a pity that the old fox is destined to miscalculate. At this time, Richard was already happy in his heart, but he remained calm on the outside, and even pretended to have an extremely embarrassed expression. Originally, he thought that being able to take over the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe would be a huge gain, but he never expected that he would encounter such a good thing here in Nisarudin. Moreover, if the flame crystal and flame essence are both derived from elemental creatures, then the role of the Murloc tribe may be even greater. With an expression that looked like he had made a difficult decision, Richard gritted his teeth and said, Okay. If I lose, I will give up the mithril treatment and start with the gray iron treatment. But if I successfully make the golden horn frog egg, the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe will become my vassal, and the flame essence of Lord Nisarudin will belong to me. Right? That's right. Yes, Sir Levi. Nisarudin and the Murloc prophet both agreed. Then I invite Grandmaster Marshall to witness it. At the same time, I hope that the above content can be written down in the form of a contract before production to avoid unnecessary disputes. I wonder if you two have any opinions on this. Nazarudin and the Fishman Prophet looked at each other. Although they were slightly surprised at Levi's confidence, they did not have time to think about it, and both expressed that they were willing to sign the contract. Soon, the contract was signed. It is greed after all. Young people may be overconfident. Nisarudin still looked kind, but a secretly proud light flashed through his narrow eyes, and he thought to himself. However, he said complimentary words. Your Excellency Li Wei, you are indeed a rare alchemy genius. With extraordinary magnanimity, Richard's promise again made Dis Soul and Alhan look at each other. Both of them could see the worry in each other's eyes. The content of this competition was a very secret master-level alchemy formula gold of the Fishman tribe. Horned frog eggs. Normal materials are reserved here, in the assessment hall. But this time the raw materials for the alchemy formula are not reserved by the entire Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. We have just urgently collected the raw materials from outside, which shows how rare it is. There is no doubt about the strength of Your Excellency Li Wei. But is it too much to rely on this time? Or is it that Your Excellency Li Wei is still too young to withstand the temptation of treasures? In the examination hall. This time the old Fishman prophet has absolute confidence. You must know that the production of golden horned frog eggs is very complicated. And all your efforts will be wasted if you are not careful. Even after being immersed in Fishman pharmacy for decades, I have never successfully produced one. This even made the Fishman prophets wonder whether the potion formula for golden horned frog eggs was not only master level. Or in other words, this formula was among the master level formulas, and the difficulty of making it was also top-notch. For example, the first step of production, which involves extracting the highly toxic egg fluid from the devil's horned frog eggs, is not something that ordinary senior pharmacists can handle. The egg fluid of the devil's horned frog contains highly toxic substances. Once it is not cleaned up, this rare potion that enhances mental power will instantly turn into a highly toxic potion. Therefore, this places high demands on pharmacists. According to the tradition of the Tokar Lake Fishman tribe, the first golden horned frog egg needs to be taken personally by the pharmacist to ensure it is non-toxic. Unfortunately, no one in the tribe has been able to make it for nearly 100 years. Although Li Wei is powerful, even if he is a real master of pharmacy, it is very likely that he will make mistakes by negligence when he comes into contact with this golden horned frog egg formula for the first time. At that time, if he took the first golden horned frog egg first, hey, if you don't die, you will be disabled. The old Fishman seemed to have thought of that scene, with a strange smile on his face. If the opponent is lucky enough to get through the first pit, there will be a second pit waiting for him. The second pitfall is overprocessing. Overprocessing in order to clean, it will cause damage to the embryos in the devil's horned frog. And the golden horned frog eggs produced in this way will have greatly reduced medicinal properties. In that case, you will definitely win. The old Fishman clenched his fists, indicating that he was absolutely sure about this time. The most important thing is that there are third and fourth pits waiting for him behind this. Can the other party avoid them one by one? This is absolutely impossible. Although this time, the top secret formula of the family was leaked. The difficulty of making it is so high that even ordinary potion masters may not be able to bear it. And there are only a few alchemy masters in Tuj City, so the impact should not be great. After the middle and senior alchemists at the scene received the master-level formula for the golden horned frog eggs, exclamations and shock rang out one after another. Hiss! This is so difficult, said an alchemist with his eyes wide open. Yes, this is too difficult. As a senior alchemist, I can't even grasp the first step. Is this the difficulty of a master-level formula? Compared with an advanced formula I have seen before, the difficulty of this has gone up several levels. TSK. It's so difficult. Your Excellency Levi, you are rash. Dis-Sol frowned. Although he was not an alchemy master, he could basically see the difficulty of an alchemy formula. Yes, even the average alchemist master can't handle this level of difficulty. Alhan also shook his head and sighed, feeling that he should have been more firm in his dissuasion just now. Grandmaster Marshall also looked intently at the master-level alchemy formula of golden horned frog eggs, seeming to be judging the difficulty of this formula. But at this moment, Richard had calmly walked onto the alchemy platform in full view of everyone. Chapter 198 Undercurrent. When Richard started to make it, Grandmaster Marshall murmured to himself, the difficulty of making this master-level formula is probably the most difficult one among the master-level formulas from any point of view. Grandmaster Marshall's words immediately made everyone present look differently. Dissel's thick black eyebrows were furrowed into the character Sichuan, and his hands were constantly rubbing together, showing that his heart was not as calm as his face. Alhan sighed deeply in his heart. This Lord Li Wei has outstanding alchemy skills, but he is a little too young. He is aroused by some people's words and tempted by foreign objects. Agreed to the other party's request. You know, they are all traps. Now that the contract has been signed, it is very likely that the good situation will be reversed. The Fishman Prophet and Nisarudin couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Grandmaster Marshall's comments. Everyone saw the smiles in each other's eyes. At this moment, if there weren't so many people around, they would probably burst out laughing. But, as time passes by, Richard's series of smooth operations on the alchemy table caused another change in the expressions of the audience below. I saw Richard holding a devil's horn frog egg the size of a red bean in his left hand, and then holding a slender needle in his right hand, inserting it steadily into the egg wall, and began to slowly extract the highly toxic egg fluid. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. But any alchemist who has come into contact with devil horn frog eggs knows how difficult it is, because the egg wall on the surface of the devil horn frog eggs is soft, smooth and elastic, and in order to maintain its activity, the mucus on the surface of the egg wall is not cleaned in advance, in order to ensure the activity of the eggs. In this case, the slender needle can be stably inserted in just one time. This display of skill has a feeling of ingenuity, but not workmanship. In the last game, when Richard was making the thick scale potion, he completed the potion as quickly as possible because he had an opponent like the Murloc Prophet. But this time, he had no opponent. He was the only one on the alchemy table. So it didn't matter whether he was fast or slow. He only needed to steadily produce the golden horn frog eggs. So Richard deliberately slowed down the production pace, and only used 7% of his strength. But even so, the alchemists watching below were dumbfounded. Doesn't this seem difficult? An intermediate alchemist said suspiciously, because he saw that Richard's whole set of movements seemed very smooth, neither fast nor slow, giving people the feeling that it was not difficult, and seemed a bit simple. Indeed, Richard's seemingly slow, but actually fast operation is extremely confusing. A senior alchemist with a solemn expression next to him said, "You haven't reached that level yet, so you can't understand it. However, I suggest you first get a devil horn frog egg, and pinch it with your fingers to try." The suspicious intermediate alchemist was dubious, and immediately went to the material staff to get a devil horn frog egg. But the next second, his expression changed. He wanted to pick up an egg with 2 fingers, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't hold it. It was too slippery. After trying several times, he finally held a horn frog egg. That's right. It's not pinching with 2 fingers. It's holding. Then, when he looked at Richard at the alchemy platform again, his face was full of shock. Grandmaster Marshall stared intently at Richard's operations on the stage, and kept stroking the white beard on his chin. His face was full of smiles, but his heart was sighing. What a pity. What a pity. I failed to meet this young human boy in advance. Otherwise, I would have accepted him as my apprentice. It's a pity that I met each other too late. Now, the other party's alchemy skills have been perfected. In a few years, he might be able to compete with him. After a while, the production of Richard's golden horn frog eggs was successfully completed. At this time, the Fishman Prophet and Nisarudin looked extremely ugly. When Richard walked down the alchemy table with a plate of golden horn frog eggs, and was about to hand the finished product to the alchemy master Marshall, a dry voice rang out. The Fishman Prophet Gorkin, who looked unwilling, said, "Your Excellency Levi, according to the tradition of our Tokar Lake Fishman tribe, after the golden horn frog eggs are produced, the pharmacist himself must take the first one." As soon as these words came out, everyone understood the reason. This is natural. Richard agreed very much with this point. If a pharmacist didn't even dare to be the first to take the mental power increasing potion he made, it would be a failure. Moreover, who will dare to buy the potion you made in the future? Richard agreed immediately and stuffed a handful of golden horn frog eggs into his mouth like eating fried candy beans, and began to chew them with big mouthfuls. Such a confident performance immediately made the crowd of mid and high-level alchemists watching at the scene spontaneously applaud. You know, there was no collusion in advance, and no one was adding fuel to the fire from behind. Seeing this scene, the Fishman Prophet Gorkin's face turned ashen. He knew how confident he was to do this. Sir Levi, give me one too. Disol came forward with a loud voice. As soon as Disol said this, the group of middle and senior alchemists who were originally watching and applauding were also impressed by Richard's skills, and came forward to ask for the golden horn frog eggs to taste. You know, this thing is not available on the market, and although they knew the original top-secret formula, it was completely impossible for them to make it based on their strength. Even if they succeeded once after trying thousands of times by luck, they still had 2 questions as to whether they dared to take it. Seeing that Richard looked disappointed, Nisarudin squeezed out a smile on his livid face, stepped forward, and handed the fist-sized flame essence to Richard. Master Li Wei's skills are breathtaking. This flame essence serves as a greeting gift to the master. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with the master in the future. Richard looked at the extremely forced smile on Nisarudin's face, reached out to take the flame essence, and said with a smile, You're welcome. Thank you, Your Excellency Nasarudin, for the gift. At this time, a gray dwarf maid also came forward holding a plate, and saw a shining silver circular badge appearing in front of everyone's eyes. The badge is exquisitely crafted from pure mithril, and features a goateed gray dwarf holding a short staff in one hand and a hammer in the other, seemingly representing the founder of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, Sir Levi. This is the mithril emblem of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood that represents your status and treatment. It will be presented to you by Grandmaster Alchemist Marshall. Aelhan accompanied Grandmaster Marshall forward with a smile on his face. Grandmaster Alchemist Marshall gently placed the mithril badge on Richard's chest, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You are an outstanding young man. I look forward to your better performance." Richard bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you, Grandmaster Marshall. I will continue to work hard." "Thank you, Mr. Alhan." Richard also turned his head slightly to greet Alhan. At this time, Richard couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the purpose of my trip to Tug City was achieved, and even slightly exceeded. At that time, I can use this mithril emblem to search for the information I need in the huge database of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood and learn some secrets. Although Dysol had already exchanged some knowledge about second and third level source blood with him before, he was still blank on how to identify the source blood. Although there are many masters in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood who are proficient in the knowledge of blood transformation, the dragon's blood of mine cannot be seen in the light. And if it is identified as the source blood of some kind of dragon, Richard believed that with his first level strength as a first level wizard, he could not deter others at all. Even with the addition of the Alchemist Master, it might not be enough. With the initial strength of a first level wizard, he possesses the blood of a third level or even higher level creature. This is a way to death. According to the saying in the previous life, it is a crime for a child to hold gold while walking through the busy city, and to have a jade in his possession. Therefore, I have only one choice: to identify what kind of dragon source blood this source blood is, and what level it belongs to. After the crowd dispersed, the Fishman Prophet Gorkin came to Richard with several Fishman wizard apprentices, bowed deeply and said, "From today on, the Tokar Lake Fishman tribe will serve Wei. Your Majesty." Richard nodded and said, "Come with me back to Lord Desal's residence first. I just happen to have something I want to know from you." Just now, Richard actually wanted to ask Dysol about the flame crystal and the giant fire element. But then he thought about it and realized that he had already surrendered to the Tokar Lake Murloc. Obviously, he could first get a preliminary understanding of the situation from the Fishman Prophet. What's more, he can now enter the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood's data room at any time and consult a large amount of secret information. If you still can't solve your doubts by then, you can find Dysol or Alhan, or even visit Grandmaster Marshall. Half a day later, Richard sat on a large mahogany chair, playing with the flame essence he had just obtained. In front of the desk, two fishmen stood respectfully. "Owner!" Looking at the Fishman Prophet Gorkin, who also had a respectful look on his face, and called Richard Master, Fingard couldn't help but sigh. This fishman expert was of the same generation as his teacher, but he didn't expect that he would now become his master's slave, and his ranking would be even lower than his own. "Gorkin, first tell me the information about this flame essence and giant fire element." "Okay, Master. Nearly 1,000 years ago, Grey Dwarf wizards discovered that there was a super large secret realm sealed beneath the city of Tuj, called the Scorched Earth Secret Realm. The entire secret realm is filled with powerful elemental creatures, including fire elementals, earth elementals, and even some kind of elemental fusion monsters called magma monsters. The strength of an ordinary fire element alone is comparable to that of a mid-level wizard. Due to the restrictions of the secret realm's rules, wizards will be automatically dispersed once they enter the secret realm. Therefore, every time they enter, they have to spend a lot of time to gather together. Even with the rare communication magic tools, the Grey Dwarf wizards have never been able to explore this secret realm on a large scale. According to what we know so far, firstly, this secret realm is extremely wide, and as it goes deeper, it becomes more dangerous. A second-level wizard even saw a third-level high-energy elemental creature, a lava giant. Inside, Richard nodded as he listened. So, the flame crystals and flame essence all come from this Scorched Earth secret realm. That's not true. Fire elements that reach the first level of strength will produce flame crystals in their bodies. There are many places and secret realms in the Underdark that have first-level elemental creatures, and first-level fire elements are also occasionally found. So, flame crystals are not unique to the Scorched Earth secret realm. However, the fire essence is different. as far as I know. Except for the Scorched Earth Secret Realm. No other place has produced fire essence. I heard that the fire essence is only generated in the body of the second-level giant fire element. After a pause, Gorkin added, the giant fire element of the second level usually requires the action of a second-level wizard to ensure a successful kill. Richard somewhat understood why the price of flame crystals remained high, and the second-level flame essence was even more expensive. Flame crystals are the best item for stimulating the first-order bloodline essence. They are consumed in large quantities, but the output in other places is extremely limited. Therefore, this is why the number of wizard organizations in Tudge City is almost as large as that of the Grey Dwarf Imperial Capital. Not to mention the second-level flame essence, which is a specialty of the Scorched Earth Secret Realm and is naturally more precious. It is no exaggeration to say that if the flame essence in Richard's hand were sold, it would definitely attract looting. Well, one more thing. Gorkin, why are you so anxious to get mithril treatment? Richard asked while tapping the armrest with his fingers habitually. Master, this is a long story. Gorkin bowed slightly, seeming to be thinking about where to start. After a long time, Richard also understood the reason why a senior alchemist like the Fishman Prophet Gorkin was so anxious to obtain mithril-level treatment from the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. It stands to reason that a senior alchemist can do well anywhere. Not to mention Gorkin is the leader of the clan. Before talking about the reasons, we must first talk about the issue of treatment levels. The Grey Dwarf Brotherhood divides the treatment levels into Grey Iron level, Bronze level, Mithril level and Adamantine level. A total of 4 levels. And there are huge differences in authority between each level. Take the Mithril level treatment that Gorkin strives for. Mithril level treatment. Second level wizards or professionals whose skills in a certain field have reached the master level can be enjoyed after joining the Brotherhood. In addition, you need to continuously accumulate contribution points and slowly upgrade from Grey Iron level or Bronze level to Mithril level. Mithril level treatment includes the right to borrow first level wizard related knowledge from the database for free, the right to borrow second level wizard related knowledge for a fee, and a series of other rights. Finally, if the person who enjoys mithril level treatment is a master of skills and is weak in strength, the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood can also arrange special combatants to be responsible for security protection. This last item of mithril level treatment is actually the most important point for Gorkin. If any organization or individual attacks a member of the Brotherhood who receives mithril level treatment, it will be deemed to be at war with the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Once he received mithril level treatment, the safety of the entire Tokar Lake Murloc tribe would be protected by the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, a huge wizard organization in disguise. Because, recently, there have been several incidents around Tudge City where entire tribes were sacrificed to blood. It was still a small tribe at the beginning, and Gorkin didn't take it seriously. Until yesterday, a medium-sized tribe was blood sacrificed as a whole. In particular, this tribe is the Blackwater River Fishman tribe that has always had a good relationship with Gorkin. The other party's prophet is also a master who has reached the official wizard level and is on par with him. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to escape bad luck this time. This immediately made Gorkin feel the crisis. Although this incident has attracted the attention of the official forces in Tudge City, the mastermind behind the incident has not yet been identified. Hearing this, Richard couldn't help but frown. He had a vague feeling that this matter was not simple. He had a feeling that this matter was like a whirlpool in the water. As time went by, the whirlpool would grow bigger and bigger, and one day, he would be sucked into it. Chapter 199 Party. Dear Levi, my friend, why don't you continue to live here with me? Am I not hosting you well? Dissol was immediately anxious when he heard that Richard was moving. Now, the two of them were already familiar with each other, so they stopped being polite and called each other by their names. Of course not. I specially bought a villa not far from your residence, which is about a few hundred meters away from here, Richard said with a smile. Oh, I remembered. It seems that it was originally a villa of a wealthy businessman. I heard that it had been vacant for a while, but I didn't expect that it was bought by you. That's good. I will definitely come to visit you often. When Dysol heard that Richard bought the one nearby, he immediately became happy. The villa in Tudge City is worth a lot of money. If Richard hadn't earned 10 high-grade magic stones from Gorkin, he might not be able to afford this villa. But Richard must have a large independent area to conduct some secret alchemical experiments. So buying a villa is his only option. Of course, Richard can choose to buy a manor outside Tudge City. At the same price, the area will be much larger than the villa in the city. But what Gorkin said has alarmed Levi. so it is naturally impossible. Purchase a villa outside the city. The location of my current villa is in the center of Tuj City, which is quite safe. By the way, Levi, there will be a gathering of some of my friends in a few days. Well, it can be regarded as a salon. We usually exchange some experiences on puppetry, potion making, etc. at the gathering. And during the period, we will also trade some rare items. S material. Are you interested in joining us? Disol patted his head. Okay. Disol. I'll participate. Richard nodded. Richard was quite interested in the wizards gathering that Disol said. At present, it is difficult for his strength to continue to grow rapidly. Through communication between wizards, he may be able to discover some unexpected surprises. 3 days later. In these 3 days, after listening to Gorkin's description, Richard made the alchemy bomb step by step, completed the tasks of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood according to regulations, and accumulated contribution points. At the same time, Richard successfully entered the huge data room of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood with the help of the Mithril Emblem and looked up the information. Regarding the information about the Scorched Earth secret realm, some of it belongs to bronze level permissions, some belongs to mithril level permissions, and a small part even requires fine gold level permissions to query. This part is currently not accessible to Richard. However, the combined information of bronze level authority and mithril level authority is enough for Richard to understand the basic picture of the Scorched Earth secret realm. The contents in the data room can not only be compared with what Gorkin said, but also better than what Gorkin said. Much more detailed. The Scorched Earth secret realm, an ultra-large multi-layered secret realm, is suspected to have once been the entrance to an underground passage leading to the lava world. Judging from the sealing technique, it is in the style of ancient times. According to incomplete historical records, it should have been sealed after a war between ancient wizards of various races and elemental creatures. That battle has been mentioned in many ancient books and has been confirmed by each other, which is quite reliable. An introduction to the main elemental creatures in the Scorched Earth secret territory. The most common one is the fire element. It looks like a blazing flame, about 2 to 3 meters high, and contains flame crystals. It has the strength of a first-level mid-level wizard, and its talent witchcraft is fireball and magic. Fire shock wave. Weakness, vulnerable to water energy. The giant fire element, as the name suggests, looks like an enlarged version of the fire element. It is about 5 to 6 meters tall and contains the essence of fire. It has the strength of a second-level first-level wizard. Its natural witchcraft is group fireball and ignition. Weakness, easily affected by water energy. Hurt. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Richard's lips. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. Most of the elemental creatures in the Scorched Earth secret realm are of the fire element, and their weaknesses are easily damaged by water energy. The Tokar Lake Murlocs that he has taken as his vassals seem to be able to play a good role by then. It's just that the strength of the Murlocs under his command is a little weak at present. The strength of the Murloc Prophet Gorkin has reached the official wizard level, which is considered to be barely qualified. But Thingard is currently still at the ultimate level of a third-level wizard apprentice. It would be great if he could go further. If you have 2 official wizard-level helpers who are good at water witchcraft, it will be much easier to move after entering the Scorched Earth secret realm. As for the issue of automatic dispersion, according to the rules of the secret realm after entering, in this regard, large wizarding organizations including the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood have already thought of some solutions. For example, the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood has made a special sound transmission witchcraft, the communication listening stone, which can communicate in areas with low interference environment and thus gather team members. If the 2 people in the secret realm are not far apart and the environmental interference is not serious, the witchcraft marks left by the first-level wizards on each other can be used to communicate directly. This morning, Richard did not go to the alchemy room of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood headquarters again, or go to the headquarters data room to inquire about information. Instead, he waited at his home. Disol asked Richard to attend an official salon between wizards yesterday. The nature of this salon is a small-scale, informal gathering between friends. There are only 6 or 7 people, all of whom are considered friends of Disol. Although from the perspective of spiritual power, Richard is only a first-level wizard. But due to his outstanding performance 3 days ago, some of Dissol's friends are also very interested in him. Therefore, several people passed Disol, hoping that he could invite Richard to participate in the exchange meeting. Otherwise, if he relied solely on his own strength, Richard would have to reach at least the middle of level 1 to have the opportunity to participate in such a high-end salon. The location agreed upon by the salon is in a large villa. According to this soul, it is the private property of his friend and salon founder Miss Vanna. As soon as he entered, Richard saw a dressed-up gray dwarf lady greeting her at the door. The lady was wearing a puffy skirt, a sculpting belt, and an open neck top, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, which immediately caught Dysol's gaze for a long time. I just heard the gray dwarf lady say in a delicate voice, "Lord Death's soul. Lord Levi. Please come with me. The master is already waiting for you too." Richard was quite surprised that the other party was able to call out his name. It seemed that the host had been prepared for it, although the lady's voice was a bit unbearable for him. Looking at Dysol's look, he knew that he liked it very much. The delicate clipping sound. At this time, Dysol whispered into Richard's ear, "How is it?" "Not bad. This is Fanna's housekeeper. I asked Fanna for it many times, but she never agreed to give it to me." Richard was speechless for a moment. "Do you think you don't have enough concubines at home?" He looked Dysol up and down, shook his head, and sighed. The gray dwarf's physique is really gifted. If it were an ordinary human, they wouldn't be able to handle even a small portion, let alone a dozen. After a while, the two followed the lady to a gorgeously decorated hall. On the walls around the hall, there were many heads of powerful monsters. This was very similar to human nobles, who liked to display their enemies through their heads' own strength. Some fruits and delicacies were neatly placed on the dining table in the center of the hall, and four wizards with obviously high-level auras were chatting. "Dysol, you are finally here." "Dysol, you are late today. I guess this person must be Master Levi?" A graceful lady who was less than 1.2 meters tall walked over. This is too short." The shocked Richard began to carefully observe the lady in front of him. I saw that her shoulder width was much narrower than the dozen or so favored concubines of Dysol. She was not thick, but her face was delicate, and she did not have the bulky and thick feeling of ordinary gray dwarf women at all. The whole person made Richard feel like a miniature version of a normal human woman. Dysol obviously noticed the shock in Richard's eyes and laughed. "Richard, this is Miss Fanna, a very rare dwarf witch. Moreover, her knowledge of puppetry is probably the most profound among us." Sure enough, they are not of the same race as the dozen or so concubines of Dysol. They turn out to be dwarfs. After carefully recalling the records in the books, it seems that gray dwarves and dwarfs had the same ancestor in ancient times, but slowly evolved and differentiated into two races. It was also the first time for Richard to see a living dwarf. He couldn't help but be very curious and looked at it a few more times. Masterly way. According to the dwarf tradition, it is not very polite to keep staring at a lady. Miss Fanna blinked her big eyes that were completely inconsistent with her figure. "Your Excellency, this is our first meeting. I'm really sorry. To be honest, this is the first time I've met a dwarf wizard. Please forgive my offense. By the way, this is a small gift I specially prepared for the beautiful lady." Richard coughed to cover up his embarrassment, and took out a small glass jar from his arms. Inside was a golden granular object, which was more than a dozen golden horned frog eggs. "Hey! Is this the golden horned frog egg that Mr. Richard made famous in a battle a few days ago?" Fanna's eyes lit up, and she happily accepted Richard's little gift. "It's really beautiful. Thank you. Masterly way. Then I will be disrespectful." Sure enough, women of all races love shiny things. Fanna immediately opened the lid of the glass jar, carefully picked up a golden horned frog egg with two slender fingers, and looked at it curiously. Richard knew that this was not because the dwarf lady Fanna in front of him was greedy, but according to ancient records, in dwarf etiquette, gifts given by guests must be opened on the spot to show respect. Fanna was surprised to find that the devil's horned frog eggs, which should have been soft and smooth, felt completely different from what she had imagined. They seemed to have become crispy, like the crispness after being fried. The next second, Fanna put a golden horned frog egg into her cherry mouth. "As soon as you chew it, your beautiful eyes will suddenly light up. Just now." Fanna took a light bite and immediately experienced the pleasure of exploding fluid. At the same time, all the taste buds on her tongue were completely occupied by an extremely delicious taste. The whole mouth is screaming invincible deliciousness. Delicious. Great. The next second, Fanna took out another one and put it in her mouth. After taking 3 pills in succession, he stopped and sighed. "Your Excellency Li Wei, you have given me a big problem." "Oh?" Richard asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Your golden horned frog eggs are so delicious. I found that the delicacies I prepared for everyone are just dregs, and should be thrown into the trash can." Vanna said, pretending to be sad. Suddenly, everyone present laughed. Richard also laughed. I haven't encountered such a relaxing atmosphere in a long time. Richard also thought carefully about why he chose golden horned frog eggs as a small gift. First of all, I fell in love with the extremely delicious taste of golden horned frog eggs. Anyone who has never eaten them before will definitely be shocked when they try it for the first time. Secondly, it is difficult to make. Of course, Richard does not think that he is the only one who can make it. However, if other alchemist masters make it, the price will be extremely high. So as a gift, it is in line with his status as an alchemist master. Finally, a dozen or so scattered pills can be used as gifts, and the cost is minimal to Richard. After all, devil's horn frog eggs are not valuable. The greatest increase in value lies in the superb skills of the alchemist. Although the people present were all formal wizards, taking golden horn frog eggs basically had no benefit to the body. Unlike during the wizard's apprenticeship period, which could improve a person's sensitivity to external dark element energy particles. But its excellent taste and slight benefits are still very popular. After a brief exchange of greetings, Dissol and Richard followed Vanna and sat down in the center of the hall. Vanna jumped onto the high chair with a slight jump and said, "Now that everyone is here, our exchange meeting will begin. First, let's introduce Master Li Wei. Master Levi. This is the Snitza wizard, who is good at puppet making." With Vanna's introduction, the exchange meeting started in a pleasant atmosphere. For Richard, since it was his first time to participate in this kind of wizard gathering, he only wore his ears during the whole process and rarely expressed his opinions. Moreover, after listening for a while, he felt that it was very helpful. "Dicer, I think the biggest difficulty in your last proposal to install a water magic jet device on the obsidian combat puppet is the energy problem. Water-based crystal cores are rarely produced in the Underdark. Even if a jet device is installed, the cost is expected to be very high." Wizard Snitza, who is also a grey dwarf, said, "Obsidian combat puppet?" Richard's ears twitched. In the past few days, he had also briefly read the introduction to the puppet technique, and knew that this kind of puppet could be regarded as an advanced combat puppet. The characteristics of obsidian mean that the obsidian combat puppet is highly resistant to all types of witchcraft, and is one of the preferred combat puppets for first-level wizards who are generally good at puppetry. Whether you are fighting other wizards, monsters, or elemental creatures, the obsidian combat puppet can do the job. The only drawback is that the obsidian combat puppet is a purely melee-type puppet and has no long-range attack capabilities, so it will suffer more when encountering opponents who are prepared in advance. But what did he just hear? Want to install a water magic jet device on the obsidian combat puppet? The installation difficulty is probably extremely high, but it seems that the Snitza wizard in front of him already has a basic idea. Richard felt that he really needed to consider learning puppetry. After all, as long as you consume a small amount of mental energy, you can control a powerful puppet. The advantages are self-evident. If Zenon can also own one or even multiple high-level combat puppets, I believe that exploring the Scorched Earth secret realm can be upgraded as soon as possible. Although owning a high-level combat puppet does not mean that you must make it yourself. It is obvious that no wizard will completely trust a puppet made by others. Even worse, the wizard who controls the puppet to fight must know some knowledge of puppetry. Otherwise, if he suddenly goes berserk or rebels during a battle, you're doomed. Therefore, most of the wizards who control puppets in battle are masters of puppet production. Even the puppets they purchase will be carefully inspected to find the secret door left by the manufacturer. As the discussion continued, Richard heard more about puppetry. Of course, the above discussion is limited to ideas or directions, as well as opinions on material replacement in some parts, and does not involve the complete production drawings of a puppet. If you want to buy the complete production drawings of a puppet, or buy a puppet with a strong personal style, you need to wait until the second part of the party, the trade fair, when you can trade freely. By the way, Angelus, as we discussed last time, I have an idea about the spirit clearing potion that shortens the residual period of blood essence. Vanna said eloquently. Huh? Qingling potion can shorten the residual period of blood essence? This immediately shocked Richard. There was such a potion. After listening to the lecture, Richard finally understood that this potion already existed, and its effect was not as powerful as Richard imagined. It could only reduce the remaining period by about 1/5. That is to say, the original 5-month residual period of blood essence was shortened to 4 months after taking the Qingling potion. How can I say this effect? It is definitely better than nothing. but it is just better than nothing. This time, what Fana and the others discussed was the idea of improving the potion by replacing some of the raw materials of the Qingling potion to achieve a stronger effect. By the way, Masterly Wei, the pharmacy branch is your area of expertise. Why don't you express your opinion? Fana turned to Richard and said with a smile, Ms. Fana, it is quite difficult to improve the formula of the medicine. I may need to conduct a lot of experiments before I can give accurate advice, Richard said after thinking for a while. Intuitively, Richard believed that Fana's method of changing the honeysuckle to water root was quite feasible. But for things like potions, when a raw material is changed, there will be a chain reaction. At present, Richard also has a vague hunch that the possibility is quite high. But if he wants to confirm it specifically, he is still unable to do so and needs multiple attempts. Hey! Master Levi also thinks that my plan is feasible? That's great. Fana looked at Richard with excitement. Master Wei, would you like to consider us working together? You, me and Angelus. The three of us will work together. Richard pondered for a moment. Although he alone, with the blessing of the inspiration panel and spending some time, could successfully improve the spirit clearing potion. But, sometimes, it is necessary to make some friends through some cooperation to increase one's knowledge in Tuj City. Richard immediately nodded in agreement. That's great. Come on. Masterly Wei. Cheers, and happy cooperation. Fana raised her glass happily. Chapter 200 Hops. As the atmosphere of the exchange meeting reached a climax, the fruits and cold salads originally on the table were removed. All kinds of hot dishes and delicacies were brought out one by the young and beautiful maids. Many of the dishes, just in appearance, were something that Richard had never seen before. For example, a main dish of meat called suckling pig and chicken is served on a huge plate with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. The upper part is half of a suckling pig, and the back half is the lower part of a chicken. When this dish was first served, Richard was confused. Could it be that there really is such a creature in the Underdark? It shouldn't be. This shape is too inconsistent with the body structure of biological evolution. Obviously, the two thin legs of the chicken are completely unable to bear the weight of the upper body of the pig. Looking at Richard's confused expression, the dwarf, which Fana seemed to understand something. She smiled and introduced softly. Masterly Wei. This dish is made up of 2 different ingredients. Compared to the preciousness of the ingredients, I think the creativity is more worthy of praise. The upper body of this dish is from a low-level monster, the cliff wild boar's cub that has just given birth to a baby within half a month. The lower body is from a domesticated low-level monster, the blackwater chicken. But this blackwater chicken must be castrated, roosted and then carefully cooked for several hours, mixed with the deliciousness of chicken soup and the tenderness of suckling pig. Masterly Wei can try it. Fana motioned to the maid on the side and cut a large piece for Richard. Richard took a piece with a fork and tasted it. It was indeed very delicious, even if it is not as good as my own golden horned frog eggs purely in terms of freshness. This is meat. Being able to achieve this level shows the preciousness of the raw materials and the skill of the chef. After drinking glasses of wine, the wizards became more talkative, and the atmosphere became more lively. After having enough wine and food, the second part of the exchange meeting began in the afternoon. The free trading stage. In order, each wizard first introduces the various items to be traded, this time one by one. At the same time, he can state his needs, such as what he wants to exchange, etc. The transaction cannot be started at this time. After everyone has been introduced, free trade can begin. Richard had just bought a villa, so he was short of money. And since this was his first time to attend a gathering and exchange between wizards, he didn't originally want to buy anything. But when he saw all kinds of rare materials, he couldn't help but be shocked. Except for him, all those present were wizards of high level 1. Most of them had been formal wizards for decades and had accumulated a lot of experience. The items taken out are generally relatively rare materials, witchcraft tools, etc., and each item is valuable. Moreover, generally the other party is also looking for a barter. Otherwise, if they simply want to exchange for magic stones, most of the items can be sent to the auction house to obtain higher magic stone returns. Mimetic metal, 5,359 grams. I want to exchange it for 10 mana thistles. Angelus, who is also a grey dwarf wizard, introduced. Mimic metal? This immediately made Richard's eyes light up. Hey. Originally, he wanted to wait until this period of time was over to see if he could improve some of the high-end and top-level witchcraft props he had on hand. After all, many low-level witchcraft weapons can be modified by top-level witchcraft props and thus upgraded. Richard had had this idea before. This would have the smallest cost but the biggest improvement. It's just a bit troublesome, as you need to be proficient in related fields. For example, if you want to upgrade weapons, shields, armor and other magical tools, you need to be proficient in rune forging. If you want to upgrade leather armor and other magical tools, you need to be proficient in elemental leather making. Elemental leatherworking uses various elemental energies to make leather armor. This is also the reason why Richard was quite interested in the blacksmiths in Greyfern Town, who could perform basic rune forging techniques to create weapons when he first arrived there. Perhaps, for ordinary wizards, it would be good to be proficient in 1 or 2 fields in a lifetime. But Richard is different. With the inspiration panel in hand, as long as there are enough energy points, time and energy are not a problem. Bringing his thoughts back to the scene, Richard guessed that Angelus wanted to exchange for mana thistle, most likely to make a powerful fire protection potion. A powerful flame protection potion, after drinking it, can form a spherical shield on the surface of the body, which can absorb quite high flame energy. It is almost the same as the defense of 2 to 3 fireball spells of a formal wizard who specializes in the fire system. Strictly speaking, it can absorb fire energy by 110 degrees. Generally, the power of a first-level wizard's fireball spell is 30 to 40 degrees. So to put it vaguely, it is not wrong to say that it can absorb the damage of 2 to 3 fireball spells. It's a pity that mana thistle itself doesn't have it. Nor does it have the recipe for a powerful fire protection potion. It seemed that this piece of mimetic metal, which was nearly several times heavier than the mimetic wristband, had no connection with him. Oh, Angelus, are you going to make a powerful flame protection potion? Why? Are you planning to enter the Scorched Earth secret realm in the near future? Said a gray dwarf wizard with a maroon beard. After the trading session ended, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and Dysol was still chatting away. Richard just bought a villa. Although it was once the residence of a wealthy gray dwarf businessman, it was luxurious in every aspect and had nothing missing. But everyone usually modified it slightly according to their own style. Although Fana is a dwarf woman, her vision of beauty has many things in common with Richard. For example, the layout of the entire hall environment is what Richard likes. In addition to the decorations on the walls, various flowers are also planted in the corners. Since the hall is illuminated by flaming stones of different sizes all year round, many of the flowers are species that are not common in dark areas, and many of them require strong light to grow luxuriantly. Flowers are naturally more colorful. Hey! Richard casually passed by a few small green hydrangea flowers with white dots hanging from them. Why does this look so much like hops from a previous life? Hops, also called hops, are an important raw material for brewing beer. Out of curiosity, Richard stepped forward and smelled the smell. His face immediately condensed. He picked one, rubbed it open, and looked at it carefully. After a while, although Richard's face was calm, his heart was already filled with joy. What he picked was the ear of the female plant, which was shaped like a green pine cone and similar in size. The most important thing was the yellow powdery substance attached to the axils of the bracts inside. The smell, color and appearance are very similar to hops from a previous life. Masterly Wei, why are you here? Why? Do you also like flowers? At this time, the petite Fana came over, following Richard's line of sight. Fana introduced, this is an unknown hemp grass, which is rare in the dark area. I found it near Tuj City. It looks rare and very beautiful. I transplanted it. Richard was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that hops love light. And logically speaking, most areas in the Underdark would not meet this growth condition. On the contrary, large cities like Tuj City have always had radiant lighting from flame stones. So it is rare to find these alien versions of hops. How rare? Yes, Ms. Fana. I am very interested in the various flowers you grow here. I wonder if you can sell me some, Richard said with a smile on his face. Of course, he couldn't only have one kind. Otherwise it would be too conspicuous. Of course it's no problem. It's my honor that you like Masterly Wei, Fana said with a smile. Also, these are ordinary flowers. They are just more beautiful. Whichever ones you like, just take them. Thank you, Ms. Fana. Fana's generosity seemed to make Richard a bit petty. However, after Li Cha thought about it, he already had a plan in mind. But it was not the right time yet. Pack this one, and that one for me. Richard turned to the gray dwarf lady, who was always accompanying him. "As you command, Lord Levi." With the master's consent, the housekeeper naturally obeyed and carefully began to transplant the plants one by one into independent flower pots. After the party was over and Richard returned to his villa, he immediately walked into the newly built alchemy room with hops in his hand. Although many of the utensils and equipment have not been purchased yet, they are obviously enough to identify whether this alien version of hops can produce the effects of hops. Half an hour later, Richard smiled. "It's true that you can't find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it doesn't take any effort to get it. I didn't expect that I would get such an unexpected surprise when attending a wizard's gathering. Although I couldn't buy the mimetic metal because I was short of money, I got an unexpected bonus from hops. It can be regarded as a loss in the East and a gain in Mulberry." Ever since he met Dysol, Richard discovered the huge alcohol consumption capacity of the Grey Dwarfs. But the beer they drank most often did not have the light fragrance and aftertaste of bitterness that he had in his previous life. If you can add this otherworldly version of hops, the taste of Grey Dwarf beer will be greatly improved. The ingredients for making beer are very simple, and the same is true for the Grey Dwarfs. They are all made from malt and water as the main raw materials, and are fermented wine with a low concentration of carbon dioxide and made through yeast fermentation. However, since there is no flavor substance such as hops, the taste is a bit sweet and cloying, and over time, it will also have a slight sour taste. This is also why when wizards gather, Vanna takes out high concentration wine, because even the most high-end beer in Tudge City does not taste as good as high concentration wine. Now that he had hops, Richard believed that he would bring about earth-shaking changes to the beer world of the Grey Dwarfs. At the same time, for him, it would also mean that he could make a fortune. The Grey Dwarfs have a wide variety of beers. Some are suitable for civilian consumption and are only worth a few copper coins. Some are suitable for middle-class people and cost 1 to 2 silver coins. There are also beers for wealthy businessmen, nobles, and even high-end wizards like Dysol. Beer is worth several gold. Richard planned to start with high-end beer first. He had made preliminary calculations before. If he could capture 1/3 of Tudge City's high-end beer market share, he would be able to earn thousands of gold coins every day. If converted into magic stones, the daily income is between 200 and 300 magic stones. After deducting various costs, labor and other expenses, since it is a high-end beer, the profit margin is quite large. Richard estimates that at least 80% of the net profit should be retained. At first glance, only 200 magic stones a day may not seem like a lot. But firstly, it is safe. And secondly, it can be accumulated over time. Even if it is only 200 magic stones a day, it is not a small number in a year. The last thing is share. If this beer sells well enough, the share can obviously be expanded. At the same time, this is just Tudge City. What if it can be expanded to other cities? It is not an exaggeration to describe it as making a fortune every day. Even in the later stages, he may not be able to control this business just by relying on his reputation as master alchemist. He must rely on the big tree of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. However, let's not think about this problem for now. What I need to solve now is to brew a small amount of beer for tasting and attract a group of heavyweight customers. Naturally, the large-scale cultivation of hops must be left to professional natural wizards. But this can be left alone first. Regarding brewing beer, although Richard knew the general principles, such as crushing, saccharifying, boiling, adding hops, fermenting, etc., the current specific beer-making process of Grey Dwarfs was not very clear. Fortunately, Richard was not alone now. He immediately summoned Stefana, Fingard, and Gorkin. "Among the three of you, are any of you familiar with brewing beer?" Richard asked. His eyes focused on Fingard and Gorkin. After all, these two people had once served as prophets for an entire Fishman tribe. If the tribe had brewed some alcohol, they should also be familiar with the process. Fingard and Gorkin looked at each other. Although they couldn't figure out why the master suddenly thought of brewing beer, they both shook their heads and said, "Master, fishmen rarely drink beer. I'm afraid this should be the Duergar know best." Stefana also looked confused. But after thinking for a moment, she said, "I don't know much about the beer brewing process. But, Master, why don't you ask that perverted old man Dysol? He is an alcoholic. He must know how to brew beer. He may even have many different beer recipes and techniques." Richard closed his eyes and slowly tapped his fingers on the wooden armrests of the large chair. Stefana and the other two knew that this was the habit of their master Richard when he was thinking. So they immediately stood with their hands hanging down. not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing their master's thoughts. Richard's original idea was to make a small amount of hops-based beer first, and then invite Dysol over. At that time, he could spread the word through his big mouth. But now it seems that I still have to go find him first. It's not that the beer brewing process is difficult, but that Richard doesn't want to waste too much time, energy, and the most important energy points on this matter. He would rather share more profits in various aspects. After all, if the market is as big as expected, he, a human being in the Grey Dwarf region, will never be able to absorb such a huge profit market. In this case, why not find some existing friends to cooperate early? And Dysol, an alcoholic wizard, is one of the best choices. Fingard, go and ask if Mr. Dissor is here. If so, please invite Mr. Dissor to come over. Richard wanted to use the communication mark to contact Dysol directly, but after thinking about it, he decided to let Fingard go alone. Chapter 201 shocked Dissol. After a while, an old grey dwarf man followed Fingard into Richard's villa. Hi, Dissol. I'm here because there is something that I may need your help with. Richard greeted him with a smile on his face, and gave Dissol a warm hug. Oh, Levi. This is the first time you've asked me for help. Even if you ask me for my favorite, I have to give it to you. Tell me, have you fallen in love with the housekeeper at Fana Mansion? Dissol said with a wink. Richard was speechless for a moment. Hey, I see. Have you fallen in love with Fana herself? Dissol suddenly realized. But this is more difficult. Fana is known as the flower of dwarfs. She is strong and beautiful. There are many formal wizards pursuing her. But it seems that you have a good impression in her eyes, and she has always been fond of you. He looked quite interested. As he spoke, Dissol became serious and spoke clearly. But the most important thing is your height and her body shape. Dysol looked at Richard suspiciously and said, immediately, Fana's delicate face, lavender shawl-length hair, and most importantly, the curvy figure of less than 1.2 meters tall appeared in Richard's mind. This immediately made Richard's face darken. His steps staggered, and he hurriedly shouted, Stop! Stop it! Let's get down to business. Fingard on the side couldn't help it at this time, and secretly laughed out loud. Hey hey hey. If he let this guy Dysol continue talking, he didn't know where he would be embarrassed. Dysol, what I want to ask you is, are you familiar with brewing beer? Richard said with a serious expression. Hey, Levi, don't you like drinking very much? Why do you suddenly think of asking this? Of course I am familiar with beer brewing. I also have several good beer recipes, such as rye beer recipe and goddess beer recipe. I have brewed some myself, and the flavor is unique. Richard didn't listen to what Dysol said next. Since Dysol can brew beer, that's enough. He immediately interrupted Dysol's endless introduction and said, Dissol, I have designed a new beer. How about the taste? It is definitely different from all the beers you have tasted before. It will be more refreshing, fragrant and sweet. Haha. Levi, my brother, although you are a master of alchemy, I am definitely better than you when it comes to beer, Dissol said disapprovingly. As soon as Richard saw Dissol's expression, he knew what he was thinking. It was obvious that the other party didn't quite believe it. Yes, I'm afraid that in Dissol's mind, at his age, and he doesn't like drinking, he can tell at a glance that he hasn't drunk much beer. So how can he design any good beer? It seems that if he doesn't show something real, Dysol will definitely not believe what he says. And naturally there will be no talk of follow-up plans. Dissol, please come with me. Richard smiled and immediately stopped explaining. Richard believes that facts speak louder than words. The two walked underground, and Richard took Dysol to his newly built alchemy room on the second underground floor. The basement floor of Richard's newly purchased villa is a storage room, used to store some flour, vegetables and food. The second underground floor of the villa was originally designed to be a wine cellar. But since Richard didn't like drinking, he changed the entire second underground floor into his own private alchemy room. Uh-huh. Dysol's nose twitched and said, Hey, Levi, this was supposed to be a wine cellar. I can smell a lot of good wine that was stored here. Richard felt surprised and thought to himself, Dysol is indeed a drunkard. He can even tell the smell. But that's okay. I can do a quick experiment later and let Dysol taste it. According to his olfactory sensitivity, he might be able to tell the difference in an instant. Since you can't convince a person, let the facts speak for themselves, which will move people's hearts more than 1,000 words. Yes, Dysol, take a look at this first. With that, Richard handed Dysol a small bottle containing yellow powder. Dysol, who looked puzzled, opened it and sniffed it. He still didn't understand why Richard showed it to him. He said, "What's wrong? Is this some kind of pollen? It has a special fragrance. But pollen basically has a scent. Right? There's nothing special about it." Richard smiled mysteriously, and did not answer Dysol's question, leaving Dysol chattering on the side. He, on the other hand, carefully operated the utensils, and started making, due to lack of time. Richard used witchcraft to speed up the fermentation and purification. He used the existing beer, added hops for secondary fermentation, filtered and purified. Although the taste is quite different from the beer produced by the normal brewing process, Richard believes that Dysol should be able to detect the difference. After a while, Richard picked up a glass of light yellow liquid, handed it to Dysol, and said, "Dysol, have a taste and tell me how you feel." Out of trust in Richard. After taking it, Dysol took a small sip and smacked his mouth a few times. The next second, his little eyes opened slightly, and a flash of light flashed. Immediately, he made a gulp sound and took another big sip. Hiss! Such a taste! Such a sweetness after a slight bitterness! Dysol was shocked. This was the first time he tasted this refreshing taste from a beer, although it was not very obvious. Richard just said that it was a hasty experiment he did due to limited time. Richard's words were still ringing in his ears. He instantly understood what Richard meant. If this yellow powder is put into the beer brewing process, the refreshing taste and slightly bitter aftertaste will be more than 10 times richer. What does that mean? Dysol's eyes were wide open at this time, looking at Richard as if he had seen the Titan Father, because he was an alcoholic himself. He immediately understood how great the business opportunities would be if this new type of beer was promoted. At this moment, Richard was at ease, looking at Dysol with a smile on his face. "Send it. You are going to send it. Levi, do you know what this means?" Dysol was a little incoherent in excitement. "No. Let me correct you a bit." Richard smiled, looking at Dysol, who looked puzzled. Richard said slowly, "I didn't do it. It was us. No. No. This is all your discovery. Levi, my brother, I can't take advantage of you in vain." Dysol shook his head like a rattle. "Dysol, I forgot to tell you that regarding the brewing of this new type of beer with hops, I think I will need to trouble you in the future," Richard said with a smile. Dysol was so moved that his eyes turned red. He still didn't know that Richard took him to fly with him on purpose. "Oh, Richard, my brother, there is absolutely no need for you to do this," Dysol said with tears in his eyes. "This is what I have planned for a long time." Dysol, otherwise, at this time today, why would I call you over instead of choosing someone else? Richard blinked. Dysol couldn't hold it in any longer, so he patted Richard's chest hard and hugged Richard tightly. "Uh-huh. Dysol, what do you think about bringing Miss Fana together? Last time I heard you say, the other party is a rare wizard who can master both the dark and natural systems. What's the big deal about this kind of hop? For batch cultivation, we may also need to find a reliable natural wizard to participate." Richard thought for a while and asked. "Dysol is a wizard with both dark and fire elements, and is not suitable for managing large-scale cultivation of hops." "Hops? Is this newly added plant called hops?" Dysol looked at the yellow powder curiously. "As for plant cultivation, Fana is a suitable candidate. She has rich experience in this area." "That's good. Dysol, you can pick a time, and the three of us can meet and discuss the specific division of labor. However, I may need to trouble you to make a few bottles of the finished product according to the normal brewing process. Then we can discuss this matter with Fana. Also, after you brew it, I will take time to standardize some brewing processes to ensure that the taste of the new beer is above a certain level." After a brief discussion, the two decided on the general direction of the new beer. Watching Dysol hurriedly leave with the small jar of hops, a smile appeared on Richard's lips. Since there is no special brewing equipment in Richard's alchemy room, Dysol will return to his own place and brew a few bottles of new beer with hops in it. According to Dysol, he plans to add it to the advanced beer recipe rye beer, which Richard also agrees with. Rich people's money is obviously easier to earn than poor people's money. This is also consistent with Richard's original plan, which was to start with high-end beer. The normal production cycle of rye beer is 2 weeks. But if Dysol uses witchcraft to speed up, the entire process can be compressed into 3 days to complete a series of processes such as saccharification, fermentation, filtration, and purification. If nothing else happens, Dysol should come to meet him in 3 days. shouting and holding a new beer. Thinking of this scene, Richard couldn't help but smile. Near Tudge City, the shores of Lake Tokar, the strong smell of blood filled the air. In the Tokar Lake Murloc camp, there were Murloc corpses all over the place. Their deaths were miserable, and the corpses of many Murloc children could even be identified among the corpses. The murderers' methods were really cruel. It doesn't look like a tribal conflict, because in normal conflicts, not all women and children would be killed. At this moment, the corpses in the camp were being dragged towards the central square of the Fishman camp by a group of gray-robed men wearing black hoods. The central square where a huge totem pole was originally placed has now had its totem pole uprooted and thrown aside. On the open space in the center, a giant blood-colored witch formation is drawn. Intricate and strange runes flicker, and tremendous energy surges. These corpses are being stacked on top of the giant bloody witch formation by these people wearing black hoods. After a while, the stack was completed, and then an unusually tall man in black robes stepped forward and began to chant a long spell. Great Lord Xavius, Lord of Jade Fire, please listen to the request of your humble servant. These sacrifices will serve as the low chanting sounded, the blood-red light became stronger and stronger. Irene, who was watching from a distance, turned to Grace with a worried look on her face and said, Grace, do you think we can really get back the Nightmare Mirror and the Black Dragon's blood by cooperating with the Jade Fire Church? I have a bad feeling. It seems that we are going on the wrong path and drifting further and further away. Don't worry. Although the methods of the Jade Fire Church are too cruel. After all, the other party's activities are mainly within the territory of the Grey Dwarves. As our sworn enemies for thousands of years, the Grey Dwarves will obviously become more and more hostile to us as their strength weakens. Favorable. Grace comforted. As for the Nightmare Mirror and the Black Dragon Origin blood, I don't know how sure I can get them back. But I believe that Nicole, since he promised me, will definitely try his best to help me complete the task. After hearing this, Yarina stopped talking, but the look of worry on her face became even stronger. It's a pity. This Fishman tribe was supposed to have a prophet who had reached the level of a formal wizard. But it's a pity that he's not there this time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only such a half-finished product. I saw Nicole walking over, playing with a blood-red sphere similar to blood amber in his hand, and saying, obviously, it was Nicole who had just performed some evil ritual. When Nicole's tall figure came over, the smell of blood that hit them instantly made Grace and Irene stop talking and look at each other warily. Dear Grace, relax. I'm preparing for your mission now. Nicole laughed. Nicole, the methods of your Jade Fire Church are a bit too bloody and cruel. You have slaughtered all these Fishman children. And I can't see that what you are doing now has any relationship with my mission. Relationship. Grace frowned and said, Dear Grace, you have to be more patient. Perhaps you don't know yet, but the old Grey Dwarf in Dis Soul has returned to Tudge City. But Shadra is nowhere to be seen. But what's very interesting is that the original human male servant beside her is actually a rare. The Master of Alchemy has now joined the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. So, I think there should be some problems with your Night Elves news channels. The current situation seems to be very different from what you said before. Nicole said with a hint of ridicule. What? What Nicole just said really surprised both Grace and Irene. After looking at each other, Grace asked in a deep voice, Is this news true? Of course. Our Jade Fire Church has already penetrated into all walks of life in Tudge City. There are even many wizard organizations who are our loyal followers. Nicole raised her hands and said slightly proudly, We have wasted several days. Nicole, when will you be ready? Grace continued to ask. Dear Grace, don't be anxious. The strength of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood cannot be underestimated. Not to mention that the other party is in Tudge City and has never come out. As soon as Dis Soul or the human alchemist master comes out of Tudge City, we will can get the information immediately and take action. Then what if the other party has been huddled in Tudge City and not come out? You know, I can't wait for a few months. Grace paused and said, Don't worry. It won't take a few months. At most a month. And all the preparations on my side will be in place. When the time comes, I will give you a surprise. Nicole smiled mysteriously. At this time, a gray-robed attendant wearing a black hood came up, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Master Nicole, the scene has been cleaned up. No traces will be left. Master, shall we set off for the next point now? Nicole nodded and said, Let's go! Let me think about it. Our next stop is the Green Scale Lizardman tribe in the Black Mist Swamp. Chapter 202 Phosphorus Stone Battle Puppet. Gorkin. Master. What are your orders? Gorkin, the Fishman Prophet of Lake Tokar, asked respectfully. These are 50 intermediate magic stones. Go to the market and buy as many third-level wizard apprentice monsters as you can. Remember, the stronger the better. And as long as the monsters are alive, I will do it. For research, Richard ordered. With this little magic stone, it is impossible to buy a living monster equivalent to the official wizard level. Therefore, Richard could only settle for the next best thing and purchase monsters at the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. Although Gorkin looked confused, he quickly replied, Master, do you have any requirements on the type of monster? There are no requirements. Just as I said just now, the stronger the better, and only living monsters are required. As you command, Master. Watching Gorkin gradually walking away, Richard couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The acquisition of living monsters is naturally not for the so-called research. Although there is a little bit of research. The main reason is that I have no energy points. At present, this is a living problem before my eyes. Although I had thought about other ways before, such as teaming up with Dysol and others to explore the Scorched Earth secret realm. The lowest level fire elements there were all in the mid-level of first-level wizards. And my own strength was only first level. First paragraph. Although I have some means to keep the bottom of the box, I still can't ensure safety with a high probability. So I can only give up the option of exploring the Scorched Earth secret realm for the time being. Richard also thought about taking his newly acquired subordinate, the first-level wizard Gorkin, to search for powerful monsters in the wild. However, the recent blood sacrifice incidents of small and medium-sized tribes have caused dangers around Tuj City. What's more, Richard had some bad premonitions before, so he had no choice but to give up this option. After much deliberation, purchasing live monsters and then killing them yourself should be the safest method. Although, the price of living monsters is 5 to 10 times that of dead monsters. With his current assets, he cannot acquire many living monsters. However, as long as the new beer business starts, he can treat the acquisition of living monsters as a long-term business. You can even hire official wizards to help you hunt monsters directly within the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood by issuing tasks. Early the next morning, after Richard completed his assigned work, he took out the exquisite mithril emblem and started playing with it. Normally speaking, the current mithril emblem should have 40 contribution points allocated by the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, which was also the reward for his hard work over the past few days. However, after a while, these contributions may be used by him, because in a while, Richard will use these newly obtained contribution points to check the relevant charging information of puppetry. As for why not go now, that's because he has just entered the laboratory for less than half an hour. If he goes out now, it will probably be revealed that he completed the production of 10 alchemy combination bombs in only half an hour. This efficiency is too terrifying. Therefore, Richard could only rest and think for a while, and then go to the data room later. Although, according to Richard's mithril authority, he can access many contents in the Grey Dwarf database for free. For example, the origin, foundation and production principles of puppetry, as well as some elementary puppetry products, Grey Iron level and Bronze level are charged, such as wheat field puppets, wheat field harvesting puppets, and other manufacturing drawings. Richard can check for free, but these are too low level for him. Moreover, Richard did not have a large amount of energy points on hand for him to squander. Otherwise, the most violent method would be to ignore everything, and after learning, spend a lot of energy points to innovate. But there is a prerequisite. That is, there must be a large amount of energy points available for consumption. Obviously, Richard does not have this condition at present. Now, he wishes he could split his energy points and spend 1 point as 2 points. However, even if he had enough energy points, Richard would not choose the direct triple jump upgrade plan. That is, to choose a very powerful and extremely difficult puppet to learn and make. After all, according to the past experience of the inspiration panel, if you don't learn the basics, inspiration will be like a skillful woman unable to make a meal without rice. Not to mention it consumes a lot of energy points, and the improvement speed is not satisfactory. In a word, it is not cost-effective to do so. The best way is to take it step by step, and then rely on the inspiration panel to improve quickly. So this time, Richard planned to exchange for a blueprint for making a phosphorus stone battle puppet and make his first attempt. As for why the phosphorus stone battle puppet was chosen, firstly, the material is not expensive. In addition to the puppet's operating core, the phosphorus stone battle puppet is mainly made of reinforced phosphorus stone as its body. Phosphorite is in or with extremely high reserves in the dark area. After mining and refining, it has very good hardness and adhesion. Secondly, it is because the combat effectiveness of the basic phosphorus stone battle puppet is not low. About the level of a second-level wizard apprentice. If Richard can master and make the basic model proficiently, he can add various combat parts to the phosphorus stone combat puppet, and its combat effectiveness can jump to the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. At the same time, because the manufacturing cost of the phosphorite battle puppet is relatively low among various battle puppets, there are many various transformation and upgrade drawings surrounding it. It is a battle puppet that is quite popular among wizards who specialize in the puppet system. If after a period of time, Richard can thoroughly understand the phosphorite battle puppet, he will be able to draw inferences based on this, and use the inspiration panel to learn how to make other battle puppets. And he will be like a fish in water. This is also the reason why Richard finally chose the phosphorus stone battle puppet after studying it for the past few days. The information room on the second floor of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. At the service desk in the lobby, a row of Grey Dwarf girls were seen sitting upright in uniforms, constantly responding to questions and business transactions from members of the fraternity at all levels. Richard came to a mithril-level window. "Hello. I would like to exchange for this blueprint and a junior control core." Richard took a parchment to the service desk of the data room, and handed the mithril emblem in his hand to the little Grey Dwarf girl at the front desk. "Dip." The little Grey Dwarf girl swiped Li Wei's emblem, and said respectfully, "Dear Master Li Wei, your emblem contains a total of 40 contribution points. The redemption of the phosphorus stone battle puppet production blueprint requires 20 contribution points, and the redemption of the junior control core requires 20 contribution points. Are you sure you want to redeem?" "Okay." Richard nodded. "Okay. Wait a moment. I will copy the original content into the crystal ball now. And this? This is the primary energy core. Please keep it." The Grey Dwarf girl handed over a small gray iron box with both hands. Gave it to Richard. Richard took it curiously and opened it, only to see a dusty square object about the size of half a palm inside. It looked very similar to the kind of computer CPU chip I had seen in my previous life. But in terms of size, it was obviously 4 or 5 times larger. And the workmanship was not as refined as the computer chip in my previous life. The computer chips of the previous life were a high-end manifestation of integrated circuits, which integrated and packaged the circuits on a tiny silicon chip. Obviously, the logic of the Grey Dwarf's control core should be very different from the chips of the previous life. But it is also the culmination of the alchemical product of the Grey Dwarf Empire. Even the primary control core is the top secret of the Grey Dwarf Empire. Although Richard was very curious and wanted to take it apart and study it carefully, the packaging of the primary control core was very special, and would self-destruct once it was violently cracked. Therefore, Richard thought about it, and decided to wait for a while before studying the secret of this primary control core. As for the reason, don't worry about the backdoor issue. Computer chips in the previous life basically came from abroad. China spent a lot of manpower and material resources to develop this thing because it was worried that the enemy would leave a backdoor in the chip. In this regard, Richard has already had preliminary ideas. Although the core of control is the top secret of the Grey Dwarf Empire. However, some basic knowledge can also be found in the database of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Richard didn't believe that after he learned all the basic knowledge, he would be able to explore the secrets by spending a lot of energy points with the help of the inspiration panel. If 10,000 energy points are not enough by then 50,000. If 50,000 is not enough, then 100,000. Okay, Master Levi. Your phosphorus stone battle puppet production drawings have been copied in this crystal ball. Please keep it. The little Grey Dwarf girl smiled sweetly, and handed the crystal ball to her respectfully with both hands again. Got Richard. Obviously, the contents of the parchment have been imprinted. Okay. Thank you. Richard smiled and nodded. After taking the crystal ball, he turned and left the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood headquarters. As a master of alchemy, Richard enjoys a very high degree of freedom within the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. As long as he completes the relevant tasks as required, he can freely spend the rest of his time. For example, now, he has returned to his villa. Fengate, go to the nearby puppet equipment store and purchase these accessories for me according to this specification. Richard waved his hand and instructed Fomate. As you command, my master. At this time, there was a noise outside the villa gate, mixed with the roar of an unknown beast or monster. Richard smiled slightly. Hey, Gorkin is very efficient. He purchased the living monster so quickly. It seems that he can start trying to make phosphorus stone combat puppets later. Sure enough, as Richard expected, the two huge iron doors of the villa slowly opened, and a huge one-horned lizard slowly entered the empty garden pulling an equally huge iron cage. There were 3 one-horned lizards in total, one after another. Master, there are 3 monsters at the 3rd level wizard apprentice level, namely the giant thorn-backed fighting pig, the angry-clawed giant bear, and the dark water crocodile. Gorkin bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Very good, Gorkin." Richard was very satisfied with Gorkin's work efficiency, nodded and said approvingly. But just when he was halfway through his words, he noticed that Gorkin's eyes were red, as if he had just cried. Richard turned his head slightly and looked at the 2 wizard apprentices from the Tokar Lake Fishman tribe who were accompanying Gorkin. At this time, he could still see the tears in the corners of their eyes. What could make a fishman prophet whose strength has reached the level of a formal wizard cry? Could it be that? Gorkin, has something happened in the tribe? A flash of light flashed through his mind, and Richard felt as if he had guessed something. Richard's concern immediately made Gorkin break his guard. He could no longer suppress his sadness and cried bitterly, "Master, there is no longer a Toka Lake Murloc tribe. My wife, son, and even my little grandson Gorny are all dead." Richard was immediately shocked. Although I had heard Gorkin talk about the blood sacrifices of some small tribes around Tuj City before, I had always had some bad premonitions lingering in my heart. However, he never thought that the situation would develop to him so quickly. Does the man behind the scenes know that the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe is now his vassal? It's okay if you don't know. But what if you knew? This immediately gave Richard a sense of urgency. Richard looked solemn and said with relief, "Don't worry, Gorkin. Please tell me the whole thing." After Gorkin calmed down a little, he began to slowly tell the news he got in the morning. After a while, Richard understood what happened to the Tokar Lake Murloc tribe. Unexpectedly, the entire Tokar Lake Murloc tribe suffered a sudden misfortune and all members were killed. Gorkin, have you been to the scene? Here we go. Master, the scene is in a mess. Just like the small tribes that were massacred before. There are only ashes left after the flames burned. No useful information can be found at all. Richard suddenly fell into deep thought. It seems that my premonition was correct, and the Grey Dwarf area is not as safe as I had imagined. Although from the current point of view, if he stayed in Tuj City, he should be safe. But he still had to start arranging some things. For example, I have to speed up the improvement of my strength. Secondly, tomorrow he could apply to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood to strengthen the defense of his villa, which was also one of the privileges of the Mithril Badge. Gorkin, you first go to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood to report this matter. At the same time, you can check the relevant information to see if similar incidents have happened before. I feel that behind this matter, it may not be that simple. Richard Chin vocal channel. Although I can't guarantee you anything now, as long as the conditions are right, the murderer will definitely pay the price with blood. Levi slowly patted Gorkin's shoulder and said, "Thank you, Master. I'll go to the headquarters right away." Although Gorkin did not obtain the Mithril emblem, he also possessed the bronze emblem of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood due to his strength as a senior alchemist. From a certain perspective, Gorkin is Richard's #1 servant in Tuj City, both in terms of strength and connections. Seeing Gorkin's rickety body gradually disappearing at the gate, Richard turned his head and warned, "Stefana, if you don't have anything important, don't disturb me. I need to do some experiments." "Okay, Master. Also, if Fingart comes back, ask him to send the experimental materials directly in." Just when Richard was about to kill the 3-headed monster first, the communication mark on his chest suddenly vibrated, and he sank into his consciousness. "Hey, it's Aelhin's message mark." Immediately, Richard checked the information sent by the other party. The communication between formal wizards is more like text messages in the previous life. It's not that there is no real-time communication, but it is easily disturbed by external energy. Generally speaking, text messages are more common. Master Levi. Low. Excuse me. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Hawkins, the Vice President and Minister of the Alchemy Department, would like to meet with the Master. The location is in Vice President Hawkins's office. Is the time suitable for the Master? Looking at the content of the summons, Richard fell into deep thought. Tomorrow, the Vice President of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, the head of the Alchemy Department, who has always been silent, will take time to meet with him. Richard had long expected that the senior leaders of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood wanted to see him in this situation. The alchemy combination bomb that I have made in the past few days will definitely be taken seriously by the senior leaders of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood after it is put into practical use. As before, Richard actually didn't have much interest in this kind of semi-official meeting. Moreover, he had roughly guessed the other party's intention to meet with him. It is nothing more than wanting to buy the formula of his alchemy combination bomb in the name of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Because the difficulty of making an alchemical combination bomb is not high. A senior alchemist who specializes in the branch of explosives should be able to complete the imitation very quickly after knowing the formula and disassembling the finished product of his combination bomb. What's more, in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, there are 2 master-level alchemists who specialize in the branch of explosives. To a certain extent, the other party actually respects me enough to send senior officials to discuss this matter with me. After thinking about it, Richard replied as follows. No problem, Mr. Alhan. I will visit Vice President Hawkins at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on time. Chapter 203 Meeting. After Stefana dismissed the convoys and servants transporting the giant thornback fighting pig, the angry clawed giant bear, and the dark water crocodile, Richard slowly walked forward and looked at the 3 monsters in the huge iron cages. Seeing Richard approaching, the angry dark water crocodile fiercely attacked the iron cage as thick as a bowl. Bang bang. Noisy. The next second, the dark water crocodile that had been roaring angrily just now had its eyes turned white and fell to the ground motionless. This can't help but frighten the other 2 monsters. Just now, it was Richard's innate witchcraft spiritual shock. In an instant, he killed a 3rd-level wizard apprentice-level monster, the dark water crocodile. 6 months ago, Richard would have had to put in a lot of effort to kill the opponent. But now, for Richard, who has been promoted to an official wizard, he can instantly kill the opponent with just one look. Obviously, for the current Richard, these 3 monsters are only at the level of 3rd-level wizard apprentices, and no longer pose any threat. Gain 3122 energy points. After Richard easily dealt with the 3 monsters, he went to the alchemy room on the 2nd underground floor to make preparations. After a while, Thingard purchased all the body parts of the phosphorus stone battle puppet. After the various parts of the body were brought over, Richard placed these parts in a certain order. From left to right are the head, torso, hands, hips, legs, etc. The trunk can be subdivided into 2 major parts, the chest and the back, while the legs are more complex and can be subdivided into thighs, knees, calves, ankles, feet, etc. These phosphorus stone components have been refined. Their hardness and plasticity have been greatly improved, and all of them have been subjected to basic solidification magic, a commonly used earth-based 0-level witchcraft. Therefore, Richard now needs to draw the witch formation on the surface according to the phosphorus stone combat puppet drawings, and draw the energy channels inside the components. After both are completed, assemble them together, and then cast the activation spell. Pulling out the inspiration panel, Richard took a look at the 8,342 energy points he had just harvested. It was discovered that the host was making a phosphorus stone battle puppet. Do you consume energy to get inspiration for making a phosphorus stone battle puppet? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to the far right and selected yes. After a while, Richard's soul came to the dream space. This time he came to a spacious basement. The various components of the phosphorus stone puppet were also placed in the basement in an orderly manner. There was a vague figure in the center of the basement, and the figure was bending. Waist. Something is carefully drawn on the chest of the phosphorus stone puppet. When Richard returned to his body again, he called up the panel and saw, skill, phosphorite combat puppet making, proficiency 9%. This made Richard let out a sigh of relief. He was lucky to be able to reach the proficiency level. I thought that there was a high probability that it would be at the proficient level, but I didn't expect that I would be able to achieve proficiency. One of the reasons is because Richard had already learned a lot of basic knowledge of puppetry in the past few days. Secondly, the production of the phosphorus stone combat puppet itself is not particularly difficult. After all, it is one of the mainstream puppets. If it is the later obsidian combat puppet, etc., the difficulty will be much greater, and the energy points consumed will naturally be much higher. Because in the dream, he has mastered the witchcraft inscriptions on the surface of the puppet's body parts, and the drawing of energy channels inside the parts. This made Richard quite comfortable in field operations. In a short while, all the successfully drawn body parts were assembled together. Richard clapped his hands, dusted them off, and looked at the tall phosphorus stone battle puppet with complex witch formations engraved on its body, feeling a small sense of accomplishment. Next comes the final step. As Richard recited the activation spell, the nearly 2-meter tall phosphorite battle puppet began to undergo incredible changes. Richard could clearly feel that the energy core in the puppet's body was a high-level magic stone, which was outputting energy. The gaps in the original components of the entire puppet began to disappear. After a few seconds, it was no longer possible to see that the puppet was actually assembled. Instead, it seems to be formed by nature, as if there was a huge human-shaped rock born in the sky. At this time, according to the description of the drawing, the maker can insert his mental tentacles into the primary control core of the phosphorus stone battle puppet. With a little contact, Richard discovered that with the slow input of mental power, he can do whatever he wants. Control the phosphorus stone battle puppet. Dong dong dong. This is a big step forward. Swish. This is a left hook plus a right hook. Richard couldn't help but feel happy. This feeling of controlling a puppet was as if the phosphorus stone battle puppet was a clone of himself. But the consumption of mental power was not small. After feeling it carefully again, Richard found that the feeling of the clone was completely different from what he imagined. Or it was very different. The mental energy consumption of controlling the phosphorus stone combat puppet is linked to the complexity of the action. Moreover, Richard can feel that if he controls multiple puppets at the same time, the mental energy consumption will increase exponentially. No wonder wizards who specialize in puppetry have never heard of anyone choosing to control a large number of puppets to fight. The consumption of mental energy is too great, resulting in low-cost performance. It can be understood that the mental energy consumption of controlling 5 intermediate puppets is far greater than that of controlling 2 advanced puppets. But in terms of combat power, 2 advanced puppets are far greater than 5 intermediate puppets. It turns out the problem is here. But there is another way to use this phosphorus stone battle puppet that consumes very little mental power. That is, the wizard can choose to use the mental power tentacles to issue a simple command and then withdraw it, allowing the primary control core in the puppet's body to automatically implement it. This surprised Richard quite a bit. It looked a bit like the robot from his previous life. Of course, this simple instruction is far less sophisticated than the previous method of continuous control by mental tentacles. For example, when Richard gives the command attack, the phosphorus stone battle puppet will take the initiative to attack with both fists, even if there is no one in front of him, and even if the enemy has already fled. Moreover, when Richard gave the order get the water cup, the phosphorus stone battle puppet didn't know what to do at all. But if Richard goes one step further and specifies which cup or object it is, the puppet will step forward to get it. But it can easily happen that the cup is broken by the phosphorite battle puppet on the spot. Therefore, the second method of controlling the puppet can only deal with repeated coolie scenes, such as digging coal mines, until the energy in the puppet is exhausted. If you want to use it to deal with flexible enemies, no wizard would be stupid enough to choose the second combat method. From a certain perspective, this also indirectly promoted the development of advanced combat puppets. The next morning, Richard arrived early at his own alchemy room at the headquarters of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. The exclusive alchemy room in his headquarters is also located on the second underground floor, which is the same alchemy hall where he competed with Gorkin. In the alchemy hall on the second underground floor, in addition to more than 20 exclusive alchemy rooms, there are also dozens of public alchemy rooms that can be rented at any time. Exclusive alchemy rooms are generally only owned by alchemist masters. At the same time, the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood will equip relevant professional utensils and equipment according to the different branch directions of the alchemist masters. For example, an alchemist master of the explosives branch like Richard needs very different utensils from an alchemist master of the pharmacy branch. At the same time, equipment will be slightly added or deleted based on the personal habits and requirements of each alchemist master. Therefore, even those alchemist masters, who are also in the pharmacy branch, have considerable differences in their exclusive alchemy rooms. However, Richard is an outlier among them. His alchemy room has both specialized equipment for pharmacy and many specialized equipment for explosives. After all, he is a dual-branch alchemy master. In a short while, Richard completed all the work for the day. He looked at the time and saw that it was almost time to go up. Being on time is a good habit and will leave a better first impression. The office of Hawkins, the vice president of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, is on the 3rd floor of the headquarters, which is also the top floor of the headquarters. Each floor of the headquarters is almost 10 meters high, so even on the 3rd floor, there is a very good view. although the Underdark is always gray and visibility is not high. Both Grey Dwarves and Night Elves have dark vision. So they looked around, and the visibility was like the visibility of humans looking at the surface in clear weather. The view from the third floor was basically enough to see the shape of most of the Tug City. Arranging the office location at a high place will give you the feeling of overlooking all living things. It seems that at this point, the high-level concepts of Grey Dwarves and humans are almost the same. As Richard entered the corridor on the third floor, an old man with the look of a Grey Dwarf nobleman with a meticulously braided beard stepped forward and asked Richard, "Is this Master Levi?" "Yes." Richard nodded. The other person's aura was different from his, as if he was a master at the official wizard level. "Vice President Hawkins has already told me that Master Levi will be here today. Please follow me." Vice President Hawkins' office is in the third room from the bottom at the end of the corridor. The Grey Dwarf noble old man said respectfully. Richard didn't expect that such a person was only working as a receptionist on the third floor. Dong dong dong. "Please come in." A deep voice came from the room. It must be Vice President Hawkins. Richard walked into the room with the old Grey Dwarf nobleman. He saw that the room was full of greenery, and many rare and even unknown plants were blooming. If it weren't for the fact that Richard had known that this was the office of a Grey Dwarf, he would also think that he was in the elf's room. In addition to green vines, there are also many oil paintings of various sizes hanging on the walls around the room. There are fights between Grey Dwarf warriors and monsters, as well as Grey Dwarf wizards performing gorgeous and powerful witchcraft. The content is diverse, but all of them reflect the greatness of the Grey Dwarves. An old Grey Dwarf with a majestic appearance and an extremely deep breath, wearing a gorgeous black wizard robe woven with gold threads and intricate patterns, is sitting behind a huge mahogany desk. Richard immediately recognized that the person in front of him was Vice President Hawkins, and the opponent's strength must have reached the level of a second-level great wizard. His aura was deep, and his brown eyes seemed to be able to see through the fog. Ha! This must be the promising young Master Levi. Right? Hawkins walked forward from behind the desk very politely. This made the old Grey Dwarf nobleman's eyes flash with surprise. It seemed that Vice President Hawkins attached great importance to the newly joined human alchemist master in front of him. You know, when the deputy director of the alchemy department comes in, Vice President Hawkins won't even move his butt. "Yes, Vice President Hawkins. It's an honor to meet you for the first time." Richard bowed slightly and said, "Okay." A wizard salute. Hawkins came over and sat on a soft leather sofa, just face to face with Richard, and said, "Please sit down. Master Levi, you are welcome." Facing the second-level great wizard, Richard did not dare to take it lightly and sat upright. But in his heart, he was not panicked at all, because before coming, he had already determined the purpose of the other party's meeting with him. Hawkins' eyes were like the stars in the sky, deep and wise, and he seemed to be able to see into people's hearts, just by briefly looking at Richard. Richard felt like he was being seen through. "Levi, you must be less than 20 years old. You are already a master of dual alchemy in both pharmacy and explosives. It is really rare. I wonder who your mentor is. I really admire him. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely visit him." Regarding his origin, Richard had already thought about how to answer. Just listen to him calmly say, "Vice President Hawkins, this may be difficult. I am actually from the surface, because I was injured while fighting the Night Elves. I unfortunately came to the Grey Dwarf area. I am from a wizard academy for humans on the surface of the earth, called Guru's Academy. I wonder if you have heard of it." This immediately stunned Hawkins, and the next second, a happy smile broke out on his originally serious face. "Uh-huh. Levi, I like your honesty. I have watched your method of making golden horn frog eggs. Several of the steps adopt techniques commonly used by humans on the surface. It seems that my guess is indeed correct." "Huh?" Richard did not expect that the competition between him and Gorkin that day would be recorded using photography. "Fortunately, I had no intention of hiding my origins, because there is a saying that the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Grey Dwarves and Night Elves are old enemies, and the three major undead wizard academies among surface humans are currently at war with the Night Elves. Since he comes from one of the three major schools of undead wizards, he naturally becomes an ally of the Grey Dwarves." Richard had thought of a response plan early on. It seemed that Hawkins had a good first impression of him. Hawkins seemed to be lost in some memories, with a hazy look in his eyes, and he murmured, "The surface of the earth." However, Hawkins soon adjusted his mood and said, "Levi, the alchemy combination bomb you developed has received very good feedback from many Grey Dwarf wizards after using it on site. So, I invited you here this time to discuss with you whether your alchemical combination bomb formula can be sold to the organization. As for the price, it can be contribution points, magic crystals, or some rare materials. Of course, you can also make other requests. This was almost exactly what Richard had expected. It turned out to be the alchemical combination bomb. Although Richard had already made up his mind, he still pretended to be embarrassed and hesitant. Hawkins was obviously also an old fox. He was not anxious at all, and waited calmly for Richard's reply. After a long time, Richard held back 2 words, Vice President Hawkins. To be honest, I am honored that my alchemy combination bomb is so popular with everyone. But I actually have no intention of selling. However, if the organization really needs it, I can take the liberty to ask. If you choose contribution value, how much contribution value will the organization be willing to pay to acquire it? Hawkins could also understand Richard's mood at this time. After all, it was him who had rarely invented the formula. But now it was about to be sold to the organization. So naturally he was unwilling to do so. A small matter that could have brought long-term benefits to oneself has turned into a one-time deal. In fact, if Richard's alchemical combination bomb was not so practical, and was spotted by a big shot in the Grey Dwarf Empire, the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood would not be willing to be such a villain. This kind of semi-forced nature, forcing members of the organization to sell their own research and development formulas, is really not good to hear. Therefore, the reward that the superiors are willing to give this time is also extra generous. If you choose to contribute points, Levi, the organization also has many exclusive formulas sold by alchemist masters for reference. And you will definitely not suffer a loss. After testing the actual product, several alchemy masters of the explosion branch estimated that your alchemical combination bomb formula is between 5,000 and 6,000 contribution points. However, I can make the decision and increase it to 8,000 contribution points. Richard nodded. This price was definitely above the average. The premium given by Hawkins was at least 30% higher. Richard is not a greedy person, and he does not want to offend the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood by seeking benefits to the death just because of such an incident. After all, his purpose in joining the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood was to gain protection, not out of jealousy and conspiracy. Vice President Hawkins, this price is indeed very sincere, but if you really have to ask me to make a request, I would like to choose to exchange it for an advanced control core. Richard slowly revealed his true purpose. The advanced control core can only be redeemed by adamantine-level members of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. The redemption price is 10,000 contribution points. At the same time, the advanced control core is also a must-have for controlling advanced puppets and above, such as giant war golems, etc. It is considered to be the highest level alchemical product in the puppetry research of the Grey Dwarf Empire. Chapter 204, Hiding the Truth. I'm afraid this won't work. The advanced control core is the top secret of the Grey Dwarf Empire, and the sources of the advanced control core in our brotherhood all come from the Imperial Royal Family. According to the agreement, we cannot sell to non-Grey Dwarf races, and even internal circulation requires strict review and control. So, Levi, I am very sorry about this, and I may not be able to agree to it, Hawkins said with sincerity. Richard nodded to show his understanding. He himself had already expected this, because when he inquired about the information about the advanced control core in the data room, he was very interested at first. He went to the front desk to check the contribution value and qualifications required for redemption. Sure enough, the requirements are extremely strict. In addition to the easiest contribution value of 10,000 points, one must also have the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood's adamantium level treatment. In addition, there is a special note that it is only limited to internal transactions within the Grey Dwarf race. In other words, mixed-race races are not acceptable, such as Grey Dwarves and descendants of other races, let alone pure-blood humans like Richard, since it has been known for a long time that the other party will most likely not agree. Did Richard deliberately propose it to play with the other party? Of course not. This can be explained from the perspective of past life psychology. After the other party vetoes your higher request for the first time, it will be easier to agree to your second lower request. Therefore, this was often used as a negotiation technique in previous lives. In other words, if Richard proposes a lower condition than just now, the possibility of Hawkins accepting it will greatly increase. Vice President Hawkins, I understand your difficulty. The method of making the advanced control core is not in the hands of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, but in the hands of the Grey Dwarf Empire Royal Family. Furthermore, the Imperial Royal Family believes that the high-level control core is related to the security of the Grey Dwarf Empire, and is limited to a small area. I can understand this, Richard said sincerely. The expression and tone of Richard's words were extremely on point. No one can sigh after hearing this. The young man is sincere. Sincere and considerate. Suddenly, Hawkins's favorable impression of the young human alchemist master in front of him further strengthened. At this moment, he had an expression of great comfort. Reasonable people tend to be more popular. Right? After pondering for a moment, Richard took the opportunity to glance at Hawkins's micro-expression. And he felt reassured. So he continued, "If that's the case, do you think I can exchange some drawings related to puppetry? To be honest, I am very interested in puppetry, especially the manufacturing principles of some advanced combat puppets, such as arcane puppets, drawings of giant war golems, blood and bone puppets, and more. As you know, these drawings require fine gold level to redeem. But I am only at mithril level," Richard said with a rather regretful look. Levi, you have posed a difficult problem for me." Hawkins laughed. Obviously, he was very happy with the conditions proposed by Levi this time, because the conditions this time have obviously dropped. At the same time, Hawkins' brain quickly began to measure. Although the drawings Levi just mentioned are rare and powerful high-level battle puppet drawings, and they must be at the fine gold level to redeem them. But if I nod in agreement, none of the above is a problem. After all, as the vice president, his permissions are still there. Although the arcane puppet blueprint is also a top-secret blueprint, the method of making the arcane core has been lost for thousands of years. If it is replaced with an advanced control core, the combat effectiveness will immediately be reduced from a second-order puppet to a first-order top puppet. If it is replaced by an intermediate control core, the combat effectiveness will be even less good and will directly drop to the level of a high-level first-level puppet. It is actually not much different from the strength of some obsidian combat puppets that have been improved or equipped with additional combat devices. Moreover, the various body parts of the arcane puppet are extremely expensive, and the total price even exceeds that of the giant war golem. Therefore, in my impression, it has been a long time since a puppet master redeemed and made this high-level combat puppet. After all, an arcane puppet without an arcane core is just a castrated version of the arcane puppet, and its price/performance ratio is too low. So Li Wei just said that the purpose of his exchange was only to learn puppetry. From this point of view, if Levi can sign a confidentiality contract, it is not a big problem, and it doesn't matter if he takes the decision himself. Then, as for the giant war golem, it is completely impossible to drive without an advanced control core. So Levi can only learn the principles. It seems that the problem is not big. Finally, there is the blood and bone puppet. Huh? Blood bone puppet? Why don't I have any impression of this puppet blueprint? Although I still have a vague impression that I heard this name a long time ago. I can't remember it. Hawkins frowned, unable to remember what this blood and bone puppet was. Ahem, Levi. You try the green tea first. I want to know more about the situation. Please wait a moment. Hawkins smiled and gently knocked a delicate bell on the coffee table with his right hand. After a while, the old grey dwarf nobleman whom Richard had seen in the corridor came in and said respectfully, "Sir Hawkins, what are your orders?" "Freeze. Give me the information on the blood and bone puppet. Please hurry up." "As you command, Lord Hawkins." Richard immediately understood what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle. The second-level great wizard in front of him, Lord Hawkins, the vice president of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, actually forgot what the blood bone puppet was. This shows how little attention the production drawings of the blood bone puppet were paid to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. It seems that the possibility of the other party agreeing is greatly increased. The two of them chatted without a word, and after a while, an old grey dwarf nobleman named Fritz came in holding a stack of simple sheepskins. Richard didn't have to wait for long. Hawkins only glanced at it, seemingly looking at the confidentiality level and exchange conditions, and quickly said, "Levi, if you can sign a confidentiality contract, in principle, I agree to use 3 top-secret blueprints of the arcane puppet, the giant war golem, and the blood and bone puppet in exchange for your alchemy combination bomb formula. At the same time, I will also comes with an intermediate knowledge of puppetry." This immediately made Richard overjoyed. "Vice President Hawkins, thank you for your generosity. I really appreciate it," Richard said with a smile on his face. To be honest, he thought the other party would cut 1 or 2 more drawings. He was even mentally prepared to add some chips. But he didn't expect Hawkins in front of him to give him a surprise. The other party actually gave an extra piece of intermediate knowledge of puppetry. You must know that the exchange price of this thing is 500 contribution points, which almost saved Richard nearly 2 months of work remuneration. But in Hawkins' mind, he didn't think so at all. He quite praised the young human guy in front of him for his understanding of the overall situation. He knew very well that the drawings chosen by the other party were extremely difficult. Even a master alchemist in the puppetry branch would need to work hard for several years if he wanted to master the production skills of any one of them. In addition, Levi is not a grey dwarf, so even if he mastered it, he could not buy the advanced control core. Therefore, these things can really only be used for learning purposes. As for the blood bone puppet blueprint, he just took a quick look at it. This blueprint has been kept in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood's data room for nearly 1,000 years. But in the past 100 years, almost no one has chosen to redeem it. Even he, the vice president, didn't know that there was such a top secret, yet unknown puppet making blueprint in the database. The reason is that the puppet masters who have exchanged this kind of blood and bone puppets in the past have almost never succeeded in making them. The last successful one seemed to be thousands of years ago. Therefore, it is a miracle that this thing has not disappeared in the long river of history and can still be preserved. It is rare that young people are willing to look at it. Thinking of this, Hawkins looked at Richard with a guilty look and said, "Levi, I admire you very much for your studiousness. I seem to understand the reason why you were able to obtain the title of Master Alchemist at such a young age. But Levi, I still hope that you can carefully consider the choice you just made. The several high-level combat puppet blueprints you selected are not actually that practical. Especially the blood-bone puppet blueprints. As far as I can remember, no puppeteer in the guild seems to be able to successfully make one." Richard was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought that Hawkins would be so frank and give him a chance to repent. "Thank you, Vice President Hawkins, for your concern, but learning unknown knowledge is pleasurable, isn't it? If possible, I will stick to my own choice." Richard's eyes revealed his yearning and desire for knowledge. "Ha ha ha. Levi, I find that I like you more and more." Hawkins laughed heartily. "By the way, Fritz, go and get the 1962 Gordo wine that I have collected. I want to have a drink with Master Levi." Hawkins turned to the Grey Dwarf nobles on the side and ordered, "As you command, Lord Hawkins." The Grey Dwarf noble looked at the scene in front of him with a smile, thinking that he seemed to have not seen Lord Hawkins so happy for a long time. Hearing Hawkins' words, Richard's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the second-level wizard in front of him also liked to collect fine wine. You must know that Godot in 1962, even the drunkard Dis Sol, seems to have only 2 or 3 bottles in his collection. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. Richard has been influenced by Dis Sol for a long time, and he has a deep understanding of the Grey Dwarf region. I know a lot about famous wines. In this case, what if the new rye beer produced by myself and Dis Sol can be praised by the powerful Lord Hawkins in front of us? Wouldn't it be possible to quickly open up the high-end market in Tuj City? The sales volume. TSK. Sir Hawkins, speaking of fine wine, I had an idea a few days ago. Dis Sol, after we have successfully brewed it in a few days, I hope you will, after 1 hour. Rich-faced Richard held a crystal ball that copied the blood-bone puppet manufacturing blueprints. Behind him were 4 sturdy Grey Dwarf servants, carrying a huge wooden box. He was walking on the way back to his villa, feeling very happy. Good. He himself did not expect that it would be so easy to obtain the production drawings of the blood-bone puppet. However, what Hawkins, the second-level Grey Dwarf wizard, said was absolutely right. None of the puppet masters in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood could successfully create a blood-bone puppet. What they didn't know was that the key point was that this was not a puppetry blueprint in the traditional sense of the Grey Dwarfs. There was actually no control core in the blood and bone puppet. It relied on the empowerment of undead witchcraft. If a puppeteer does not know the art of necromancy and the ritual of bone demon reincarnation, he will never be able to successfully create a blood-bone puppet. Unfortunately, this point is not explained in detail in the blood-bone puppet manufacturing drawings and is only mentioned briefly. Richard didn't know whether the designer of the drawing deliberately concealed it or something else. Therefore, many puppeteers took great pains to engrave complicated magic arrays on complete skeletons, and drew energy channels in places such as the spine and inner side of the ribs of the skeleton. Even after the energy core was installed, the blood and bone puppet was still unable to be controlled. In a word, it's because the direction is wrong. Completely in the opposite direction. As soon as Richard entered the villa and sent away the gray dwarf servants carrying the huge wooden box, an unabashed smile broke out on his face. At this time, a gust of fragrant wind came. Just now, Stefana saw Richard's smiling face from a distance. So she came up to him with a sweet smile and said, "Master, what is it that makes you so happy? I haven't seen you smiling so happily for a long time. Happy things must be shared. Only in this way can it become two pieces of happiness." Therefore, Richard explained the cause and effect. After listening, Stefana burst out laughing. She and Richard were both members of the Ignis School, one of the 3 major schools of necromancers. Naturally, they had also heard of some long-lost necromancy witchcraft formulas or secrets. The blood and bone puppet is one of them. She did not expect that her master, Richard, could hide the truth under the eyes of the second-level wizard and achieve his goals so easily. By the way, the master also gained the favor of Hawkins, the vice president of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. The master is becoming more and more mature. It turned out that after having a few drinks in Hawkins' office just now, Richard and Hawkins became more familiar with each other. And Hawkins even took the initiative to ask Richard if there was anything else he needed help with. Richard casually mentioned, "If it is convenient, it would be best if you could give me a skeleton to study with the blood-bone puppet blueprint." Unexpectedly, Hawkins was so generous that he gave Richard a rare ogre skeleton as a gift, and asked Fritz to arrange for someone to send the skeleton back to Richard. Taking an accidental glance, Richard noticed that Stefana seemed to be getting more and more beautiful. Female night elves blessed with the bloodline of a high-level spider woman have great advantages in appearance, and are full of temptations for human men. Moreover, Stefana's strength is currently close to the limit of a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. If it weren't for the 2 spiritual reincarnations that caused some damage to Stefana's soul, it is estimated that she may have entered the level of an official wizard now. After all, the body of a high-level spider woman is itself an official wizard level. As long as Stefana's mental strength can reach the standard, there is no threshold for advancement. Of course, the reason why Stefana was able to improve so quickly was, on the one hand, the sufficient supply of various mental power increasing potions, and on the other hand, the extremely high concentration of Spider-Woman blood in her body. It seems that the higher the blood concentration, the more beautiful the appearance. Judging from the appearance alone, the original owner of Stefana's body, Felidai, is even better than Stefana's previous body, which came from the high-level Spider-Woman Chandra. Especially now, Stefana is looking at herself with admiration. Those big beautiful eyes, radiant, and rosy mouth opened and closed, making Richard's heart tremble slightly. It's like a stone was thrown into the calm lake, causing ripples. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Stefana once said. Her new body seemed to have never been used. Just when the atmosphere between the two turned a little pink. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. The voice of the fishman prophet Gorkin came from outside the door. "Master, Gorkin reports to you." This interruption made Stefana quite unhappy, and she pouted. "But," snort, "Gorkin!" Richard was shocked when he realized that he was distracted. He didn't even notice that Gorkin had arrived at the door of the room. This is something that would never happen normally. After looking at Stefana, Richard touched his nose in embarrassment and said, "Come in." Gorkin walked into the room, bowed slightly and said, "Master, Miss Stefana." He knew that Miss Stefana, who usually wore a hood or veil, was very mysterious, but she was the most favored person by her master. Therefore, Gorkin did not avoid Stefana and said directly, "Master, the investigation has made some progress, but there is no actual evidence." "Oh, please tell me in detail." Richard raised his eyebrows, quite interested, and turned around to sit on a large soft leather chair, intending to listen carefully to what Gorkin said after the investigation. Since the other party slaughtered all the fishermen tribe of Tokal Lake in Gorkin, Richard has raised the opponent's danger level to a level that requires constant attention. Chapter 205 Successful Test. "Master, I carefully searched the database of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood for situations like the current situation where an entire ethnic group has disappeared or been massacred. It matches the above records. All of them were done by cult organizations. The following 5 cults are more suitable, namely the Dark Demon Sect, the Jade Fire Cult, the Resentment Sect, the Broken Heart Sect, and the Nightmare Church. These sects have all slaughtered entire tribes and sacrificed them to evil gods or demons. The behavior of, however, according to the records in the Grey Dwarf Classics, whether they are Grey Dwarves, Night Elves or other intelligent races in the Underdark, Once they encounter a cultist, they will choose to destroy them as soon as possible. So, according to the classics, these sects have long been wiped out in the long river of history. Even if there are some sects that survive with a few followers, it is not a problem at all. Is it a cult? Richard couldn't help but rub his chin with one hand, lost in thought. This was also a possibility that he had speculated before. After all, no normal intelligent race would kill an ethnic group. Even if it did, there would be traces to follow, such as feuds or something. But this time, it was a series of incidents without any warning. If it is some cruel beast, it will usually choose to leave after eating, leaving some human lives as the next meal. Stefana was also stunned when she heard this. She originally planned to leave, but she slowly walked behind Richard, stretched out a pair of white and tender hands, and gently kneaded Richard's shoulders. Richard was slightly startled, but did not refuse Stefana's service. Gorkin glanced secretly, pretending not to notice at all, lowering his eyes without squinting. Is there anything else? Richard asked after thinking for a moment. There is also news that a patrol team in Tuj City located in the northeast corner of the city and responsible for the safety of multiple lighthouses in that area has all disappeared. Just now, Tuj City sent people to conduct an on-site inspection, but not far away from where they disappeared some sporadic blood stains were found on the ground. How dare the other party attack the official forces of Tuj City? Richard was being squeezed extremely comfortably by Stefana, and his half-closed eyes suddenly opened at this moment. What Gorkin just said really surprised Richard. If the other party dares to attack even Tuj City's official patrol team, then the other party must have something to rely on. Or, the other party is already prepared and is about to make a big move. The Lighthouse Patrol Team, which Richard and Dissol also encountered on the way from Grey Fern Town to Tuj City, was basically a fully armed team composed of second and third level wizard apprentices, with dozens to 12 people in charge. The security of about a dozen lighthouses in an area. Their number alone is nearly twice that of the wizard apprentices stationed under the lighthouse, responsible for driving away the giant blue-winged moths. And because it is a team used for dispatch and support, the personnel and configuration are comprehensive, and the combat effectiveness is quite good. Even if Richard wanted to eliminate such a team, it would take some time and means, and the difficulty would be to prevent these 10 people from sending out a message and annihilate the opponent. From this point, it can be basically proved that the other party is well organized. If they are not an elite team of night elves that has infiltrated the Grey Dwarf area, then the possibility that they are a cult organization is very high. Gorkin, do you know the relevant information about the 5 cults you just mentioned? Of course, Master. So Gorkin began to briefly introduce these cult organizations, such as the Dark Demon Sect. The entire sect has a clear division of labor and is divided into patriarchs, bishops, priests, deacons, and ordinary believers. They believe in the different world of the dark demon, of the devil. There are also sect emblems, typical rituals, the arrival of dark demons, etc. in a hidden valley far away from Tuj City. The grass and trees are lush, and various vines are entwined around the tree trunks and growing vigorously, covering the few gaps that are available. In an extremely dark environment, a group of men in gray robes were closely guarding the surroundings. In the center, there were 3 figures, one tall, 2 short. I saw a tall figure in a black robe pacing anxiously in the middle of the venue, cursing something. If you listen carefully, you can hear some fragrant words spoken in night elf tongue. Hack! A bunch of idiots from the Nightmare Church. Damn pig beast. After the tall figure vented his anger, the shorter figure next to him said, Nicole, what happened has happened. What should we do now? After a long while, a low voice came from the tall figure, Grace. Just now, the patrol team of Tug City was killed by those idiots from the Nightmare Church. It seems that we have to lie dormant for a while. Nicole, we don't have much time left. You promised us to take action immediately. Irene, who was on the side, became anxious when she heard this. She was dissatisfied with Grace for pinning all her hopes on this night elf, on the traitor. Now it seems that the other party is indeed unreliable, repeatedly pushing back the time for action. However, before Irene could finish her words, whoosh, a sound broke through the air. A long object as thick as a bowl hit Irene's towering chest heavily. Snapped. Irene snorted, spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. She was instantly knocked away 7 or 8 meters. After falling to the ground, she rolled twice more. The whole person felt as if he was hit by a wild bull. Being able to knock a high-level spider woman several meters away showed how powerful the attacker was. Grace took a closer look and realized that the strip just now was the mutated tail behind Nicole. Nicole snorted coldly and said, Irene, pay attention to your attitude. Don't think that just because of Grace's plea, you can offend me again and again. This is the second time. If there is a next time. Hey, you won't be so lucky. Nicole's tall and strong body, like a giant, looked down at Irene, who was lying on the ground, bringing a strong sense of oppression. Urani's pursed lips trembled slightly. Her originally slender hands were now tightly clenching the soil on the ground, and her chest was breathing violently, showing her unwillingness and anger. Nicole, you will definitely pay the price one day, Irina yelled furiously in her heart. But the shadow of death made her dare not say these words openly. At this moment, she could only keep it in her heart and hide her resentment deeply. Even after Nicole approached forcefully, Irene slowly lowered her head. She didn't know whether she didn't dare to look into Nicole's eyes, or because she didn't want the other party to notice the anger of revenge in her eyes. Grace supported Irene and said helplessly, Nicole, you are going too far. But if we have to hibernate for a long time, I'm afraid we really won't have enough time. Don't worry, Grace. As long as you listen to me, I will let you get the nightmare mirror back. Don't worry. Facing her former lover, Nicole's tone immediately softened. Tug City Villa area. Richard was sitting lazily on the soft leather sofa, his fingers tapping the armrests of the sofa rhythmically, while his eyes were looking out the window at the great garden of his villa. Such is the day in the Underdark. Dark as dusk on the earth. For ordinary humans who do not have the racial talent for dark vision, they can basically only see a distance of more than 10 meters clearly during the day. Since Richard is an official wizard and his physique is far superior to that of ordinary humans, the daytime feeling in the Underdark region is almost the same as the feeling in the evening on a heavy haze day. After Richard just listened to Gorkin's description, the sense of urgency in his heart has been slowly increasing. In the past, the targets of the opponent's attacks were some remote tribes around Tuj City, and it seemed that they did not dare to directly attack the forces in Tuj City. But this time, judging from the fact that the other party dared to attack an official force like the Tuj City patrol team, it seemed that the other party was getting closer and closer to Tuj City. The fingers that were originally tapping were now gripping the armrest. It seems that I still have to find a way to quickly improve my strength. Richard's brain was working rapidly at this moment. Now his strength is the first level of a first-level wizard. And with the innate witchcraft, he is at most about the same as a middle-level wizard. If you add in the hatred of resentful spirits and alchemy combination bombs, etc., you can barely reach the high level of a first-level wizard. But under this situation, it seems that it is still not enough. It always feels dangerous. I need to become stronger. As for the fastest way that Richard can think of to improve his strength, one is to make bloody bone puppets. He already has a preliminary plan for this, and he can implement it immediately after the conditions are met in the past few days. But this may still not be enough. After all, the combat effectiveness of the blood bone puppet is partly linked to his strength to a certain extent. With his current strength, even if the blood and bone puppet is made, its combat effectiveness will most likely be at the high level of the first level. The second way to enhance his strength is to make full use of the dragon's blood in his hands. Because if you can really use the source blood in your hand to stimulate your mental power again, your mental power will be greatly improved. As a result, the attack power of the natural witchcraft spiritual impact will soar again. Moreover, the strength of the resentful abomination summoned by oneself will also increase dramatically. The same will be true for the blood and bone puppet. This is the case with the undead wizard. As his own strength increases, the strength of his summoned creatures will also increase simultaneously. It seemed that he had to speed up the search for information and find a way to identify the rank of this source blood as soon as possible. What creature source blood was it from? After that, you can make your next plan. 3 days in a row, Richard stayed at the headquarters much longer than usual. Part of the time, he was studying the book Intermediate Puppetry. Since Richard already had experience in making phosphorus stone combat puppets at a proficient level, he was able to learn it easily and efficiently under the background of combining theory with practice. During the other part of the time, Richard was looking up the relevant methods of high-level source blood test. It is a pity that the knowledge related to source blood beyond the third level is not recorded at all in the data room within the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Richard also asked members of several other large wizard organizations in Tuj City through Gorkin for knowledge about high-level source blood. But he found nothing. It seems that there is a huge mastermind behind the high-level source blood, which has erased all relevant information and methods. In the data room, The highest level knowledge about source blood that can be found is the knowledge about some identification techniques and utilization methods of third-level source blood. After several days of study, Richard has mastered the identification of first and second-level source blood. Richard already basically understood the principles of identifying third-level source blood. At the same time, he also had some ideas about how to identify higher-level source blood. The next step was to give it a specific try. Fingard, all used to purchase live third-level wizard apprentice level monsters. Richard handed Fingard a bag of magic stones. Although the bag is bulging, most of it contains ordinary magic stones. And there are also a small amount of intermediate magic stones. This is all the magic stones that Richard currently has on hand, except for daily expenses. The number of monsters that can be purchased is roughly the same as last time. Only 3. As you command, Master. Fingard retreated slowly. In fact, Richard earned magic stones very quickly. Basically every day, he would take on 1 or 2 potion making or bomb making tasks in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. The next day, he can get a lot of contribution points and magic stones. Therefore, for Richard, if the magic stone is used up today, it will come back tomorrow. But not much will come every time. One is because Richard deliberately hides his clumsiness. Secondly, it is because he spends most of his time studying and researching. The alchemy room on the second underground floor. Over the past few days, Richard had accumulated more than 20,000 energy points by continuously acquiring and killing monsters. However, this also makes Fingard extremely conspicuous outside. After all, few people purchase live monsters in large quantities like Fingard. And they are all monsters at the level of third-level wizard apprentices. It's not that Richard doesn't want to acquire higher-level monsters, such as monsters at the official wizard level. But the price of monsters of this level is at least 10 times that of the third-level wizard apprentice level. Currently, because Richard does not want to sell other things in his hands, the lack of magic stones has become his biggest obstacle. It was not that there were no curious people investigating Fingard, but later investigation revealed that Fingard was originally a servant of Levi, the famous alchemist master in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. And there was no doubt about it. You know, many potions use monster organs, or extract essence from the monster's blood, cerebrospinal fluid, etc. Of course, the most important thing is that Richard has the reputation of a master alchemist. Richard called up the inspiration panel, skill, level 3 source blood test witchcraft array, entry 47%. Now he plans to try whether he can deduce the next level or higher level source blood test method by raising the third level source blood test witchcraft array to the limit. I have discovered that the host is practicing the third level source blood verification magic array. Do you want to consume energy and gain inspiration for the third level source blood verification magic array? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to the far right and selected yes. After a dizzy spell, Richard's soul came to the dream space. This time, he came to an alchemy room with all kinds of utensils. In the middle of the room, there was a blurry figure bending over, drawing something carefully on the ground. Ding! The host has mastered the third level blood source verification magic array to the limit, triggering the design inspiration of the high-level blood source verification magic array. Now he has mastered the high-level blood source verification magic array, entry 9%. Richard was surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, after I was promoted to an official wizard, the intelligence level of the inspiration panel seemed to have improved slightly. He still vaguely remembered that when he was a wizard's apprentice, if he wanted to innovate zero-level witchcraft, the inspiration panel gave him a drop-down menu to choose from. But now, I rely more on my many attempts and hard work in the dream space. In the dream space, as long as you try and work hard in a certain direction, after thousands of times, you will make breakthroughs and achievements in that direction. Of course, the premise is that you have enough relevant knowledge accumulation and energy points. This is the exact opposite of others. For most wizards, rich imagination and innovation are the most rare things. But I have an inspiration panel. For me, the most important thing is to study hard, persevere in the pursuit of knowledge, and accumulate enough knowledge. The accumulation of knowledge is like firewood, and inspiration is like fire. The more firewood there are, the more intense and scorching the fire will be after the fire is ignited. As the huge detection witch array painted on the ground flashed with dazzling red light, a huge black double-winged dragon phantom began to appear above the witch array. Even if it is a shadow, there is a faint sound of dragon roar coming, as if a king is lording over the world, and his momentum is extremely majestic. Hiss! It is indeed the blood of the black dragon. But But it seems that because of the impure blood, the shadow is not lifelike, but slightly blurry. This can be easily judged from the fact that Richard cannot clearly see the scales on the black dragon's body and the characteristics of its head. At the same time, there was a very thin shadow of an extraordinary creature lying on all fours on the ground above the giant test witch formation. Because it was so thin, it could only be barely identified as a creature similar to an earth dragon beast. There is also a lot of black smoke, which keeps roaring and transforming into various extraordinary creatures. While observing the size, clarity and duration of various shadows, Richard took out a quill and quickly wrote down a line of text. Mixed black dragon origin blood. Black dragon origin blood accounts for about 68%. Some kind of earth dragon beast origin blood accounts for about 29%. And unknown origin blood accounts for about 4%. You must know that the black dragon is a legendary creature. Only those extraordinary creatures that have exceeded the 3rd level will be called legendary creatures. That is, the 4th level. This kind of powerful ancient creature has long disappeared in the vast river of history. According to records, in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood's data room, the last black dragon with a clear record was more than 2,000 years ago, and it disappeared after a short-lived appearance. There are still many wizards diligently searching for traces of these legendary creatures, and many sects have even spawned, such as the famous dragon worship cult. While Richard was playing with the mixed black dragon blood in his hand, his thoughts were flying, and he thought of many legends about giant dragons in the Underdark. After being in a daze for a moment, Richard once again turned his attention to the source of blood in his hand. Although the volume of this source of blood is only about the size of a fingernail, and it is not pure, it is enough for Richard to use. Richard recalled it, according to a record in the Grey Dwarf database. After using the source blood of the 2nd level Earth Violent Bear to stimulate mental power, a Grey Dwarf wizard at the 1st level of the 1st level was directly promoted to the middle level of the 1st level. Of course, the remaining bloodline period was as high as 3.5 years. Looking at it this way, if I can use this mixed black dragon source blood to successfully stimulate my mental power, my strength will at least be improved to the 1st level. However, we still need to find a way to solve 2 problems. Richard sighed. In fact, if Richard were really given a fist-sized piece of pure black dragon source blood, as the source blood of a legendary creature, it would be at least as frightening as the 4th level, and Richard would be completely unable to use it. In the current situation, the energy contained in the mixed black dragon blood in Richard's hand is approximately equivalent to the blood of a 3rd-order extraordinary creature. If Richard could find a way to ignite it and use it to stimulate his own mental power, the effect would be self-evident. With the help of the inspiration panel, Richard is confident that he will be able to master the 3rd level witchcraft formation that is necessary to activate the source blood soon. However, the 3rd level igniter, the Heart of Fire, is extremely troublesome. That is the core of the 3rd level flame extraordinary creature. I haven't heard yet which wizard organization in Tudge City has this thing. Indeed, if the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood's contribution value exchange list cannot be found, other wizard organizations are not as strong as the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, and there is a high probability that they will not exist. Although Richard had never met the president of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, he knew that the president was only a great wizard at the high level of the 2nd level. In the scorching environment of the Scorched Earth secret realm, he wanted to kill the fire-type extraordinary creature with a strength of up to 3rd level that occupies the right location. I am afraid that even if the 3 presidents go, they will never come back. This difficulty. TSK. Just as Richard was thinking. Dong dong dong. There was a strong knocking sound outside the door of the alchemy room on the 2nd underground floor. This immediately made Richard frown. What the L are Fingard and Gorkin doing? They said they shouldn't be disturbed. So how could they still? Levi. My brother. A familiar loud voice came. Ha ha ha. We've released it. New rye beer. Incredibly delicious. Disol had just rushed into Richard's villa with a roar. When he knew that Richard was in the alchemy room, he rushed down. Fingart and Gorkin could not stop him. Richard opened the door and saw that it was indeed Disol, carrying several bottles of beer in black glass. Come to think of it, this should be the new rye beer. Looking at Disol, who was in high spirits, Richard also had a smile on his face. At the same time, I sighed in my heart. The magic stone I've been waiting for is finally here. Chapter 206 Weird Witchcraft. As soon as he saw Richard, Deeser, whose hair was as messy as a chicken coop, gave Richard a big hug and laughed heartily. Levi. My God. Titan Father. I really don't know what the structure of your head is, But you can actually come up with such a wonderful formula. You know what? When I took my first sip, I was actually shocked. I've never tasted such a refreshing, fragrant and sweet beer. It feels so good to take a big gulp, Dysol said with his hands and feet dancing. And the old wrinkles on his face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. From the time Dysol walked in until now, he kept talking about how delicious this new beer was. Richard couldn't get a word in at all, and could only smile in response. However, Richard would not feel that Dysol was overshadowing him at all. Judging from the messy appearance of the other person's hair and beard, you know that the other person must have been paying attention to the brewing process in the past 3 days. When it comes to new beer, I've found the right person. Richard could understand the feeling of an alcoholic when encountering good wine, especially when the wine was brewed by himself. After a few minutes, Dysol seemed to have calmed down his excitement a little, and poured a few more sips of wine down his throat. At this time, Richard was able to interrupt. Dysol, it seems that this formula of mine has won your approval. Dysol shook his head violently and said, No, it's not praise. It's admiration. Do you understand? Levi, my brother, why didn't you let me meet you earlier? Then I think, does this mean that once this new beer is launched, it will definitely be welcomed by the Grey Dwarves? No, it's not just a welcome. It will be a fanatical pursuit. Levi, after this beer is popularized, one day, your fame will surpass that of the Emperor of the Grey Dwarf Empire, Dysol said excitedly. Richard looked at Dysol's impassioned look, and it didn't look like he was simply complimenting him. As expected, the Grey Dwarves all love fine wine, and the reputation of famous winemakers that has been passed down for thousands of years is not a myth, but a real thing. No, Dysol, it's your name, not mine, Richard said with a mysterious smile. Me? Why me? Dysol looked blank, as if he didn't understand what Richard meant. We set up a beer chamber to be responsible for the brewing and sales of new beers. And you, Dysol, will be responsible for serving as the president of the Chamber of Commerce and as the chief brewer. Richard slowly stated the arrangement in his mind. No, this is obviously the wine you brewed. I can't steal the honor that originally belongs to you. Dysol's eyes widened, and he shook his head like a rattle, as if he couldn't believe that Richard gave up this overwhelming honor to him so easily. Is it understandable that as long as there are enough hops, you will be able to continuously produce this new type of beer? Also, once sales start, will you be able to keep up? Richard did not answer Dysol's question, but asked 2 questions in a row. Of course, it's no problem. Don't worry, Levi. As long as you take care of things called hops, there will definitely be no problem with me, Dysol said, patting his strong chest heavily. I still have 7 or 8 brewing workshops under my name. If they all produce new beers, there will definitely be no problem in the early stage. Richard nodded and said, Dysol, how about you call Fana tomorrow and come to my villa to meet? I plan to sell part of my shares. What? You actually want to sell part of your shares in such a hugely profitable business? Levi, my brother, was your head hit by a hammer? Dysol said with an expression of disbelief. Richard spread his hands and said, Dysol, I am in a hurry for money recently. Moreover, what do you think our business will do if it is just you and me? As it expands in the future, even to other cities? Richard's words slowly calmed Dysol down from his state of ecstasy. When his sanity returned, Dysol also completed the gorgeous transformation from an alcoholic to a first-level high-level wizard. Levi, I think I understand what you mean. If this is the case, it is indeed a good choice for you to sell part of your shares. However, if that's the case, I suggest you not only call Fana, but also Alhain from the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, or even a few higher-level wizards. Let them bid on their own. Hee. As he spoke, Dysol's narrowed eyes suddenly revealed a cunning look. Richard immediately understood Dysol's thoughts, and couldn't help but feel grateful to this old Grey Dwarf who had thought a lot for him. Indeed, before, he had been thinking that someone needed to cultivate hops in large quantities, so he thought about bringing Fana in. However, if there is only one Fana as the buyer of the shares, it will not bring much benefit to Richard. Only through competition can Richard maximize the benefits from the sale of his shares. Thank you, Dysol, my brother. Cheers! Richard took the initiative to toast in celebration. Cheers! The two finally agreed to establish the Diesel Beer Chamber of Commerce as the official person in charge. Diesel holds 30% of the shares and is responsible for all aspects of the brewing and sales of new beer. Richard holds 70% of the shares But 30% of them will be sold to other powerful wizards in these 2 days, to ensure that the sales of new beer will not be suppressed or hacked. Then, from the remaining 40%, 10% will be used as the benefit of the hop batch cultivators. Hops are essentially a type of hemp, which is relatively easy to grow and not difficult to cultivate. Therefore, almost anyone who is a formal wizard majoring in nature, with a little guidance from Richard, can easily cultivate hops that can meet the daily production demand of 5,000 bottles of rye beer. When Dis-Sol left again to prepare various matters for new beer, Richard is also in a particularly good mood. Thingard, go buy some ingredients and let the kitchen celebrate tonight. As you command. Master. Gorkin, prepare for the reception tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You are better aware of Grey Dwarf etiquette. As you command. Master. Stephanie, walk with me to the garden. Okay. Master, Stefana said with a smile, her heart full of joy. The 2 annoying big light bulbs were finally gone. To be honest, since buying the villa, this was the first time that Richard admired the garden with various flowers planted in his villa. This time, I saw that the sky in the Underdark was always so gray, making the colorful flowers not as bright as the surface in the sun. But it also had a different flavor. At this time, a soft and hot body behind Richard hugged him gently, and a special fragrance came in bursts. Richard's whole body felt hot. Of course he knew who was behind him. Her ears felt hot. And Stefana's sweet words sounded again. Master, it seems that my body has never been used before. Damn, I can't help it. Richard turned around and hugged the graceful and fiery body behind him, facing the extremely charming face. He was about to march toward the alluring cherry mouth. Sudden. Boom. The explosion came from the street not far away. Richard was shocked. Could it be those evil cults? Crash. It seemed that a house in the distance had collapsed, and smoke and dust were everywhere. The charming atmosphere in the villa garden suddenly disappeared. Richard walked quickly towards the gate and saw more than 10 grey dwarves dressed as Tuj city guards, who were originally patrolling the streets, rushing towards the place where the explosion came from. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed from the corner of the road not far ahead, and with a wave of the opponent's hand, a burst of green mist spread. The dozen or so Tuj city guards who faced him seemed to be drunk in an instant. The facial expressions of each guard were intoxicated, as if they were immersed in some kind of happy dream. But the next second, their expressions changed instantly. And fear, despair, grief and other expressions appeared on the faces of these guards. After a while, some of the dozen or so people started attacking each other, hitting their original companions with heavy hammers until their brains exploded. Some were slashing at the walls of shops on the street, as if they were crazy. The whole situation didn't last long, and all the Grey Dwarf city guards fell to the ground. This strange mist attack left both Richard and Stepina stunned. At this time, the hooded man in black robe was getting closer and closer to Richard's villa. Stefina, back away. Richard's pupils immediately tightened. The opponent's aura was very powerful. He was at least a first-level official wizard, and his attack methods were weird. Obviously, he doesn't want to meet the opponent, let alone fight. Suddenly, a roar sounded from behind the man in black robe. I saw a figure rushing over, wearing heavy plate armor, holding a steel shield and a one-handed heavy hammer, dressed like a leader of the Grey Dwarf city guards. You bastards of the Nightmare Church, go to H.L. With the roar, the heavy hammer in the leader's hand was like a meteor hitting the black-robed man's vest. The man in black robe turned around and released a dark green semicircular barrier, and the heavy hammer collided with it in an instant. Boom! After the powerful and heavy hammer broke through the barrier, it still had enough force to hit the right arm of the man in black robe, and the man in black robe was quickly thrown towards the villa where Richard was. Suddenly, the man in black robe covered his injured arm, glanced disdainfully at Richard, a first-level wizard, and rushed towards Richard, seemingly planning to break through from Richard's side. He waved his hand, and in an instant, a dark green mist rushed towards Richard. Not good. Richard's heart sank. Magic armor. A hideous black bone armor knight outfit with a skull mask instantly enveloped Richard. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business at first, but now it seems that avoiding it won't solve the problem. Psychic shock. Immediately, the man in black robe staggered. The man in black robe under the hood looked shocked and angry at the same time. He didn't realize that he had underestimated this human kid who was only in the first level of the first level, and he actually knew the rare spiritual witchcraft. Although the effect on him was only about a second of dizziness, But, you bastard. You can't escape. The Grey Dwarf commander at the rear seized the opportunity, quickly closed the distance, and immediately fought with the man in black robes. The man in black robe had to choose another direction to escape. At this time, Richard had been hit by the dark green mist. But what surprised him was that this dark green mist seemed to have no attack power at all, and it didn't seem to have any effect on his magic armor technique. Just when Richard was feeling suspicious, he looked up and suddenly found that the surrounding environment was rippling like waves. Becoming hazy, the flat ground began to crack. The thick walls of the villa began to collapse like soft noodles. The various flowers on the garden lawn, which were originally delicate and beautiful, suddenly sprouted sharp teeth, opened their bloody mouths, and rushed towards Richard. Richard was shocked and quickly swung his sword to block. But the next second, he found that the ice guardian he was holding suddenly softened and turned into a crystal-colored poisonous snake, which suddenly bit his wrist. He was immediately so horrified that Richard let go and threw him away. The surrounding scene changed again. Pairs of dark green eyes began to appear in the gray surroundings. Suddenly, ugly monsters that had never been seen before began to emerge, waving their sharp claws and charging towards Richard with a low roar. Did I feel like I was being pulled into an illusion? But this attack effect is too real. Richard looked at the scratches on the Black Knight's armor. They were caused by the bites of those mutant flowers, and the stinging pain on his wrist just now seemed to tell him that these were real and not a fantasy. Whether it's true or false, just kill them all. Richard did not take a weapon, nor did he summon hatred. He was worried that the resentful hatred summoned would be changed by some evil force. So, you have to use your fists to beat them up one by one. Hey, the mental shock is not affected. I don't know how long it took. Richard was so tired that he was panting. But, it's so cool. It seemed that all the monsters around him had been killed by him. Suddenly, a monster with a human lower body and a giant octopus mouth parts rushed towards Richard, making a strange cry. Bang bang. To Richard's surprise, this big guy was quite easy to deal with. He was knocked away with a few punches and fell to the ground motionless. At this time, the surrounding gray fog also began to dissipate lightly, and the surrounding environment was like a lake, creating ripples again. Richard felt a trance and returned to the familiar villa garden again. The ground looked as if it had been plowed, but the surrounding walls are good. The ice guardian was thrown aside. The flowers on the lawn were a mess. What surprised Richard the most was that Stephanie was lying unconscious on the ground nearby. Turning around and looking around, Richard found that the figure of the man in black robe was no longer there. The streets were already surrounded by hundreds of heavily armed Grey Dwarf city guards. The Grey Dwarf commander was not far away with a group of people, pointing at the ground. It seemed that the man in black robe had run away. Richard lifted the magic armor. His handsome face was revealed, and he walked over and picked up Stefana, who was in a coma. Seemingly remembering something, the Grey Dwarf plate armored commander shouted from a distance. Hey! How are you? Human boy? Bram? The person in front of you is the alchemist master of our Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, Your Excellency Levi. A Grey Dwarf wizard next to the plate commander obviously saw Richard's face clearly, and said, as he left come over. Richard knew this Grey Dwarf wizard, whose name was Ravel Koch. He was the deputy director of the combat department of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Richard had communicated with him once on the alchemical combination bomb. Masterly Wei. It's great that you are okay. Who was that person just now? At this time, there were still beads of sweat on Richard's forehead. His back was already soaked, and his whole body ached. The dark green mist that hit the other party just now was so weird. It seemed like it wasn't just a dream, because Richard discovered that many bruises on his wrists and body still existed at this time. It was the remnant of the Nightmare Church. I have killed that guy. But, pity my brothers. The leader of the Grey Dwarf City Defense Force named Bram said angrily, while looking at the corpses of the Grey Dwarf City guards lying on the ground. Obviously, letting the other party kill so many of his subordinates under his nose made Bram very angry. I want to search the entire city for the remaining followers of the Nightmare Church and smash them all into pieces. The Church of Nightmare? I just heard Gorkin talk about it a few days ago. It actually appeared in front of me so quickly. This is really, Bram, as long as you can kill the priests of the Nightmare Church. What's the use of killing more ordinary believers? It won't take long for the other party to develop another group of believers. Ravel comforted. Revel, you know, these bastards never confront us head-on. They just like to use underhanded tactics. However, this time their priest was killed by me, And I won't be able to recover for a while. Ravel's face was not good-looking. He shook his head and said, not necessarily. The Nightmare Church has developed to the scale of having sacrifices under our noses. And the situation may be worse than we imagined. I think we should split up and head upwards report it. I hope there won't be any cultists at the bishop level. That shouldn't be possible. When Bram heard the word bishop, his face was startled, as if he remembered some bad memories. And his expression was solemn. So, the man in black robe just now was killed by Bram? Richard glanced at the ground in the distance, where everyone was just pointing and pointing. It seemed that all that was left was a broken black robe and a pool of black water. But Richard always felt that the other party seemed to be solved a little too easily. Although two top first-level wizards, Bram and Revel, took action, he had a vague feeling that things would not end so easily. Suddenly, Richard was shocked, because he suddenly found a prompt message in the inspiration panel. Acquire 85691 energy points. Chapter 207 Start Making. Richard frowned and fell into deep thought. There is only one prompt, which obviously means it is not the monsters he killed in the nightmare. Otherwise, it should be like a waterfall swiping the screen. At least hundreds of them, with a total of more than 80,000 energy points. Then the source of this energy point is, it can only be provided by the so-called priest of the Nightmare Church after his death. It's that man in black robe. But how could the other party provide energy points to the inspiration panel? All along, I thought that I could only obtain energy points by killing monsters. It has been proven before that you will not gain energy points by killing night elves. How come this time, after this strange Nightmare Church priest was killed, he was able to gain energy points? Richard couldn't figure out the reason for a while. After Richard carried Stephanie back to the room, he found that Stephanie was breathing evenly, but her originally fair forehead was a little red and swollen, probably because she was dizzy due to a heavy blow to the head. After letting her lie on the bed and have a good rest, Richard began to think about a question. The witchcraft performed by the man in black robes was still fresh in his memory. Although I don't know the name of the strange witchcraft performed by the other party, I can still roughly summarize its effects. It seems that as long as you are contaminated by the dark green mist, you will be pulled into the nightmare in an instant. Nightmares are not dreams. All the damage suffered in the nightmare will eventually manifest itself in reality. Therefore, he must have adopted the correct response by mistake just now. After killing all the monsters in the nightmare, he successfully walked out of the nightmare and returned to reality. No, not necessarily. Richard shook his head. It may also be that the energy of the dark green mist is exhausted, so he can return to reality from the nightmare. If the energy is not exhausted, he may still be in the nightmare, constantly fighting monsters. Whatever the explanation, those Grey Dwarf city guards obviously did not hold on in the nightmare and sank. In other words, he was killed by a monster in the nightmare, so he died immediately in reality. Just a dark green mist can easily take away more than 10 wizard apprentice level patrols and almost kill me. A first level official wizard. This kind of witchcraft is really weird. From this point of view, the human sea tactic should be meaningless to the Nightmare Church. It will only be easily swept by the opponent and drag everyone into the nightmare, resulting in the death of a large number of people and becoming the opponent's sacrifice to the evil god. Tribute. Of course, all of the above are just my own guesses, although Richard believes that they should be very close to the facts. But speculation is always speculation. It would be better to have something to support it. Richard decided that after Stefano woke up, he would immediately go to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood to inquire about the records of the Nightmare Church. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Master, I heard that you were attacked by the Nightmare Church. Are you okay? It was Gorkin's voice. Richard felt relieved and stepped forward to open the door. Seeing that Richard was safe and sound, Gorkin breathed a sigh of relief and said, Master, you're fine. Richard waved his hand and said, You're here just in time. Stefano wants you to take care of her. I'll go to the headquarters of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood to understand the situation. As you command, my master. After that, Richard turned and left the room. At this time, Stefana suddenly let out a cry. Her eyelashes moved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. However, when she saw Richard, her face was slightly frightened and she said, Master, have you recovered? Richard raised his eyebrows and asked in a slightly surprised tone, Hey, Stefana, did you say that I just attacked you? Stefana's tone just now made Richard react in an instant. The other person looked at him with a weird expression, and it was obvious that the problem was with him, based on the original relationship between the two of them. Stefana always looked affectionate when seeing her, and it was absolutely impossible to be frightened. Stefana let out a long breath, looked relieved, and said with a smile, "Master, you were so terrible just now. You attacked the surrounding flowers and trees crazily in the garden. As soon as I came over, I was beaten twice by the master. Fainted." Richard also realized that his situation was obviously due to the strange witchcraft. Without wasting any more time, Richard comforted her. "Stefana, you have a good rest first. I'll go to the headquarters of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood and I'll be back soon." Headquarters of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. When Richard stepped into the hall, he saw that most of the wizards and apprentices who used to have smiling faces now had serious expressions. Many people were whispering in the hall, seemingly discussing terms such as nightmare and death count. Come to think of it, they also knew about the battle that had just occurred in Tuj City. It seemed that the death toll was quite large, and the impact was widespread. It spread so quickly. Also, this kind of news involving cults may still be blocked among civilians. But this happened under the eyes of the wizards. And as a powerful class, it was impossible to keep this kind of news from the wizards. It is estimated that within a day, most of the wizards in Tuj City will know about this unexpected incident. Richard did not stop, and went directly to the information room on the second floor, and began to look up relevant information about the Nightmare Church. There is not much information about the Church of Nightmare. Many of them are extremely old books, each of which is almost thicker than a modern Chinese dictionary. The cover is made of unknown animal skin and decorated with copper sheets. Richard picked up the thickest book and flipped through it quickly. The Church of Nightmares is a widespread cult that worships Dinos, the god of nightmares. The entire organizational structure is divided into bishops, priests, deacons, and ordinary believers. After causing many horrific tragedies, it was designated as a cult by the major intelligent races in the Dark region more than 2,000 years ago, and was destroyed. I closed the thick book and read several other books in succession. The basic contents were similar. This made Richard slowly think about it. Basically, the Nightmare Church began to disappear from the time it was included in the cult siege. Unexpectedly, it started to reappear gradually now. This is not a good sign. There are many books on the Nightmare Church that provide general introductions in the data room. But the specific content of witchcraft performed by members of the other party is unclear. And most of them are at the level of ordinary believers, with little reference value. There are only 1 or 2 books describing the sacrifices of the Nightmare Church. One of them mentioned that the witchcraft performed by the other party was that the dark green mist seemed to be called the coming of nightmares. It can be aimed at a single person, such as the dark green mist that attacks oneself. Or it can be targeted at groups, such as the large dark green mist encountered by the group of city guards. The ancient Grey Dwarf wizards classified the opponent's witchcraft as evil energy, or called magic witchcraft. Of course, the translations of the languages of different races are slightly different. The Hittite language calls it magic witchcraft, while the Akkadian language calls it fell witchcraft. The meanings are basically the same. The energy sources of these witchcraft come from aliens, the power of the evil god of the world. For cultists, this is the so-called gift or reward from the evil god. Obviously, only cultists who deeply believe in the other party can use it. This completely frustrated Richard's desire to learn this witchcraft. But there are similar witchcrafts in spiritual witchcraft, such as sleeping spells, dream shrouds, illusions coming, etc. There was also a sentence mentioned in the ancient book that made Richard particularly memorable: the witchcraft of nightmare is coming. As long as the cultist who casts the spell has higher mental power than the enemy, he can forcibly pull himself into the nightmare. It can be said to be a model of using high to defeat low. Basically, those whose mental power is not as good as the sacrifices of the Nightmare Church will be easily taken away in a wave. This gave Richard a deep sense of crisis. It seems that I have to speed up the pace again. Fortunately, I have gained more than 80,000 energy points now. And, soon, I will receive a large sum of magic stones. So many things can be done now. An hour later, Richard arrived on the first floor. In addition to the reception hall, a large part of the first floor is also divided into a task hall. Therefore, the first floor hall of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood is also the busiest hall. Master Levi. H. Lowe. What task do you want to issue? A young Grey Dwarf maid swiped Levi's mithril emblem with a beep sound, and said with a sweet smile, I want to issue a mission, which is about repairing a low-level magic weapon. It's about which type of witchcraft. For example, metal ones generally require the restorer to have the qualification of a rune blacksmith, while for animal furs, The restorer generally requires the restorer to have the qualification of an elemental leatherworker. A cane. Is it a cane? Are there any qualification requirements for those who take on the task? If it is a plant-based cane, the general requirement is an inscriptionist with a senior or master level title. Also, what is your reward? Master level. The reward is 20,000 magic stones. Richard thought for a few seconds. Although I want to seize the time to find someone to repair it, I cannot lower the quality requirements. Richard himself is a master of alchemy, so he naturally knows the difference between senior professional titles and master-level professional titles. In particular, Grey Dwarves, a relatively honest race, rarely engage in fraud in their skills. They basically hone their skills step by step. Okay, Master Levi, I have issued your task. A warm reminder: if you need an inscription master to help you repair it, it may take a long time. I understand. Richard nodded, and he also understood this. But there is currently no other good way. There are 10 times as many master runesmiths as inscription masters among the Grey Dwarves. He also thought about leaving the task for a while. If it didn't work, he might have to trouble Vice President Hawkins and ask him to help him introduce an inscription master. After a while, compared with the assets in his own hands, it was enough to hire an inscription master at a high price. After posting the task, Richard held a curved rattan staff and walked slowly on the way back to his villa with a calm expression. I saw that the length of this staff was about 1 meter and 4 meters, and the curved body of the staff resembled a relatively thick rattan. The top is thicker, resembling a massive rhizome, and the other end is relatively thin. This is the staff of mutated summoning. Taking into account the recent unstable situation, Richard did not choose to leave the mission item in the mission hall, but chose the second method. That is, when someone accepts the repair task, the staff of the mission hall will come to Richard to pick it up. The role that the mutated summoning rod can play before Richard is promoted to a formal wizard is self-evident. It allows Richard to leapfrog and summon abominations that can only be summoned by a formal necromancer. But since Richard was promoted, he has learned the first-level witchcraft of summoning hatred. Apart from improving the success rate of summoning, this low-level witchcraft has no special effect on Richard. Originally, Richard wanted to throw away the mutated summoning staff. But one day, Richard had a whim, and after studying the runes on the damaged parts of this low-level witchcraft, he discovered that the damaged parts might be quite critical. You must know that even if it is damaged, the effect of this low-level witchcraft is quite good if the holder uses this staff to communicate with the world of the dead. The success rate of summoning will be increased. At the same time, the summoned undead creatures will be forcibly converted into an abomination. If it could be repaired, the mutant summoning rod in good condition might give him some unexpected surprises. Richard already had some vague premonitions about this. After returning to the villa again, Richard went to visit Stephanie and made sure that she was fine. Richard came to the alchemy room on the second underground floor alone. Originally, he wanted to sell some of his shares in rye beer and then buy official wizard-level monsters for him to kill so that he could accumulate a lot of energy points. But now it seems that he can start making blood and bone puppets in advance. No longer hesitate. It was found that the host was learning to make blood and bone puppets. Does it consume energy to gain inspiration for making blood and bone puppets? For this kind of advanced puppet production, which is extremely difficult, it will inevitably require a large amount of energy points to be improved. So without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to 30,000 and selected yes. After a sudden spin, Richard's soul came to the dream space. It was still an environment similar to an alchemy room. There was a thick white skeleton on the ground in the center of the room, which was the skeleton of an ogre. There is also a blurry figure, who was bending over the skeleton to check something. In an instant, Richard was possessed by the figure. After many improvements, Richard showed a satisfied smile when he looked at the skill on the inspiration panel, blood and bone puppet making extreme. But when Richard saw that there were only more than 5,000 energy points left at the bottom of the panel, he smiled bitterly again. I thought that more than 80,000 energy points would be enough for me to use for a while. I didn't expect that making blood and bone puppets is a huge consumer of energy points. The energy points consumed to reach the limit are no less than those of ordinary first-level witchcraft. Thinking about it, Richard can also understand that the blood and bone puppet is a high-level puppet after all, and that's where the difficulty lies in making it. Moreover, he had just upgraded the 2 witchcrafts that match the blood and bone puppet, spiritualism and bone demon reincarnation ritual, to the extreme level. That's why so many energy points are consumed at once. With experience in making blood-bone puppets at the extreme level, Richard was confident that he could make almost perfect use of the ogre skeleton on hand to create a blood-bone puppet with combat power at least equivalent to that of a high-level first-level creature. You must know that Richard's current mental power is only at the level of the first level, atomization 27%. The puppet he created can compete with the first level of high-level wizards, which is already rare, generally speaking. This situation only exists for Grey Dwarf puppet masters, who are hundreds of years old. They are busy studying puppetry, and their own cultivation is only at the middle or high level of level 1. But the strength of the high-level combat puppets they create is 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves. They can even create second-level combat puppets, such as giant war golems. If the production experience is only at the proficiency level, it is very likely that the finished product will only be an early-stage blood and bone puppet, which is equivalent to the strength of the producer himself. In addition, what makes the blood-bone puppet different from other advanced combat puppets is that a small part of its combat effectiveness is linked to the strength of the creator himself. As Richard's strength continues to increase, the blood-bone puppet will also improve synchronously. Moreover, after the blood-bone puppet is successfully made, it can also be sent back to the world of the dead to wait for the next call from its master. This is the same as the hatred of the resentful spirits. Chapter 208. The salon begins. Now that everything was ready, Richard immediately decided to strike while the iron was hot and start making blood and bone puppets now. Opening the huge wooden box, he skillfully sorted the ogre bones into categories and arranged them on the ground in a fixed order. Then start the first step. Grind and make blood patterning, and then inscribe different witchcraft runes on each skeleton part 1 by 1 according to the production drawings. Each of these runes has its own effect. After the bones are assembled together, the runes will be related to each other to form an overall effect. Therefore, this work requires extreme patience and care. However, this work, which would have taken at least 3 days for an ordinary puppet master, was completed by Richard in just 40 minutes. There was not a single mistake in the process, which saved a lot of time. The second step is to draw energy channels on the inside of the ribs, the inside of the spine, and the skull. Although the blood-bone puppet is special and does not require the installation of a primary control core, the energy core still needs to be installed. Basically, this energy source can be understood as adding a power device to the undead creature. Although the undead creature itself can move, this energy device is regarded as an auxiliary power source, which can greatly enhance the speed of the undead creature during combat. Of course, the body of the blood and bone puppet is not an ordinary fragile low-level undead summon, but a powerful skeleton warrior called the Bone Demon, which needs to be completed in the third step. Soon, as the energy core was installed, this second step was completed smoothly by Richard. At this time, the installed energy core prismatic slot can be used to place magic stones. Normal combat puppets can use high-grade magic stones, but for this blood-bone puppet, the best choice is to use magic crystals, an energy source that contains higher energy than high-grade magic stones. It's a pity that Richard doesn't have magic crystal on hand at the moment, so he can only use a high-grade magic stone to top it up first. Although, this will slightly reduce the combat effectiveness and burst duration of the blood and bone golem. Next is the third step, which is also a step that many Grey Dwarf puppet masters rack their brains and still don't know and are stuck on. The key to this third step lies in 2 necromancy arts, spiritualism and bone demon reincarnation ritual. Richard rearranged the bones to form the overall shape of the ogre skeleton, and drew the bone demon reincarnation witch array underneath it. As Richard's low spell sounded, the dark element energy in the air exploded, and the entire alchemy room was filled with a cold atmosphere. With the cooperation of spiritualism and witchcraft, he instantly attracted the attention of many souls in the world of the dead. After spending a lot of time, Richard finally selected an equally rare ogre soul. A dazzling green light flashed, and the ceremony was over. At this moment, a special aura began to flourish on the ogre skeleton, like a seedling sprouting in spring. The originally empty eye sockets in the skull now burned with 2 balls of dark green soul fire. With the sound of bones rubbing against each other, the 3-meter-high ogre skeleton slowly stood up. A 1-meter-long bone blade was seen extending outward from its shoulder blades and elbows. The bone blade shone with a cold light. A cold, bloodthirsty aura permeated his body. Richard nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the momentum, he knew that the blood and bone puppet he had made had extraordinary combat power. Although I also want to see the combat effectiveness of the blood and bone puppets, there are still several things at hand that need to be dealt with immediately. 2 days later. Inside Richard's villa. All walks are cleaned extremely clean. And fine plush carpets are laid out from the entrance to the dining hall. The dining hall on the first floor is decorated exceptionally gorgeously. On the long wooden dining table, there are pots of cold vegetables and fruits. And flowers are dotted almost everywhere around the hall. At first, Richard thought about making some special dishes from his past life to taste for his wizard friends who were coming. But the incident with the nightmare church that happened 2 days ago left him no longer interested in doing this. In the past 2 days, he almost went into the alchemy room and never came out again. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rhythmic knock on the door. Master, Mr. Alhin and Miss Fana have just arrived. Thingard reported respectfully outside the door. Without raising his head, Richard replied, I understand. Let Dysol entertain me first. I will be right away. That's right. Today is the time for the wizard gathering agreed upon by Richard and Dysol. And the venue is set in the villa that Richard newly purchased. At the same time, this gathering was also a small auction to sell the shares of the Brewers Association. But Richard is still in the alchemy room, improving a potion called Qingling Potion. The last time Richard was at a party at Fana's mansion, he heard Fana and Angelus discussing some ideas about improving the Qingling Potion. The main idea is to obtain a more effective Qingling Potion by replacing some of its raw materials. Intuitively, Richard believed that the method proposed by Fana last time to change the pure honeysuckle in the Qingling Potion to water root was quite feasible. Therefore, after making the blood and bone puppet, Richard devoted himself to the work of improving the Qingling Potion the next day. It's not that he wanted to show off or prove anything in front of Fana and Angelus. It's because of the effect of Qingling Potion. After many experiments in his dream this time, Richard did find that there was room for improvement in the Qingling Potion. By only adjusting the main ingredient of honeysuckle, without adjusting other ingredients, the overall efficacy is increased by about 12%. Although this adjustment has other side effects. I saw Richard shaking the light green liquid at a constant speed from a large beaker, and slowly pouring in a few drops of red liquid from a long-neck glass bottle on the side. Stirring continuously. While stirring, Richard looked serious, always observing the reaction effect of the dose. When the light green liquid in the large beaker slowly turned milky white, Richard immediately stopped pouring the long-necked glass bottle. Richard turned around, took out an oil paper bag from the second experimental table behind him, poured a little of the white crystals in it, and weighed it on the balancer. At this time, the movements on Richard's hands were extremely neat, fast, and precise. After a few moves, he got the required amount. I saw Richard pouring a fixed amount of powder into a large beaker. Shoo! A reaction sound was heard, and white smoke rose instantly. With an extremely pungent smell, Richard quickly chanted a spell, and quickly gathered the dark element energy into the large beaker, performing the final process. After a while, when Richard saw the situation in the beaker again, a hint of joy appeared on his face. I saw that the liquid in the beaker had changed from milky white to completely transparent liquid. It seems that I have found the best raw material ratio for the improved Qingling Potion after changing the honeysuckle to water root. Wait, you can take it directly to Fana. However, for Richard, this improved version of the Qingling Potion is far from the end. Therefore, he had to replace different ingredients in the Qingling Potion one by one from the perspective of dosage, activity, etc., and iterate continuously, based on the perspective of the strongest effect. The most effective refreshing potion is prepared. As long as the side effects are not that serious, you can postpone the consideration. Currently, what Richard lacks most is time. But now, Richard still has to stop for a while and attend the wizard salon organized by his family. When Richard walked into the lobby of the villa, the invited wizards had already arrived. When they saw Richard, they all said "Hello." The way they looked at Richard today was a little different from before, especially after they tasted the new rye beer just now. With this refreshing taste, any fool will know after drinking it that this beer will definitely be a hit. In this case, the new rye beer is a hen that can lay golden eggs. Although today's gathering was nominally a wizard salon, Dysol had already told them in private that one of the important contents was a small auction of shares of new beer. In fact, these wizards who came here by invitation still took advantage of Richard, who had no familiar friends in Tuj City. That's why Richard finally adopted the form of a small auction between acquaintances. The wizards, who had originally been indifferent, also became interested in equity after drinking the new beer. After all, no wizard would think that he had too many ways to earn magic stones. For wizards, various side jobs, such as pharmacy, puppetry, explosives, etc., are all big consumers of magic stones. Therefore, wizards will only think that they do not have enough magic stones. It is recorded in some ancient books from long ago that ancient wizards were even more greedy for money than dragons. This is not unreasonable. Greed is the original sin. But it is also the driving force that drives wizards to make continuous progress and seize more wealth. At this time, Alhin came up and said kindly, "Master Levi, I saw that you posted a task in the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. It seems that you want to find an inscription master to repair a low-level magic weapon in your hand." "Yes, Mr. Alhin. This is indeed the case." Richard nodded. "This task was assigned to me 2 days ago, after the incident at the Nightmare Church. As the Deputy Minister of the Alchemy Department of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, Alhin is well informed, and it is not surprising to know. However, the other party mentioned this to me before the salon officially started, and his intention was obviously not that simple. Master Levi, among the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, inscription masters are extremely rare, and their daily schedule is relatively full. I believe that if they want to take over the master's task, it will probably be at least a month or 2 later. However, I happen to be familiar with an inscription master, and I have helped him with an important favor before. I believe that he can help you. Master Levi, repair the broken magic weapon as soon as possible," Alhin said with a smile on his face. "Oh, this is rare." This made Richard feel happy. He had just arrived in Tuj City, and he was not familiar with many well-known masters in the field. Many masters who focused solely on studying their fields had weird tempers, and some were difficult to communicate with. Naturally, Richard was not feeling well, so he came directly to seek a deal. Since Alhin has this channel, it is naturally the best. But, just when Richard wanted to reply to Alhin, the petite Miss Fana walked up to Richard. "Master Levi, about, in the hidden valley far away from Tuj City." Nicole, who was dressed in black robes, was laughing. The pair of black horns on his head seemed to be getting thicker, as if they were about to pierce the void. "That idiot Edmundo is finally dead." The remaining members of the Nightmare Church in Tuj City were also picked out by the city guards of Tuj City, and all hanged. This is really great. Without these idiot allies, as long as it takes a while, and after the situation calms down, we can take action. Grace. However, Grace's face darkened, and she shook her head slightly. "Nicole, maybe Irene and I have to go back." Half a month ago, after the mistress received the news that their mission had failed, she sent a message that someone was about to replace them to complete the mission. But what makes Grace strange is that after waiting for half a month, counting the time, their replacement should have arrived long ago. But why no one has contacted them? By the way, in the content of the message, the mistress mentioned that the one who replaced them was Sumresh, the leader of the demon Spider Knights, an extremely powerful night elf male. You know, among the night elves, women account for almost 90% of those who have reached the level of formal wizards. But Sumresh is one of those rare ones. There are rumors that the other party is one of the mistress's faces. According to Grace's own understanding, this news seems to be true. As the leader of the Spider Knights, Sumresh's strength is even greater than hers. "Oh, don't you have to complete your mission?" Uncharacteristically, Nicole's face did not show any displeasure because of Grace's rejection. "Nicole, the mistress has sent people to replace Irene and I. The other party should resist immediately. So, this matter." "Oh, are you waiting for him?" Suddenly, Nicole laughed playfully. The arc of its mouth is so big that it can almost fit a person's head in it. It looks extremely scary and creepy. I saw Nicole walking aside and taking out one from the dark wooden box. A bleeding head. The head looked ferocious, and it was difficult to distinguish its original face. But the pointed ears proved beyond a doubt that it was the head of a night elf. Grace and Irene took a closer look and were horrified to find that this was actually the head of Sumresh, the leader of the Spider Knights. The two immediately turned pale and looked at each other, seeing expressions of disbelief in their eyes. "Oh my God!" Goddess Rose. "Nicole, what on earth have you done? When did you peek at the secret letter we reported to the mistress?" Grace was shocked and angry. No, that's not peeking. All the news spread here is transparent to me, even if I don't want to see it myself. The believers will naturally report it to me. You can't blame me. And Grace, you have asked for my help, so you have to trust me. I can help you complete the task. As for him, I smell the disgusting scent of Benita Price on him." Nicole began to wave her thick arms and roared angrily. "Then he has no choice but to die." By the way, maybe after I sacrifice his body to the great king of Jade Fire, I can get some small rewards. Ha ha ha. Looking at Nicole's increasingly nervous smile, Grace finally realized that asking Nicole for help seemed to be a completely wrong thing. Now, the death of Sumresh has completely blocked their way back to their family. Perhaps, the only thing left is to find a way to complete the task. If successful, there may be a glimmer of hope after returning. Otherwise, if the two go back now, the mistress's anger will definitely burn them to pieces. Chapter 209 Auction. The petite and exquisite Fana hurried over at this time, glanced at Alhan with a smile, then turned her head slightly to look directly at Richard and said, Master Levi, everyone seems to be very interested in the new beer. Even Mr. Alhan seems to be attracted. This glance from Fana's big eyes actually made Alhan a little embarrassed. After all, before the official auction started, I had contacted the seller Richard in front of all the wizards. From every perspective, it was a bit too much. How should I put it? It's not impossible to talk about it in advance, but at least it can't be under the eyes of everyone. Otherwise, the way of eating would be a bit ugly. Masterly Way, I have a suggestion. Fana looked at Richard with a pair of beautiful eyes. Please speak, Miss Fana. I am all ears. Richard smiled. As a share owner of new beer, Richard would certainly welcome it if many wizards were interested in the shares. As for why Alhan was given priority, it was because the other party had helped him when he joined the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Although at that time, to a large extent, the other party was doing it for the sake of his old friend Dis-Sol. But no matter what, Alhan was helpful to Richard. Therefore, under the same conditions, or when the conditions are not much different, Richard will definitely choose Alhan first, which is a small favor to the other party. But, if other wizards offer much higher prices than Alhan, Richard will naturally not insist on selling the shares to Alhan. After all, his own interests must come first, and he currently needs a large amount of magic stones to purchase monsters. Besides magic stones, what else is Masterly Way interested in? Fana half bit her head as she spoke, which looked quite cute given her petite height. For example, the Fenrir potion that can increase the concentration of the spiritual power of a formal wizard? Or some rare or privately optimized witchcraft models? I know that Master Levi is not only proficient in the branch of pharmacy, but also in the branch of explosives. So, are you interested in some of the raw materials of these two branches? Can you allow us to participate in the auction of the above items? What the drunkard Dis-Sol said just now was not clear, so I am asking for everyone. Richard understood what Fana meant instantly. It seems that the shares of new beer are more popular among wizards than I expected. If you think about it carefully, wizards are all good at calculations. Although participating in adventures and exploring secret realms may yield very good rewards. But again, risks and rewards are proportional, and the above actions all involve great risks. In contrast, investing in his new invention, a new beer business that will obviously be loved by many Grey Dwarves, is a steady source of magic stones. Moreover, Richard did not believe that they had not considered that if the sales area of the new beer could radiate from Tuj City to surrounding cities in the future, then it is no exaggeration to say that the stable income generated by the shares of this new beer would be no less than in a small magic stone mine. A mine where the more magic stones are mined, the higher the magic stone content is. This is why these wizards are flocking to them. Alhan on the side, after hearing Fana's speech, his face turned pale, but immediately recovered. He seemed to know that even if he increased his chips, it would be almost impossible for Richard to make a decision now. So Alhan immediately smiled in a friendly manner and said, Master Levi, you and Miss Fana are chatting first. I happen to remember something, and I want to discuss it with Dis-Sol. Okay, Mr. Alhan. Please feel free to do as you please. Richard also smiled at Alhan, with a slightly apologetic look. After saying that, Richard turned to look at Fana and said, Miss Fana, the suggestion you made is great. And of course, it's okay for me. I am very interested in these rare formulas, witchcraft models or rare raw materials. And everyone can make a mixed quote. For Richard, having more choices would naturally be more beneficial to him. That's great. I'll tell the wizards about this news right now. Fana's eyes lit up, and she said happily, Richard can understand this better. Although wizards are rich, they rarely have a large amount of magic stones in their pockets. Generally speaking, wizards will choose to exchange a large number of magic stones for some rare materials or potion formulas. Therefore, if the shares of the new Brewery Chamber of Commerce can only be auctioned using magic stones, the price will definitely be much lower than the mixed auction. After achieving her goal, Fana was about to turn around and leave. Richard suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Miss Fana, please stay." "Oh, Mr. Levi. Is there anything else?" Fana turned to look at Richard with a puzzled look on her pretty face. I saw Richard taking out a parchment scroll from his arms and handing it to Fana. Judging from the quality, the parchment scroll was very new. After Fana took it, at Richard's signal, she immediately untied the string tied to the sheepskin roll and looked at it carefully. Just a few seconds later, Fana showed a horrified look, and her little cherry mouth opened wide. "Your Excellency Li Wei, you completed the improvement of the Qingling potion so quickly? This is really unbelievable." Richard bowed slightly and said with a smile, "This is thanks to Miss Fana for the idea you proposed. It was the idea you proposed to change honeysuckle to water root. Now it seems to be completely feasible. I just based on the data provided by Mr. Angelus. After several attempts, the optimal ratio was calculated, and I seem to be very lucky. Just now, I successfully experimented in the alchemy room, on the basis of avoiding side effects as much as possible. According to this ratio, the efficacy of the medicine can be increased by about 10%. Of course, there are still some side effects. After taking the improved Qingling potion, the user will feel nausea or dizziness. This state will last for 1 or 2 days, and I believe it will not exceed 3 days at most." After hearing what Richard said, Fana couldn't believe it. She didn't know that the most difficult part of improving the formula of Qingling potion was the new ratio, because if she tried to replace it directly, she would have had strong side effects, including symptoms of nausea, dizziness and even vomiting, which would last on and off for several months. Such long side effects are simply unbearable for wizards, who want to stay in good condition at all times. If you encounter a sudden battle during this period, you will die miserably. The young human in front of him actually experimented with the optimal ratio within a few days. This made Fana, who had always thought that her level of pharmacy was almost the same as that of a pharmacy master, couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. However, Fana was only stunned for a moment before she realized that the other party and herself were now a group of interests, because the three of them had agreed to cooperate on improving the Qingling potion. As a partner, the stronger the better. Especially this partner is about to bring him a lot of money. Suddenly, Fana's eyes looked at Richard, filled with the symbols of gold coins, just like the eyes of a dragon when it discovered some kind of treasure. At the same time, it was also mixed with some admiration for the strong. However, Fana's affectionate gaze instantly made Richard feel strange all over. "Master Li Wei, then we will follow our previous agreement. After the improved Qingling potion is sold, you will take 40%, and Angelus and I will each take 30%. Although the efficacy of the medicine has only increased by nearly 10%, if multiplied by the remaining period of the blood essence of an average wizard calculated in months or even years, this time will not be short. So, this recipe is bound to be a hit." Fana's originally big beautiful eyes had narrowed into a crescent shape, and she couldn't close her mouth while smiling. She didn't expect that working with this young human alchemist master would produce results so quickly. Fana thought it would take at least a few months before the results would be possible. In fact, Fana has been mentally prepared for more than a year. Of course, just follow the agreement. Richard felt a little uncomfortable listening to Fana's speech now, and the other party's tone seemed to be so sweet that it could squeeze out honey. It was very similar to Stefana's tone when she came up to her yesterday. After Fana left, Dysol stepped forward carelessly, gave Richard a heavy blow on the chest, and said, "Hey, my brother, Levi, everyone is waiting for you. You two are a bit stuck." Dysol's little eyes lit up with an expression that all men understand. "I think Fana has a soft spot for you, so you have to seize the opportunity. Dwarf wizard. TSK. I really envy you." Taking a glance at Fana's height of 1.2 meters, Richard was speechless. The two came to the long table, and Dysol began to speak the opening remarks skillfully. "Everyone, today we are holding a small auction under the organization of the Master of Alchemy. Mr. Levi, I believe that everyone has tasted the new rye beer. This time, Mr. Levi is selling the Dysol Brewery Guild 30% of the equity." When he mentioned the name of the Chamber of Commerce, Dysol couldn't help but puff up his chest and seemed to be particularly proud of the name, which made Richard laugh a little. However, what surprised Richard was that many grey dwarf wizards present looked at Dysol with envy when they heard that the name of the Brewers Guild was Dysol Brewers Guild. It seems that the grey dwarves yearning for the wine master is engraved in their bones. The auction is a mixed auction. You can bid on magic stones alone, Or you can use a mixture of magic stones and other items. Since Masterly Wei, the owner of the shares, is also present, the final decision lies with Masterly Wei. Now, the auction begins. The starting price is a magic stone. While all the wizards were listening to Daisal attentively and guessing what the starting price would be, the starting price of a magic stone surprised everyone. Daisal's playful expression immediately made many people present glare at him. Being teased, Daisal saw that he had offended the public and said quickly, "This is at the request of Master Levi." Immediately, the eyes of everyone present were focused on Levi, which made Levi feel a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he would cause such a big fuss just for a little entertainment. Also, when it comes to playing tricks, you have to look at your previous life. Where have the Grey Dwarfs seen this kind of routine before? Hey Daisal, let's start the auction. Richard touched his nose and coughed. The starting price of one magic stone lasted for less than a second before it was replaced by a bid of 100,000 magic stones. 100,000 magic stones plus Fenrir potion formula. Fana shouted. She believed that normal potion masters would definitely be interested in Fenrir potion. 150,000 magic stones. 150,000 magic stones plus a high-temperature force field witchcraft model. A dreadlock Grey Dwarf wizard quoted. Suddenly, the quotation entered a rather tense state. When Alhan heard the quotation, he couldn't help but smile. This wizard obviously didn't do his homework well. He probably only knew that Masterly Wei was an alchemist in both pharmacy and explosives. Therefore, he took it for granted that Masterly Wei was the master of alchemy. It must be an affinity with the fire element. But unfortunately, Alhan knew very well that Master Levi was not a wizard with affinity to the fire element. So naturally, he would not have much interest in fire-based witchcraft models. He calmly looked around at everyone present and shouted loudly, 150,000 magic stones plus a death energy surrounding witchcraft model. Richard's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect that Alhan actually had a necromancy model of witchcraft. What an old fox. He had hidden it until now. When Alhan was quoting, he had been paying close attention to Richard's facial expression. When he saw his brows moving slightly, he was obviously more interested, and he couldn't help but feel reassured. He clearly knew that Masterly Wei in front of him only slightly moved his brows twice. Once for Fana's offer, and once for his offer. It seems that the result will definitely happen between him and Fana. However, he was confident that if Fana couldn't come up with anything else, the shares in the Brewers Association would definitely be his. Alhan's. At this time, Gulkin quietly came to Richard and whispered something. Richard immediately showed a surprised expression and stood up and said, "Pause for a moment. Everyone. The vice president of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood, the Great Wizard Hawkins, has suddenly arrived for a visit. Levi, don't bother greeting me. I came in by myself." Just when Richard wanted to ask everyone to greet him with him, a familiar voice came. It was Hawkins. And beside him was Fingard, who didn't dare to stop him at all. Regarding the arrival of the second-level wizard, many first-level wizards naturally did not dare to neglect and stood up to pay tribute. After all, in the wizard's worldview, strength is supreme. I heard that you are holding a share auction for new beer. Levi, that's what's wrong with you. You didn't even call me. Hawkins sat down with a smile. Then wait for everyone to sit down and relax. Richard had just been wondering why Hawkins came to him. But after hearing the other party's words, he suddenly realized. With a wry smile, he still underestimated the status of fine wine in the hearts of the Grey Dwarfs. Even the powerful Grey Dwarf wizard was no exception. After Daisal brewed a small amount of new beer yesterday, this morning he asked the Grey Dwarf noble butler Fritz on the third floor to put a box of new rye beer in Hawkins' office. However, at that time, he had never thought of mentioning the auction of new beer shares to Hawkins. First, the sales of alcoholic beverages such as beer are mainly concentrated among miners and civilians. Even a small amount of high-end beer will be consumed by Grey Dwarf nobles and wizards. But the quantity is not large. Like Grey Dwarf wizards, they usually have banquets. Mainly wine. Secondly, it is because he does not think that Hawkins, a second-level wizard, will be interested in the monthly income of the new beer, before the sales volume does not expand. The income of 30% of the shares is estimated to be only a few thousand per month. Magic stone. But what Richard didn't expect was that Hawkins came in person. Do you mind if I participate in the auction? Hawkins looked around casually with eyes that seemed to contain lightning. Of course I don't mind. You are most welcome. Obviously, no wizard present would stand up to object. Even the dumbest wizard knew that he should maintain due respect for the strong. Only, there was something unnatural in Fana's smile. Alhan's hands were trembling slightly under the long table. Chapter 210 Fire Flower. By the way, what was the highest bid just now? Hawkins asked casually. Everyone looked at each other. And finally, all eyes were focused on Alhan. At this time, Alhan, who was slightly embarrassed, wiped the beads of sweat on his head and said, Minister, since you are here, you will naturally start the auction again. I believe everyone can understand this. As the vice president and head of the alchemy department, Hawkins is Alam's immediate boss. On weekdays, Alam always treats Hawkins as minister, which expresses a sense of intimacy. Most of those present were friends of Dysol, so naturally they would not tear down Dysol's friend Alhan at this time. They all nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Hawkins, since you are here, the auction will naturally start again. Yes, we have just started the auction. Richard couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed that wizards were not incapable of flattering, but that almost no one was worthy of flattering. But Hawkins shook his head with a smile and said, The rules of the auction cannot be broken. Alhan, tell me directly, how much did you pay just now? Seeing this, Alhan had no choice but to report his previous bid. When Hawkins heard this, he was slightly startled, as if he didn't expect the price to be higher than he expected. Just when Alhan wanted to say something else, I'll pay 150,000 magic stones. Plus one. Since it's a secret level blueprint. I'm sorry, everyone. This blueprint is one of the confidential blueprints of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. Please allow me not to disclose the specific content and name. Hawkins looked around and found that there were still 2 or 3 non-Grey Dwarf Brotherhood members present. So he said slightly apologetically, Of course, Lord Hawkins. We understand this very well. These wizards bowed slightly nervously. Levi, here are the drawings. Take a look at it. I believe you will be surprised. Hawkins took out a parchment roll that looked newer from his arms, and was tied with a thin black thread of unknown material. Sir Hawkins, you're welcome, Richard said humbly, and under the envious eyes of everyone, he took the parchment, quickly opened it, and looked at it carefully. What caught his eyes was a line of Grey Dwarf text, dual energy core channel design drawings. After just reading a few lines, Richard knew the purpose of this drawing. Hawkins has really invested his money. This time he came to participate in the auction, and he really did not rely on the strength of his second-level Great Wizard to rob. It seemed that it was most likely because his last transaction with Hawkins made him know that he was more interested in puppetry. So he specially chose this drawing. Moreover, I have never seen this drawing in the contribution value exchange list. Judging from the newness of this parchment, it seems that it was written not long ago. Could it be said that this is a newly developed drawing? It seems that the Grey Dwarves have a rich foundation in puppetry. As time goes by, not only do they not disappear like some ancient wizard inheritances, but many new ideas and inventions have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. Richard pondered for a moment and then made a decision. I am very satisfied with the exchange items given by Lord Hawkins. Well, according to what Dysol said at the beginning, as the owner of the shares, I have the final right of interpretation. Here, I decided to choose Lord Hawkins as the equity of the Brewers' Chamber of Commerce. Trading partners. At the same time, Levi would like to thank everyone for participating. Richard stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. Congratulations to Master Hawkins. And congratulations to Master Levi. Congratulations, Master Hawkins. This result was actually expected by everyone. A second-level wizard was bidding against a group of first-level wizards. If he couldn't win, it would become a joke if word spread. What's more, everyone present knew that Hawkins, Alhan, Dicer and Levi belonged to the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. After taking 30% of the new beer, Hawkins and Richard chatted privately for a few minutes. Although everyone present was very curious, no one had the courage to eavesdrop on the private chat of the second-level wizard. And in fact, even if they wanted to eavesdrop, it was impossible. The strength gap lies here. After a while, Hawkins left in a hurry, and the entire salon began to come to an end. However, when everyone slowly started to leave, Richard called out to Fana, Miss Fana, please stay. Fana, who was originally quite disappointed that she failed to win the shares, was stunned when she heard Richard calling her, and immediately turned her head in confusion. Master Levi, are you calling me? Richard smiled and nodded. Miss Fana, please follow me. After asking Fingard to guard the door of the room and prohibiting others from entering, Richard took Fana to the study room of his villa. In the study room, in addition to the common mahogany desk and matching mahogany armchairs, there are also several soft deerskin-like sofas, plus a small coffee table. Richard stretched out his hand slightly and said, "Miss Fana, please sit down." "Masterly Wei, it seems that you have something to discuss with me." Fana seemed to have realized at this time that Richard must have something to discuss with her, and she also vaguely guessed that Richard should want the Fenrir potion in her hand. This was easy to guess. After all, the other party was the potion master. But the shares of the new beer have been auctioned, and the Qingling potion has been improved. If the other party only has magic stones, she will not choose to sell the Fenrir potion in her hand. As a potion that can improve the mental concentration of a formal wizard, it is extremely rare and is usually bartered. If Fana hadn't expected the new beer to be very popular, she wouldn't have brought it out. Although Richard also saw Fana's smile slowly fading, he didn't think about anything else and said with a smile, "Miss Fana, I want to buy the Fenrir potion in your hand. As for the price..." But before Richard could finish, Fana interrupted him and said, "Masterly Wei, although I admire your knowledge of pharmacy very much, please forgive me, but I cannot agree to this deal." After saying these words, Fana sighed deeply in her heart. Although his straightforwardness may make Masterly Wei in front of him unhappy, it at least avoids the possibility of the other party continuing to ask for things. Fana's resolute attitude immediately made Richard quite confused. After thinking about it, he decided to ask the question, "Ms. Fana, didn't you really want the shares in new beer just now? Why? Don't you want it now?" "What? Master Levi, what did you just say? Shares? Do you still have shares to sell?" Richard's words made Fana's mind suddenly confused. She widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "What else?" Richard said unhappily, "Women are so fickle." No. I think you misunderstood. Of course I am willing. I thought." Fana blushed and waved her hands quickly. But halfway through speaking, he immediately stopped and was too embarrassed to continue speaking. Richard waved his hand and said, 10% of the shares plus 50,000 magic stones. Okay? Ah, only 10%? Immediately, Fana's delicate face, which was originally smiling like a flower, suddenly fell down again. Yes, only 10%. Why? Don't you want to? Richard looked at Fana's eyebrows slightly frowning, looking hesitant, and felt quite funny in his heart. Okay. Deal. Fana thought about it and made up her mind. After all, something is better than nothing. If I don't seize this opportunity this time, I will probably have no chance in the future. I saw Fana taking out an old parchment roll from her arms. The style of the parchment roll seemed to be quite old. It was slightly yellowed, and the corners were rounded. It should have been worn out due to repeated reading. Although the parchment scrolls that record important pharmaceutical formulas are generally treated with special witchcraft and potions, they will gradually lose their effectiveness if they are used for too long. Here, this is the formula for Fenrir potion. Fana handed over the parchment. Richard took it and opened it in front of Fana and started reading. I saw that the text inside was written in Hebrew, not Akkadian. This was just as Richard expected. This parchment has a very long history. Richard took a quick glance and knew there should be nothing wrong with the recipe. But Richard pondered for a while and asked, "Ms. Fana, although the mingling flower and ginseng in this formula are relatively rare, I have heard of them. But this is the first time I have heard of shadow grass and flame flower." Fana laughed sweetly. "Master Levi, shadow grass usually grows in dry and dark environments, and it is not uncommon in the dark region. However, fire flowers only grow in volcanic craters and near magma, since a large number of volcanoes in the dark region have entered a dormant period in the past 100 years. Fire flowers are almost extinct in the wild." This immediately made Richard frown. But Fana seemed to see Richard's worry and continued. "Currently, the only place I've heard of fire flowers existing is the Scorched Earth's secret realm. However, the number of wizards who have the ability to enter the Scorched Earth's secret realm is not high. The number of wizards who encounter fire flowers and are willing to auction them off is even smaller. Therefore, if you want to collect them all, it depends on Masterly Wei's luck." After the salon, Richard resumed his previous routine life. In the morning, he went to the headquarters of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood. After completing his daily routine production tasks, he returned to the alchemy room on the second underground floor of his villa. Of course, sometimes when he needs to check information, Richard will stay at the headquarters of the Grey Dwarf Brotherhood for a while. Richard also had a clear understanding of the situation of the flame flowers. It was basically consistent with what Vanna said. There were very few flame flowers that were willing to be sold, and they were often sold at sky-high prices. From this point of view, it is basically impossible to obtain cheap fire flowers unless go to the Scorched Earth secret realm to collect it yourself. However, Richard planned to put aside the matter of the fire flower first. Firstly, it would take time to collect other raw materials. And secondly, his main focus in the past 2 days had been on the drawing given by Hawkins. The principles contained in the dual energy channel drawings greatly touched Richard. Over the past few days, Richard had consulted a lot of information, and an idea vaguely formed in his mind. The dual energy core channel design is to build a transmission system that is more complicated than the ordinary energy channel. 2 high-quality magic stones can be put in at the same time as the puppet's energy source. Simply put, the dual energy core channel design essentially integrates the energy of 2 magic stones into a stronger energy source through some complex energy transmission. This made Richard seem to have grasped a way to ignite the mixed black dragon blood in his hand. A way to avoid the core of the 3rd-level flame creature. After all, the core of a 3rd-level flame creature is almost impossible for Richard to obtain at present. But if the concept and innovative idea of dual energy core channel design can be used in the 2nd-order flame essence, is it possible to use multiple flame essences to achieve the power of the 3rd-order flame biological core? 2 fire essences? Obviously not enough. At this time, Richard was making his first attempt in the alchemy room. Of course, the material is not flame essence. As a 2nd-level material, flame essence is extremely expensive. Richard only has one on hand, so it is impossible to use it for extravagant experiments. What Richard is currently conducting is conducting energy-gathering experiments on 1st-order flame crystals. Most of the 150,000 magic stones that Hawkins bought from the Brewers Guild and traded to Richard last time were used by him to buy flame crystals. A small part was used to continue to buy monsters and accumulate energy points after killing them. In the spacious alchemy room, Richard was bending down and drawing a huge energy channel on the ground. The complicated lines drawn with energy-conducting ink would make a 3rd-level wizard apprentice feel dizzy in an instant. The principle of this witch array is almost the same as the concept of dual energy core channel design, which is to gather the energy from each point through the energy channel in the center of the witch array, thereby achieving the goal of stronger energy power. It was discovered that the host is practicing an unknown witchcraft formation. Does it consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the unknown witchcraft formation? Richard dragged the slider to the far right without hesitation and selected yes. He spent all the energy points gained from killing monsters in the past few days, and there was nothing left. After a while of spinning, Richard's soul came to the dream space. This time he was in an empty alchemy hall. In the center of the hall, there was a vague figure, drawing an unknown magic array. Boom! I saw a strong explosion in the alchemy hall in the dream. Obviously the experiment failed. This is the 132nd time I failed. But the results are getting better every time, Richard thought to himself. Since it is a dream space, the explosion will not have any impact on Richard. Instead, it makes Richard more experienced each time, and he continues to improve with the blessing of massive inspiration. Drop. The unknown witch formation attempt was successful. Please name the host? 1st-order crystal stone aggregation witch formation. After a while, the world was spinning, and Richard's soul returned to his body. Although all the energy points were spent again, the witchcraft array he wanted was successfully created. The upward curve of the corners of Richard's mouth revealed his inner joy. 1st-level crystal aggregation witchcraft formation. The main effect of this witchcraft formation is that energy can be gathered through multiple next-level crystals to achieve the effect of the upper-level crystals. According to Richard's calculations, as long as 6 flame crystals are placed at all 6 points in the 1st-level crystal aggregation wizard formation, after the wizard formation is successfully put into operation, the energy reaction in the core area will be very close to the energy fluctuations of the 2nd-level flame essence. Of course, it's not that Richard doesn't want to continue to add witchcraft points. But if more points are added, the energy intensity flowing through them will be too high, which will cause energy turbulence. Even with the help of massive inspiration, Richard cannot solve this problem for the time being. This may be related to Richard's insufficient knowledge base. Currently, Richard still needs to continue to accumulate relevant knowledge. Of course, if you use millions of energy points to push it forcefully, it should probably be possible. But obviously, this is not cost-effective. The most important thing is that Richard doesn't have so many energy points on hand. However, at least one thing has been proven at present. that Richard's idea is feasible. In other words, as Richard continues to improve this first-order crystal aggregation witchcraft formation, he can gather the energy of dozens, or even nearly 100 first-order flame crystals together, thereby achieving the third-order flame heart effect. By then, he will surely be able to successfully ignite the mixed black dragon blood in Richard's hand. The flame flower has a lot of flame crystals. It seems that I have to go to the scorched earth secret realm, Richard thought to himself. The number of flame crystals I need is too large. If I buy them all through magic stones, the number of magic stones required is almost astronomical. If I want to save the dividends of the new beer to buy them, I am afraid it will take hundreds of years. In addition, the fire flower, one of the main raw materials of Finra potion, is now found in small quantities only in the scorched earth secret realm and is currently out of stock. So no matter from which angle you look at it, it is necessary for me to take a trip to the scorched earth secret realm.